just never wore them. Walking on,
great.
you know, walking in the woods, going fishing, you know, even doing like walking on roofs, going to check out things. I never would put on shoes. My
Yeah, that's
feet
the
were so
natural way
tough.
right there.
Yeah, but I can't do it now. My feet
Where
are
do you
more
live
tender.
back here?
I'm in Louisiana.
Okay, so there's
Straight
a lot
up
of
the
like
bayou.
nature sites out there.
A lot of nature, a lot of what?
A lot of nature out there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we're all good out here, man. Life is buzzing around here.
Can you catch
It's
a frog?
Louisiana.
Frogs? Yeah, there's frogs everywhere.
It's one highway going across Louisiana. You start in Shreveport, you go east, and you're gonna see a whole lot of nothing. And then you're gonna
Yeah.
see like a casino, the racetrack, and then after that, you're gonna see a whole lot more nothing. And then eventually, you're gonna hit Mississippi.
Buy some land out there. You got your own water well.
I have 30 acres in one spot in Louisiana. I have two other pieces of property that I don't disclose, and then I have a bunch of rentals, and then we have two properties in Florida and one in Tennessee, and it's basically, well, one in Tennessee right now. We're trying to close on another one this week or next, but we do it strategically. You know, you need places to go. You know, like states have the right to change their laws as free will almost. So, you know, if you don't like where you're living, you don't like the laws you're living under, you can go to a different state and enjoy the laws that they, you know, they have. We weren't restricted as much as everywhere else with masks and things. Our gun laws are real, you know, lax. We have freedoms here that a lot of people don't have. We enjoy those. We think they're a blessing. We still have to. It is strange that we still have to have a permit to go hunting and fishing and get married and breathe the air and drive on the roads, and you know, you still
Those are
have to pay your
services.
fees. And yeah, I get it, but you know, it would be nice not to have those too.
I don't
Sounds
have
like
to have a
sounds like
permit.
you're financially blessed. That's good.
We're
Dude,
truly blessed. Yeah, 100%. I'll tell you this, Tennessee. I went there last month. We spent 2 weeks up there. Tennessee, near the Smoky Mountains, was amazing. The people up there were great. The beauty, the nature, everything was, you know, just I'm gonna spend some more time up there. I just don't like the cold too much.
Bro, you're talking about services. That's why there's a fee. Government services, there's always a fee. Services, there's a fee. Now, if you
Yeah,
come over to my place, I got a private pond. And if you're my guest, you have access to that pond. I don't have to charge you shit.
yeah, I have ponds too. I'm just saying, when you go out into public waterways and go out in the federal waters, you have to have certain permits and license and landing permits. Believe me, I mean, I guess that's part
When
of
you're
it.
when you're dealing with public, you're dealing with government. When you're dealing with private, you're dealing with the common law. Which, if I invite you again, like I said, to my house, you can fish all you like at my pond. It's my rules. They don't have a say. It's private. People want to blend them, and then they wonder why they get taxed. It's because you're trying to blend stuff, or you're trying to say that you're private when you're really actually all your paperwork is public, which is government domain.
Yeah, I try and live under God's laws as much as I can. I fall short a lot, but all the laws that they have in place now, you can't even go through your daily life without breaking them. It's impossible.
Yeah, I know. I probably break more than a couple hundred just waking up in the morning. That's the law of merchant. I am not under the law of merchant. I'm under ecclesiastical law, the common law. I can do business with them, but I don't have to do business with them. I have the unlimited capacity to contract privately or publicly. But public is going to have government. Period. Anything you do publicly is going to be government. It's going to have government handprints, fingerprints, ID badges all over it. If you come over and you want to buy corn from me, you want to buy my watermelons, you want to whatever, bring some goats, bring me a truck, bring me some gold, bring me some of your crops. That's private. They have no say in private business either. It's non-taxable. Public business is, though. It's a lot to take in, man.
Hey, am I roboting?
Nope, you're good.
Hey, sorry, go ahead. I have terrible service. I want to see if
No,
I
he's
got
getting his haircut.
I mean, dude, I miss getting to talk to Kosho again because he brought up something earlier. And we were going back and forth, and it was awesome. Because I know what he's talking about. He didn't explain how these things came about. And that's the side of the coin that I live on.
What's with Europeans trying to tell Americans what we're allowed to do? We already had that war, bro. You lost. Let it go, man.
Oh.
Let it go.
Well, yeah, there's a list of stuff that happened after they lost.
Yeah, like we got to keep our guns, and they just sit over there and don't have it. I mean, whatever. I think it's super weird. It's super weird that you're over there to tell America how they should run their country. Just stay over there, bro. If you don't like America, cool. It's convenient that you don't live here, right? I mean, I don't get it.
Well, that's the thing. The companies are run by the board members, the stockholders, the majority shareholders. These people have a voice. And if these companies are owned by these foreign interests, they're going to manufacture whatever the foreign interests tell them to do, or sell whatever they tell them to sell.
Yeah, like I just got my KS-47. I promise you that a European is not going to tell me I can't shoot it. So, I mean, you know, whatever, bro. It's just weird to me that
That's the problem you got, Witzik. No one's telling you you can't shoot your guns. Nobody's, I'm not sitting here saying, we've got to take all the guns away and lock them up. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is an underlying problem in the US where people keep fucking shooting each other a lot. And that needs to be dealt with.
It's called mental illness.
Yeah.
It's called putting your kids on Ritalin at 4 years old, keeping them on it and other suppressing brain altering drugs till they're 16 or 18, not teaching them morals, and then letting them play video games 24/7 that kill people all the time, and then going, oh wow, I can't believe these people are shooting people.
Yeah, at least, Rocky, you want to actually engage in conversation to discuss, where maybe some of the underlying problems are, rather than just saying, I'm scared to lose my gun.
I did. I said morality.
No. I was complimenting you, Rakia. I was saying you want to engage and actually look at the underlying causes, which I think is a great thing. And
mental disease.
I spent a lot of my life shooting. I'm a really keen shooter.
Name a gun that you shot.
The Enfield, SMLE.
Oh, okay.
PSGs.
So you shot guns and you hate them? That's really weird.
Did I say I hated them? No, I really like guns. When did I say in anything that I said there? You made that assumption. You automatically assumed what side of the argument I was on, and then you started to do your diatribe.
He does that all the time, and then he's going to start calling you a liar. That's what.
Okay, here's my question for you. If criminals, by definition, break laws, how are gun laws going to stop criminals from breaking the law?
Again, you're talking about having guns removed from people again, aren't you? You're still going down that route. You're still,
No,
like a heroin addict with his bag of smack saying, "Don't take it away from me."
Isn't that what gun laws do?
I'm asking you, what's your suggestion?
That's a better question. That is
What's
a
your suggestion?
way,
Because this
way
guy
better question.
would have passed the background check. He would have passed the background check, so that doesn't work. So try again. So what's your suggestion?
Private trust.
Maybe
But
giving children psychotropic drugs, and whenever they can't even figure out what they were born as, they probably should be diagnosed as mentally ill.
Yep. So again, do you know that this 18-year-old was taking Ritalin and had all these problems? Or, you want to stereotype into the issue. Or
Well, I
maybe
know he
had-
wasn't mentally
he was
stable.
on
He killed a bunch of
psychotropic-
people.
You were psychotropic drugs. Secondly, the CIA, Mockingbird Media all said the same story at the same time. But whenever my buddy Owen Benjamin also that was white get shot 7 times by the cops, it didn't make the mainstream news one time. But that same exact year, they pumped Trayvon Martin all over the news. So they selectively push things to divide people. I don't care at all what anyone's got to say about it. The white dude won $30 million outside of court, or his family did, and it never even made the news. So I don't believe what the news said. I don't believe 18 kids, 17 kids, 19, 8 kids. This article written 5 days before it happened. They ran the same exact drill last month at the same exact school. I'm not saying it's fake.
No,
I'm
they
saying
didn't do it at the same exact school. They did it at Uvalde High School. You can't even get your details right. I went and actually did some research on it.
Yeah, the same county, the same exact county.
The same county, yes. And isn't it weird that, there have been 288 shootings in schools that they may not actually try and have a plan to start to prepare for this? Isn't that what normal people do? If you see an underlying trend, you're going to have preparation plans, what to do in those situations.
So what's your suggestion then?
That's a very good question. I think it's something that needs to be discussed and recognized as a problem. That there is an issue of violence going on. And it's not just people shooting kids. It's also, that there are times and places. And I think, background check is part of it. I don't think there's a problem with that. The trouble is a lot of people in Europe think you can just walk into a shop in America and buy a pistol. And I said that very carefully. Pistol, not rifle. Yeah,
you can do that in Tennessee, and I'm glad you can. If you don't have a felony, you can do that, and that's it should be. And if one person's mentally ill and doesn't know what gender they are, and takes psychotropic drugs for 10 years in a row, and then goes and shoots someone, well, if there's someone there that isn't mentally ill,
why did you bring transgender into it? Can you point to me to where there's been transgender shootings?
Yeah, that dude right there was a tranny. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so he was mentally
ill.
Where's
the other? Where are all the other transgender shootings that have gone on to show that this is a pattern?
Well, we're just talking about this guy. The pattern is mental illness, and that's me assuming the validity of these stories, which I don't do that because I know the CIA runs the news. I told you that when in the real world someone gets shot, if it doesn't fit their narrative, they don't even make the news. So what's up with that?
What you think your friend should have been a big story and he wasn't?
I can tell you how to.
I'm from, someone ran to a church, tried to stab a lady. Guess what happened? He got domed with the pistol. The lady was safe. What about the same exact state, Tennessee? Someone went in with a shotgun, and 3 legally bearing armed gun owners shot him with the pistol, and he didn't get the shooting one. Now,
sometimes guns can save lives as when people are being threatened. I don't deny that. Again, you're making the assumption that I'm looking to strip your, alleged gun rights from you.
He's just having a conversation with you, man, which is what you said was the main thing.
That's fair point, Racky. I'm probably a bit hot.
I can tell you what you do to help stop the problem as far as school shootings go. We put armed guards in some banks because we want to protect the money, right? Because how do you stop a guy with a gun, another guy with a gun, unless you're a fucking ninja or something? So maybe we should start putting, armed guards in the schools like we do with the banks to protect the money. What's more important, the money?
No, they tried that. They tried that, and it was crazy.
They didn't try that.
No, I was just literally reading something about how even though the police were armed, that they all waited for a tactical team while Sun was still killing children. That's at least that's the story.
You think that's real? Because the official story is that this guy was texting his girl from Germany, and talking about how my stupid grandmother, she's paying my phone bill right now, but he was able to buy over $15,000 worth of military tactical gear. Really? He couldn't pay his phone bill, but he had over $6,000 worth of rifles and over $8,000 worth of tactical gear, military grade tactical gear. Really, bro? Really? And then they did the same exact simulation in that county right before this. Seriously? And then they all said, "Oh, you go in there as a cop and you're like, okay, this many children are dead. You only have to count one time. How is it that they changed the story 5 times? How does the number keep changing?" I don't know if it's real or not. The point is, even if it was real, you haven't offered any viable solution. People just, America's got a problem. As in Europe, people just get stabbed all the time. They have knife crime out the world in Europe. So it's like,
not. If you look at the murder rates that go on in Europe comparing to the murder rates that go on to the US, they're a lot less here.
Majority of the murders in America
That's
come
a red
from
herring.
gangs, dude. They come from people with a lethal weapon.
And if you get stabbed, being stabbed is as equally as lethal as being shot, by the way.
Okay, so you see the problem here, though. It's like you can point out a problem, but if you don't offer a solution, it's like freedom comes with the good and the bad. Free speech comes with having to listen to someone you don't like, something that you don't like, but not having free speech results in communism, right? So there's no way to have freedom without some negative effects of people abusing it. So unless you can offer a viable solution, it's just complaining.
Well, again, I mean, you talk about freedoms, and I think, you seem to think that we're like sort of under the yoke of some oppressive society in the UK. I mean, I'm not saying that's true across all of Europe. Some governments in Europe are pretty fucking awful. But, I have a huge degree, I have more liberty here than I have in the US.
No, you don't. You have hate speech laws in Europe, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's not more freedom.
You have enacted violence laws in the US which curtail your level of free speech.
America is definitely has tons of like freedom infringing laws that need to be changed. The last thing we need to do is become more like Europe. Look, the British tried to control us. You didn't get to, so no longer do you get to tell us what to do. And if you think you do, come over here and try and tell us what to do.
Which is why I haven't tried to impose any solutions on you.
Right, but I'm saying, do you have a solution, right? Because Rakia,
so you want me
he
to
pointed
impose
out
a solution on you. You want me to tell you what to do? Can you make your mind up?
I'm saying, no, not tell us what to do. Do you have any solutions that you think we should entertain? Because Rakia pointed out the good thing that's actually important here, which is all these quote-unquote shootings come from people on psychotropic drugs.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's something that you can actually demonstrate to be factual. I don't
know.
Which is what I'm saying.
Crazy percentage of them have psychotropic drugs. And the drug this guy was on, literally on the warning label, it said could result in homicidal and suicidal thoughts. And if these thoughts occur, immediately stop taking the medicine. So what's up with that? Because Big Pharma...
so how did he pass a background check to get a gun if he's on this type of medication?
No, you have to have background checks. I don't think you should have to. I think that if you are on psychotropic drugs and mentally ill and can't figure out what anatomy you have, you probably shouldn't have a gun. Yeah, I mean, I don't even agree with that.
So again, we're saying that there should be some checks and balances on who should be allowed to own a gun, the same way as we have checks and balances who should be allowed to drive a car.
Yeah, we have those in America. Like if you're a felon, you can't have a gun.
It doesn't matter, though. If you want a gun, you could get a gun, man. There's so many ways to get a gun. Laws don't stop criminals from doing illegal things. That's why they're called criminals.
But if they get caught, then they're penalized for doing so, aren't they?
Yeah, but I mean that's the point. The point is that the guns that are legally owned are actually a protective measure against psycho. First of all, it's not even feasible to get rid of the guns. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying it's not even feasible. There are so many guns in America, you can't get rid of them. So the only viable option is to have more people trained properly, have more men actually know how to carry the weapon properly and safely, and then they stand up for the defenseless, like it has happened throughout all of history. The men defend the defenseless. That's how it's supposed to work.
But why can't women carry guns?
Well, women can. That's the great equalizer. If a girl has a 380 in her purse, then some dude run at her trying to mug her. It's the great equalizer. I love women.
That was the Samuel Colt quote, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the great equalizer.
It seems like every single time there's been a shooting, someone's been on psychotropic drugs, right? So would anyone be against a law that just says if you're on any pharmaceutical drugs, you're not allowed to buy a gun?
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Would you be against that with it?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I know people on Xanax, they can't even go to their buddy's house stealing stuff. You know, they shouldn't. I mean, psychotropic drugs are dangerous.
Yeah.
So we could actually look at the facts. So we could now start to ask another question: is part of the issue the fact that Americans are over medicalized?
Yeah, the world is over medicalized. Big Pharma has you by the balls.
Not to the same extent as you are in the US, mate. I used to make a joke, which how do you tell the difference between an American and a Canadian? Where if you pick an American up, he rattles more because there are more pills inside him.
Oh, I thought you were going to say one has balls and one doesn't. Canada's going to, when Canada gets invaded, guess what they're going to do? They're going to call America. That's what they're going to do. So you can have your.
We're very capable of defending ourselves over here. Great. We have alliances and we have treaties between each other and we help each other. Don't try and say, because all the Americans have got guns, we're going to suddenly jump on ships and come over. No, you're fucking not. You wouldn't even know where to go.
Dude, you guys would have got slaughtered in World War II without us.
Yeah, it would have also helped if you weren't fucking supplying the Germans for the first part of the war as well, mate. But
Germans were based.
Cash rules. Capitalism, cash rules, man. If you got money and you want to buy guns, we'll sell you guns.
Yeah, and it was only when you got your butt spanked at Pearl Harbor you thought, oh fuck, we need to do something. And oh shit, the U-boats are actually starting to sink loads of our stuff.
Yeah.
And you got a bit pissed off about it, and then all of a sudden you decided to do something because your people were getting killed.
That doesn't change the fact. That doesn't change the fact that you guys would have got your shit rocked without us. You can't defend yourselves.
I don't know that we would have, to be fair. I mean, the Germans had a major problem with naval power. Yeah, we had and if they tried to invade the UK, it would have been a major endeavour for them to do so. The fact that Hitler was an idiot and fucking opened up the Eastern Front as well, that was the downfall of Germany, was opening up the Eastern Front. If he hadn't, then yeah, you're probably right. He probably would have had enough muscle to push west. But he wouldn't.
Why didn't Churchill just leave him alone, though? Because he left Churchill alone. He had him surrounded and let them go, and Churchill just kept on trying to fight him.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
Again, you're talking about the fact that Churchill wasn't the prime minister at the start of the war, was he?
No, but I'm saying during the war, Germany had them surrounded. They had nowhere to go, and they pulled the troops back in good faith and said, we do not want you to even give us back the territory you stole, although we would like it. We just want to keep what Germany has right now, and we want you to leave it alone. And Churchill said no and kept trying to fight him.
When are you talking about? Are you talking about Dunkirk?
I don't have to remember the name.
So that was basically us getting our troops out of France.
They were surrounded by the Germans, and the Germans pulled back.
No, they were continually shooting at them all the way. That's why so many people died at Dunkirk.
So you're saying the Germans didn't pull back?
No.
I'll find it for you.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely pulled back. And Churchill wrote about how he's not going to accept their offer. You think Churchill was a good guy?
No, Churchill was a piece of shit.
Exactly.
But
he wanted war.
Did Germany keep attacking other countries?
Yes.
So thank you, England, for staying in the fight.
Oh, yeah, England's such a good guy. Churchill's such a good guy.
It's Great Britain, but, you know.
He's such a...
Oh, yeah, Great Britain.
Like,
and the Commonwealth, actually, the whole Commonwealth. As a Canadian, I'm counting myself.
And this is all non sequitur. Like, the reason that China said they'll never invade America is because of the guns. Like, the guns, dude, it's the Second Amendment protects the rest. The idea of guns is that you ideally never have to use them. It's just the fact that they're there.
So
we know
which
that
is great. Which means you can you can put them in a nice box and keep them until someone comes and invades your country and you need a militia.
yeah, so
correct. And you
a
can go
question
out
for
to
you,
the
Austin.
shooting range.
Is
Okay.
Canada better at controlling mental health or controlling the guns? Or both?
Definitely not better at controlling mental health.
Why would you say that?
Because you guys no longer even properly diagnose mental illness, right? So gender dysphoria isn't considered mental illness anymore in Canada. So I don't see how we could even get proper numbers here.
Okay, so I'll ask again. Is Canada better at dealing with mental health or controlling guns or both?
Controlling guns, being better at controlling guns is like an oxymoronic statement.
Why do we, okay, let me ask a simpler question then. Why do we have so many less mass shootings?
Because you guys are cucks and gave up your guns.
And 1/10 of
so getting rid of guns will stop it. But no, we didn't give up our guns. We got lots of guns in Canada.
You did give up your guns. Canada doesn't have many guns. It's very difficult to get guns, and they're still trying to go after more and more and more and more guns to this day.
I could go get
Okay, for example, Australia gave up their guns, right?
I'm not
now, there's
Australian,
actually kind of a misnomer. I'm giving an example, though. I'm giving a historic example. So they gave up their guns, and then look what happened to Australia the last 2 years. They couldn't in any way stop their government from forcibly shutting them down. They're about to go into lockdown again, countrywide.
So if Canadians are cucks, as you say it, why were Canadians called stormtroopers in World War II by the Germans and not the Americans?
You think that the Canadian army is better than the American? Are you deluded? Oh,
we don't have as good equipment, but we have better soldiers. So why did the Germans call the Canadians stormtroopers and not Americans?
Hey, man, you stay
Am I
up
right
there
on that, Foolish?
Hang on. Stop the conversation. We're about to go into lockdown with it?
Yeah. You didn't know?
No. Fuck.
Are you excited about it? Wait, are you going to act like Australia hasn't completely pulled of all their freedom the last 2 years?
Yeah, no. I agree 100%. But I didn't know we were about to go back into lockdown.
That's what I heard a couple days ago. That they're flirting with legislation to go back in lockdown in the next couple of months.
Oh, goody. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Was that Australia
I've shut down so much from it, I haven't even checked.
Yeah. I mean, is that the whole of Australia or is that New South Wales?
I don't know. I just know that Australia's flirting with lockdown again.
A left government just got in, so God knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the point is very simple. That the Second Amendment is important, bro. And if you don't understand it, then you're deluded, bro. It's sad that people have gotten so deluded that they don't realize the importance of self-defense. It's such a basic instinct aspect of life.
It says you have the right to bear arms. Didn't they just mean to wear T-shirts?
Good.
Yeah, the whole of Australia right now is talking about how America shouldn't have their guns. It's really strange. Literally everybody I know is having some sort of opinion about the gun laws of America. There's some sort of massive agenda going on.
It's because America's the last one that has guns like they do, and once America loses that, then the rest of the world falls over like dominoes.
So to be clear, the reason why Canada has so much less shootings is because Australia is about to have a lockdown. Is that about right?
Yeah, good one.
Is that what I said?
Well, you didn't actually answer the question if you didn't understand my sarcasm there.
No, I understood your sarcasm. Your question is stupid to me, and honestly, I think a lot of the mass shootings are super sketchy. So it's like we're talking different languages. If you don't think it's possible the CIA would fake a mass shooting, then we're literally speaking different languages. There's no way that we can have a productive conversation.
This is weird, actually. Did you know in Canada you can commit a felony and still be getting and still get a firearm. So basically, the law requires that courts prohibit people from possessing firearms if they've been convicted of a violent crime that carries a prison term of 10 or more years. So you can actually commit the equivalent of a felony in Canada and still be able to get a gun. That's weird.
They
Sounds
have
like
much
get a bit
stricter. They have much stricter gun laws, man. You didn't know that?
Yeah, Oh, yeah. I mean, you're right. They don't allow the full range. I mean, let's face it. I can go to somewhere like Nevada, and I can grandfather in a pre-1960s firearm, and I can pretty much get anything that I want as long as I can afford the ticket.
Okay, so what's the purpose
licensing
of the
laws.
Second Amendment? What's the purpose of the Second Amendment? What does the Second Amendment say?
To protect yourself from your own government if they decided to become, draconic, or from external. It's to protect your country.
Right, in order to formulate a well-regulated militia in the case of a tyrannical government.
Yeah. So, am I right when I said that?
No, you're right. I'm saying yes. So, you think that's a bad thing?
I don't know. Again, I don't have a problem. I like guns. I'm a bit of a gun fan. As I say, I've done a fair amount of shooting in my life. From pistols to rifles to shotguns. I'm actually pretty good with a bow. I like crossbows as well. I've done a lot of reenactments. This is something I've been into a long time, which is why I'm quite aware. It's one of the reasons I liked living in America. It's why I used to go to Nevada a lot, because, shooting in California is a bit shit in San Diego where I was. But we all used to bomb out to fucking Nevada and go shooting there. Because basically I could walk into a gun range and I could hire pretty much anything I wanted and play with it.
And that's cool, because as long as you're not an evil psychopath, you should be able to do that. So I just bought a KS-47 from my buddy. Do you guys think I should have been able to do that?
But as long as you're reasonably fit and sane and you're not a criminal who's going to go out and shoot people, I don't really have a problem with it. Which is why I said, which is why I said, for me, guns are a tool. I've got a fucking 4-foot broadsword sitting behind me. Yeah, it's a weapon designed to kill people. It's its only function.
Right.
Yeah. Now and I can duel with it if I want. I've done some reenactment. I wouldn't do that one because it's a live edge sword. And you can fucking almost shave with the bastard thing. But I've got rolled edge swords which I can fence with or spar with, because I used to do quite a lot of that when I was younger. Getting a bit old for it now. Body's not
like a pretty cool dude for a clover.
Do you understand my analogy about the Little League thing then, right? So
we're not
we're
not Highlander old.
We're gonna ban the guns, we'll ban the knives. Oh, baseball bats can be used to kill someone, so we should ban Little League baseball. It doesn't there's nothing like you said, the weapon can't be evil. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's about the people. It's not about the weapon.
Yeah.
So Canadian are Canadians just less assholes than Americans then? Is that why we don't kill each other? Oh, it's all fake.
What's the exact numbers?
Yeah, Canadians, the population's 1/10, bro. 1/10 the size.
Yeah, that's why you do
but you talk per capita. Yeah.
What's the
you know per capita means?
Specifically?
I don't know. I'm driving. I'll look it up in a second, though.
Do you have any idea?
I'll get propane for the barbecue. I would say it's probably about 1/10 or less.
Really, 1/10. And so, if we remove all of the illegal use of guns from America, then what's the comparison?
I don't know. Has that study been done?
Well, I know that majority of murder or violent crime with weapons in America are illegal weapons. A vast majority of them.
So you've got 3 times more shootings in the US than Canada per capita. 300%.
Okay, how many? Now, if you take away all the
that's bad.
If you take away all the use of illegal weapons, then what's the number?
If school shootings were true, it would happen in every country. That's how you know it's all fake.
No, we've had problems over here. We had a guy over here that went and shot up a lot of kids And we had another guy that went in with a fucking machete and tried to do the same thing. So
you guys agree that
it's not something
Hey, you
that's
know
just
what? Ban
unique.
machetes. Ban
It's just
machetes.
unique to the US. But what I'm saying is the frequency of what you see in certain places says to me that there are underlying problems that need to be discussed.
Is there any way the CIA will run psychological
Oh, sorry, I
operations?
actually got that wrong. So it's 23 times more than Canada for murders with firearms.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but listen, man, a vast majority of the violent crime committed in America with weapons are illegally obtained weapons. Okay, so that refutes the whole argument.
But again, you know, I'm not. So if we take away those big ones, if we just say, okay, people who've got registered firearms that kill their family, that's quite a common thing, and then commit suicide. You have to admit that's not an uncommon factor in the US.
But someone could do that with a freaking kitchen knife, bro.
And it happens with people doing it with a kitchen knife. The difference is, it's a lot fucking easier to shoot 6 people with a gun than it is to stab 6 people with a knife.
A husband can easily kill children and a wife with a knife.
Yeah,
with his bare hands.
But the trouble is,
most of them are men.
Have you ever been stabbed with it?
No.
Okay, I've been stabbed 3 times. I've been bottled once.
But if you could have your pistol, it probably would have been a little easier to prevent that, don't you think?
Actually, no, because 2 of the times I got stabbed, I didn't fucking notice till quite a bit later because of the adrenaline. And also, it was a bar fight, so what the fuck are you doing pulling out a pistol in a bar fight? But what the fuck someone pulling out a knife in a bar fight? But never mind, anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just the fact that someone would know that there's a chance that someone could pull out a pistol, maybe it'd be less chance that they'd stab you, bro.
The difference
because if they just know that you have a pistol, then they're good.
Yeah, sorry. So the difference is, have you ever shot an animal with it?
Yes.
Have you ever killed an animal with your hands?
No.
Okay, trust me, it's a lot different.
I don't even like shooting them.
It's a lot more personal. I used to hunt a fair bit, and I grew up on a farm, so there's not much I haven't fucking killed at some point in my life.
I agree. It's more difficult and more personal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more difficult to do it. It's more of a personal thing. With a gun, you're not next. You know, you've got more distance between you. It's less personal, and that's one of the reasons why guns do make it. It's easier to shoot somebody, I think, than to stab somebody, in my point of view.
But I will say it's also not easy though. So I know many people that have served, and when they see a child get shot, they throw up. They violently throw up. I'm supposed to believe that this transsexual, psychotropic-induced 18-year-old with military-grade equipment ran in there and shot children at point-blank range and never violently vomited and took out police officers with precision accuracy. I mean, it's very convenient. It's very convenient that whenever someone was incriminating Hillary Clinton, right when someone was incriminating Hillary Clinton in court, this happened, the very time that happened. I mean, I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying it seems like they're always very convenient and they're always perfectly polarizing. So where the right can say, are you kidding me? This guy's not a right-wing extremist. He's a leftist. Look, he's a transsexual. So everyone can fight about it. And now we have Australia and Britain and all these other people telling us what we should do with our guns. And they want America to give up our guns. Not necessarily give them all up, but just become so cucked that we can't effectively use them. And that's the problem, bro. I would rather die.
He didn't shoot any law enforcement people.
Well, that's one of the stories. It's funny how all the stories contradict. I'll show you the article right now. So what's up with all the stories contradicting? Can anyone enlighten me how police officers can go into a school with a shooting and then they can't get the number of casualties right? How does that work? How can you not count them? A 4-year-old could count them.
Cucks don't use guns, but tough guys use guns. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I didn't say anything about that. I said, can anyone enlighten me how police officers can't get the number of casualties right?
Yeah, police are sometimes incompetent.
So they can't count? They can't count? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, how long after that happened had they finished pulling the bodies out?
Yeah,
Were
that's
the
the
police
problem.
doing
Is
the bodies, or did the coroner do it?
The numbers constantly changed, and there was an article written about this shooting 4 days before it happened. How did that work?
Okay. Did the police report the numbers, or the reporters report the numbers?
The police reported them to the reporters. What do you think the reporters went in there and counted them?
So
no, but
are you sure
there's
the
a bit of a
police got it wrong, or
competition.
did the reporters get it wrong? How do you know?
Yeah, there's a
Did
bit
you
of a
look at the
competition
reporters'
in
notes?
news to be first, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's a
Doesn't matter
competitive.
So they
game.
just made stuff up. Okay, so how had there were so the person that won the competition to be first is obviously the person that wrote the article 4 days ago before it happened. 4 days before it happened.
Cool.
Not weird at all. Not weird at all, huh? No way.
Did you read
I-
that,
I-
did you
I
read
read
that
the
article
article.
before?
What?
Did you read the article 4 days before?
No. Who looks up that specific county shooting 4 days before it happens? The point is that
How
the
do you
article was written
know
4 days.
the article is legitimate?
It was. So, are you saying someone just happened to guess it right 4 days before?
Did you see
If you
the
did-
article before the shooting?
Where's your
Oh, so you're saying that
skepticism?
it's dated improperly, is what you're saying?
Yes, it could be.
Wow. So there's like 8 of them.
8 what?
8 articles that happened anywhere from 2 to 7 days before.
Okay. Question. How long after it happened did the news report it on TV?
Immediately, as soon as the Mockingbird script went out, they reported it.
So why did 8 different articles write about it, but nobody reported it on TV?
Thank you. Now you're understanding that really AI just literally puts out media scripts. So
The
you tell
media
me
is
why.
controlled. The media is controlled. That's why.
Any honest person would be like, "What? You're saying articles were written
Here's the thing.
beforehand?"
Here's the thing. You guys are not that quick at catching up. You claim these articles were written. 8 articles were written 4 days before, but nobody caught on. But then
No,
4
because-
days
yeah,
later,
no-
somehow everybody caught on.
Well, yeah, because
Across
dude,
the
are
world.
you think that's a good argument? Yeah, everyone was looking it up after it hit the news, and then they found articles written about it 4 days before. I'll cite them for you.
Where are the articles from? Yes, please cite them and show me
Just
that they
go
were
to Google.
posted
You can
online.
find them. It's not even hidden.
Did you use the Wayback Machine to go look for them 4 days earlier?
Wayback Machines don't help you in this situation. Wayback Machines are what
Why not?
shows you what was there before it was changed. So that's irrelevant.
Right.
But
No,
anyway,
actually, Wayback
the
Machine
argument,
does more than that.
the best argument
But go
that you have is that you can post edit. So they could post an article and then have edited it. Like one of the articles is like mass shootings in America 4 days ago, and then this is on there, but you can say, oh, it was post edited. But there's a few of them where the URL itself says it. You cannot post edit URLs.
Can you post an example, please?
Yeah, just a second.
Thank you.
And then I want you to get back to the fact that you said Canadians are cucks because we don't use guns, but Americans are tough because they do.
No, it's not that Americans are tough. I think Americans are super soft now too, right? But the point is that, yeah, Canadians are cucks. I'm sorry, not all of them. This is just a generalized conversation. But if Canada gets invaded, they're going to call us so fast, and we all know it. And I know many Canadians that would say that's true. And they would say, I'd be getting down to America as fast as I could. I'd be getting down to the Southeast as fast as I could. That's what many Canadians tell me. So, I mean, you may disagree with your own people there.
10 times the size of us, and you spend all your money on your military. So why wouldn't we ask?
So you would,
know?
And you would know, but they're saying they'd come down to the Southeast. They personally
you're
would
just
try to
saying
get down.
You're tougher because you're 10 times bigger.
No.
Let's not distract him and get the article because I want to go and actually look at that and I'll go
yeah,
fucking.
I know.
Yeah,
Sorry, you can't do 2 things at once. We can barely do.
Oh, let's
Be
take.
nice.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry that Canada's soft, man. Don't take it out on me, bro.
Witzik, I'm sorry that you're soft.
I'm not soft.
Canada's
Trust me, mate.
soft
You are
because
soft.
why?
Trust me. I know. I'm soft, Witzik, and I'm not a fucking pushover. I know people who are really hard. You are not one of them. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What are the Ukrainians saying
honest
about
with
the Canadians
yourself.
that went over there?
If you don't stand up for children against pedophilia and you stand up for children being hypersexualized and you tell everyone they should take their guns away, you're soft. I'm talking about standing up with morals in the face of societal ostracism and doing what's right. That's what my definition of hard is. Not some biker that's willing to kill people. That doesn't make you hard. That makes you stupid.
So who's not standing up against pedophiles?
Yeah, Canada loves pedophiles. You didn't know? Wow, I thought
No,
you
I'm
lived there.
Canadian.
You
I
didn't
do not
know?
love pedophiles. Why do you think that?
Well, your
Yeah,
government does.
I'm
Your
not-
government's passing all kinds of minor attracted
Oh,
person
hold on a second.
legislation. You didn't know?
I've got this one, my Canadian brother. So, but your government evidently
Okay.
is peddling children at the highest level and passing them around. This is what the stories that I hear from you guys. Things like Pizzagate, Epstein. All these things going on that you guys all allow to happen. Why do you allow that, Witzik? Why?
A bunch of people in America are brainwashed cucks also.
But so you're
Okay.
part of that
Just a
brainwash.
lot more of them.
So you're part of the brainwashed cuck society, then, aren't you? Because that's what you're doing to us, Witzik. And you wonder why people respond negatively when you use rhetoric like this.
Well, no, I just specifically said
Yeah.
I'm not talking about all individuals in Canada. I know a lot of based people in Canada that are growing their own food, becoming self-sustainable. They can't stand Justin Trudeau and his little commie homosexual self that wants to take all your rights away. My point is that Canada is much more along the spectrum of giving up their freedom. So is Europe. And this is very clear cut.
You've
and
never
anyone that
been to
denies
Europe.
it,
You know nothing about it, Witzik.
I know many people in Europe.
Hey, champ, didn't you get charged with marijuana possession?
Yeah, so what are you bragging
Do
about?
you know who doesn't get charged with that?
I
Canadians.
agree with Canada on that. What's your point? I'm not
Well,
saying
that
America's perfect.
wasn't that quite a recent change?
Yeah, I think it was Trudeau in his first term.
Oh,
really?
you think Trudeau's good? You actually think Trudeau is good? I want to know. You think
No.
Trudeau's a good leader?
But do you think that was a good law to pass, Witzik? The fact that he decriminalized
Absolutely.
cannabis?
Absolutely. The fact that marijuana is criminalized is criminal in and of itself. It's absolutely
I agree with you.
ridiculous. And it wasn't even my marijuana. Dude, the Southeast is so bad that I was in a vehicle with it. It wasn't even mine, and I had to do 18 days in jail for it.
And do you know what? If I got caught in the UK with the same amount of weed that you got caught with, I would have probably got a caution or a fine, and I wouldn't have spent any time in jail. Yet I'm less free than you. Yet you spent 18 days being incarcerated by your own government.
I think our
Weird,
government
eh?
is crazy corrupt, right? So the way they've done it is they
So
have
who has the better freedoms at the moment when it comes to that particular issue? You, we, or the Canadians?
anyone
It's
that
the Canadians
has
been on that one.
anyone that has decriminalized marijuana. So there are states in America that have been like that for a long time, right? So like California, but they've set our country up very tactically, where the people that have more based freedoms when it comes to like Second Amendment are the same places that they railroad for stuff like that. And then you go to California, they let you smoke weed all day, but then they just rape you with all kinds of freedom invading legislation. America has been tactically set up to where there is no winning. And so I'm not like America. I don't think America's amazing or something. America's super corrupt right now. I don't dispute that. I'm just saying when it comes to the guns, we're the one country in the world that's standing up for everyone in principle of having our weapons. And you guys may not know it now, but I promise you that when we lose them, you will realize very quickly that that was the domino.
Any country.
Okay, so why don't you just leave here then if you live here? If you think that having guns is bad, then leave. What are you going to do? Look to daddy government to protect you forever? Because daddy government just shut the whole world down.
That's a slippery slope. I mean, I'm a gun owner. Like, knock it off.
Daddy government just shut down the whole world for 2 years. So the problem is that when you give up your guns, you have to turn to the state to protect you.
Look, first of all, there's Supreme Court justices, 6 of them on there. They're never going to allow the Second Amendment or any freaking gun bans or anything like that to disappear anytime soon. So don't you worry.
They'll never ban guns in America.
I'd like to respond to that last comment. There have been times where the Congress and the Senate have passed things like over the judicial system, like in particular, like with the Civil War and stuff.
And then a case comes up, and then the judiciary freaking makes it unconstitutional.
You didn't let me finish my point. There's even like specific times when things have been found to be unconstitutional by the judicial system. Like in particular to the Civil War. I would have to go pull up the fucking files, but they basically steamrolled the judicial system and said, we don't care if you think it's unconstitutional or not. We're not going to let you break up the union. And they did that. That is like a record. That is a record of what they did.
They just shut down our businesses for 2 years illegally. So there you go.
Yeah, like, dude, I go around exposing my government in my country all the time. It's a straw man to act like I think America's amazing with their current governmental structure. That's not the case. My point is, I went around the U.S. trying to call them out. I went and stood in front of the biggest Masonic building in America and called them out. I went to the White House and called them out for 6 hours a day, 3 days in a row. When you sit in a country that's taken your freedoms and then you cheer them on, we are not the same.
So you're so oppressed, you still have the ability to actually demonstrate against this powerhouse of a government.
I got arrested for it, bro. Every single city I went to, I had cops with their 105 IQs come and tell me I couldn't do it. And they had to teach them their jobs. I got harassed every single city I went to. Yeah, America's still, I think, the most free place, but it is losing its freedom. I witnessed it firsthand. And when the First and Second Amendments go, every other country will become a slave state as well. And if you don't know that, that's not me having some Amerocentric bias, which I've tried to check myself about that. I went and looked at it. There are hate speech laws in every country except for America, and almost every single country except for America have way too strict of gun laws. So it's the last domino standing, and when that one goes over, they all fall, bro. That's my honest opinion. So it's a straw man to say that I'm defending our government. I'm not. I'm trying to rebuke them and call them out.
Well, if you're a group that's trying to control the world, the last thing you want to do is let them have guns. I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah. Can we agree with that?
I'm still waiting for the article, to be fair. So that's the bit I'm interested in.
I posted
Did
one
you?
of them.
Oh, sorry.
Well, there's a few more. I'm trying to find. It's just a screenshot. You can look it up. There's like 5 of them on this post.
I think most of the people here realise there is no such thing as freedom. All we have is varying levels of permission that vary between Australia and England and Canada and France and Germany. And the powers that be advanced us varying levels of permission. Now, whether it's coordinated or whether it's random, I don't know. But speaking from my beautiful country, we used to have a lot of guns, semi-automatic guns. Let me tell you, the government will take them away from you if you let them. If you acquiesce, if you are compliant, they will just turn on a dime and they will take them from you when it suits them. So I beg you all, if you get the choice, don't do it. Just resist it as much as you can, because in my opinion, America is the last bastion of hope the rest of us have. The rest of us have all given it over. You guys are all that's left to stand up against this as far as personal protection goes.
Yep. And that's why you can see they're basically about to completely destroy the whole legacy economy. And the only thing that's going to survive is their new fourth industrial revolution companies and cryptos and shit. They're purposely going to bring America to its knees so that people beg for their free money and shit. You watch. It is this downturn in the economy we've had over the last few months is absolutely nothing. Like absolutely nothing of what's to come.
Yeah, when do you think it's going to happen?
Oh, when automation rolls out, that next industrial revolution, when automation rolls out, it's going to be a big fucking problem.
No, I'm asking, when do you think the economy is really going to...
I'm talking about a recession. At the end of this year, there was an acceleration with the excuse of Ukraine. At the end of this year, beginning of fourth quarter, end of third quarter, there's going to be another distraction, kind of like the Ukraine, and you're going to see the markets accelerate downwards again. As you can see, we were going, there's COVID, the market went down, and then you had the 20% of all money and all of existence printed, and then it went back up. It was already a bubble before COVID. Like, it was already a clear and indicated bubble before COVID. After COVID, it's like a uber fucking bubble. And basically, I have multiple channels who basically called before it was going to happen that there was going to be some event that they're going to blame on. And then they were going to blame the inflation and the fucking thing. And they even predicted, like, the month when it was going to happen. And then Ukraine-Russia happened. And then, I mean... It's just basically you can see it's kind of clear. Economics is the driver of war, right? You can't go to war if you don't have the economics for it. So when you look at all these things, economics underlies a lot of the decisions more than anything else.
Yeah, I think fourth quarter too. That's where my money is. The winner. But yeah, so my point is though, you see, right? You're like, well, you can still go talk in this country. It's like, yeah, you're making my point. You can't do that in your country. I mean, you can try, but you have to go to this little corner that they let you talk in. You guys already have free speech areas normalized there. I'm trying to fight that. I'm literally
I
trying
can
to
go and do free speech anywhere I want. Yeah, I
Well,
can go as long as I don't incite to violence. Yeah, that's pretty much the main one, and I'm not using racist rhetoric, hate speech.
Wait a minute.
Then I can go and I can shout on any corner.
So you don't have free speech.
Wait, I have to ask questions. What is that whole
You don't have
racist
free speech.
What is that whole racist hate speech rhetoric? What is that? That sounds like where they could kind of blur the lines and start basically impeding your speech.
Sounds like part of free speech to me.
It's the same way as in America. You can't go, hey, let's all go and kill Witzik. Let's get together and go and kill him now. If I did that, then that would be incitement to violence. So you don't have free speech. You can't say anything that you want. You still have restrictions.
Wait, foolish. I'm not asking about the incitement to violence. I'm asking about the racist part. So you can't say something racist. Like you couldn't say like, oh, Japanese people are smarter than Mexicans in your country. Like, is that what you're saying?
No, I can say that. That's not a problem. It's if I started turning around and saying, oh, those dirty bastard people from X country who are dirty bastards, and really we should kick those bastards out, and we just hate them, and everybody should go and really hate those people, and that's what we should all do. It's not direct incitement to violence, but it's getting as close to the line as you can do. That's the bit that we kind of ruled out.
That's arbitrary, foolish. Who's the arbiter of what's racist?
It's the same way as technically, incitement to violence is arbitrary, isn't it? You can say, well, I didn't really mean it like that. That's just the way you've interpreted what I've said.
Right, but I think the whole hate speech, the whole hate speech thing is a bit. I think it's a lot more gray. It's a lot more of a slippery slope than an incitement to violence, right? At least from my perspective, I could make a point of just about anything you say that's maybe like slightly mean. Even if you're like, you could even just tell me the truth. And if I found out that it was like mean, like say you say like, oh, black men are 7% of the population and commit 50% of the crimes, I could make a good case that is hate speech. And then I could have blocked for saying, I mean, okay, why don't you think that I couldn't say that?
Because as long as you can statistically back it up and show that it's not a defamatory statement, then you're absolutely fine.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, because that's kind of where hate speech comes under defamatory statement. And defamatory statements are a requirement need to be inflaming and false.
If I call a dark-skinned person a particular name, we all know the name I'm talking about.
Yep.
That's just a word. That's just a word. It's not statistically supportable or falsifiable. So why is that considered hate speech? It's just a word.
But then again, saying let's go and kill him, it's just like a number of words, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
No. Come on, man.
I mean, I'm not saying that we don't have more restrictions on all the things that we can say, but what I'm saying is that this concept of you're free to say whatever you fucking want is this kind of like false premise. I like the American idea of free speech. I don't have, I would much prefer people who are shitheads to expose themselves and put themselves under a spotlight. Yeah, I'm actually a real fucking fan of that. Because it's the way that you show how myopic some people's thinking are. And I think some of this over kind of sensitivity stuff is problematic. And the concept of the cancel culture in America is horrible. It's infected the rest of the fucking world.
But foolish, no one here almost no one in America would say that a free speech absolutist. Like almost no one thinks you should be able to sexualize children. No one should be able to say like publicly sexual things about children. Like, I'm not a free speech absolutist. I think if you're going to cause physical harm to someone with words of violence, it should be stopped.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Can someone mod, bro? That's Witzy. You need to reconnect, dude. That's ridiculous.
It happens, Lindy. let them
This
know.
free speech perfectly illustrates what I'm saying about there is no such thing as freedom. But you have varying levels of permission that are arbitrary and are controlled by somebody else, and you have no say in what's allowable today versus tomorrow. Freedom is a myth. It only exists in your mind. That's the only place you're free.
I agree with my fellow
That's
cunt
rhetoric.
from Australia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
Happy to be an asshole. Yeah.
You know I meant that cunt in the respectful manner rather than the abusive.
From what I can tell, Foolish, when it comes to this hate speech, you said it's under defamation, which is kind of, it's a synonym for slander, right? I'm not too sure how slander are different, but I think slander, right? Isn't slander already illegal in the United States? Like you can take someone to court for slandering you. Like you
If
can
you're rich enough, you can, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, the whole point, I guess, is not that these laws are not there already. They are there. It's just how are they applied? Like, are people going to start using it?
So the difference is defamation and slander under American law and under British law is a civil action. Yeah, so it's effectively you're suing somebody, whereas the hate speech is a criminal action. So that's the difference. So if I'm rich enough, and this is in the UK as well as in the US, I can take someone to court and I can, try and get them done for slander or for defamation. Yeah, but
what's the difference in
calling
calling a black? What's the difference in calling a black guy a certain name and them calling me a cracker? What's the difference?
I don't think there should be any. I think if you're gonna have it, then that rule should be applied equally. So you should, I don't think racism is something that is applied just from white people to black people or to white people to another ethnic group. No, racism is something inherent in human nature. It's the in-group, out-group process. It's tribal mentality.
I don't think racism exists. Racism isn't real. It's made up.
I think they should be able to call me cracker, though. I don't care. I don't think they should have to say C word. I think that's super gay.
Exactly. But I don't. Call me whatever you want. I don't care.
I would like to know, Foolish, what you would label as racist, because I yet have seen it.
Racism is an individual or a group being prejudicial against another person purely based on his ethnicity.
Is it racist? So is it racist if a white man shoots a white man or a black man shoots a black man?
No, a white man can shoot a black man and it's still not racist, mate. A black man can shoot a white man and it's still not racist. If the reason he's gone out to shoot that person is because of the color of their skin and for no other reason, it's pretty racist.
No, that would just be hate. People shoot people because of the political views they have, maybe. It's just hate.
Yeah, and we kind of call that sort of political view of, I think all black people should die, so therefore I'm going to go and shoot some random black people on the street. Racism. Or,
no, that's,
that's
not racism. That's
who's black? I had a black person.
If a group of black people said we hate all white people, we're just going to go out and randomly kill them. That's pretty racist. Or it could be down to the fact
I've never met a white person.
I'm not going to employ that individual because I don't like the color of their skin or their religious belief.
That's not racism either. That's just hate.
I think racism is just a label which we have attached to a certain subset of what you're talking about. Right? Yeah. It's just a label that is applied to people who appear to act in a certain way.
Yeah,
you're right. You can call it something else.
My bad. It's just a made-up word to appeal to people's emotions for political gain. It's just made up.
So would you say someone that's a member of the KKK isn't a racist? Like,
no, it's just hate.
They openly, that's just hate.
Yes,
then racism.
What's the difference in KKK? What's the difference in KKK and a gang?
Hate, then, right?
It's a spiritual battle versus good versus evil, right? That and wrong.
What's the difference in KKK and the Bloods?
KKK and the Bloods?
Yeah,
the Bloods are basically an economic unit who use violence to gain their goals, where the KKK are a pseudo-religious group of people that tend to not like people of colour. or gay people.
Did you know the
or
KKK
something else.
actually started as a way to actually maintain and protect certain white people, allegedly, and that's exactly what Blood's mission statement is.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
no, I know that the same way as you can talk about, you know, the Mormon Night Riders, you know, who are there to protect the rights of Mormon citizens, and therefore they will go out and kill lots of people. Cool. Just because
there's more to
something
what
starts,
Don's saying than you may think.
just because something
Yeah, but
starts
I mean,
in one idea
the
doesn't mean
blood
that's where it
ain't
ends
going
up.
around. Yeah, but the Bloods ain't going around killing somebody because of their ethnic or racial background. I mean, I'm not saying that they're better than the KKK. They're also pretty bad. But I think we can all agree that racism is a specific type of hate.
Well, wait a
The
minute. When
Bloods,
black people shoot
the
other
Bloods
black
kill
people
black
just
people.
based
That's
alone.
what
Wait,
they
hang on. I know some black folks that shoot other black folks just because they're black. Is that racist?
The Bloods
Yeah,
kill black
that's
people.
racist.
No,
Is
Yeah,
it
I
racist
think
against
that
their
would
own race?
be that's
Yeah, you
racist.
can
Yeah,
be racist against your own race, definitely.
yeah. I used to be
Hey, if you
racist
think you're
against
physically
white people.
if you think you're physically superior to someone because of your ethnicity, is that racist?
Nope.
What do you mean? Like how?
I mean, superior in
Like,
what way?
there's a certain group of people that say they're literally physically superior to all other races because of their blood. But yet, if you say, "Hey, that's wrong," then you get labeled a word that says you're racist. So what's up with the double standards?
Oh, what is this?
I
What are you?
I
What is?
I don't
What is?
understand. That's
Drew.
not
What is that
clear. With
specific?
could you clarify?
Yeah, what is that
That wasn't
specific
clear at all.
case? That was very vague.
Okay, okay, sure. If you want me to, don't get on your feelings. So obviously, if I say, "Hey, I don't like the fact that certain Jewish people claim to be superior to me, they're ethnic supremacists. They say they're the chosen people, and I'm Goyim and beneath them." If I say I think it's wrong to think you're better than people because of your genes, they will say that I'm anti-Semitic, insinuating that I'm racist. So how is it that there's some double standard there? I don't understand. Like, racism is literally dumbing people down.
Fact.
There's always been a double standard with the
The
Jews.
article you posted,
What?
Nick, is after that shooting happened. So you've got something that happened that says it before.
Yeah, right there. It says 4 days ago.
Yeah, 4 days ago.
The thing is, everybody's
Yeah.
always looking, especially the ones that scream racism all the time, are looking at the bark of the tree instead of the roots. And the roots is it's a spiritual battle versus good and evil, love and hate, right or wrong. That's simple.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but let me
So
respond to him about
to
the shooting.
to address your point, yeah, I think we would all agree with the Jews. It's a bit of a weird special situation where they get this special protection for some weird reason, and we all agree it's
That was
wrong.
say
You know,
4
the way
days ago.
Jews are kind of protected.
And
But
how
Here's the
can
thing:
racism,
any language
there
or
is
any
actual
tool,
racism against Jewish people. It does exist.
you know, anything. It's bigger than that. Anything which can be divisive in any way, like split a group of people into two different segments, whether it's good or bad, eventually will be weaponized by somebody. That's just the nature of humans. You know, you will to be anti-racist or to not be racist is a good thing, but somebody will turn that into a weapon somehow in order to create further division and get the left hating the right, or the black hating the white, or the gay hating the straight, or whatever. That's just how, and it is political. Eventually, there's got to be motive behind that divisiveness, and a lot of the time it comes down to politics or money, which are intertwined anyway.
I endorse the statement from the cunt from Australia.
If I
Yeah.
say that I
Thanks,
don't
you
like
commie bastard.
if I say I don't like the ideology that you're ethnically superior to me because of your blood, I'm labeled a racist in 2022. And also, how can Semitic people be anti-Semitic? It's so stupid. I'm just saying, I'm not picking on that group of people because actually some of my really good friends are Jewish. I think anyone that hates entire Jewish people are morons. No, literally, my lawyer right now that I'm like really close friends with is a Jew. I don't dislike him because he's a Jew. Me and my wife sat and went, dude, it doesn't matter. My point is that there's double standards here, and the racist idea is being used to dumb us down.
Yeah,
Well, fight too.
We definitely agree.
But I mean, I think the point I want to make is, and this is why I agree with my colleague from Australia. is, for me, there are only two types of people in this world. There are those that have money and power and those that don't. Most of us are in the second group. Yeah, everything that I see in the world around us is stuff set to divide us rather than to unite us. And that's one of the things that makes me really, really sad. And I think there is so much divisiveness going on. And I think part of it is the problem of social media. And how social media has been used, and I agree, manipulated. And I think that is something that, we should all come together on. I think it's probably one of the few things we should all be agreeing on is this particular point, all the other disagreements aside.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's being used to divide us.
Yes.
I mean, I not to be conspiratorial, but I'd even speculate that it not that it's being used to divide us, but that it was designed to have certain effects on us.
I actually feel sorry for children that grew up with social media.
I've never met a black person or a white person, right? So that's just a convenient binary. Black and white. I've never met either one. I've met brown people and lighter shades of brown. I've never met black or white people in my whole life, but it's a very polarizing, convenient binary to make people fight each other.
True. When they're all, and Christ came to save all, right? Or those that come to him. It doesn't matter about your skin color.
Well,
what the heck?
That's
Yeah,
kind of a
brown
Christian
Jesus
point
came
of view,
to
and
save
I
all.
don't think we need to bring religion into this particular point of view because,
I will.
again, I think
Yeah,
the whole
brown,
idea
Jewish,
of an
Jesus came to save
exclusive-based
all of us.
religion perspective is another tool used to divide us, Don.
Yeah, Don.
Yeah, for sure.
Don, brown, Jewish, Jesus definitely came to save.
But
he wasn't Jewish. The word Jew means you came from Judah, which technically he did actually. So, but I'm saying Jewish means Judah. That's what Jew means, Judah. It doesn't mean an entire group of people that claim to be part of the tribes. Every part of the words we use for race now are stupid. And the truth is, if you have some nationalistic preference, if you have an in-group preference, that's not bad. If you want to have your children look like you, that doesn't mean you're a bad person. If you think you're superior to someone else because of that, that is bad. We have a word for that. It's called ethnic supremacy. We don't need a new word.
That sounds like a new statement. I mean, I think just in the old days we just call it racism.
Well, wait a minute.
But
Let me ask.
I think ethnic supremacy is way more newer than racism.
Let me ask you a question, Witsit. Are those that are born of God brothers to those that are still belong to Satan?
I don't think I followed you there, man.
So if you're born of God, the Holy Spirit, right? You're new, right? And those that are, sons and daughters of Satan, are you brother and sister to them?
I think all people are brothers and sisters, yeah. But then there's spiritual, there's the literal application, and there's the spiritual. But even that religious people and atheists agree that we all have common ancestry. So,
well, sure, yeah,
it depends on what you're talking
about a blood, but there's no doubt in my mind, 100%, those that are born of God through Christ are better than those that are still belong to Satan.
Okay, I just don't like to use the word better. I think that's the fundamental.
I'm objecting to that as well. What do you mean better?
They are their minds and hearts have been renewed, and then they have turned away from the evil, wicked ways.
We're all fallen and broken every day of our lives, bro.
No, I wouldn't say all because I don't know all people. That's a logical fallacy.
I'm broken. I've been broken. I'm okay right now, but I can't guarantee a year from now. Yep.
All those that are born of the Spirit are renewed with their mind and heart. He will write the laws in their mind and heart.
Yeah, but we sin every day.
No, not according to. Well, then we have to remove First John, because it says those that are born of the Spirit of God no longer sin, can't sin.
I don't believe that. The world's too wicked.
We have to remove that from the Bible then.
Yeah,
so,
anyway,
did John say that?
What is this conversation?
That's right there in First John, all the way through.
Christian conversation. It's gonna.
But don't bring in a divisive religious doctrine when we're trying to find a unifying idea here. We should all be able to agree that we are people, and no one's better than someone else. And I don't change race during the summer because I get 10. And the idea of racism is literally the epitome of stupidity. We have become stupid by adhering to these ideas. That's my point here. We're all the same, man. We're all the same people. We all bleed, bro. As cliche as that is.
Exactly. Here's the thing. What I think has been confused here, deliberately, in my opinion, is that a lot of things that are attributed to racism are actually more a situation of culturism, where a particular country, a particular color of skin might that generically might have a certain culture, which some people see as a lesser moral standard. For example, like some cultures, it's okay to abuse 12-year-old boys sexually. That's okay in that culture. And so I personally find that abominable. And so I may have a predisposition to speak negatively about that culture, which then gets attributed to racism, for example. So I think there's a little bit of the muddying of the water where I have no race issue with anybody, but I will take exception to ways of living and standards of how you do your life. That's something that I will speak up against if I see I need to.
But cultural preference isn't bad. It's instinctive, bro. It's like nationalism isn't bad. The reason they want you to think it's bad is because it makes you more powerful when you're an in-group preference. But there are certain groups that are glorified for their in-group preference now. And there's one that pops in everyone's mind, and it's the ideology that's the problem. Like you said, it's not the people, it's the ideology. And if you think that you're born of a certain race, therefore you're literally chosen and superior to everyone else, that is terrible. And that can only lead to bad decisions, right, and atrocities. And that's actually pretty common in certain walks of life. And there's one word that none of us can say. I can't even say certain words on YouTube. So like it's just making us stupid. It's actually making us more of a slave. We think we're liberating ourselves and being progressive. No. We're marching into enslavement of ideologies and terms, and it was clearly crafted.
Do you want to say those words on YouTube?
What, like I can't even say Jew. I have to say the J word. Do I want to say the word? No, I don't even.
On YouTube, really?
No. Yeah, I know people that have been kicked off of YouTube because they use the word. So and here's the point though. It doesn't. What?
Like then what? Well, like if you want to refer to Jews on YouTube, like what do you say then?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's stupid. You know, say the J word. Are we all going to become like mental midgets where we can only say like the C word, the N word, the J word, the L word? It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
What's the difference between saying the N word or actually saying the N word? What's the difference? Because the audience knows what you're talking about. You might as well just say it.
Right, and wait, time out. How is it the N word? Necrophilia is an N word, and that means having sex with dead bodies.
It's like you said, it's stupefying humanity.
Yep. And I had a black guy tell me
the cultural thing after this though, because society and the people in control kind of make up what culture is now, because it's based on society, what they agree, and that culture, but it's kind of a mindset. It can change all the time, depending on what they put it into play. And now it's like you can't say this, can't do that. It changes every year. So is it a culture thing, or is it more of a control and societal thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mixture of all these things. But I will say, so to give you guys an example of what I'm trying to say, there's a rapper named King Los. He slid in my DMs. He's on the Clubhouse app. I jumped in his room. They were talking about this conversation. I was like the only white guy in there with like 70 people. Okay. And so I'm sitting there talking, and we're talking about the word. And I'm like, I want you guys to know that there are some racist, quote unquote, white people. And they think that since you're scared of the word gives them power over you. Just show them that the word doesn't bother you. And then he's talking to me, and he said, you know, I could call you the C word. I'm like, what? What is that? Like cunt? What's the C word? He's like, oh, cracker. I'm like, don't you disrespect me by saying C word to me? I'm not some little girl. Say what you want to say. It's like actually disrespectful to people to think they can't handle a word. You see how it's wizardry, bro.
Agreed.
So it's just a word. It's just a collection of letters which invokes an emotion or a word, a picture in your mind or whatever. It's
Yeah, but
it
words are powerful,
baffles me
man.
that,
We
no,
can't
but
say
they're
just
not.
a word. Words
There's one
can
thing I was
make
going
you
to bring.
cry. Words can influence your emotions. You know, people fight over words. You know, the tongue sometimes is more powerful than the sword. To say it's just words, I don't know, man. Somebody could say something to you and it ruins your whole day.
Well, that means they
You
have
never heard
power
that?
over
Your
you.
mom never taught you that saying, "Sticks and stones will break my bones," but names will
Yeah,
never hurt
but
me.
no one lives their life
Offense,
that way,
you can only
James.
take offense.
We get
You
angry.
can't give offense. You can
That
only
is
take it.
say what?
I said you can't give offense to somebody. That person has to take offense to what you say. It's in the mind of the listener. The person speaking, all they're doing is conveying their thoughts, their emotions, their situation at that point in time. The listener is the one who has to.
Yeah, I totally
So,
agree with you, but to just say it's words, it's not that simple. Like all we do here every day is exchange words with each other. But those words sometimes influence our emotions. We get angry because of the words someone has shared with us, you know.
But that's a
And this
personal weakness that we need to work on because we're giving them
Yep.
power. Like the anti-flat earthers say,
yeah.
you're some chip-toothed, homeless meth head. I don't get offended by that. None of that stuff is real. Like if you take it and personalize it, then you're giving power to someone else. That's why that whole N-word psyop is ridiculous because it's actually very disrespectful to people of color, we'll say, people with more melanin, because you're basically saying that they can't handle words and that you have power over them. It's like, no, you don't. You don't. And when I was in hoods and I like lived in the hood, like people were, if I was rapping a song with them, but I kept skipping the word, they would get offended. They're like, what's wrong with you, bro? Say the word. See, it's just this fiction, and it's the most vocal people are the virtue signaling losers. In real life, people know, dude, people say things. You got to suck it up. Life isn't always easy. What someone says to you doesn't matter. Don't give them the power over you by letting it affect you, bro. It's just words. If it's not true, it shouldn't affect you. When they say I'm a meth head and I've never even seen meth, do you think that actually affects me? It doesn't. It doesn't because it's not real. So I don't care, right? It's like that's how everyone should grow up and not let words hurt them.
But did they say that about you? You're a chip tooth method.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear. No. It's actually. Can I ask you a question then? When it was first said to you in the very beginning, and when it continued on, probably then, because I know how something happened to me. Did it affect you though?
Honestly,
Truthfully.
no. The allegation of me doing meth didn't affect me. But I'm just, I
Well,
mean, not
not the
everyone's the same.
allegation, but that people were putting you down in that way, looking at you like that.
Maybe I will say when I first got on the internet talking about the
Yeah.
earth, I was getting like crazy vicious emails, including death threats and stuff. And for
Wow.
like a couple days, I'm like, whoa, dude, I don't think I can handle this. This is too much. But very quickly, I realized that these people are self-projecting something going on with them, and I kind of now adopt empathy. It doesn't affect me
Yeah.
now, but I'm not going to say it never did. But I definitely wasn't going to cry in the corner and let them. If I shut my YouTube channel down, then they would have won, right?
Correct.
So
Yeah, words do matter. They can't affect you, but I agree with you because I went through this recently, and it's a choice. You can say, no, wait a minute, why am I letting this person affect my energy? And that's my own fault then. They're not in control of what I'm feeling. And that's the problem, is we're blaming other people for our own actions. And we need to stop doing that. That's why I keep saying everyone needs to look in the mirror. Yeah, we need to.
Yeah, like just don't let people have power over you, man. Like know yourself, know your worth, know the things you need to work on, and then go from there. Try to show like love to people, bro. I don't know. See, now it's like funny to me, you know, like I get it all the time. The anti-flat earthers come at me crazy. It doesn't even kind of faze me now. We find it funny. Kai and I sit back. Now, the one thing that does get to me is when people talk about my wife.
Oh, yeah.
Like I get really pissed off. Yeah, I get really pissed off when people say things about her, but I think that's why they say it, right? So it's whatever. I can't lie about that. I will say, like, if someone talks about my little sister, it's like you're gonna see a side of me. So you talk about my wife, you're gonna see a side of me that's a little different. But when someone says something about me, certainly as men, I don't think that we should let it affect us. No, and I think that we should defend women. But the scriptures do say there's power of life and death in the tongue. So Also, we have a responsibility to watch our tongue, which is something I'm still working on. I'm not gonna lie, but I think I've gotten much better, and I think that we should be accountable for it. But just simply, as cliche as it is, you're giving someone's power. You're giving your power away to them if you let them control you with their words, dude. Just like let it go. That they're usually coming from a hurt place themselves.
Can I ask one more question with it? Because you're a lot like myself. We talk fast.
I just want to get
Like
in for a
really
little bit.
fast.
Sorry. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, no, I can't, honey.
We can
No,
now,
yes.
yeah.
Can I get in after you? You're gone.
What'd he say?
People will use words to manipulate you or other people. So that's why giving them.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, cool. A couple of things I just wanted to mention. I've been listening for a while, but I haven't actually been talking. The first thing is like, and this is like 10 minutes ago now, the conflation of race and skin color, even in a biological sense, doesn't make any sense. Sri Lankans have the same skin color as Nigerians. They're obviously not the same people. I think people need to actually just use the word people groups, because people groups actually exist. That's an actual thing. Race for me is just this metaphysical idea that is way too simplistic and oversimplifies what's actually going on with the vast numbers of different people groups across the world. With regards to the idea that like someone gets offended by someone else's words, well, what responsibility do I have for somebody else's feelings? Like, why should my rights to say something be restricted by the feelings of somebody else?
Okay, it shouldn't, as long as you don't have regard for your relationship with that person. But if you want to maintain a cordial relationship, then you have to be careful sometimes. But I agree with you. Your right to say whatever you want shouldn't be impinged upon.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I agree with that. And also then from that perspective, like, sure, they should be able to take whatever I have to say like a man or whatever, and then vice versa as well. Like if they have something harsh to say to me, if it's legitimate, the thing is, if it's legitimate and I do have a good relationship with them, I should probably take it on board, right? So getting offended doesn't help you if you're friendly with them, and it doesn't help you if you're not friendly with them, right? So there's actually no benefit to being offended.
Yeah, for sure. And then what happens when two different people get offended by opposite things? That means you just can't talk at all?
Victim Olympics.
Yeah. Well, that's it, isn't it? It's just like, okay, so if you're, I don't know, a good example is the gay thing, isn't it? Like, if you're pro-gay, well, in some circles, that would be bad. Like, you know, if for instance, if you're in Dubai and you're holding hand with your boyfriend as a man, big no-no. Whereas if you're not openly pro-gay in parts of America, that's also bad. So, yeah, what do you do?
I think you can't give someone offence, you can only take offence. That's the thing I'm a big believer in.
That's what I was saying earlier. Doesn't it rely on intent behind the words? Like my best friend, I know her intentions really well. She's never going to say anything to want to hurt me. So if she does end up hurting me or offending me in some way, that's my feelings. I need to sit back, think about it, because I need to take it on board, like someone said too, because they're not out to hurt me. But there's some people that actually use their words too. Exactly. They have the intent to hurt you. Then it does matter.
Yeah, I mean, people can be horribly, can attempt to be horribly cruel to each other. But again, part of that is about you accepting the words that they're giving to you as having some sort of validity.
Correct. And this is the major problem with the internet too, is people used to just get hit in the mouth. And I'm not even saying I promote violence or anything. I'm just saying you're allowed to say whatever you want to, and you're also allowed to deal with whatever consequences come from what you say. And the internet kind of removes the consequent part, you know.
Well, that's why I have the rule with it. When I'm in places like this, there's nothing I have ever said to you that I wouldn't directly say to your face. That is a rule I live by.
Same.
You know, and whilst we disagree on a lot of stuff, we do. One of the things I want to say is thank you, because we turned around what was quite an aggressive adversarial position into actually, I think, a much more interesting discussion. So thank you for that.
Yeah, dude, and we do that a lot. We start off kind of heated, but we always end up ending cordial. You know?
I'll smoke a blunt with you, bro.
What's up, Foolish? I haven't seen and spoke to you in a while. I'm glad that Foolish has never been mean to me either. We've had our back and forth, but There's respect as a human being. I don't have intentions to hurt you. You ain't trying to hurt me, even if you don't agree with anything that I'm fucking saying, and you like appalled by it a little bit. Like, what? You're not rude. You're just a good human being because you care about the person you look in the mirror at the end of the day. You care about what you say and do. Some people walk around just like on the internet with it's like no consequences. And they can just say what they want, do what they want, and then they end up getting hurt. Like, seriously, they end up getting beat up because some people will react because of how they fucking talk. Excuse my language, but people, they're out of control. I mean, Witz is controlling himself. I've never had a problem with Witsit. He don't put me down. Foolish. There's so many people that can have a conversation without being disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, no, to be fair, I can be a right sarcastic bastard at times.
Yeah.
But I own it.
See, that's the important part, bro, because like I no doubt I've gotten much better if I do say so myself, but there are times that I still catch myself and I can't resist the urge to say something witty or attack someone back or even first sometimes. But it's about being like, I shouldn't have personally attacked you, my bad. Like trying to calm it down and own what you did. And the internet removes ownership. And when you were in school, you got hit in the mouth, you had to own it. And so it's like, that's the real problem. It's no one in here has ever never said something they shouldn't have said. It's about owning it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, and I do think that's a good point. But I think I mean, for me, this is why I get so frustrated about the whole kind of divisiveness of the world. Because really, our ability to accomplish shit is what we do together, not what we do in isolation. And it's kind of what I do for a living is, trying to get fucking annoying companies to actually cooperate inside themselves to actually sort shit out. Because there's too much fucking idiots to do it themselves, so they had to pay for some idiot like me to come in and fucking pontificate at.
Like the number one thing that makes me earn respect for someone is when they like in these debates they say something and then they're given the source and they're like, oh wow, I didn't know that, I was wrong. That makes me respect that person. If they just go on mute or they leave the room, I don't respect them. It's just being honest, bro. It's like being honest and manning up when you're wrong is a quality that seems to have left society, and it's getting worse and worse. And the internet is a beautiful thing, but that's like the worst part about it.
I think the other problem as well is the trouble is with things like the internet is it can reinforce your biases. Because you start looking for specific things and you'll start to find more and more of those things, and that will start to reinforce your thinking. You say, it's all out there, it's everywhere. And it's everywhere because it's kind of almost a bit like pareidolia. It's what you're looking for. And you can find anything on the internet. There are something like 25 billion plus pages of stuff on the internet.
You'll always find what you're looking for.
Pretty much, yeah. So that's where critical thinking starts to come in my view. And I'm a skeptic. There's very little I read on the internet that I just believe at face value.
Actually, I think both sides, again, the flat Earth discussion are pretty guilty of that. I will say, I think that, and I'm not trying to be biased here, but I think that the flat Earth side's not as bad about it because we're kind of forced to see the other side first. Like our side's so censored, just to get to what we want to see, we have to see the other side, as opposed to you only see your side. You know what I mean?
It's sometimes why I get a bit annoyed with Xanax. Because there's there's a level of being overtly emphatic about stuff, and it's why I always talk about sort of, the ontology and the epistemology of kind of how I reach my point of view. And to me, the best I get to is knowledge. And I respect the fact that my knowledge can be wrong. Knowledge isn't truth. It's pretty close, hopefully, but it's not truth.
Yeah, one thing I'm really trying to work on is change my approach in the sense that when I hear the other person's argument, I try to paraphrase it to represent it the best I can, because in the past I was much more of I would have too much ego and I would just look at it like a win-lose thing. And
Yeah.
honestly, you have more success. It's like the saying, you attract more with honey than vinegar or whatever. Like when someone feels like you're trying to honestly represent their point, then you're gonna like resonate with them way more anyway. So you're basically just running in circles if you don't do that anyway.
I'm about to jump off to go to bed, but I'll leave you with one thought. The biggest improvement I've seen in you is you slowed down.
Yeah.
Because you were like fucking energizing
Well, you don't have to go 100 miles an hour when you're not, you don't have to go 100 miles an hour all the time if people aren't going crazy in the room with you.
Yeah, and that's also part of why I like the server. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. Cool. Anyway, peace out, guys. I'm gonna go and catch some Z's because I have shit to do in the morning.
All right, much love, man. Sleep with your gun. Hold it tight.
You can't.
I don't need to because I live in a nice, safe community. So I rarely lock my front door, mate.
I know.
That's the kind of world I live in.
Later, bro. Love.
Later.
I've never owned a house key. 5 houses that I personally live in.
Where do you live, Ricky?
Never had a house key. I've come back from vacation and like in-laws have locked the doors and we've been locked out.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
If you need something, it's in here. If you need food or water or shelter, my door is always open. If you want to come steal from me, good luck. I wish you all the luck.
Rocky, I want them boats.
You can come on them. Let's go. I'm getting one ready. It's going to be brand new.
Oh, I bet you're looking forward to that.
One of my contractors just bought a jet ski today. I'm pissed. Him and his girlfriend going jet skiing tomorrow. Tomorrow evening.
Jet skis are so nice, dude. They're so fun.
Exhilarating to have all that power right on, like quick speed.
Dude, when I was riding them, right, though, man, I was going probably at least 40 miles an hour, and I was hitting that wave. Constantly kept thinking I'm going to get tossed off. I'm like, oh, shoot.
They're dangerous.
Dude, they can be dangerous. Yeah, I was
dangerous.
on one that I was going over 70 on one time, and a girl was on the back, and she did not stay there very long, bro.
What's worse is snowmobiles. Snowmobiles are more dangerous than jet skis.
Yeah, they were like 15 feet in the air, bro.
Dang, man, that's nuts.
Yeah, I don't do the jet skis or the motorcycles anymore. I'm too wise for that.
Yeah,
People
I was like
can't
19.
They can't judge the speed. It's usually not you. It's usually the other person. They can't judge your speed.
Yeah, I was 19. I was pretty reckless. It goes to 70, but the speedometer goes to 70, but it keeps going. We were actually clocking it. It'll get up to like 85.
Dude,
and
they
I was
have
just
supercharger jet skis that do like 90 miles an hour. Like anybody off the street can buy them. It's stupid.
Yeah, dude. Like, how in the world does a 19-year-old have that in his hands? Dude? It's ridiculous.
My son buys them. He buys and sells them, but he keeps them for the summer and rides them and then sells them. But I mean, they're just dangerous. They go during the week and try and, but still, it's just dangerous,
Especially if there are boats in the water, right? Because you're going to hit their wave and, bro, it gets crazy.
It's the other boat, just like on the streets with a motorcycle. That other car can't judge a small object like that, how fast it's moving. So they pull out in front of you or never see you or whatever, Yeah. But they are fun. We have an issue. We keep water guns and like balloon launchers on our boat because we throw a really big wake. So the jet skiers are just, I get it, right? They're trying to have fun, but sometimes they just get too close and too dangerous, so we bomb them with water balloons.
And it's hard for some of us to like half-ass it. Like if I'm giving it, I want to see what it can do. Like Kai, we were in Fort Myers. Yeah, Kai was like,
that's what my contractor said. He's like,
dude.
it'll do 80. I'm scaring myself because I know I'm gonna do it.
You can't help it. Yeah, I'm like, Kai's like, let's get the jet ski. I'm like, let's just stick to parasailing, maybe. Like, I don't think we do it.
That is true, man. You want to gun it.
That's human nature. Yeah, you want to feel that
Stay
power.
on the paddle boards, thank you.
I was even like that with skateboards. I'm like, the first time I'm riding a skateboard, I learned to bounce on it. I'm like, okay, let's go down the really big hill. Like, how fast can we go? Men are reckless, man. If we're gonna be honest, men are reckless. I just didn't account for the earth spin. That's probably what happened.
Coriola's got you.
You're just not living unless you're hanging off a rocket a couple of hundred feet up without any ropes.
I used to think that way, man, but wait till you must not be 50.
No, I'm 46.
Yeah, just wait till you hit like 50. You know how your dad used to tell you, things. I never believed him. I believe this. Like 50 was my cutoff. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna chill out a little bit. I'm not gonna jump off as many bridges.
I'm an office worker with a bad back and 2 kids I'm supporting. I don't do anything dangerous. Trust me.
I was gonna say, children have to change it, right?
Oh yeah,
it
yeah,
definitely does.
Definitely. And mine are adults now, so it's kind of weird. But got to spend all day with 2 of my boys yesterday working on the boat. My daughter's fishing all weekend. I'm jealous of her, and it's neat to see them going out and doing stuff, and how they interact with other people, how the world treats them and stuff. It's pretty cool. Being a parent it'll humble you, in many ways.
Enoch says that we were given the ability to make children so that we long for nothing.
Yeah, that's up.
So it's like, can be argued as like the greatest gift,
I have that's what I tell people. I have everything. I could literally lose the shirt off my back and I'd still be just amazed,
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the babies ASAP.
You know how that works, huh? You gotta get off
yeah.
the internet more.
I have an idea how it works.
Okay, I was just wondering. Because you could get on the internet and learn, but you need to get off the internet more.
Well, yeah. We'll just leave it there.
We have a funny
today's date. Today's dating is like stupid. It's like, here, let me sit next to you with a cell phone while I text you.
I know, I hate that.
I would be scared to death. You don't even know if it's a man or a woman, or kind of crazy. That's
me
the
and my
first
wife
question you'd have to ask.
Yeah, my wife and I are really good about that. Like when we go eat or go do something, we just do not stay on our phones at all. But ironically, we met on the internet.
Hey, Damon. Damon, did you know that now that there's no fault divorce, that 80% women initiate divorce at an all-time high?
Okay, good for them.
That's tough.
I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that. Yeah, I'm seeing that with my friends and family.
80% of women initiate divorce, and whenever and 50% of marriages end in divorce in America, and when the woman makes more than the man, that 50% goes to 70% of marriages end in divorce.
Oh, I never heard of that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Trip.
Why is divorce so expensive?
Hypergamy, right?
Yep, it is hypergamy.
So, like,
always looking for the bigger, better deal.
Why is divorce so expensive?
This is the thing, though.
Because it's worth
instinctive. That's pretty funny. It's instinctive for women to want to be secure and provided for. So I don't fault them for wanting that, right? Like, I think it's instinctive.
Yeah, it's true. It's true with it. But as soon as you address the situation and notice it, you're now labeled as misogynist, or you hate women, or you're gay.
Yeah.
Fascinating world we live in.
Yeah, the double standard between men and women is crazy. Like, if a woman just beats your ass, like, it's cool. It's cool to just punch a dude in the face. There's a lot of double
reasons? Sorry to interrupt, but what are the reasons for the divorce initiated? Because, I mean, you gotta think about this dynamically, brother. Men probably cheat more or want to openly drop the woman or say, hey, I'm gonna cheat on you. You can divorce me if you want. I mean, there's so many, like, dude, like,
Any evidence?
You really
Any of
got to
that?
look at that
Actually,
stat, man.
actually, if you look at the statistics, women seem to cheat just as much, if not more. So.
Yep, 51% of men, 50% of women. Yeah, maybe 1% more, but they're the same. It's
It
more
has a
due to
lot to do.
finances, though.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It is an interesting quirk of male psychology as well, though. To whenever there's like a difference between men and women, there's always a justification for if a woman has done something that we perceive as worse. That's an interesting quirk of male psychology that we as mentioned.
Yeah, but
I don't think anybody should
what
stay
is
in
the
a
reason
relationship
for
they
them
don't want to
initially?
be in. Like, what's the big deal? Just
They
get out of
shouldn't
it.
get
I
it.
don't.
They shouldn't
Well, you
get.
got alimony and child support. See, the man can't fight his
Well,
case.
sometimes, like everybody's like, oh, I never changed my mind, or nothing ever changes, or like I'm never gonna like not love this woman. What a fucking joke. That's a societal pressure that was been put on since forever, thousands of
Well,
years. That's
this
ridiculous.
goes back to people having unrealistic expectations of what a real relationship is. Like, you're
Yeah.
gonna have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no such thing as a perfect, like, skip off in the horizon marriage. Like, either you're gonna be single or you're gonna have to fight through the bad times together, right? Like, that's actually what a marriage commitment is. I think the problem is people don't actually understand the commitment they're making nowadays.
I agree with that.
Let me ask you, Witsa, what do you think is worse, men watching porn or women watching the Hallmark movie?
Men watching porn. Men watching
porn.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I don't know. Have you seen
They're
that
both,
Hallmark movies?
hang on now. They're both unrealistic expectations, right? Like, think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. I
It's
hear
just
you.
so unrealistic, and it puts that expectation. And when your spouse doesn't meet that, it's trouble on the horizon, right?
Well, the ironic part is most men wouldn't actually want those women. Like, I don't like when I did watch porn back in the day. It's like, I don't know. Right afterwards, I'd be like, they're pretty gross. Like, I don't know. It's
That
really
was
odd.
gross. Yeah.
Well, here's the
Like,
thing. Like,
Just tackle a reason. You have to tackle the reason people watch porn in the first place, right? Just consider that. If men were satisfied, I don't think they'll have the need to watch porn.
Well, here's the thing, which I want to add to that. Actually, even when you're young, even young males should know this. Like, because there's two types of women: ones that you will have sex with and then you'll hook up with, and then one that you will marry. They are complete polar opposite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have
Absolutely.
you
Like,
seen the Crazy Hot Matrix or whatever it's called? It's hilarious. He describes that crazy woman and hot woman. The Matrix, the scale. I'll post it.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it.
But I mean, isn't there a certain age of fucking men where you just would pretty much have sex with anything, really?
Well, there's a big difference,
speak for
though.
yourself.
Marriage is a contract, and most people
Well,
keep
if you're
involving
ugly.
third parties.
I mean, if you're ugly, you know what I mean? Like, you would have sex with
Yeah. Men definitely more so than women in that aspect. I would agree.
Obviously,
I don't
if
know.
you're hot and like have something going for you, you know what I mean? You get your choice, you know what I mean?
Well, there's a reason that, like, when a man has sex with 1,000 women, they're like, "Whoa, dude, you're crushing," and then a woman, you're like, "Ugh." It's because and this is not good. I do not advocate for it. I'm not saying it is good when the guy sleeps with 1,000 people. My point is, it actually has some type of impressive conquering that happens, right? Like women can just walk up to a truck stop and have sex. I mean, it's easy for women to have sex, and the men kind of have to work for it. So, I mean, that's why it's actually like that. That's why it's actually like that. Like there's this double standard. Well, yeah, there's a double standard. It's different. It's not the same.
The problem is women have the ability to sleep with anyone at any time, right? So it isn't difficult for them to do. But men have to have they have to have their shit together to even be able to talk to a female. You understand? So it's not the same thing. So when you get a woman, you're conquering that woman. That woman is letting you conquer her, right? And women get conquered by men, but they could easily get it. So it would never be the same. It would never be the same thing.
This is just biology. I mean, men just have the drive to like have as much sex as possible to procreate, to spread their seed, whereas women are biologically are choosers that they try to choose who gets that seed. You know what I'm saying? This is generally in nature how it works anyway.
But they both have the same
It's
fundamental
perfectly
goal.
natural. The thing that men don't understand, the hypergamy is perfectly natural. Look how many animals we have that have to do some sort of dance for their female counterparts in order to get them, like the peacock. he has to do like a whole dance just to get the female to look at him. And there's a lot of birds that have to do that. There's a lot of mammals that the male they have to exhibit some sort of extraordinary abilities to even get sex from the female counterpart.
Right.
Well,
But
that's,
like
I
I
mean,
said earlier, Matrix, like I said earlier, Matrix, right? Hypergamy is natural, 100%. But like when you address it, it's like now you're called all these. It's crazy. Like how?
well, yeah,
What?
but most women will admit it, though. If you ask a woman, they'll admit it.
No, dude. I talk to a lot of women outside of this in debate forums about dating stuff, and they will just lash out. Oh, you must hate women. Are you gay? Who do you hate? Who broke your heart?
You gotta understand, bro. Like us as human beings, the male and the female, we both have a form of aggression, right? Ours is pretty obvious. We're violent. We'll rip your fucking head off if we're pissed off. But women will destroy somebody's reputation. They can't physically attack you, right? But what they could do is they could destroy your name. They could put you on the floor. So even though you're not physically beaten, mentally everybody already thinks you're a piece of shit. That's how they exhibit aggression.
This is the crazy part. It can actually be argued that emotional abuse is actually more damaging as well because it goes undiagnosed and unnoticed. So it's like, if a woman had a black eye, like that's going to be known. But if a woman just emotionally abuses a dude for years and years and years, or like my ex, when I told her I didn't want to marry her and I ended up leaving her, like she literally tried to ruin my reputation in my hometown, making up you name it, every lie you can think of. But it's like, so my point is, it's like that kind of just goes under the rug, right? It gets swept under the rug. So it's like actually can be argued that the emotional abuse is worse. I'm not going to say one's better or worse, but they're equally as bad.
I agree with you, Witsit, 100%. That is one of the wisest things you have said, dude. Right there, I agree.
I hate every time that they give us this sob story that men are violent and they're hitting women. Bro, listen, I don't know one man that gets his rocks off just hitting a woman, bro. I don't think we're wired that way. I think by the time a man puts his hand on a woman, he have had already been so emotionally abused that he cannot take it anymore. But we can address that because we have to be men of steel, right? We have to be Superman. We cannot lose our shit ever, even though we get called gay, even though we can go stupid. Our manhood is questioned, our reputations are destroyed. We have to take all of that, and you know what I'm saying, it's like they put an unrealistic standard upon men while at the same time elevating women, while at the same time saying that we're equal. I don't understand it.
Me neither,
for
Matrix.
sure. Well, I understand it. They want to mess up the natural order of things, and not to bring in the scriptures too much, but the scriptures answer all these questions. Like it says, the fundamental problems is that a man will end up resorting to physical dominance, and he has to control that intrinsic flaw. And that women's intrinsic flaw that they have to control is the urge to usurp authority. And these are the two things that we still see in society today. And then the other guy's like, the guy cheats because the girl doesn't put out, basically. Well, the scriptures acknowledge that as well. And if you get married, then you're supposed to satisfy the needs of the other person whenever they want it. So if people actually, applied the scriptures, I think the world would be a lot better than it is, consistent.
I'd like to give my take. I'd like to give my take on putting your hands on a woman. If you're a man and you're manipulated to the point where you feel you need to put your hands on a woman, you're not a man. That's not what a man would be manipulated. You have to control yourself a lot more than that.
I agree.
I would say, like, if it's getting
that kind of mentality leaves you in a situation that you're unable to express yourself, right? Because it means that because you're a man, you have to take on all these kinds of abuse. Have you ever tried to talk to your female counterpart about how abusive they are? Have you ever tried that conversation? I guarantee you, it goes nowhere. They take no accountability. It leaves you feeling crazy. And if you ever try to leave a woman, you can't even leave a woman, right? Because if you try to leave a woman, it'll be the same thing. So there is no way to fix it, Rakia.
Okay,
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying if you lash out and strike a woman, you're not much of a man in my book.
I agree.
And
you
I
have
would
to
say,
control
like,
that, man.
Okay, come on. I would just say that, like, I agree with the whole point of reaching out and striking a woman not being a very, I guess, manly thing to do, because you are losing control of yourself to your emotions. But I would also say that
I mean, if a woman's really provoking you to that point, you shouldn't even allow her into your presence. The point at which you left the threshold of being like a man is when you let a woman stay in your presence after provoking you multiple times. You should have already banished her from your presence by then.
Right,
Very
and
true.
if you're the
Again,
spiritual leader, I'm trying to learn this and grow in this way, so I'm not giving advice. If you're the spiritual leader of your household, that's not going to occur in the first place.
yeah, again, the scriptures address this as well. Proverbs says that it's better to live in the woods than under the roof with a contentious woman.
That's 100% correct. But you know what we're not
Yes.
accounting for? You know what we're not accounting for? We're not accounting for our media and our schools and pretty much everywhere that has access to information, putting men down and making men look stupid, right? Remember, most women, they absolutely swear that men are stupid. So they treat us that way. They treat us like we're stupid. You understand? So we can't fight the whole world. We can't fight the media, right? They understand that we're not stupid, but when you're constantly being bombarded by programming saying that your counterparts are stupid idiots that have to be held by you, right? It's almost like it's feeding into their ego.
Right, but it's also like that also is addressed in scripture in that you're supposed to be separate from common things. Like just because everyone else is being a heathen and saying that men are stupid, your wife should be separate from that. She should be under your house, not under the house of the media. She shouldn't just be some public slut like how they described in the Communist Manifesto. You should separate yourself from that.
Right, and this is
women are susceptible. The problem with women is that they're extremely susceptible, right? They're susceptible and they're very corruptible because their nature, they're very social. So it doesn't really matter what society wants; they will adapt to society always, right? So even. Yeah, bro. They would trust me. It doesn't matter if Rihanna right now comes out with a piece of shit as a pendant for a chain, right? A piece of shit. Every girl will have that pendant piece of shit in their phone just because Rihanna has it, bro. It's very obvious once you start to notice it.
Yeah, listen, there's some truth to what you're saying, but this is where a lot of the men kind of go off, is my opinion, because men are giving more authority on the earth. That means we have more responsibility. So it's like you're supposed to lead the woman the right way. So like there's a woman, she may have blue hair, be a leftist, promote abortion, go to raves, just be crazy leftist. She sees a strong man with morals that is honest and does what's right and defends the defenseless. She's going to want to follow him. You can't make a woman follow you. You have to make them want to follow you. And so that's why we get the authority, because we have that much responsibility, right? And so, yeah, women do conform because the reason they do that is because they need to feel protected. That's why they have so many women leftists now, because they turn to the state because they naturally feel the need to be protected and provided for. And if they don't have a man do it, then they turn to the state. So it's this misguided empathy of women and that's the problem, right? It's the men not fulfilling their role.
Right. Let me add to it for the men. The best thing for a man to ever do in his life and for a woman to look up to you is to have self-control and your anger to be checked. Anger alone, well, that would run a girl off.
And it's kind of a test sometimes, right? Like
sometimes, yes.
Yeah. Women will test you, bro. Like women aren't dumb. Their logic just gets thrown out too fast because of emotional override, but women will test you. Like women will be like, come outside wearing something slutty. They want you to tell them no. They want you to. In fact, if you let them go out with their friends dressed like that, they're going to not respect you. They want you to tell them no.
Right. Here's the thing, too. I've been saying this for a long time in this platform, that women don't respect weak men. They usually, for the most part, walk all over them.
Which is ironic because women raise weak men.
Yes. Yeah. Well, see, this will appeal to people are going to get all emotional about, but 100%, we need fathers back in the home. Right. It even says in the Bible, I'll go to the Bible, there will be a day where God will return the boys' hearts to the fathers and the fathers' hearts to the boys. And that will happen.
Spiritual leaders of the home. That's where it starts.
Yep, that
it
will
comes from
happen.
the man. Most homes are led spiritually by the woman. They're the prayer giver. They lead people to church and all that. The men have fallen short of that.
Correct. Apply the criticism to both sides, right? Like it's like, yeah, today modern women are crazy, bro. but modern men are gamma little cucks that are super
Yes.
soft and weak, and women don't have men to follow anymore. They don't have strong men. So of course they're not going to respect that man because they're nothing to respect. And again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So it goes the father, as in the creator, and then man, woman, child. So you're at the top. You're at the top. You have the authority. When it comes down to the final decision, you get to make it. If there's a disagreement, it's like a CEO of an NFL team, or so like a general manager and then a coach. The coach doesn't want to keep the receiver, but the GM does. Well, guess who makes the final call? The GM. You have to have that order because you could never resolve conflict without it. So we're given the top part of the ladder underneath just the creator, right? We have the authority. But what comes with that is the responsibility to make the right decision, which means that if you make the wrong decision and if you let the woman make the decision and it's the wrong decision, you're held accountable. So it comes with more responsibility. And I think that men need to understand that. And so the women being misled, I put that on the men. And personally, I think women in society are men's fault.
There's a lot of accountability that you can hold towards men on that part. Yep.
There's something there's something important.
Go ahead.
I think there's like an important nuance to this, and that I found important in my life, which, especially living in the world today, is that even if I can I agree about a lot of these kind of biological realities that we've been talking about, but you can believe that, and you can interpret and analyze actions from that standpoint, but you don't have to use those when you're interacting or talking with the women in your life. Often it's going to be detrimental, even if you believe that, okay, they're making actions based on these things. If you bring up these biological realities to them in arguments, it's going to go badly for you. It's not useful. You can believe it and have discussions that are more focused on what their personal reasons for acting are. I think it makes them angry if you just blame everything on their nature.
I agree with that, but this is why you're supposed to be a man from the beginning. And I think Kai would be cool with me being open about this. So I was pretty promiscuous. I was like a heathen, right? And then I stopped having sex completely for 3 years because I felt like that was the only way out for me. I had to isolate myself. I had a problem, bro. And anyway, long story short, whenever we went on our first dates, I talked about all this stuff from the beginning. I'm like, I want to have many children. We're not having sex for pleasure. We're not doing that. We're doing this. When it comes down to a decision, I always will hear you out. If I think you're right, I will try to implement enough wisdom that I'll say, oh, you're right, I'm wrong. But when it comes down to it, I make the final decision. And I told her all this stuff from the beginning. I think that's the problem. Men just kind of go along to get along. And then before they know it, they turn around and they expect the woman to change mid-relationship and all of a sudden have all these boundaries. You need to tell them from the beginning. And men don't do that. It's a buzzkill. It's a buzzkill on a first date to say these things. Trust me. But men need to be strong enough to do it. And you would be amazed, to any of the single men in here, trust me, try it. You would be amazed that the women actually are going to be turned on by it. They're going to be like, wow, wow.
That's true. Dude, women are so attracted to a man that is honest versus a man that lies. If you're honest with the woman right off jump, dude, she'd be like, man, I'm not used to this. Usually guys try to lie to get, do all this stuff.
But it has to be and this is where it's so nuanced. When you have this conversation, it has to come across not like you're worried and you're trying to control because you're worried and it's coming from a place of weakness. It has to come across like it's from a place of love, where it's going to have the opposite effect.
Well, I would say that with this whole coming across, I would say at least from my perspective, I'm coming from across as basically most women out here are heathens. And so me saying this, if you're getting too angry about it, you're a heathen. I really don't want you. I don't, you know what I mean?
I kind of agree with that a little bit, Noah.
There's a whole thing with don't throw pearls before swine. You don't need to go out on the street and go fucking lecture these purple-haired idiots about what they're doing wrong. Just keep to your own, you know what I mean? And you know, the person you should be lecturing is the one woman that you're with, not fucking everyone in society. And you should be looking for that one woman that you can be with, not fucking trying to fucking go around and change someone. You should find the person that matches you and matches that way, not try to find someone and then change them. There's a lot of people out here.
There's some truth to that.
Yeah, the thing is, what I've noticed though is that That is true 100% in certain areas, but we are called to teach or tell the good news. Christ is the good news, but not just that. People need to, like, realize their anger from within and all the stuff that they're going through, all that making up. So addressing those issues are necessary for the future of children. Like, children are more destroyed by this, like, man or woman outside of that, dude, the kids are destroyed. So we have to speak up.
No, let me say this. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 30. And so I used to think a lot like that, where I'm like, this woman, there's something wrong with all these women. And what you'll find, like, they have this standard and they have to meet it. But what you're going to find out is that they have this potential underneath them and they're acting out. They need attention. They need to feel like they have protection. So they're just kind of blending in, but they're sad about it. Like the women that have sex randomly, they usually cry about it afterwards. Now they don't say it, but they do, and they feel bad about it, right? It's like what you'll find out is, like, Owen Benjamin's a good example. When he met his wife, she had literally blue hair, and he met her in Hollywood, and she was going to raves and stuff. She's now a mother of 3, the 4th on the way, due any day. An amazing housewife, makes everything from scratch, works in the garden, stays at home, takes care of the children, completely supports them, and she's like one of the best wives you could ask for. But she had to have a strong man come in and show her that submission, like he was worthy of that submission. So there's a middle ground here. Yeah, you shouldn't go get like the piece of trash off the ground, but you shouldn't also not unrealistically think that like a perfect virgin 18-year-old housewife's going to float down from above, because they're not going to, certainly not today. So there's like a middle ground where you just kind of have to be like the strong man that they want to follow. You see what I'm saying? It's a nuanced thing.
Listen to what you're saying about Owen. I agree with you about the Owen Benjamin thing, but Owen Benjamin, he wouldn't be the common man, right? Owen Benjamin had enough to give his wife, Amy, I think her name is, so she could feel secure. The common man doesn't have his shit together, right? So he doesn't have everything yet, right? But what the common man wants to do is build. And this is what modern women is not. They're not trying to build with anyone, right? They're trying to be in the finish line after the man has already built his shit.
True.
Sure, that's true. That's true. But he was making $30,000 a week in Hollywood. I see what you're saying. But guess what? He went to making $20 an hour. They lost everything, and she stuck with him from the bottom, and now they're back at the top. And it's just like when I got with Kai, like I didn't have like crazy amounts of money or anything. She sees my potential and believes and trusts that when we have children, I will provide for them adequately. It's about them seeing it in you, right? Seeing that you're strong. Like
they gotta see the man. They gotta see the man you want to be. If you can show them the man that you want to be, and they're willing to participate in you getting there, and you recognize the woman that they want to be, that's the ideal situation.
Yeah, it's men's responsibility, man. I'm sorry, I think that's 100% the case. Like, it's men's responsibility.
We failed. Somewhere along the lines, we failed.
Yeah.
We were tricked. Something was done to us, and we fell for it. Right? I absolutely agree with you on that.
Right. I mean, I would say I agree with the sentiment that it's man's responsibility to take care of their women, but it's their women that they should be taking care of. It's kind of like, you got to go save yourself and your family. You got to save your wife. You can't just be out here fucking all the time trying to fucking, there's some people who you can't do anything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's better to focus on yourself and your own family and keep your own wife in check, instead of trying to go out here and fucking keep in check some random fucking like rave slut. Like, it makes no sense to me.
Well, we're talking about like a single dude that's looking for a girl. A lot of guys now, they've been gammas their whole lives, and now they're just now getting their life together, and they all of a sudden think they deserve like a virgin that's perfect, and they don't. They do not. And it's like they need to kind of be realistic and kind of get chin checked and realize, well, I'm actually going to have to kind of be realistic here and be the number one thing, as cliche as it is, you need to focus on yourself. You need to put yourself in a position where you're going to be the type of man that a good quality woman wants to follow. You can't make them follow you. The number one mistake is trying to force a woman to follow you. You can't do that. They have to want to follow you. So you have to be the man that they want to follow. And you have to be honest and upfront with them from the beginning and tell them, look, here's the deal. If there's a situation where we disagree, but a decision has to be made, I make the decision. If that's a deal breaker for you, then we need to just go ahead and cut this off in the beginning. Or you can date them for 6 months to have sex and then try to weasel your way into it. It'll never work. I'm just saying that men have been misguided. I'm trying to be empathetic to both sides, and my honest opinion is, yeah, we have a bunch of slutty, scuzzy women that are depraving and they're lost. They've lost their mind, but it's because they don't have very many strong men to choose from. And now, because of hypergamy, we have like 80% of women going after 10% of men.
Right.
And that'll never
Yes.
work. Of course, that's why they all get cheated on. Well, there's only 10% of the men. So, like, of course you're gonna get cheated on, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
true.
we have to up
I
our
would
game.
say, I would say that that's their cross to bear as literally women, but as we have our cross to bear as men. I would say that from my perspective, those women actually, they cry about their love for money, but ultimately that's what it is. The money to have access to more power, because they want more power just like a man would want more
Yeah, there's a
power.
lot of dude.
And
Yeah.
they
Go ahead,
understand it's very easy to leverage what they have to get there. Same as a man who, I mean, all I'm saying is these people, and you wonder when on these porn sites and these Instagram models and all this stuff, like, oh my God, why would this beautiful girl do this? Well, it just so happens that this small percentage of beautiful women have realized they could take the easy route, even though it's burning their soul.
Right.
Yeah, but none of the Instagram models get wiped up, Eli. They get dogged
Of
out.
course, yeah, of course, of course.
Well,
But
they will find a way to
unfortunately, the average woman that doesn't fall into that category, her standards are still unrealistically high. Like she still, even though she doesn't want the rapper, she kind of wants you to aspire to be the guy that can kind of give the same lifestyle. They would want a $15,000 bag. And that's the thing. Like even for $100,000 a year earner, that's pretty excessive. And the only reason he would be doing it is for some, just to, like, why would you want such a, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but I'm just as indoctrinated for wanting to give a woman a lavish lifestyle without being able to sustain it and a family, which is like the key here.
Get her a Louis bag. You need to get her some pear trees and chickens.
I wanted to add to that. I wanted to add to Witsit though what he said about that. What's his name? That Crowler guy. Here's the thing though that is difficult, and I have noticed, and this is through studies and everything, that women with high body counts are unfit to pair bond though. They actually it's actually not good for women to sleep around because it sends them off into a great depression because they're like, they're spiritually, they have to feel you. They have to have some kind of emotional attachment to you or some kind of like that. And then when you break that and then the guy just skips out, it sends her off into a deep depression. It's not good.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I had to deal with the fact that I was the guy that did that a lot. And it's sad, bro. It's sad because guys are different. We're just putting something inside something. They're receiving something inside their bodies, bro. That's why we can, have you ever heard of like, I mean, not to be vulgar, but like post-nut clarity, where you're like, all of a sudden the guy's like, oh man, she's not the one, but that's not how the girl experiences it, bro. The girl has this like spiritual exchange and connection, and it's much deeper for them, which is when you get into polygamy and men are allowed to have more than one wife. And that also triggers people too, but there's a reason for it. The natural balance is women aren't supposed to be bouncing around like a ping pong ball. It's way more spiritually damaging to women than men.
Yeah, it is, dude. And it's unfortunate, dude. It's really unfortunate.
I think there's also things though that you've brought up here, like that aren't even necessarily specific to relationships between man and women, but are just in general things that we're seeing in society. Like I find that I have a lot of friends, right? But I have a few like friends who I consider like my true friends because we have like a loyalty towards each other. And this isn't even a male or female thing. There is a lot of people out here just trying to be your friend to get some money or get some power. It's not even that, just women are trying to suck your dick to get your money. Dude, there are guys that are literally trying to be your friend only because of some sort of social or economic position. This is even more generalized, I guess, sentiment. You know what I mean? There's so many people out here who think like, oh, if I work my way up the social ladder and make friends in this group and this such, I'll be good. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think it's an even bigger problem than just women trying to use men. I think there's men trying to use men out here.
That's
Yeah.
very true. But if you look at the statistics of just men and women, like specifically men and women dynamic, like men are like 1,000 times, no exaggeration, 1,000 times more likely to scoop a woman from down beneath them than a woman is. So like if a woman makes 250 grand a year, she's like has a 1% chance of dating someone that makes less than her. But if a man makes 250 grand a year, he has like an 85% chance of dating a woman that makes way less than him. And so it's different when it comes to the man-woman dynamic, but it comes down to instinctual response. Like the woman wants to step up. They can't help it. They want to go up to being protected and provided for. But the misnomer is that you have to already make 250 grand. You don't. The woman just has to see that you can, and she has to believe that you're going to be able to do that if that's what's needed for the family. That's all they need. So if we can extend empathy to women, it's like it's really going to help people out. Like I feel led to help out single men, not because I'm like some guy that knows everything. It's because I went through it the wrong way. Like I learned the hard way, and I had to literally go celibate for 3 years. I have anti-flat earthers on here. They're like, oh, it's coming from the guy that didn't have sex for 3 years. It's like, yeah, dude, I had to like lock myself in my house to do that. You know, they don't understand it, but it comes from appeasing society. It's like men are embarrassed to say they haven't had sex for a while. Men are embarrassed to say that they haven't had sex with many women. And we need to get over that. We need to just like, no, we need to turn the tide. The pendulum needs to swing back where we have strong men with morals. And then the women that have 100 bodies, dude, they're going to be the outcasts. They're not going to be the ones that are propped up on IG. They're going to be the outcasts that no one wants. And when we can make that shift, all of a sudden we're gonna have healthy families. We're gonna have a way better society.
Dude, I'm gonna say this right now because I talk to Noah about this quite often. Actually, I'm absolutely 100% surprised with it that you actually can see this. I I try not to assume, right? But it happens sometimes. I didn't think you would be understood this because that's a red pill a lot of people don't want to swallow and can't swallow. Flat Earth is one thing. But, dating is another.
Well, Kai and I actually want to do a show at one point to kind of talk about this stuff because I just feel like it's very untalked about. There's only a few people that really talk about it. Like Kevin Samuels is the guy that does. He just died.
Oh, yeah, dude.
But he's just like super sunken in depravity, though. And he's like, he really focuses on like the sexual pleasurability and stuff like that. And that's not the point. But for example, when he asks women to rate themselves, they all say that they're a dime. They're not dimes. They're threes and fours. And then he's like, okay, how many baby daddies do you have? 3. Okay, you can't even be over a 5 now. And so it's like the society is plagued, bro, with diluted expectations and diluted self-examination. And that's what it all comes down to. I think it's like, again, I hate to keep saying it, but it always comes back to the scriptures, dude. The scriptures give the perfect answer for all of this, bro. Like we already have the blueprint. It's like perfect.
Dude, I think I agree with you, but I think that the scriptures make it pretty clear that when society's going down one path that isn't the way of the scriptures, you're supposed to separate yourself from it. You're not supposed to it's for the prophets to go and fucking tell them, to turn around. But the majority of people that know what's up, they're supposed to separate yourself. You're supposed to fucking, you know what I mean? You can't save someone else if you yourself are fucking dying. You know what I mean? You have to fucking separate and save yourself and save your own family. I can't give you lunch if I don't have lunch for myself. You know what I mean?
Sure, but that's up to each individual person, man. I feel led to do it because I have a bunch of young men that watch my channel. Like I get a bunch of emails from younger men that are like, dude, you made me stop watching porn. All those porn jokes you made, and making fun of porn so much, it made me embarrassed to watch porn. And I feel like there's just a younger genre of men that watch my stuff, and I kind of feel an obligation to open up, even though it makes me vulnerable and it's stuff I'm ashamed of, to kind of show them look, dude, I promise you that that's not the way because I did it. So it's that's where I'm at.
We can't fall for Jonah's mistake. We can't when we see the world turning away, you know, we don't want to make the mistake Jonah made and almost get a pleasure out of them being, you know, condemned. Because a lot of people do want to be saved, and you have to give them the chance, and you can't see, like, if you turn away from them with the attitude of like, oh, they deserve to be condemned, then you might miss out on an opportunity that is in front of you to help them.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, if there's a point at which someone is directly in front of you and you can help them out, that's nice. But I think that there's a lot of times where, like, it's just unsolicited and not gonna fucking help anyone. You're
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And I agree.
You're literally throwing the pearl before swine. Like,
yeah.
and at this point, like, with all these, with all this like extreme communist mandates and shit coming down, like, as far as I can see it, it seems like it's pretty late in the game. Like, it's already time to start like turning tail and getting yourself fucking prepared for shit that's even worse than whatever fucking dating problems, like actual real life problems. You know what I mean? Not fucking dating problems or she doesn't like me and I'm not popular about it. No, there's gonna be like real problems, and it's time to start preparing for that, not fucking waste time with people who are fucked already.
Sorry, the only way you're going to survive though in the future is to have a strong family units work together and become self-sustainable off the grid. That's my opinion. So it's like, and like with the YouTube thing specifically, it's like, it's not unsolicited, right? They came and clicked on my video. Like, they came and clicked on my video. I didn't, like, I guess
for you, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's it. I endorse what you're doing on your channel and stuff. Like, if you have a channel, yeah, they are coming to your channel. Of course, yeah, I think they're coming to you, and you give them their opinion, and they get pissed, they can leave. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you're helping, man.
Yeah, there's definitely some wisdom in what you're saying, though. Like throwing pearls before swine, basically, right?
Yeah.
There's some wisdom in it, but at the same time, it's like, oftentimes you don't actually know who is where, right? And that's kind of why we're told to just sow the seed, because you really don't know, man. Like, some of it's going to land on rocky ground, and some of it's going to be fertile soil, but we're not going to know. And that's kind of the faith part, where like you have to take all the arrows, and there was 100,000 people at the NBA Finals. I may have only woke up 5 people, but like, if the creator wanted me to wake up 5 people, it's not up to me to be like, no, it's not worth it. Like, he brought up the perfect example of Jonah did that, and that did not work out for Jonah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a middle ground. It's a middle ground. Like, I think that strong families are important. My suggestions on my channel, for example, is if you have a wife, make babies and get off the grid. Like, you should be working towards getting a wife, making babies, and then get off. If you go live off the grid by yourself, you're going to be miserable, bro. Right? You need that family unit, and I don't think that young men know how to even find it now. We've been so distracted and tricked, and we don't even know what the scriptures are anymore. And I think that young men need some guidance, bro. Like, Owen Benjamin did a ton for me. The reason I stopped watching porn, I watched Owen Benjamin like 4 or 5 years ago, and he did a ton for my life, right? It's like, I owe a ton to Owen. I'd already found about the earth and stuff, but he changed my life in many ways. And I think that if I can do that for someone else, that's super important, because it's kind of getting to where there's no one that's doing it. There's basically no one helping young men out. And I think if we help young men out, we help young women out. And no, we can't fix the whole world, but this is kind of crutch time. It's like the fourth quarter, where we're supposed to get the people that are supposed to be gotten before there's no more time left, you know?
You have Owen Benjamin, man. I think I realized it when I was young, a teenager already, that I had a lot of anger and ego, and I get a lot of that from my mother. And then I realized that, like, dude, I'm not acting like I should be. I'm acting too, like, you know, like getting all over the place. And then I realized that, and I figured it out, and I found Jesse Lee Peterson, and I've been relating with him more often. Like, so you would
Who's
say
that?
Owen Benjamin, Jesse Lee Peterson,
The black dude that always says beta.
Amazing.
that guy right there is definitely helped me out on some things.
He calls Trump the Great White Hope.
That part I didn't agree with him on, but other than that, like the church stuff, I do.
No, yeah, the Great White Hope, and then the bashing the flat Earth thing. But outside of that, yeah, he does a lot for young men. This is what I'm saying. This is why Owen resonates with me so much, because they've propped some people up to lead young men. Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, and these people are not good for them to be listening to.
Right, dude.
go. And there's a reason that they're there. There's a reason Joe Rogan is the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. Because they know that if you can win over the men, if you can misguide the men, you can take over a society.
What do you think about Peterson?
Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's like a drug addict psychopath.
I mean, because like it's been a while. It's been a while since I was really into him. But I gotta say, a lot of the changes that you talked about coming from Benjamin, a lot of the same changes were for me came from him, came from Peterson.
Yeah, I
that's
think
beautiful, man. That's
I think Peterson is there to poison the well. He's giving you a little bit of self-help that's legit and goes a long way, and then he's pouring all other kinds of poison in it. And I mean, you can look up the fucking history of this guy. He was like writing communist policies for the UN, and then he's always talking about how communism's bad, and then yet there he is writing their fucking policies for them. He's a fucking shill, and he's a really good one because who the fuck is breathing into the mic like that?
Oh, somebody's mic.
I think that was just road noise.
Not to take away from that, but actually, Jesse has a Discord server, and there's a couple guys over there that I talked to over there, and they actually made a flat Earth VC for us.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah,
yeah, he's coming around. He's coming around, but like it's been like 3 years of him fighting it. But like I said, I don't have to agree with everyone on everything. I like Jesse Lee Peterson. He just had Alex Stein on, which some people don't like, but I do. He's my friend in real life. I don't care what everyone's got to say about it. And but the Jordan Petersons and the Joe Rogans, that's a different level. I love that guy said he learned from him. That's good. That shows that their controlled op even backfires sometimes. But clearly they are just that. They are controlled opposition where like, well, yeah, there's difference in men and women, but I'll call them the pronouns they want to be called. You see, it's normalization of cuckery. And it's a slow process, and I don't like him. Like Jesse Lee Peterson does not cuck at all. Like he says what he thinks. He really doesn't think the Earth is flat right now. That's why he says it. And so I respect him in that sense.
What they do, though,
I don't know what's going on with Jesse Lee, but the other I get what you're saying about Jordan Lee Peterson, because that's how I feel about this guy by the name of Kyle Kulinski. You know, back when I was into politics, I thought that he was saying the right things, you know, until I realized actually he is following a narrative and he's like sheep herded. And you don't realize it at first because they're saying things that, you know, kind of make sense. But ultimately, they're feeding you an ideology that reframes your way of thinking, and it's very subtle. And that's the kind of thing you need to pay attention to.
There's 80 or 90% of truth and sincerity and genuineness in what they say. It's no different to a preacher with false doctrine. They've got to interlace the lie in amongst a whole bunch of truth. Because if it was all lie, you'd see it obviously. Whereas by subtly weaving their crooked narrative through, you know, a narrative that speaks against feminism, for example, you resonate with 90% of it, but then the 10% is where it does the damage.
I think that people like public figures they represent populations. Like they represent areas on this big space of possible opinions. And so and they point in directions on that space. I don't think that we have to say that they're controlled opposition. I think that there are people who speak to a certain population, and they use the language and the attitudes of that group of people, and that's what a lot of people did for me. I don't get like a lot of wisdom from some of the people that I just don't feel like I'm the audience for a lot of these people. But like Peterson, I was totally in his audience, and
okay. You don't like Owen Benjamin?
No, I do. I've gotten a lot from Owen Benjamin, but you know, and like not to you know, I don't want to derail the conversation, but I would say that, you know, from my perspective as a glober, I see, you know, his kind of turn to his turn to flat Earth. You know, you just being honest, like it's not a positive thing for me to see, but there are a lot of things that I respect about him and have learned from him.
Have you ever seen the video? I'll send it to you. It's the 7 stages of becoming a flat earther, and it shows Owen's process. Because I was there. I'm actually the comment he read out when he first publicly admitted that it was flat, but he was like screaming at the camera, like in denial. So,
yeah.
I mean, you got to admit, whether you agree or disagree with his conclusion, he was very transparent with the journey.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful, man. He's around the fire with the White Claw, and you just see him yelling at the camera and screaming for somebody to talk him out of it. And yeah, it was fantastic.
He's like, give me some legitimate proof. I cannot be a flat earther. He's like, I just got kicked out of Hollywood, man. I'm not about to absorb this level of ostracism, bro. Save me.
I remember seeing that. Actually.
It was so good.
That was pretty funny.
And his argument is, I'm not a flat earther per se, and except for intents and purposes. I don't know exactly what the Earth is. I just know that we're not a globe spinning in a vacuum, doing all these things they say, because there's literally no evidence for it. So that's kind of his position, is like he detached from the globe, right? Like so.
I agree with, so like a lot of this stuff, a lot of this conversation that we've had, I think it points to, for me, what the essence of flat Earth really is, which is that the world we're living in right now, there is a battle of cosmologies, and the current dominant scientific cosmology is having like a corrosive effect on society and culture. I totally agree with that. And I think that basically for me, the reason that flat Earth interests me, the reason that I respect flat earthers more than anyone I know, is because I understand the need to like take aim at that cosmology, and this is just like the most radical way to take aim at that cosmology. That's what I think flat Earth really is.
Yeah, I see it as like there's too many people out here who have no fucking idea what they're talking about, just parroting what they think they know because they saw it on a TV screen. Literally, like, for all intents and purposes, like, maybe the fucking Earth does spin around the sun, but I know for a flying fucking fact that 99% of the people who think that the Earth flies around the sun do not think about it because they looked into anything. They just think because they saw a fucking Universal studio fucking float around, and then, oh yeah, that's what it is because I saw it on TV.
Flat Earth is the best way that I've ever seen to reveal those people. I think everyone in the server would agree that flat Earth is one of the most, like, knock your socks off ways to reveal when someone just believes those, those things and has the sense of superiority that they get from being a part of the dominant group.
Wait. You acknowledge that the globe Earth side does that a ton.
Oh my God. I think it's the whole reason that flat Earth exists. I think that what it really is like when you guys have seen or been in conversations with your family or friends or like with people on the street, and you see people like fucking crumble like to something that initially was like laughable. It's like the best way. You like see the ideology fall before your eyes, and I think that in a way that like no other kind of conspiracy theory type thing does.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're being honest. Like, that's one of the number one catalysts for flat Earth is the globe Earth response. I get emails all the time, and they're like, "Dude, your debate woke me up to the Earth," and it wasn't even what you were saying. It was the other person's responses. Yeah. It was like how they acted.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing that with me, bro. Is like when I first got to flat Earth, I went to QE's server because I was like, wait a minute, there are people who actually discuss this. So I went over there to see people like debate it, and then I got invited to Geo's and Gem Panda's server, and like going to Gem Panda's server, I mean, if you're a true glober, you actually think this is a globe, that fucking server is a liability for you. I'm gonna just tell you that right now.
Dude, I remember when you first got in over there in QE, and we were explaining things to you and certain things. Dude, you came a long way, man, when it comes to this.
Yeah, dude, you made a great point. Gamma Panda is like the best flat Earth recruitment server in existence.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I listened for a year at different sites, and I just listened to both sides, and it was just so clear to me which side was being totally dishonest and which side was just speaking their mind and how they really felt, like with passion. And it didn't take me long to start discovering, facts on my own. That way then I went to the Bible and I was like, oh my God, how did I miss this? Right. I was like embarrassed almost. And then I started questioning, why wasn't I taught this my whole life, studying the Bible and being in Bible school and all that? How did they skip over second day creation like that? Like,
They just skip it.
They just
skip over it.
breeze by it. And the flood story also, they never taught me. Not one of them told me about the deep or the vaults of heaven opening up. They all just said 40 days of rain.
When did you for the first time realize that water does not display convexity?
Well,
For
to
me,
be
it was
honest,
like 25 years of my life, man.
yeah, no, I've never thought water curved. But to be honest, when I saw Soundly's power line pictures, when I went out and started doing my own observations, and the first time that I went to that location, which I lived right near and had fished under those power lines before, I videoed like a bulge of water in my way, blocking the distant shore. And I was like, holy crap, how did I miss? Like, it is a glow. Like, the water does curve, like they say it does. But then I went back and did some more study and went, oh man, you got to go back on different days. The atmospheric conditions effect, this, that, and the other. And when I went back the next time, it was, I could see the shore, and then, I started studying how atmosphere affects how we see over long distance.
But one thing everyone should admit, it's like the flat earthers actually think they're doing something worthy of nobility, right? Like they think that there's this massive lie and children are being misled and it leads into atheism and nihilism, and it's this massive lie and they're trying to do what's right. The other side, the people that come here and argue for the other side so vehemently and consistently, they're just trying to get off on saying that they're smarter than other people and tear other people down. And so there's only one side that really has noble intention, and that's very telling, dude.
I don't know. So I'm biased because I am one of those people. So obviously, whatever I say, you can filter through that. But what I think a lot of the kind of career anti-flurfers that I've seen, a lot of them do exactly what you say, and there's it's like an entertainment thing. But I think that it is noble to argue for things that you truly believe. And for me, because I've met and I've interacted with a lot of flat earthers in my time on these servers, and they're people that I care about, and they're people that I respect and I don't think are dumb. And what it becomes is like a I believe that this is totally wrong, that flat earth is totally wrong. And it's almost like giving up on them. It's almost like if I believe that this is wrong but I don't argue for it, with passion, and with genuine, with effort, then it's like I'm giving up on these people. I'm saying they're never going to get it. And that gets me sometimes.
Sure, if you may be one of the few, right? I don't dispute there are probably some people like you, but I can ask you a few questions, right? Like, do you agree with flat Earth being censored?
Sure. Yeah.
You do agree with it?
What? Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
See,
man,
that's one of the things that's crazy to me, because
Do you think it should be censored, or do you agree that it was censored? Maybe we need to clarify this question.
No, it's totally censored. It's totally
But
censored.
do you
When I
agree-
look up on YouTube, I can't find
condone-
shit.
You're
you
welcome
condone it.
again.
Do you condone the censorship?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking. Okay, and then another question is: you agree that it's there's this misnomer that it's this open and closed book discussion? It's so blatantly obvious, and flat earthers are just ridiculous and dumb. It's a stupid idea. You agree? It's actually much more than that.
Yes, I agree. It's more than that, but I think that it depends. There's some nuance. I think that for most people, for most people, it's a much more complicated issue. I think that there are people who higher up in science who who have maybe better access to these tools or like are more embedded in these, networks of science, that maybe it could be an open and closed thing for them. But like, I don't have access to these tools and instruments, so it is a more complicated problem for people. And I know for sure that if you come off the street having never argued with a flat earther and you come in here, you're probably going to get like destroyed.
Right. Yeah, that's an honest answer. So, also, it's like, did you know? I know an Ivy League professor that thinks the Earth is flat, and actually, he's the one that gave us the idea to take the gyro up at different altitudes at the same latitude to test if it's actually vortexual movement within the ether. And when we tested his theory, it actually showed over a degree of variance at the same latitude just by changing altitude. So there are people higher up with plenty of resources. An Ivy League professor. So I mean, there's also an ex-NASA employee that was stationed in Antarctica for 6 months that thinks.
Oh, you're talking about David. You're talking about David. Yeah, dude, I thought that same thing, that if you change it in altitude, it might. That's crazy. Somebody already did that. They actually.
Yeah, we did it. We proved it.
Because the higher you go, there's more, current or voltage, if you will. I mean, you'll say
it's like
ether, which are.
Yeah, well, it's like a whirlpool, right? It's like a tornado, basically, and like it gets tighter and smaller, and so you get less of a variance the higher you go because you're in the wider part of the vortex. And that's impossible on a globe. Well, what that proves for sure is that the gyroscope does not measure axial rotation. It proves that for sure because the latitude would, if it's at the same latitude, changing the altitude would not change anything. You'd get the exact same degree.
I want to stick on this meta conversation because I like it, and I want to take the opportunity
for sure.
while we're on it. So I think that I realize that there's this weird emotional reason that I come on here, and a lot of anti-flat earthers come on here and have these types of arguments, and that there's a pathological thing in there somewhere. I think that as flat earthers, in order to, you have to think about what are your emotion, even if you do have noble reasons, sometimes what you're motivated by other things, and I think that there are elements of flat earth, the flat earth argument that come from emotion, and that there are things like,
which one?
There isn't, you can get addicted to being on the noble side. You can get addicted to kind of thinking that you're fighting against, Goliath, and I think that if you're being honest, you might find that in yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, like that's what Game of Panda always says is like the reason that I do this is because I have like a hero complex. And I see what you're saying, but it just seems like a cop-out to me because in my life personally, I actually had to lose a 6-figure job offer to talk about this publicly. I guess you can still say that. You can say, well, I feel like I sacrificed my job and that makes me a hero and all this stuff. But like it's really difficult for people to come out publicly. Like most people think the Earth's flat and it takes them like 6 to 18 months to come out and say it at least. So it's like it's just misrepresented. I think if anything, and this is a pointer to the Globers, it's actually a disservice to your side if you truly think the Earth is a globe to be dishonest like that, to not acknowledge that it's really difficult for flat earthers and they truly believe it and they feel like they did nothing but get attacked and lose tons of things and have to sacrifice all kinds of aspects of convenience in their life to speak about this.
Yeah,
right.
What about the reasoning,
though?
What about the reasoning, though?
With that whole, like, just the fact that for questioning something that's not obvious, you lose a job, like, just that aspect in and of itself in society, like, you know how, like, atheists always say, like, oh, we don't want to go back to when it was the Inquisition in Europe and whatever, but it's like, well, that's kind of what you're doing. If someone disagrees with your globe model, you literally just took their livelihood away. That's kind of similar to what happened in the Inquisition. So
in the Inquisition, they took your property and they took your life.
Well, also, it's a little different in the sense that there's actually some people in that business, they're like multimillionaires that think the Earth is flat. It was that I publicly talked about it, right? So it's like it was a sales rep job. And so it's like solely dependent upon customer relations and reputation. And so the idea that I would be talking about such a stigmatized idea publicly would damage the reputation of the company. And so they asked me to take it down publicly. and I refused, like, out of principle, you know. So I mean, it's a
Right, but
little nuanced.
that's what I'm saying. Like with this whole like compelled speech. I mean, not to bring up fucking Justin Peterson or whatever the fuck his name is, Jordan Peterson or whatever. He was what was his claim to fame and why he became like a fucking instant fucking internet hero?
He was a grifter.
Yeah, whatever.
Dicta-
But like, it's
dictation
just saying, like, when he the way they fucking said he became famous for fucking standing up against this fucking ludicrous shit where you have to call a fucking man a woman. You know what I mean? And so, like, I don't know. I don't see like how that's very different from the whole flat Earth thing. Yet nobody's getting like, you know, stage tours and shit for it. You know?
Sorry,
Yeah,
could
something else. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man. Sorry, let me just add this for a minute. It's just I want to go back to the point before where we talked about something like the reasoning process, you know. And I mean, if you ask some of the flat earthers side how they concluded to to arrive at their point, right? They will be able to express it in various ways to you, right? But if you just ask the like pretty normal globe guy to explain his reasoning process why he arrived at that conclusion, I mean, he will kind of stumble, right?
Yeah, it'll just be a vague idea that all scientists agree.
It depends who you ask.
Well, most of them, and so I'm saying I'm trying to offer an olive branch here of sorts. Like, I'm giving the Globers honest advice. Like, these are the things that hurt you guys so much, and if you really think that you're trying to help, you know, fight this dangerous misinformation, as the government would call it, then you guys need to cut out some of the things that you do, and the dishonesty. I'm not talking about you, obviously. This is a generalized meta conversation, like you said, but it's like it's just the behavior. And another thing is, a lot of the globe earthers, they deny any conspiracy. So it's like when they deny 9/11, that the official story of 9/11 was obviously a lie, when they defend every part of 9/11 and they defend every part of any conspiracy, it makes these people like detached from you guys. They don't there's no like humanization, right? They're like, this just is ridiculous. Like, you're not being honest about anything. You don't think that any of these things are lies, and so that kind of actually works against you guys, because most people that are younger, for example, they know that 9/11 was sketchy. And so when they hear a globe earther just defend 9/11 to the death, they're like, I don't want to be on that guy's team. Like the lack of admission regarding all these conspiracies is one of the number one detriment that deter people away from thinking the earth is a globe as well. And I will say this results in a bunch of flat earthers making their decision not based on like substantive specificity of the facts, and more so like an intuitive response.
Yeah, but
and
that
that's
would
why
be kind of non sequitur, right?
Well, no, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that it's not that when it comes to the value or the validity of their point that matters. It doesn't. I'm saying that it still happens. That still happens.
Yeah,
and if you go into Gamma Pandas and you ask about 9/11, they're all gonna act like you're a crazy psychopath that doesn't care about people dying to even dare have the audacity to question the official story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that makes people be like, "Screw this guy! I don't want to be over there."
Yeah, and I think the kind of people that come on servers and have arguments with flat earthers are often the kind of people who they use those types of arguments a lot. But there's something kind of like on these along these lines of how flat Earth relates to other conspiracies. I think that there is a drive, especially in the age of the internet, for the most shocking conspiracy to sort of rise to the top. And I think that part of the reason people are maybe drawn to flat Earth is because it's such an extreme change to
I politely
the worldview.
disagree. I politely disagree.
Yeah.
Because the immediate reality presents itself as exactly that, right? Not moving and pretty flat. It's not like being so external to everything, right? It's pretty simple and can be.
And I agree. I guess I'm talking about a different element, so the change that flat Earth proposes to make to just like the way the world works is so large, it's so large compared to even other conspiracy theories, and because of the fact that it's so extreme, it often gets pumped in ways that other conspiracies don't online.
Right.
Right, it's very
Monk,
captivating.
Monk, but is it really large? Is it actually large, or is it only the perception that the change is that large?
I'm just saying, like,
dude, think about it like this. When on a daily basis do you use these like glober facts about the sun moving instead of the Earth moving instead of the sun? When do you ever use that in real life? When do you like? You know what I mean? Like all of these things you could have used some sort of flat Earth to do. Most things in practicality don't involve any knowledge of the globe. So you're right that it is a big shift, but I don't think it's a big shift practically as it is a big shift ideologically.
You're right. I think that's one of the reasons that I think that's another reason that it works is because it doesn't really affect people's daily lives almost at all. But I think that it still is pretty. I think it's pretty straightforward to say that this is one of this is or could be one of the biggest lies that they told. I think a lot of people on here would agree about that. It would be the biggest lie.
I would say not even close to
I can see what you're saying. He's saying it's very captivating because it's so surreal that something of that magnitude could ever be lied about. I mean, you gotta admit there's something to do to it.
Yeah, I got that. I was thinking about in a different frame, in that framework totally. I was thinking about maybe like the Trail of Tears or Japanese internment. Those lies were probably bigger. But this lie in the terms of the grand scope of how
wait, are you saying that there wasn't Japanese internment?
Yep.
No,
okay.
Let's that all
just,
Japanese
wait. Let's just stay on track and let's just say that not all of us have researched World War II, not internship in particular, but let's just move on because I don't want to fucking get onto the fucking specifics of Japanese internment.
No,
I don't
by
know
the way,
anything about the subject. I just don't fucking want to hear about it.
I'm not the subject, but the government is there to help you. That's a big lie.
Yeah, obviously he was just saying that most people haven't heard of that. So it's like, anyway, we don't have to talk about that. But one of the things I'm trying to explain to this guy that really it's the overarching point, bro. It's the dishonesty of a lot of people on your side that actually work against you. And it's like, if you guys could just be a little more honest, like, for example, Marconi, he wanted to shoot a radio wave 2,200 miles. And all of his detractors said, you can't do that. The curvature of the earth is going to block the wave at 200 miles. He said, okay, well, I'm going to try it anyway using line of sight. And then he hit his target the first time that he shot it, 2,000 miles away. And then they had to come up with a way that it would work on a globe. So when I ask a glober, what are the odds that the first time he sent that wave, it hit the target perfectly 2,000 miles away, but actually it hit the earth at 200 miles and then bounced up and down and then landed perfectly on the spot that it was supposed to? Most globers will say, just a coincidence, checks out. And most people are like, what? They're like, dude, you're just being dishonest. It's a deterrent.
Well, I think most people just earnestly and honestly do not care. Like, Flat Earth is just a fringe movement. It's just online.
Well, then why are you in? If you don't care and it's just a fringe movement,
I didn't say that myself.
There are people
red tape
who do care. They do clearly care.
I didn't.
They do clearly care.
Like, Flat Earth falls into like the debate.
In the VC actively debating us, they clearly do care.
So let me take you through my thought process that I literally like just had as you were like giving this example, Witsit, and I was literally like watching myself have these thoughts. Maybe it can give like an idea of what one of the globers is thinking when they hear this. So, and it happens all the time in these arguments. Like, I am hearing about this experiment from someone that I've never heard of before, right? But I'm trying to go through, examples or like try to figure out rhetorical things about like what was missing or what, did they do the right thing, or trying to go through all of these things, trying to come up on the fly with potential flaws in this thing. And I'm doing that because I'm in a server where the idea is we're arguing, you know. The idea is I'm here to debate for whatever reason. And I think the context of that, it means that there's, I don't know, there's a context to the dishonesty maybe. Like, when, and I have seen flat earthers do the same thing, you know. I'm sure you've seen flat earthers do the same thing, where we're in this VC debating with each other. The point is to give fast responses so that you can talk before, you know, the conversation moves on. You're gonna like make shit up. It happens. I know that people have had this experience.
Yeah, for sure. But the answer should be, I don't know if you don't know. And then the flat earther will tell you, okay, well, I'll help you out. Your side says that's when they discovered what's called the ionosphere, and the waves bounce off the earth and hit this area in the sky, then bounce back down, then hit the earth, then bounce back up. It kept bouncing up and down, and then it just happened to land, that he got lucky and it landed right where it was supposed to. That's the official globe response. And then once you tell them that, they should be like, I didn't know that. I'll have to look into it. But you never get that response. I admit that the flat earthers do that sometimes as well. Like, a globe earther will bring up some hyper-specific, quote-unquote, proof of the globe, and the flat earther doesn't know anything about it, but they'll just kind of hand-wave dismiss it. And that also is bad look for flat earth. I think it's just as detrimental for both sides to do that. And it's overwhelming in one side, though. Like, overwhelmingly, and it's because, for one, just the societal ostracism and stigma attached with flat earth, people don't even want to venture towards that side publicly. And secondly, it's just like the easy way out, just to be a part of consensus. And so what that results in is dishonesty, bro. And dishonesty is effectively deterrent away from your side. So that's my honest take. Like, I can
But you're
critique
making
the
it
Globers
act
in
like
many ways.
flat Earth is a real movement when it isn't just a fringe online group.
Okay, you
Dude,
can say
it's
that all
kinda
you
like-
want to, but the reason that it's a fringe movement is because they've come out and censored it. Because it was the third most Googled term in the entire world, behind Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton in 2015. The third
I'm pretty
most
sure that's when they were
Googled.
doing that documentary, right?
Hey,
Dude,
the
you were
third
just the one.
most Googled term in the world is not a fringe movement, bro.
For how long?
Until the government came and censored it.
It wasn't the government. It was the like fucking corporations, dude.
Well, the government
Yeah,
cooperated with
this
it.
guy, you need to stay on topic. This guy's just disagreeing with shit that's not
Yeah,
even
he's
relevant
trying
the
to
fucking
derail the
actual.
conversation.
Yeah,
He
what is
thinks
this?
flat Earth.
What is this shit?
But he just
He
got
thinks
refuted.
flat
You
Earth
see,
is
he
a
got
fringe.
refuted, though.
I
So now
disagree.
he's being dishonest. This is a perfect example. He's a good live.
I'm
perfect
going to
example.
look this up. I haven't heard of it before.
He
but
thinks
I'll
flat
look.
Earth is a
He's already
fringe
disrailed.
movement.
He's already
What year was
disrailed
it again?
Point in
There is an
case.
interesting conversation to be had.
Here's the guy. Point in case. Here's the guy. Observe, guys.
There is an interesting conversation to be had, though, about like, you know,
what year was
the progress of the flat Earth movement. You know, I think that there is an interesting conversation to be had where, like, if it's as obvious as it is, if it's as obvious as most, you know, flat earthers think it is, and as easy to prove as many of them think it is, why hasn't it, you know, taken off as like,
Right.
Can censorship account for all of that slowdown?
Not censorship alone, but they didn't just censor it. They also replaced it with a straw man. So what they did was they pumped out mainstream articles saying that flat earthers think the Earth's a disk in space that shoots up 9.8 meters per second squared to account for gravity in a solar system where all the other planets are spheres and you can fall off the side of it. So when people hear that, they're like, dude, there are actual human beings dumb enough to think that still in the 21st century. And I know that's a fact because I traveled the United States and I talked to hundreds of thousands of people, literally, like in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And everyone thinks that. Only like 5% of them have ever even heard about the firmament or heard about the fact that we don't think that we're out in space in the solar system, but the sky's above us. It's the combination of the censorship and the straw man. And that's why, because they came out and they acknowledged flat Earth across the board. Everyone's heard of it, but they've heard of it in this straw man way. And that's not fair, bro. I don't want everyone to become a flat earther. I don't think I'm going to save the world. I don't want to convert the world. I want everyone to hear what we really say and then make up their own mind. And anyone that's honest and cares about freedom of information or anything, they should support
Oh, Flurfrick, you've been busy, buddy. Sorry.
So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty crazy to lie so blatantly about what we think. Like, why? Why can't you just have Neil deGrasse Tyson debate Eric Dubay on Joe Rogan and then shut it up forever? Why can't you just shut it up forever and be honest about it? Why you gotta lie so much?
You all have experienced getting past, or not you. I don't know if there's how many Globers are in here, but you've experienced hearing about it, thinking it's dumb, and then getting past it. You've experienced that. You know that it's possible for people to get past that initial reaction to it. And so even with the like Flat Earth Society, lies about the 9.81 acceleration. You heard similar rhetoric about Flat Earth before you joined?
Nope, I did not, because when I joined, I found out about Flat Earth 7 years ago. So the way the YouTube algorithms work is they make money off of ads. So whatever has the highest viewer retention gets propped up in the algorithms. So people would come across a Flat Earth video and then they'd keep watching them. And since it was such a crazy thing to watch, they'd stay on the computer for 8 straight hours. It had crazy viewer retention. So it propped those videos up and they started suggesting them. That's when I came across it. I saw the real Flat Earthers with the real evidence getting propped up and suggested to me. Nowadays, they do not do that. So I guarantee if you ask the people in this room, when did they hear about Flat Earth? All the Flat Earthers probably heard about it. There's probably a few exceptions, but most of the Flat Earthers heard about it over 3 to 5 years ago, around 5 years ago, when they dropped the hammer on the censorship. Most of them, 95% or maybe 80% of Flat Earthers right now, they heard about it pre-censorship. So their censorship was very successful.
Okay. Yeah. I think even so, I mean, is it not like, is there not enough just kind of evidence that's just visible that people?
I'd like to make an anecdotal account. The only reason I even found this whole flat Earth shit and even ever considered it was because I was deep into other conspiracies and I had already basically found out how to kind of like beat the algorithm and get them to show me videos that they don't want me to see. If I had not done that, if I wasn't already looking into things like 9/11 and such already, I would have never found it. There would have never been it. You know what I mean? So the censorship is ridiculous. I know.
Let me ask a question.
I know because it's on the same level as censorship for shit like things about World War II and stuff. Like it is that censored. It is censored up there with all the other. Like it is one of the top fucking censored shits.
Let me ask a question about like the population and the activity levels of the Flat Earth community. Have you seen like significant numbers of people get drawn away, and like even if they still believe the Earth is flat, like have you seen big numbers of people kind of leave the community, and because of their interest in other conspiracy communities? Have you seen that happen often? Like, do you see that people leave in that context?
You mean they still? So no one really is honest and then decides the Earth's flat and then goes back to the globe. Like that's basically no
Right.
one. But if you mean in the sense that they just kind of fall away with like how passionate they are about it, yeah, sure, because you kind of hit like a barrier, right? Where there's only so much you're going to learn, and people kind of give up. They're like, how are we going to do it? Like I faced the decision of giving up. I'm not going to lie, because again, I lost a 6-figure job, and that's a starting base salary with incentives and commission. And I had to lose that. And I didn't just lose that. I had to accept that I was going to lose any future potential employment as well. And then I was like, okay, so I got on YouTube because Bob from Glowbusters talked me into it because he heard me talking about magnetism on Facebook. He talked me into it. I started doing it, and then I'm like, dude, I'm so censored. I got 2,500 subs last night, but then they all disappeared the next day and they never came up. And I'm just being deleted and censored. And I have 250 download megabits per second download, and my video looks like it's from 1950. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And I was like, is this worth it? And a lot of people would tap out at that point. I was like, dude, I don't know what to do. Okay, I guess we're going to go into the actual world with the freaking microphone, even though I hate those people. And most people aren't going to keep fighting like that. But most people are like, dude, I give up.
Just real quick, which I don't mean to interrupt, man. My bad about this. But Flurflick, if you want to check out his stream, just real quick, what's it? Anybody else? So he's got the circumference of light thing that I've been talking about, and he's going up in high altitude, and it turns it into a globe. If you just want to see it, it's absolutely amazing, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
I'm telling you, Flurflick, I knew it.
You know, is the circle of light expanding as you get higher?
Look at his stream; he'll show you.
I can't look right now. I'm just wondering, is the circle of light expanding as you get higher?
Yeah. Your vision, your view. You, of course, you expand
All right,
it.
what's going on? It looks flat to me.
Look, watch when he goes up. See the circumference? There you go.
Holy shit! Wait, how is that? How is that possible? What is
Light.
that?
Me and Brandon did this like a year ago. Right after Brandon battled the guy over that Mage 2 photo, we did this exact thing. We showed how you went if you went up in altitude, it could appear to curve. And we got all kinds of kickback from it from both sides.
I mean, that's the thing here. We got some kind of density gradient. I mean, it's not a physical simulation, right? So it's kind of only mimicking what is seen. But I mean, from this density gradient, we can see that if we zoom out from the infinite editorial plane, it will turn into a circle just because of this density gradient, right?
Doofus
really
admitted to this.
Yep,
Prominent baller Doofus admitted that over a flat plane, this would happen. It just wouldn't look as curved as it would over a sphere, which makes sense too. But he's admitting that it happens over a flat plane. They know it.
Yeah, that's why they don't want me talking about it as much now lately. They don't like it. Every time I bring it up, man, boy. There's no deniable, man. It's right there. It's simple. Hey, Jeremy, what made you guys stop doing that then? If you came to terms with it, y'all should have just kept going with it, because this is so much evidence for like rocket footage, high altitude balloons.
Well, that's why we did it. I was actually at work. I did this at work on the fly. Brandon was right in the middle of him debating, I don't know, somebody over the Mage 2 photo. Remember the Mage 2 balloon? Brandon was right in the middle of that debate. And the guy was like, how come we see a curve? I ran down to the break room, stacked some bottles in a circle, and then put my camera level with the tops of the bottles. I took a picture, and then I raised it up and took another picture, and I was like, yo, they look like they're curving.
Yeah, dude, that's.
I'm like, if that's your circle of vision,
yeah,
if that was your circle of vision, it would appear to be curving.
Yeah,
and then Brandon did it. Then I did it again when I got home, or the next day, and then Brandon did it that weekend with like a huge thing in a park. Like he went and made a giant fucking circle.
Dude, that's it. Yeah, I use that Mage photo quite often because it's always flat in the y-axis. Always. Every time you look at these films, these videos or whatever, it's flat in the y-axis, pointing straight out. But the X appears to like circle around you. And I just, when I'm looking at you know what Rayleigh scattering is?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that thing was good enough. We didn't do it in the lab or anything, but
I mean, it works. If you could demonstrate and show it that it matches up and looks similar. I mean, dude, this circle of light thing it's just getting started. I'm gonna keep spreading it out there.
Yeah, it's dope.
Hey, Flurfrick, you should try to get that recorded or something.
Yeah, I might clip that out actually in like next morning or so.
Yeah, if you can clip it before tomorrow night, I'll show it at my debate tomorrow.
Nice. Yes, do it. Sweet.
Yeah, just let me do a screen cap real quick.
Who are you debating? What's it?
Kai and I are debating a girl named Carissa and some other dude on Modern Day Debate, 9 p.m. Eastern.
But you throw that circumference of light in there, bro. Oh man, I'd be like, oh, you go like. I would think a lot of people would be able to get this. It's a simple thing, right? It's pretty simple, but it explains so many, phenomenons or observations that we
Done.
see. Yeah, what's up, man?
Done. That circumference of light kind of reminds me of the video of that Mexican guy with like a bunch of circles, and he puts like that, like it's like a lens or something, and then it makes it look like it's a star dome above you, but it's actually just a flat plane above projected as a star dome. Like this type of shit, like your this circle of light you have, and that type of shit, just like it gives a lot of, I guess it doesn't give evidence to the flat Earth, but it just shows that like, oh, we can actually explain these phenomena in another way. We don't have to actually go with this set way that they tell us you have to go with. You know what I mean?
Right, and then with the Rayleigh scattering, right, with the molecules in the air and how the incident of light, soon as see, here's the thing: soon as a glober puts the sun in a different medium, I say, welcome to the circle of light, because the incident of their medium is less dense than ours. As soon as light hits our medium, it scatters into a circle. Welcome to it. But the thing is, it's funny with the Rayleigh scattering at the center of light, or the way we perceive things, is straight. It is. Both flat earthers and globers are right on the sun rays, it being straight, but also divergent.
Any Glovers? Quite a few in here.
Yeah.
Who are we gonna respond?
Why would they lie?
Oh. Dude, Flurfrick, real quick, if you mock up like an ISS or something like that, right? And you just have it traverse across it, there's no doubt in my mind that you'll get that area appear like it'll match just like the footage that you see from the ISS. I've done it, dude. I'm telling you, I've done it with Arma, and he was blown away for a second, and now he really doesn't want to deal with it that much no more. I get it.
He doesn't want to talk about it at all every time. But with the quantum locking and the satellites, or like the helium, 90% of helium being used by NASA and the satellites, it's just like all these alternative explanations that still work. You know what I mean? Kind of just, it's not like they kind of support the flat Earth, but they also kind of take wind out of the sail of the globe, because the globe, globers are usually like, you can't explain anything. You're just a stupid fuck, and you can't explain what the stars are doing. You know what I mean? Or you can't explain the sun. You can't explain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a trip. Yep. The thing is, when I look out at the horizon, I don't see curve in the horizontal, only at the X. That's right there. Because a lot of people mistake. I remember going out to the Great Lakes, and there was a lady, and I asked her, "Does that look flat to you?" And she said, "Yeah, but it's kind of like coming at me." And I was like, "Yeah, there's the hula hoop. There we go." Some of them mistake it as spherical curvature.
Dang, no Glover response?
None.
Have you ever thought that it also kind of has to do with the way that we see shit? Like,
yes,
when I look at like a goat eye or a cat eye, I mean, or like even like an insect eye, they must fucking perceive like, you know what I mean? Like, does it even look flat or round? I mean, for a fly, doesn't the ground look always round? You know what I mean? Like, no matter if you're standing on it or not. Like, I think it also, like, you're, like, in actuality, your eyes are also a lens, right? I mean, I don't, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to have to say something like, well, curves more than that, though, right? Like, what else can they say? Or it just doesn't matter, oh, well.
Yeah, that's what I get. I got that, I think, from Bob. Bob looked at it. He's like, oh, yeah, and then, oh, well.
So then they have to immediately say that they're going to scrap every supposed shot of curvature from high altitude.
Well, that's another thing. Going back to that meta conversation we were having earlier about Globers and dishonesty.
when I saw like, I didn't know Bob before, like a while ago. I didn't know who he was and shit. And people were always saying like Bob this, Bob that, and like talking shit about him, right? So I was like, so I went in and I looked at his YouTube videos, right? And so I'm watching these like YouTube videos, and I thought like, oh wow, this is a really honest guy. Like, why is everyone talking shit about him? Because like on his YouTube videos, he presented himself very nicely. But then when you talk to this guy in person, this guy is fucking dishonest. Like this is, it's pretty bad. Like that's a fucking another point in case there for the globe.
You know how we look up people's backgrounds when they die, like Einstein and all that, and we, judge their character and judge whether we want to believe them or not? Do that to Bob. Good luck.
Another thing that gets on my nerves, it's like this claim right here, like, why don't you make a formalism as logic model? Then why don't you just make a model? It's so easy for them to say when they had their model made for them over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years and billions of dollars, with the world's governments constantly having to update, change their story, change the model over and over and over, and then they just regurgitate the model made for them. They're like, you stupid flat earthers can't even make a model. Dude, you couldn't walk outside of your room by yourself. What are you talking about? You didn't make a model. You had hundreds of years and billions of dollars of the world's governments to make that model.
Yeah, and the smartest people who go to college aspire to be like fucking astronauts and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's a pretty good fucking funnel. You're getting this, like, at least like as good of a funnel of recruiting people as you could get to fucking basically support and debate your side for hundreds of years.
Fix the holes in it. Yeah, they fix the holes in it.
Dude, can you understand like how much I get done in a year? If I had a fucking continuous run for 400 years straight, how good I can make anything. You know what I mean? Like if I had 400 years to do anything, like it's ridiculous.
400, 500 years and all the resources imaginable. No rules. They can go anywhere in the world.
Crowdsource it.
Yeah, it's insane, bro. It's so dishonest to say stupid flat earthers can't even make a model, and they can't even remember their model. They don't even understand their model, but they're like, you guys can't even make a model. It's like, you didn't make a model. What are you talking about? It's dishonesty. There's no other way to paint that.
Not to mention everything they have is based off of, the flat Earth, like the data points that we have, the observations, that all kind of they appear like it's a flat and motionless Earth.
Yeah, exactly. All their data came from like having to utilize the Earth as flat and stationary.
Except for the celestial pole, that one I still haven't,
Yeah.
Tough one.
Super, super sketchy though. Which I mean,
I've seen how the South Celestial Pole could work all the way up to like fucking 70 degrees latitude down. Now I don't understand how it would circle above you if you're right underneath it, but also I'm not sure I believe anyone actually fucking goes to a place like that. But as far as like from Australia and all that, they've pretty much had people demonstrate with video how you could have a flat plane and have a lens over it, and it would appear on the edges as if the edges were rotating another way. Like they've literally, like that's the thing, and these types of videos are always the ones that are the most censored. Who the fuck do I get when I look, even if I fucking get in a little bit, I get like fucking Eddie Bravo talking about, like, it's just fucking ridiculous, really? Like, it's censored, and then the one video that's not censored, it's Eddie Bravo. Like, really? It's not fucking, nobody in this shit? Not Geos, not fucking QE, it's fucking Eddie Bravo? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. You'll never, the real OG hard-hitting flat earthers that make content, you'll never find them. You'll never find them. Unless someone's like, hey, here, let me link this channel. That's the only way any of us know of it. Or like, say Eddie Bravo shouts one of us out, right? Like one of the biggest boosts to flat earth debate was Eddie Bravo shouting them out. Like the real like technical flat earthers are so shadow banned, it's wild. And the Globers should be honest about that too, right? But no. You guys aren't censored. I can still find you.
But it's definitely, dude. It's crazy, dude. It doesn't make no. Somebody's pulling the string somewhere.
If the
Yeah,
Earth's a globe,
what's with the whole fucking like worldwide acceptance of fucking censorship now? Like, oh yeah, we all gonna put masks on our face, and now we're also gonna censor people. Like, when did that fucking switch happen? It seemed like that fucking social change kind of, they did a fucking 180 from fucking common speech, and now it's like everything censored. Like you know what I mean? Like people that watch like those old fucks that watch Fox News and shit, and they're like, yeah, freedom of speech, and now all of a sudden it's censor the shit out of anything that's a conspiracy. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of ridiculous how the world, whoever fucking orchestrated it, they pulled a fucking 180. Like they switched up and inverted a lot of shit. And honestly, like the matter of like a month, it's the most crazy thing I've ever seen.
Dude, it works because they said that misinformation is dangerous and people will die. So they use the fear of death, and that's when they started censoring, right? Because if you remember, it's the beginning of the whole pandemic. That's when the social media started blacking out posts, started taking them down, started putting on like fact checks on the screen, making you go through like 3 different checks to see the meme. It was the reason that they got it through was because they were like, yeah, this can't be allowed to go around because people will die. So they use people's fear to throw out their logic,
That's crazy.
Basically, like from the way I see it, is when you look at events and how they go down and how like the world is impacted, like looking back, it's kind of readily obvious that there's some sort of hidden hand kind of guiding it. And it seems as if they even kind of, in subtle ways, rub it in your fucking face if you figure it out. And basically, like, there's really nothing you can do about it, honestly. Like, the more I think about the shit they pull off, like, I don't even, like, I can't even say who's actually doing it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like the perfect defense. You can't fucking hit something that's invisible to you. You know what I mean? It's incredible.
Dude, the fact checks now don't even address the actual meme, right? So it's like the meme will say one thing and then there'll be fact checked. If you go to the article, it doesn't even respond to what the meme says. It just says something completely different. It says this was checked, it's false. And then it doesn't actually address the point. And it still works. People are like, oh, yeah, seems legit.
I also feel like it's like just like they have like a, how do I say, like a tolerance they have to meet. And so they don't have unlimited resources. They have a lot more resources than us, but they don't have unlimited. But they only have to kind of censor it a certain amount to kind of divert like 90% of the crowd. And it's like the Pareto distribution, right? They say that like 90% of the results comes from 20% of the work, but then getting that last 10% of the results is like the other fucking 80% of the work. So I feel like that's kind of a lot of what they're doing with the censorship. Is it comes a point where they can't censor it that like to an absolute degree without having to invest all their fucking time and energy into it. So it's kind of like they kind of just get the most bang for their buck and then move on to the more important shit they're doing.
That's a good point though. Like 98% of people don't go past the first page on their Google search. So you just have to keep it off the first page, right? So that's a good example. It's like you don't have to fully take it off the internet. You just have to put it like 5 pages back. You can almost guarantee no one's going to see it. Except for us, where some of us will click on the 5th page to start it, because we know, what I'm saying? Or we used to be DuckDuckGo, but now DuckDuckGo is identical to Google. So it's like, I don't know. It's a good point you're making. They don't have to fully remove it. They just have to. I've also seen some study that it's something like 80 to 85% of people won't go through see the photo, even though it's false information, check. So just that black screen deters 85% of people from seeing it. Really crazy, bro.
I look at it as like this, man. People are going to either wake up now or later or not at all. Yeah, like Noah said earlier, don't cast the pearls to the swine. I mean, there's some really strong hold to those terms, but man.
But when do we stop though, man? Because I'm doing a debate tomorrow. I guarantee you that I'll get emails next week saying I'll welcome up to Flat Earth.
Yeah, no doubt. Like even when I talked I host with Toon before, right? And I got some people from his stream to join my server,
and they're actually asking some questions. So yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's just, you know, censorship it gets in the way, man. I guess you just got to work around it, right?
How can you be a normie though, and you see the post and it says this is false information, and then you click on the article and it doesn't even respond? See, what they do is they create like a radicalized version of the conspiracy where they add in all kinds of unfounded straw mans. And so anytime the subject's brought up, they put up this article that says, no, lizard people don't run the world. And the meme said like something about how Hillary Clinton is being called out in court. Like, no, Hillary Clinton's not a lizard queen. No one said that. What are you talking about?
I don't think the average person falls for it. I mean, that's a stretch. I'm sure I can give if you would think that. But I think there's people out there that are kind of wise. Now, you will have some few that will just fall for it. Probably just don't look into it. But I think a majority of people are starting to wake up and notice this stuff is something not right.
I also think they have a lot of shills on our side. Not only like the flat Earth, but anything that's kind of like a topic that you can't discuss or dispute, that you have to just kind of trust the authority on. I think they even have a lot of people who are there just to kind of just to poison the well, pretty much, and make the fucking shit look ridiculous. Like, they're literally like some of the shit I see, it's like, dude, this is a fucking circus. Like, is this, you know what I mean? Like, I can see why people call people like conspiratards, because like this is circus shit, bro. Like, this is like obviously not. But
Exactly. Is that we know their playbook, dude. Flat Earth exposed them. Like, Flat Earth's a perfect example. No flat earther thinks that the Earth's a disc in space shooting up with spheres revolving around it. No, none of them. None of them. We all think that's ridiculous and impossible and stupid. But most people think that's what flat Earth is. So their playbook is very obvious, but it's also very effective.
To what Noah
Which is
said,
that?
how do you discern between the controlled opposition and people that are just fucking insane?
Say that again in percentage? I didn't hear you.
I said, how does one discern between the controlled opposition and then the people that are just, insane? Like, you have Pete Shea talking about, like, Aristarchus and, stuff like that. Sometimes they say... Go ahead.
I say, well, first off, if you think someone's crazy, I would just stop. Like, there's people who I run into on Discord and shit, and it's not, I don't even think they're a shill. I just think they're just, I don't know, something's wrong with them, or they're just trying to waste my time. So that's first off for the crazy people.
But how do you know they're not controlled opposition? Just doing it on purpose?
Well, even if they're controlled opposition or not, if they appear as crazy, there's no point in spending any energy with them. But second, I would say it's with the controlled opposition specifically, not the crazy fuckers. It's kind of like how some people wake up to CNN being a lie. It's not that they fucking, at first they went, oh yeah, the CNN, like give them the benefit of the doubt watching it. And then after a while, you're like, wait a minute, and you start questioning it, and then you're like, wait, this is all bullshit. You know what I mean? So I think, and it's also like people who watch Alex Jones, they watch it, they're like, oh shit, this guy's giving the truth. Like, here he is, standing up for us, blah, blah, blah. And then over time, they're like, wait a minute, this guy's a bullshitter too. So I'm not saying that, like, I don't know if there's a direct way to kind of tell if someone's, like a litmus test to tell if someone's bullshitting off the bat. But I'm saying, like, you can, if you catch people lying like over and over again, or like doing things that like just obviously seem like some circus shit, like it's kind of like over time you're just like, wait a minute. It's kind of like with people in real life, you know what I mean? Like, you can't really tell a bullshitter in the first 30 seconds, but you can definitely tell a bullshitter after a year.
I can tell a bullshitter within 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, you're a bullshitter then.
No, watch. I'll explain it. It'll make sense to you. You just tell them no thanks. Whatever you're selling, no thank you, and watch how they respond. If they get pissed and they try to attack you, they're bullshitting. If they say, oh well, you're lost, and they walk away, they got something for you.
This is under the scenario that you can interact with them.
Let me try to add percentage. Here's the thing. I go to the biblical route. You know how it says, like, to come out of her, God has says, come out of her, don't be in the world, but not of it, like not be a part of it. I think it's the fact that people that are like hired for this type of stuff, right? If they are, they will go to a point where they will start believing the lies, right? Like if you hang out with dumb people, you might become a little more dumb yourself. It'll rub off on you. So it'll be kind of hard to tell the difference. You get what I'm
Who
saying?
are the insane? We can't even agree on who the insane, crazy people are that are saying dumb shit.
Right.
But this is the part about it. It's the reason that this sucks. It's hard to determine. Is you actually have to do your own research outside of that source to be able to spot the lies, right? So it's like when you're listening to Alex Jones, he says a bunch of stuff that's legit, and you're like, wow. Then he's like, Saudi Arabia 100% did 9/11. You have to know about 9/11 to know that it's a lie, right? It's like you have to know the truth to be able to call out the bullshit, and that's why the controlled op works so well. Because if oftentimes people pick a source that they believe in or they rely on, and then that is their research, and that's the detriment to them that ends up tricking them. But because you have to know what the truth is to spot the lie. So it's kind of like a catch-22 in a way, where you should never rely on a singular source. And if you can do independent, diligent research, that's when you can spot the controlled op. And if you don't, then you're going to fall for it. So it's an unfortunate answer, but that's my answer. I think that you have to be informed outside of them.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I also do think there is just a piece of luck to stumbling across things. You know what I mean? Like it is like there is a lot that's your work, but then at a certain point, at some point you just see through the kink in the armor. You're like, oh wait, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? Like the whole time you're looking into it. You know what I mean? But I also think as you kind of run into more and you figure out who's a bullshitter and who's not, you also kind of like you aren't as like open, you know, as you used to be. You don't just accept what people fucking say on the face of it. You know what I mean? Like whereas before you might have been more trusting to people, but once you kind of realize like, wait a minute, people do lie. Like we're not kids anymore. You know what I mean? Like fuckers are liars out here. They lie about everything. You got to be
If you
fucking
can't
careful.
tell Jeremy is controlled opposition, that's on you, brother.
I think the actual answer is to build a community of people. So like my Facebook is just a bunch of vetted OG truthers. So when I go through my newsfeed, if I see like 95% of it saying the same thing, I'm like, oh, okay. And I can ask them and they can drop sources. Like I posted on Facebook a couple days ago and I said, drop everything about the shooting below. And so all the truthers came out and started dropping stuff, because I've built a community around me that I can trust. And so I think it has a lot to do with that. Like that's why Discord's so beautiful. If I jump in this server or 24/7 or another server and I'm like, does anyone have information on the original pendulum, the folk called pendulum? They'll just start dropping links for me. It's like when you have a community of trusted, vetted sources that aren't just going to blindly believe things. It's power in numbers. It's like you have to have multiple sources. You can't just rely on like singularity of a source. Like I think that's the answer. Like I don't have to ever worry about really being tricked anymore, because I have so many OG people on like DMing me on IG and sending me messages on Facebook and posting on my newsfeed that I know I can sift through exactly what the truth is, because majority of the OG truthers are going to come to the same conclusion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's my opinion. There's power in community. And also like, that's why Flat Earth is so beautiful, because we're not like a group think tank. We're not like a cult. It's like, dude, Flat Earthers will challenge another Flat Earther so fast. And that's why we sift through the bullshit so well. Like we're more ready for the New World Order than any other group, because we critique everything so hypercritical.
I'll agree with
Some
all
of
that,
us.
except 24/7 is a cult.
Gotcha.
That's that might be true.
That's my opinion.
I see what you're saying. They have cult tendencies as they shut down opposing ideas, but my point is just like, yeah, sort of, honestly. But I don't know. I shake that place up. I talk about the stuff that people say you're not supposed to, and then kind of they do. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. You guys get my point, though. I think the solution is building a community of trusted, vetted truthers.
I absolutely agree with you, but that place is not one of those, in my opinion. It's an absolute cult.
Yeah, I hardly ever
Yeah,
go. Or
I don't.
no.
I've never been there much, but and I never really challenged them. But I could tell. You can just tell, dude. Like you can just tell just immediately when you go in the voice chat. Like you say one thing, they agree with it. You say something they disagree with, then it's just kind of like they kind of all going hard and shit. And then
Well, it
you know, like
raises.
someone gives like, and it's
Yeah.
always like they're ready with the threat of like muting you. Like you ready to get muted, dog? It's like wait, what? Like what do you mean ready to get?
Yeah, I got an answer for that because it's really heavily trolled. A lot of people find it through YouTube because of YouTube link and stuff, and so you got people who know flat Earth about 30-40%. So what you do is you just ask them a few questions, and if you can kind of smell a troll, and maybe there's a lot of false positives, and that that's kind of goes with the flow. But if your whole idea is to show the troll that they're not going to have their say.
Well, here's the thing. I wanted to add to it. You know, when you talk about like the double slit, right? The photographic plate is actually man-made, so we can call it an experiment how we're going to do it. And then when you mention ether or anything of electromagnetism, yeah, that I don't really want to even talk about that over there. Dude.
Yeah, like if I talk about electrostatics, though, I will say I have a little more leeway than most people, just because I'm like on Globebusters or whatever it is. But so they don't. People kind of don't do it to me, but I have to admit that what you guys are saying is very true. Like when I bring up electrostatics, dude, people try and freak out, and you can tell that if anyone talks about what I talk about when I'm not there, dude, they get attacked, but they get attacked. It's really sad because, so electrostatics affects directionality. We can prove it. We can use a Van de Graaff generator. We can make things float. We can make things go up and down with electrostatics. That proves electrostatics changes direction. So if something falls down and it's electrostatic, obviously electrostatics has to do with the phenomenon. No. The Van de Graaff generator, where do you find one of those in nature? I'm like, okay, dude, whatever.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, where's that in nature?
I'm trying to help out flat Earth, bro. That's one of the best flat Earth arguments there is, and flat Earth will catch up. Yeah. They will realize
they're going to.
But they're starting to. It's like, yeah, it's just annoying, man. It's like, dude, why do you think I keep on coming in here fighting with you guys about it? Because I love you guys. I want you guys to know you have this crazy sharp blade sitting right behind you. You haven't pulled out yet. You know, I mean, it's whatever. Like, so I'm like, okay, well, let's talk about nature then. Bumblebees, beetles, lightning. Oh, no. We can't manipulate lightning.
Oh, dude,
yes, we can.
The Beatles are fucking crazy. The Beatles are like one of the like looking into that shit. Like, I don't really understand how it goes, but it just kind of there's a lot of contradictions with the mainstream narrative in the Beatles, bro.
Here's the thing.
Once you look into it, you'll understand. It's like, wait a minute, something's wrong with this shit.
Dude, here's the thing. They're going to only, even flat earthers, globers do it the most, but flat earthers, there's going to be so long to a point where they're going to have to look at this electrostatics, cling and all that. They're going to just have to. That you keep running from it, it's not going to do you any good.
Are you guys talking about the wings of the Beatles? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Beatles use electrostatics
Bumblebees as well, yeah.
Float bumblebees and spiders.
Yeah, oh yeah, the
Even
spiders
spiders
are the coolest with the web, and yeah, that's freaked out shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because they used to say that it was like the wind. They catch the wind, and so they basically put them in a room where there was no wind, and they kept doing it. And then whenever there was more electrostatics, they could fly more effectively. So it proved that it had nothing to do with wind. And
have you ever looked at the wings like under a microscope, you guys? Like really, really like fine microscope, like 20 times, 30 times?
No, but I'm guessing it's like a lattice structure, like the geometric pattern of the golden ratio.
Well, they're little bubbles. They're like little bubbles, and like a whole bunch of little bubbles inside the bubble. It's like the same shape as the wing almost, and then the outside edge of the little inside bubble is like a hexagon. It's almost hexagonal, and I think they vibrate. And it's not just the vibration, because people are like, oh yeah, vibrate and you can let that. No, it's the material too. You know, the top material, the thick shell versus the little film. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's something about it. I'm not even saying it's electrostatic. It could even be like there's some sort of like they're pushing the air out or something in some sort of way that we. But there's something about it that just it's just
Dude,
not
here's the thing,
explained.
Noah.
It's not fucking explained. It's
Noah. No, here's the thing. Every meter in the zenith is a potential of 100 volts. I want you to think about that.
Yeah. That's why I get so frustrated, bro. Because I'm like, dude, everything I'm saying, you can go verify it, man. You can just go verify it. It's like when I talk about the quote unquote ether, I'm like, okay, look, this is what I speculate, right? It's thousands of times more dense than the air because of its viscosity and its substantive nature. Then it can actually manifest manifest matter based on infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, and blah, 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 blah. But that's my speculation. But when I say, look, either you're saying there's nothing there or there's something there, I'm saying there's something there. That's not speculation. That's a logical axiom. And when I say that all matter is electrostatic, that's not speculation. You can prove it. And when I say that you can manipulate electrostatics and things go up and down, you can prove it. Why would Flat Earth fight that? Why would they fight that?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I even tried to talk to QE and Nathan Oakley about this, both of them. Sometimes, but they're like, "What is ether?" Like, okay, come on now.
But QE knows about the electrostatics though.
Yeah, but does gas go down?
No, I mean he knows. He knows. Trust me, he knows.
Gas goes down. Boom, boom.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a strong man, right? Like whenever I jumped on Flat Earth Debate and was trying to talk, I got muted 80% of the time, and then the YouTube didn't get to hear it. They just heard him. But like, I never said gas went down. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you said there's a downward bias on the Earth. Yeah. That doesn't mean I'm saying gas goes down though. Like that's a straw man. It's like
we're talking about a difference in like solids versus gases. There's obviously a difference.
You should have told him there's a ground bias with everything that's electrical or static or has power or lightning or anything like that in nature. There is a ground bias, not down bias, really. I mean, a ground bias. I mean, kinetic.
Yeah, kinetic energy. See, like the Globers try to say gas gets pulled down to the Earth. I'm not saying that.
Right.
That's not what happens. There's an electric pressure down.
You're right.
Yeah. There's an electric pressure pressed down towards the Earth because there's a downward current, but the kinetic energy of gas is way stronger than that, so it's still able to go in omnidirectional dispersal.
A downward current creates an upward flow, like the magnetism. You got to have positive and negative. You got to have both for the differential, for the shit to even work. Yes.
Right. It's like I've tailored my stuff pretty specifically to where it's just objective. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I was just trying to be tactical. It's like I've tailored my argument to where it's objective, bro. It's just objective, and you can prove it, and it's like so frustrating because this makes Globers freak out. Globers freak out. You pull their gravity away, and they just implode, bro.
But when you take that gravity away, it destroys the whole model. It destroys everything.
Right. And flat earthers take it away, right? They're like, you don't prove it. The theory of relativity isn't proven. Einstein isn't proven. That's true. They point out that they don't prove it. But I can show what we can prove that explains that phenomena and is 10 to the 26th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. It doesn't just say they can't prove it. It decapitates their claim.
Yep.
Like, get with the program.
And the funny thing is, the formula that is written up for electrostatics and gravity are pretty much the same. The K is the constant, the G is the constant. They're so similar. It is crazy.
Yeah, Coulomb's law. They just hijacked Coulomb's law. Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
It's crazy. And then if you really get into the depths of it, their model does, like, they claim that you have to get huge compilations of matter before it changes. And so they said this because electrostatics is so weak that it could never make gigantic balls of gas and planets revolve around each other. It's way too weak. So they had to make up a new idea to explain how it could even potentially be a solar system with planets revolving in a vacuum. They had to come up with a new idea, right? It's like, dude, use it against them, bro. Use it against them. How can you find a force if there's a much stronger force always present, how could you find the weaker one? You can't. If you can't control the variable, you can't find the other one. It's game over. But whatever. You guys get it. I think that both sides suffer from dogma. Obviously, one side's way worse.
Yo, that whole force thing also kind of factors into their what's that guy with the balls? That fucking Freemason.
Cavendish.
Look at that fucking Cavendish. That fucking fuck. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. They say it's like the weakest force, and then it's pulling balls around in a fucking warehouse, and some guy's looking at it, and it's so strong that he can't be in the room. He can't be in the room because it's so strong. But then he has to fucking look at it with a telescope. But then gravity is the weakest force. It's like, what?
Blue Marble? He's on.
Well, Cavendish, though.
It doesn't matter. They don't eliminate electricity. They can't eliminate static. They can't eliminate a magnetic field. They can't eliminate ground. They can't eliminate any like exchange from the differential, especially when they ground it out in the first place and they add like metals and copper and foil. How is that going to get rid of, like, that doesn't even make any sense. And then they put tension on the center of the pole and put a one weight that's bigger and one weight that's little. This is a torsion balance thing. That's exactly what it does, is turns and spins with the torsion of the that's what it does.
Well, that's when I asked Blue with the torsion, what's the highest he had. He said about 6 feet. Well, that gives actually that's I think the voltage 100 volts is at 1.8 meters, roughly around there. So it's close enough. I said, could you do it at 50 feet so you can have more potential? You can manipulate it right at a higher altitude and see what happens with the brass balls now. Because that's you're grounding it out. As soon as he says he grounds it out, welcome to giving your whole apparatus a circuit.
Why don't you put a big lead ball on the outside of it next to the container and just sit it there and see if that has an effect on the next one and see if they match. If the reading still matches, something's wrong, because you just introduced another thing of mass. And if the reading doesn't change with every mass that you enter for mass attracting mass, gravity's not real.
Yeah. And of course, it's super inconsistent anyway.
If there was like vertical movement like that, you could just make a perpetual motion machine.
Vertical movement? What do you mean vertical movement? There's definitely, what do you mean?
Where they
gravity generator.
Yeah, gravity. Yeah, basically a gravity field, like some sort of gravity well. Like, where's my hoverboard? I watch Back to the Future. Where's the hover car? Where's all this?
Dude, it's electromagnetism, like Herman Pohl.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if the globe claim is true, they haven't used gravity for anything.
Oh, nothing. No, they can't. It doesn't exist. Dude, gravity.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So there are anti-gravity devices and tools and things. I mean, where is it? It doesn't exist. That should tell them something, that they've got no practical purpose for gravity.
Well, the anti-gravity, that's a horrible way of saying it. It's just, tapping into electromagnetic spectrums. Like when they call it quantum locking, that's just electromagnetism.
Yeah, it's also called magnetic levitation. It's not like that's even like hidden.
Right there.
Yeah.
It's funny when you get normie people, they're like, oh, that's anti-gravity right there. I'm like, no, dude, that's magnetism.
It's literally called magnetic levitation. Which, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Actually, technically, anti-gravity isn't... it isn't like an entirely wrong phrase. Like, just because gravity's been so tainted with what they claim, it's wrong. But the word gravity, it isn't theirs. They're psychopaths. Like, they've made up stories, but gravity is just dielectricity, like incoherent dielectric acceleration. It's not point specific, super weak, but it's there. Gravitas means weight, how heavy something is. It's all about electricity, or specifically dielectricity. But I mean, so I almost want to take the word back. Like, let me tell you what it actually is. Yeah.
Definitely needs to be taken back.
We've tried for like 7 years to just throw it out. But if we can take it back, like, oh, you don't even believe in gravity?
Well, no, I don't believe in things. And I know that your idea of gravity isn't true, but objects do have weight. Yeah. What's your point? You know, and like then you've set them up, and density is based on electrostatics, and you know, you can just decapitate them, lead them to the slaughter, bro. Like don't like bring them down to death row and then leave your sword at home.
But would you say that like coming around with the density argument in the first place would be like an easier approach, right?
Yes, but if you find a glober that's smart enough to say, okay, well then like what is density? What are you gonna say?
Yeah, I digress, but just
the
for
amount of
like
matter in a given volume.
I would, yeah, matter. I know if the molecules are more spread apart versus tight, like in the block of wood, they're more spread apart versus
okay,
a rock.
so what makes it more or less spread apart then?
Yeah, wait. I just mean from the commonsensical point of view, right?
Medium.
That we are able to describe the directionality to someone easily and based on common sense with relation to the medium, and that would like imply more or less like a not necessity of gravity, right?
See, no, I disagree with that. I do think that's the first step for sure, is to explain that, because most people don't even really understand that. And you just can tell them about a golf ball and a ping pong ball. You know, throw a beach ball up in the air, it falls down. Take it to the bottom of the pool, it goes up. All you did was change the density of the medium, right? That's cool, but gravity, like their model, they don't deny density. It's not like they deny it. They're making a claim about the cause of it. So like we're tapping out a little early in the conversation, and some people will be like, see, flat earthers, they don't get it. So there's a benefit to breaking it down simply to someone so they understand the idea. But there's also a double-edged sword there where they're like, see, the flat earther just doesn't understand it. They have this oversimplified idea of what it is.
Yeah, sure. What I just mean is that we are able to make predictions and like understand the behavior of certain materials regardless of the causation we try to infer, right? So
yeah,
just by observing that's what I mean. So there's absolutely no need to come up with something like Earth attraction to the center and so on, right?
Yeah, of course. But it's just like they think they have a cause. I mean, falsification is independent of replacement. You can falsify their claim of gravity for sure, but if you can ever like replace it with something that can be proven, it's definitely more powerful. Like that's my opinion. I don't think people shouldn't say density. They should break it down. They should be like, if we manipulate the density of a medium or an object, it'll change its direction. We can prove this a million different ways. We don't need your gravity pulling something down to the center of a ball. You need that because you have to explain omnidirectionality and how everything can go in all directions on a ball. I think that's a very good first step. But when I talked to a biochemist in San Francisco after I went to the Giants playoff games and did activism. I met this guy while we were getting burritos, and he was a biochemist. He sat down and he asked what we were doing. Small talk turned into me telling him about the Earth. This guy was very smart. He was very smart. And he asked me, what is density? Well, like compactness of matter. Well, what gives something its compactness? What gives matter its compactness? 90% of flat earthers would not have an answer. And that biochemist would have left thinking flat earth was stupid.
I would have told him incoherent.
Okay.
Electrostatics. It's electrostatics. Clean. It's actually clean.
That's right.
I mean, I just think there is not always a causation identifiable, right?
But this one is identifiable, though. That's the problem. I agree. If you can't identify it and prove it, you shouldn't claim it. You can prove this, though. That's my main contention. You can't prove gravity. So when we say density, and we say your fairy tale about gravity hasn't been proven, we're ahead. We won. I agree that flat Earth is ahead. Okay, but that isn't the full answer, and we actually can manipulate the cause. You can change the compactness of matter by manipulating its electrostatics. You can make things float by manipulating its electrostatics. So flat earthers say, look, it's just density, because if I change the density, I can make something float. Well, if I change electrostatics, I can make something float. So at which point did we think it was a good idea to throw that one out? That's my point. I agree. I'm trying to come up with a very simple way to put it across, because we've been so brainwashed with misdefined terms, and it gets real complex, and especially in rooms like this, I want to find a way, like a blueprint, where it's really easy to understand and explain,
You know, I agree that that's the next step, and I'm trying to. I thought I did it already, but apparently I didn't because it's just really not working. So
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
I'll get your point on that with it, but there's, like I said earlier, there's, flat earthers, they're only going to be able to run from electrostatics for so long. It's going to be a point where everything, you look at the electrical engineers, they're already making things that are there's going to be a point where they're going to look at this stuff and be like, okay, I'm with it. Let me look into it.
Well, it just seems weird. It's like they say gravity is like their god, basically, right? Like it created everything. It's the fundamental aspect of everything. It's what holds everything together. And so it's like it's their fundamental piece of existence. And it's wrong. But we do know what the fundamental piece of existence is. And it's charge. It's electrostatics. We do actually know what it is. That's a big part of, if we're actually just trying to figure out truth, either you're trying to win a debate or you're trying to figure out what the truth is. Do you see what I'm saying?
This is charge of what?
Of matter. Of the molecules in the matter.
Okay, but the matter itself, what's its fundamental particle?
The charge holds the matter together. The only way you have matter is charge.
I'm with you, but what are the particles of matter that are being held together with charge?
All the molecules. The molecules themselves, which are then made up of atoms, and then they make up stuff about what the atom's made up of. But the molecules themselves that make up the matter are held together with electrostatics. That's the only way you can have matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the only way matter can even exist.
Should even globers, they would even admit if we didn't have magnetism, we'll all be dead. Well, it takes some time, but we'll be dead initially. At least they're aware of that.
Well, I always just like cite the Purdue University quote, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So the only way that the molecules, the only way they're held together is with electrostatic charge. So it's like, I don't know, it's just objective. And this gets into what is charge, and they say stuff like positive and negative charge. It's just like when they'll say, they think, hey, flat earthers are so stupid. Is like 10 to the negative 17 toward a negative number? No, it's not, right? Basically division, it's just really small number. Same thing with charge. It's positive and negative charge. What are you talking about? There's just strong charge and there's weak charge.
So what's it? You have no doubts whatsoever about atomic theory?
No, yeah, like the materialistic claim of it or anything like that, I do for sure. But the area, like the concentrated area that we can isolate, is pretty verifiable.
Can I add something regarding that? Just one sentence. There is something documented from the physicist Niels Bohr, where he said that he derived his atomic model from a dream which he had, and he imagined the planets in the solar system orbiting each other, and that inspiration made him derive his model.
Yeah. I don't believe in the mainstream atomic theory model. I'm just saying, like, the actual area that we isolate that people call an atom is very real. You can consistently isolate it. It isn't some material sphere. That's all pseudoscience.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to imply that all of that is wrong by that statement. It's just that I know that this doesn't correspond to reality in that case.
Yeah. I think I didn't even know that, so that's very interesting. So
yeah, there are always kind of this weird sparks some scientists have in developing their models. For example, it's like Einstein jumped in the patent office in Bern, and after that he came to a universal theory of gravitation and this weird stuff. Always strange illuminations of certain scientists.
Yeah, it all goes back to Neoplatonism, like the Greek philosophy, which birthed the idea that the perfect shape is the sphere and everything is made of spheres. Really, I'd say the perfect shape is a circle. So anyway. And there are a bunch of circles in nature, man.
Oh, let me tell you about the circle. Oh, don't get me on that circle.
Yeah, look, even light, even how we perceive light on the earth is a circle.
Yeah, 100%. I've been looking more in that Rayleigh scattering. They actually did some type of test with crystals and gases, and you know how a while back you guys were talking about that hollow thing. I didn't even look into that too much, but it's fascinating that the images that they got are similar to a hollow Earth. How they get the scattering? They have a hole in the middle. Wonder if I could find it.
Look what Earth is Life just posted. He doesn't even know. I guess he's not listening. Oh, maybe he does know because he posted his screen recording.
Can you send me the Jason Peterson thing? The server?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, right there. See that? So they had gases and these crystals in this lab. They did this, right? And this is showing like Rayleigh scattering. And look, you could make it. They had a hole in it though. That's what's interesting. It looks like that hollow Earth thing. I really would like to know how many miles, if that hollow Earth, because there's some images I got of people say a globe, and it shows old images of a hollow Earth, and here they are right here. Why did they remove it? Interesting. How many miles?
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
How in the north? Because I think I don't know if it was with somebody put me onto that, and I actually been looking really closely into that to get cartography going on to try to make a map. Because I'm actually trying to do it. I got to get all the information as possible, but the difficult part is where to put the continent. Because the AE model, the continents are off. They're not to scale, nowhere near it. It's just out of whack. But getting how many miles or how many kilometers is it in the center? I need to know that so I know how far away to separate the continents.
Yeah, but couldn't you do that by using celestial data?
No, dude, it's so difficult for me to find how many miles is there. I cannot find. I see 50 degrees. They're saying it's 50 degrees. The clouds are above this, whatnot. When the sun sets, it lights it up, whatever. But it's trying to get the data there, and I can't find it.
You're never gonna find it. You're talking about the middle?
Correct. Yes, the center of the north.
Yeah, that's how we. Yeah, exactly. That's why we literally can't have an accurate map.
That's what I'm getting to. That's the reason why I'm really trying to just hold on to the circumference of light, and I'm trying to work the map, but it's difficult. It's really difficult to do cartography on that.
I think we should
we need
be able to get an
accurate center point to even get started.
Yeah, sure, but I think from using data from like celestial navigation GPs, we could be able to remodel the northern hemisphere at least.
Yeah, that's a trick. They're using
sky. It's bad science because sky does not dictate ground, just like ground does not dictate sky. These are two separate things. There's a little bit of correlation sometimes, but not always.
Yes, but from certain relationships.
The problem is that you can't really tell where. Well, you can't tell Polaris's actual 9-degree zenith location geographically. You can't tell by just looking at Polaris. You have to get underneath it.
And you
couldn't tell.
But we can confirm 1 degree every 69 miles.
I don't agree with that no more.
No.
Now after I looked into this,
that's the air rate. The air rate is every degree is an area of 69 miles. An air. That's the air rate. You'd want to get that down to something usable.
I don't exactly get that point. Could you maybe make that more clear so I can
understand? So if you make a measurement and you get an angle to a star, you are plus or minus 69 degrees from where you think you might be. Up to 69 or 69 miles. It's not telling you you've moved 1 degree, therefore you've moved 69 miles. No, it's telling you you've moved 69 miles plus or minus. You could take a measurement, get like, okay, that's 40 degrees. Take a measurement again and get like 39. You didn't just magically teleport 39 miles. There's an error rate in
Yeah,
those.
sure.
Yeah, if you go to the Smithsonian, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum in DC has an outstanding display of this. They got lights on the ceiling. They got different sextants laid out through the building. You can take measurements and compare these measurements. It'll tell you what display you're currently in. You walk through, they tell you all about Loran. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Dude, Kai and I are gonna go there then. We're like an hour away right now.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I used to live in DC. So you just like I could send you some pictures, and they got the whole they got like a mock-up of the Saturn V, just the engine, just to show you how big it was. They got a Skylab. You can walk into Skylab and like a mock-up of Skylab and see how much space they had to maneuver and stuff and work around. It's worth going. And the best thing too is when you walk in, they have a collection plate. They said help support space travel. Drop some money in this collection plate, which is shaped like a.
It's
Saturn
temporarily closed, dude. Temporarily closed.
Really?
Yeah, I just looked it up because I was gonna go. It's temporarily closed.
Hmm.
How disappointing, man.
Yeah, you would have loved it. I mean, you guys could have done a whole like a video recording. They have like sextants laid out, and they show you like there's directions on how to use it and how to manipulate it and how to turn the mirrors to line up with the the different horizons. And then they talk about the GPS. There's like a video you watch about the GPS. It explains that your handheld device communicates with the ground. And they talk about how the military one is slightly different but classified.
Do they mention GPS buoys, receivers?
No, but they do talk about the Loran, how the Loran system used like buoys and things of that nature.
Okay, that's close. Okay.
Yeah, they almost they get so close to telling you the Earth is flat because you basically walk into a flat Earth, a building, right? The floor is flat, and you do all the whole navigation thing, like.
I'm so salty right now, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's a bummer. It'd been pretty cool to like send you the photos I took.
It says it's temporarily closed through all of fall 2022.
That's super lame.
Wow. How was I in DC for like 2 weeks and didn't go there? I feel like a loser.
I'll send you the photos I took. Some of them anyway, like the more flattering ones.
It says closed for renovation from March 28th to fall of 2022.
Sometimes they've done that where they're hanging new airplanes on the ceiling. Because they have like a one part of the building, they've got like all the aircraft from like going back like ages and ages ago, where it's like the Wright brothers.
We'll actually be back here in the winter though, so I think so. If we are, we'll try to go. Lame, so lame.
See, at the time when I went back there to visit friends and stuff, I didn't think about flat Earth at the time because that was like, I mean, geez, like 2010, 9 when I went to. But I just went there because I was kind of curious about what new exhibits and stuff that they had and new things set up and.
They're gonna try to make it more globe Earthish, man. Close it down the flat Earth.
The one thing I did, like some of the photos I took that were kind of insightful was they have like a wall that starts off the space age, and it shows you like the first thing in orbit, like Sputnik, and then they show you, and you walk through, like as you walk through the wall, they've got little murals and photos and whatnot to show you like a showcase of this, right? First person in space, first this, first that, and they show you America versus Russia, hours in space, number of launches, a few other data points. Then at some point, America surpasses number of people in space, number of hours, number of launches, and then boom, 1972, it just abruptly ends. Like the wall, the mural just stops in 1972. And I recorded it at the time. I took like a video recording of me walking through the mural and just kind of like just taking one step at a time, and it didn't quite resonate with me until years later. I looked at it. I'm like, why? Why did they randomly just stop the mural at 1972? Well, that's when the space age just abruptly dies. I mean, just unceremoniously just ends. Manned space flight is over. And there's a video that they have where the eagle has landed, and they cut like the last 5 seconds. And you're like, well, why would they do that? Why was there like a break in the audio and video? It's like, 10 meters, like, or 100 meters, 50 meters, or I don't think they use meters, whatever they're saying. I think they use metric or whatever. Anyway, they also they cut, and there's just radio silence. Eagle has landed.
Uh-oh. B-Bot does not like that circle. He really doesn't. I gotta put that out there. He just doesn't.
Yeah,
B-Bot
where are
was
all the
all
Globers, man?
None of them have an answer for it. Every time I have talked to any Glober, none of them. Mall Man, he's the only one that tried to like use like. Well, then why isn't the sun getting small? They go somewhere else with it. Mall Man is the only one that tried to really challenge it a little bit.
Damn. Am I roboting?
No.
Like, have any of them at least said, like, oh, well, like, that doesn't prove anything, or the Earth still curves more than that explains, or anything like that?
No, not really. I had a couple of them actually saying, wow, that kind of looks similar. Some of them would try to say it's a spotlight. I think it's because I've been sharing this so often now they have caught on what my case is. So they have. If I show an average person the images that I have, right, of the they will go. That looks like a ball. A lot of them, it's funny.
Do you look at?
We should mix it in. Start mixing them up, right? Like mix them up with different ones that are supposedly from NASA. Just mix them in.
Oh, I do. I get a lot of them. I even tell B-Ball like so there's a hard cutoff. Well, the only reason why you get that hard cutoff, right? You get what is that 360 camera that makes the ground look like a ball in space or whatever type of thing. It's just that there's more light that is not being seen. It's on the other side of that photo or video. That's why you get that hard cutoff, right? In other areas where it's like dissipation or the max visible distance of light, you'll see it kind of like it's not a hard cutoff. I got the images.
Man of consciousness. I don't know. There's not any Globers in here that can give me an answer. I want to be on the Globe side, man. Can you help me out?
Okay, so listen, you see how right there on the top left is a hard cutoff? Well, that's because the camera lens wraps that light where there's more light beyond that. It's way on the other side. It's just the camera light, it cuts it off. But right there on the far right, that's the circle of light right there. That's where it ends.
The circle of life.
What the hell is this, man? What even is this picture?
It's supposed to be from the ISS. I just used the argument.
What is that though? Like, what is that?
Yeah,
that's what exactly is supposed to
Yeah, it's just I've been looking at a lot of ISS films, and I get a lot of the hard. Like, here's another hard cutoff. This is because there's more light on the other side. That's the only reason why. And the camera lens.
Yeah, the ISS supposedly can only see about 3 or 4% of
Right.
Earth.
Yes.
So that is way too much if that was the curve of the Earth.
Never the curve of the Earth, man.
See, that's really fucked up. You know, they fucked up showing these photos. Because look at that would be Hurricane Northern Hemisphere. I mean, how big would that hurricane have to be if that was a curve of the Earth?
It's not. It's just a camera lens and light.
Yep.
It's light and camera lens, both together, synonymously.
I mean, that would be like the whole Atlantic Ocean right there. If that was like the curve of the Earth, that hurricane would cover from America all the way to Europe.
That machinery is bent from the lens, right?
Yeah, the hard cutoff, yes.
Can any Glover respond to what he just said about the proportion of the curve?
They don't. A lot of them.
I mean, in this photo, it's obviously just the lens, but in all other photos, it's not the lens because we know the Earth is curved.
No, they told you that they don't see the curve from the ISS.
That was really good.
Dude, a lot of them are like, okay, do you got a working map yet? Do you got a working map? It's like they kind of see it and kind of agree with like, whoa, that's crazy. Do you got a working map? That's what they run to now. That's what I kind of get.
Yeah, no. Dude, that's
They're
a
obviously
win,
not the
bro.
same lenses.
No, they're not.
Different
Those
focal
two right
length.
there, top and bottom, are two different lenses.
Imagine looking at this and being like, wow, this is so awesome. Like, I guess I just don't get it.
And look how, if you notice too, at the top one right I posted, look how flat that is in the horizontal. It's only the x-axis, just like August Picard. He was right, dude. There's no way around it. It looked as a disc with upturned edges.
That's tomorrow. That's the anniversary of that is tomorrow, May 27th. That's when Picard took his boat up, or his balloon up, and saw the Earth is flat.
August Picard.
Yep.
More like August Retard. Got him.
Dude, Fleur Flair, I can't wait till you get that recorded, dude. That's gonna be awesome. I appreciate you helping on that though. Really do.
Hey, will both of you DM me all this stuff?
Yeah, did you? I was gonna ask you. Normally you don't look at DMs. Is it? I forgot to say. Do you want me to send that?
Yeah,
or?
You asshole.
I know. I
yeah,
forgot.
I literally have literally like 100 unopened DM threads, but I have like one bar here, so these pictures are taking like 5 minutes to load. I can't save anything, so if you could send them to me, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's from Air and Space Museum stuff.
Cool. I want
to
to present this argument for the debate, and so if you guys could help a brother out.
What are you talking about? That circle of light?
Yeah, like pictures of the ISS compared to the software. He sent me a video screen recording of that. So just like some of these pictures you've been using for your argument, whatever you think you can send me, I'll present the argument at the debate.
Nice, cool. Yeah, I definitely will send all of them to you. I mean, what I got from Arma.
Man, when Arma did it, dude, it was he mocked up an ISS in there, right? And he used the Mercator map though, the square map, and he just traversed all, in the horizontal all the way across, and it looked so identical, to the exact, just like ISS footage. No way around it. I'm sure he
No
has it.
Glober rebuttals, man. Come on, I want to be a Glober, man. Win me over. Oh man, how disappointing, man. Is this where we've come to in 2022?
I mean, Witsit, when you say you want to be a Glober, I mean, does this come with the auspice of worshiping the satanic corporation known as NASA? Because I mean,
yeah, that sounds exhilarating. That sounds exhilarating, bro. Like, just show me the way.
I want to be a Glober too, to be honest. Like, if it was true and they had evidence, I would jump ship real quick, because it would be so much better for my personal and professional life if I was believing everything else, believing what everyone else believed.
Okay, well, that picture is with
I'm
a
telling
GoPro,
you, bro.
but it's still curved. It's just curved less than that, right? So
is this where we are?
That's a GoPro image, and it's round. It's just not that curved because of the GoPro.
Yeah, it's gonna take more than that, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, this circle of light, you can't get around it, dude. You can't. We see in a 360, dude, on the Earth. That's just with our eyes and light. Higher you go, that light you're gonna perceive that light at a certain angle. And I think the ISS it's read to be about 22 degrees off to the horizontal off, yeah. So that angle, that specific angle, is gonna get you that edge, that rim edge, if you will.
But you're assuming their distance is valid?
No. I'm just saying how they're angled. I do not believe they're.
Gotcha.
I do not believe at all whatsoever they're 252 miles up.
Yeah, of course. Jace, can you tell me what's going on here? Can Man of Consciousness tell me? Can any of the Glovers tell me, man? Help me get my job back.
Hold up, so you guys believe that the satellites are up there?
Yeah, of course they are, dude. You think that NASA would lie about that?
How are they staying up, though?
Electromagnetic.
Yeah, magnetic levitation, electrogravitic propulsion. But they're not anywhere close to where they say, of course, and they're obviously not in any type of vacuum that they claim. There's definitely stuff in the sky. They definitely put a Skynet up last year, bro, for sure.
Do you know how many volts is up there in the metasphere, ionosphere, magnetosphere? Dude, there's so many volts, dude. That's where lightning comes from, man.
How's this shit moving so quick?
They're in a less dense medium, and the magnetic field is moving.
Well, again, though, are you claiming, like, okay, the higher up you are, the faster you have to move, right? They're not nearly as high as they claim they are. And
I'm with you.
You can only see some of them. Yeah, you don't have to see some of them, but yeah, I've seen a UFO move quick in the sky, so the technology exists. I saw 13 in one night. 13 in one night, bro. They're moving so fast in the sky, it's like hard to fathom.
So what about when they do?
They don't look like they're moving fast, though.
What about when they crunch numbers with parallax?
Where was it?
They show that it's covering like X amount of land at Y time, like showing that it's moving really fast, like the ISS, for instance.
You could do that on a flat plane. Same thing.
It doesn't work.
Then what's the technology that's making it go so quick?
The numbers don't work, actually. Like, the ISS numbers don't work. Like, how far the ISS should travel and the amount of time they claim it should actually debunks the ISS claim. So I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, electrogravitic propulsion, you would have no reciprocation of, you would have no impedance. Better said, like, you would have nothing to worry about. Like, you could levitate there, turn left, turn right, change on a dime. you'd have nothing impeding you. So I don't know how fast they could actually go. That's a good question. I would love to know, but I've seen things go real fast, and they're not like official satellites at all. They were it was in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee. I saw 13 in one night in the course of like an hour and a half. Like mind-blowingly fast.
Look at the railgun. That's all just electromagnetic propulsion. Same thing. It's just not a constant propulsion over and over and over. If it was in a field that was, you get it. You get it.
Well, that's a big difference, though. The fact that it's just fired and losing velocity versus something that's maintaining velocity constantly going around above us,
Yeah. But it's a totally different mechanism anyway.
Yeah, it is. It's
not totally different.
It's an example of how, how powerful electromagnetism is. It can definitely traverse an object at crazy speeds. Like, wow.
Like personally, when I see the transits of the ISS and it's just the light reflecting, I'm like, okay, it's just probably some phenomenon that we discovered or like we kind of realized was happening, and then they fashioned the ISS to, they just lied and said the ISS is this light. But then you have amateur astronomers coming in and it has like the robotic machine type looking structure and stuff, and at that point it's either an alien or it's us, right?
Well, wait a minute.
And that's why, like, at that point's when it, for me, became a strong proof for the globe, because we could speculate that it's actually other technology and stuff like that, but for me, it's that and the South Celestial Pole is a strong proof for the globe. But we still don't have any confirmation. Yeah. So I'm like,
Well, let me add something to it.
Reserved. Go ahead.
Have you heard about or read up on the CubeSat? There's Michigan students, like 240 Michigan students that are gonna. You know about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they use the electromagnetic frequencies. They get a little circuit through this wire, and it provides a propulsion. They even will say that it has no fuel, no nothing. It's just simply based off electromagnetism.
No, I'm familiar with the CubeSat program, as in, like, you basically rent out space in a spacecraft that's going to be launched, and then your satellite is deployed with a bunch of other ones.
Yeah, and they just use
they don't launch it themselves.
Right, but they use the electromagnetic field above the Earth to provide it propulsion.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'll have to send you that. I'll get all that information.
Well, how do you respond to Globers just saying, no, actually, they just use orbiting? Like, it's just orbits.
Well, that's what it says. It's electromagnetism that provides a propulsion to stay in orbit. That's what it says. And I have showed a few of them. I think Blue Marble wanted to look at it.
Can you describe the mechanism? Like, how are they exploiting electromagnetism to propel?
Yeah, I'll show you. Hang on, let me get it. It's going to take a sec.
Like, I'd understand if it was like, solar powered or something like that, and it had little, like engine type thing that would convert the solar energy into propulsion somehow. And I guess you could say that that's electromagnetism because it's light, right? But electromagnetism is a very broad word.
Electrogravity propulsion is like very, very real. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
What propulsion?
Graphitic.
Oh.
Yeah. So magnetic levitation, effectively. And dude, this goes way back, bro. Like to the Nazis. I know they have stuff in the sky.
You know how like every year you have the Pleiades and the asteroid belt and all these other lights in the sky, essentially? What if civilizations of the past have learned how to exploit this technology, and those are things that they put up in the past that have just like, longer orbits that come once a year or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen Starlinks in the sky?
Yep, I have. Yep.
Yeah, they're really crazy to see. I mean, they're clearly in the sky. I will say, when you watch them launch Starlinks, though, it's so stupid, dude. It is not going that high at all, bro. It was so stupid that I couldn't help but laugh out loud the whole time. It was so dumb. It took so long for them to go in the air, and it starts tipping over parabolic at such a low altitude. It's so stupid. So stupid.
Probably balloons.
Maybe so, yeah. I actually think they could be. I also think they might not be, like, because Tesla is clearly propped up. It's just a CIA front company, but they're bringing out a bunch of technology that's kind of been suppressed from us in like a baby drip feed way. Like Tesla loves to talk about how you could power the entire United States with 100 square miles of solar power panels. I don't think he's lying. And solar power is actually super inefficient. I think that if anyone was going to kind of mainstream put up something using this electrokinetic propulsion, it would be Tesla. So I don't know. I'm really on the fence. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I know stuff's up there.
Yeah, I found it real quick. Let me just read this real quick. But it's okay right here. But a satellite designed and built by 250 university students, primarily undergrads, could maintain low Earth orbit without fuel. The team plans to explore the feasible or their new propulsion system this weekend. Okay, now how it works. Once in space, the students plan to keep the tiny satellite named MITTE-1, Miniature Tether Electrodynamics Experiment, in low Earth orbit without thrusters or propellant. Instead, it uses the Earth's electromagnetism to provide propulsion. Solar panels affixed to two CubeSats generate electricity, which passes through a connecting wire. As the CubeSat orbits the Earth, the ionosphere completes the circuit.
Yeah, that's pretty incriminating.
Yeah, I see it here. When a wire conducts electric current in a magnetic field, it exerts a force on the wire, boosting the CubeSat higher into orbit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say when I guess the company Tesla first started I guess producing cars and shit, they came to Hawaii, and there was their first Tesla store was like very near to my house, so I went with my mom to go check it out. And I remember like when we got in and they let you test drive it and stuff, and like the biggest thing that they were making a big deal about, they were saying like, oh yeah, it's so much more efficient and so much more comfortable because it's all using NASA technology that nobody else can use. Only Tesla has this NASA technology that they use in their batteries and all this. And I was just like, wait, what? Like, and now thinking back on it, it's like they're the only ones with the NASA technology, eh? And then the guy's going to space.
Yo, so think about that. You have lightning caused by like the ion differential of the clouds and like the ground or whatever's on the ground, right? Maybe what they're doing is exploiting like that same differential but higher, basically. So you have, that instead of electron going down, it's going up, and this kind of this energy is giving it that jolt to stay aloft.
Yeah.
And
dude, higher you go, more voltage there is, more current, more powerful.
So just powered by the sun, causing this electrical energy potential or difference or what have you, and then because the electron's moving from the clouds to the receiver, basically the antenna on the satellite, it's causing it to propel and stay aloft. Maybe.
I'd just like to say, like, there's a shit you have to like replace on the bottom of your engine on the boat, and basically it's a fucking more corrodable substance that you attach to your engine so that it corrodes instead of the metal that your engine is made of. So yeah, there's a lot of fucking interesting things that electromagnetism does.
It's funny how Elon Musk, oftentimes he says the world is a simulation. Do you guys find that kind of like interesting?
Well, before we move on to that, if you have little mini lightning bolts, could that basically be akin to combustion?
Yeah, 1 volt is read to be about 200,000 volts as the highest one of them they have read. I forget how many amps that was. I got all this paperwork, but it's pretty high. Yeah,
So
pretty
if this
high.
like little wire that they have is kind of like just hanging down, and it completes the circuit with the gases below it, and it causes little like micro lightning bolt, that would give it, you know, force upwards, right?
Yep, that's what they're saying.
Sam
But
had
if anything,
mentioned
even if it doesn't give a combustive type force, it'll at least be hot energy that will go upwards and will, you know, residually push the satellite upwards.
we used to build gigantic kites like as a contest, and we'd take them to the airport, and you had to pull them with trucks to get them aloft, right? And these kites some of these kites that did really well, they'd have these tails on them. And I always thought that was to keep them stable. But my uncle taught me that that was not only to keep them stable, but to add lift. I didn't know what he meant, but I wonder if that's what it is. It's more area to generate, you know, receive that energy. But I also heard the balloon systems that they use these tails to gather that, you know, that charge.
Yeah, it would make sense. Like, I imagine they're not going, you know, above the clouds or anything, but it would make sense if there's some energy. Like, I don't know how it works in terms of when there isn't lightning. You would you expect still that there would be a buildup of, you know, the electrical potential, so that you would have, like, you know, the same thing that a lightning bolt will require, but that one's for a lot. If there isn't that much of a difference, you would still expect that there would be at some point, like, you know, discharges, but maybe just in like low energy forms, not a lightning bolt, but like, you know, an invisible micro lightning bolt, if you will, you know. So maybe they're
You can have
exploring that,
lightning.
and they have. Sorry.
You can have lightning without a storm.
Yep.
I know, but can you have lightning that you can't see?
Yeah, well, they're harder to see because you don't have the background of the clouds and it being darker.
I'm with you, but can you have a lightning bolt at night that you can't see? Is my point. Like, can you have such a small lightning bolt, such a low discharge, that it's invisible?
I would assume that
Like
puts
maybe
off a pretty intense light most of the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I would say there was different degrees, right? There has to be different, you know, amplitudes of the lightning. So some would be seen, some wouldn't. Some are brighter than others. Some are longer and bigger than others. You know.
But how would the kite? I guess it would go down the string that you're holding it, and that would be the ground, right? Because it would need to complete the circuit.
I guess. I never thought about it. I did hear on those balloon systems they called them a tail, like some type of electromagnetic tail or something. I just remember hearing it.
Yeah.
It was definitely something they were harnessing energy. Because they have in these balloons, they have an inner and outer layer, and they increase charge and decrease charge somehow, and that increases and decreases altitude of their balloons.
Yeah, I wonder how that they completed the circuit when the kites aren't that high, you know?
Well, I saw a thing on Google.
I apologize.
Saw a thing on Google Loon.
Montreal, go ahead.
Thanks. To what Rakia said just now, I saw a thing on Google Loon, and I think they're the ones that came up with the balloon within a balloon, and they would make it go up and down. I think it was increasing and decreasing the air in the secondary balloon, if I'm not mistaken. and they would go up and down. So this way they can ride the different currents to go east and west. And the up and down was controlled by the secondary balloon within the balloon. And this way they were able to control it. And they had like 6-month flight time last time I checked.
That information is hard to
put the
find.
air
though.
back in? Hold up, how would
That's
they put the air back
crazy.
in the second balloon?
It's like a submarine basically, but instead of in the water, it's in the air. That's such a
Yeah,
good idea.
buoyancy, but it's definitely a fact. They use inner balloon, like different layers of balloons, and then they increase and decrease. But I heard something about the static charge, like that's what they used, or they used the charge to run the motor that pumped the air, or something. I mean, it's been a couple of years, but that information is hard to find now. It's been kind of hidden or scrubbed or whatever, even on the internet.
Montreal, do you know how they generate the air in the second balloon?
I don't remember. It's like months ago. It's probably a year ago that I checked it because we were talking about different ways and satellites and stuff. I don't remember a percentage, but just Google. Probably Rakia's right. They removed a lot of it. Google.
Can't do it anymore. I tried because that's where I saw it too. What you're talking about, I saw it on Google Loon or whatever
Yeah,
that
that's it.
program
Yeah,
was.
Google Loon. Yeah.
They showed you the fabric they use. They also showed you some fabric that's stronger than steel, like it's some type of polymer, whatever. I mean, they have all types of different fabric now, but it's a fabric you wrap, just like the old Hindenburg or whatever. You would wrap this structure with this stuff, and it's as strong as you want, but it's real light.
Now this
Yeah,
stuff
I'm
is
down with-
I hear you.
in
This
terms of
stuff is
mechanics.
old technology, Rakia percentage, everybody. I've seen some other stuff, man, where it's like a blimp. Picture a blimp, those old World War II blimps type of structure. But within there's cells to capture rays from the sun, and all kinds of stuff like to keep it aloft for a long time. And you know what? I'm starting to wonder the ISS could be something like that. Like, because once you reach altitude, think about it. They themselves, in their own model, they say you pass 150,000 feet, it's 0.0 something % of the atmosphere. So all you got to do is get something up there high enough, and then you can generate tremendous speeds. No need for this vacuum of space stuff. Just saying.
I'd like everyone to notice for the past 2 or 3 hours, there haven't been the, let's just call them the normal trolls that are here every day and night, and how pleasant the conversation has been, and how much of the topics we were able to discuss, put in our own opinions, no arguing.
No, forget you and forget your
love-hate
stupid noise, and you're all done. No.
I just want to say thank you.
It's a love-hate relationship because Witsit was like begging for a Glober to argue with,
Thank you for being a friend.
It's pretty funny. They have no argument. They don't. I have just where's the map? That's where they go to.
I want to know why there's scrutiny. It's so tough on us, but then for them, it's okay. That's good. They just defend everything for their stuff, and then for us, they're like, no. We need to know the size, the height, the distance, the feet, how you felt that day. What's your favorite color? What's your address? Is your friend tall? Like, they want to know like so many weird things. It's like funny, right? What's your favorite phase of the moon? Like what?
What if you have the satellite with, not a satellite, but the balloon, the balloon in a balloon. The internal balloon is like helium, right? And then the external balloon isn't air, but water. and when the water is a liquid, it's it's heavy and it's making the balloon go down, and when it's vapor, it's making it go higher because the buoyancy of the helium is canceling out, and then no, that wouldn't work, would it? If it's sealed, it wouldn't work. I was thinking and then it had like some sort of solar powered kind of device which would heat up the water, boil the water inside, if they wanted it to go up. But I don't know if that would work.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't even necessarily have to be water. It could be like any gas or liquid that has like the proper, I guess, temperature that
phase change
can expand it. Yeah.
Well, they have solar power, even though it's still contained in the same container.
Excuse me?
I said, would it work if it was, more or less a closed system that was, contained?
Well, it is. I mean, the material would be closed, but the energy going in and out would not be. So it wouldn't be thermally closed or energetically closed. It would just be materially closed system.
Actually, yeah, what am I thinking? It would work because the second balloon's volume is expanding, so it's becoming less dense, and it would definitely work. For some reason, I was thinking that the balloon, the volume wouldn't change. If the volume wouldn't change, then obviously the weight wouldn't change, and it wouldn't affect, it would still be as dense. But if the balloon is expanding as you turn it into a gas, then yeah, it would work.
Check out the live stream text percentage.
Wow, that's crazy. Because I was just about to say they have like commercially available solar powered drones that can go like pretty damn high and stay up for years. So if we were to combine these technologies classified, you don't think that you could? I mean,
man, if I had all this funding, are you kidding me with it?
That is professional. Yeah, it would be crazy. If you could give if you would just give the flat earthers like 50 mil, there's no telling. And like we had to strictly spend it on like engineering, dude, it'd be so crazy. There's no telling what we would invent. Just 50 mil, and that's actually not a lot compared to what we would be competing with. It's just like we have an unfair advantage, because like we don't have like.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, you're good. I was good.
I was gonna say, I'm imagining this balloon in a balloon thing, and as long as you have it set up so like the bottom part is a type of like bowl shape, so that when it's in liquid form, the external balloon, but just basically the fabric of it, is kind of falling in on itself, meaning like the volume is going to be relatively low, then it could work. You just have to have like some sort of like coil shape or something like that, just this concave type of frame base, so that the fabric of the outer balloon will fall in on itself when it's liquid, and then you have just one heat pad that's solar powered, and that'll heat up the water or whatever the liquid is, and until it makes a phase change and turns into a gas, and then expands upwards. The base will be still kind of its concave shape, and it'll maintain that shape, but upwards it'll expand, and then when it contracts again, it'll fall into this basically this net that catches the fabric of the outer balloon. It could definitely work. Have a little switch with a battery for whenever you want to make it go up or down. The issue is still obviously how you're going to get it to go to sideways quick.
Oh yeah, that's why you have to use magnetism, bro. Because it's like it's the same way that bees work, right? It's like a bee, it effectively, it's within this little like force field. I don't let the Globers say whatever they want to say, but a bumblebee creates like a resonance, like a freaking, like its aura becomes like a force field. So when it flies through crosswinds going 60 miles an hour, into them, they fly completely unaffected. Okay, and that's what the UFO, as they would call them, that's what this object would have to do. That's it, right? So you just need that to scale, and you're talking about being up really high in the sky where there's so much potential energy.
You're kind of roboting. There was a Russian scientist named Viktor Gorbanikov. He did a research on beetle wings, a specific type of beetle, and found.
Yeah.
I want to make
Yeah,
this.
with the white beard.
I don't want to ruin.
Jar.
He found that these wings had like magnetic properties, and long story short, he got a whole bunch of them and connected it to like a square base on, and allegedly he made a literal hover that could fucking hover, and he went fast and all kinds of weird shit. And a kind of similar concept to what you guys are talking about was that those beetles. Same thing with those beetles, is they're saying when they're flying, they're not actually like pushing wings and propelling like birds. It's creating with the specific geometry and that its wings
and
flying
the
and
design
flapping.
for the wind to go forward over it, and anything coming at it fights it. Yes, sir. For lift.
Wait.
Exactly what the deal is. Yep, you got
And
it.
like the other guy was saying, it creates some gravity, like anti-gravity, like field around itself, and it just can just lean forward and it'll literally start going like that.
Yeah.
And
they're just little helicopters, aren't they?
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
No.
You're loud, but you're drowning out.
Okay, I want you guys to tell me if it's bad, because I don't want to ruin. Suck it up.
That's bad.
Robot in there.
There's like a 20-minute video over that, a Russian guy, for anyone interested. It tries to get like scientific, and it looks under the wings under the microscope and all kinds of wild shit. Actual footage of him flying it, stuff like that. You could see they get the
I've
beetle.
never seen the footage of him flying it.
Yeah, it's all in this one like 20-minute video. He starts playing. You'd start playing with the beetle wings, place it over each other, and they start hovering. And, or you think, oh, it's like a video trick or something, but there's a whole bunch of people on YouTube also that do this that you could see.
I thought high-speed footage showed that bumblebees and these beetles actually had like a figure 8 with their wings and did like a helicopter trick, creating low pressure above the wing surface.
I think I got a video I saved about that.
Mic check.
You're good.
Damn. Yeah, so like with the bumblebee, it creates a resonance field effectively. It's resonance, and it can go through crosswinds up to 60 miles per hour. So if you were like that high with all that potential energy, and you could just, replicate that to scale, you would be able to go like crazy speed, stop on a dime, change direction. I mean, for one, you have like a fraction of the impedance that the bumblebee does. You're incredibly more powerful than the bumblebee is, and third, you're in an environment with way more potential energy than the bumblebee is.
I don't know if we would be more powerful, because relative to their size, they're pretty powerful. Just like how ants, they could lift 400 times their mass, and relative to their size, they're way more powerful than we are.
That's true. But I agree for sure, like proportionate to the size, but like the amount of energy that's up there, like merely your presence creates such an immense amount of energy or force. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know the specifics. That's a good point, though. Like, you're not more powerful just because you're bigger, obviously. In fact, it's the other way around. But unless, of course, you could replicate. This is the idea of fully replicating the mechanism, which is a kind of crazy concept. So you would have to have some type of device. I don't know. Are you trying to have people in it? I mean, let's say you are. It would have to basically vibrate so fast
but you have to heat so that it could actually attain this, you know. But it would have to stay in a very minute window, so you don't really like it won't affect you too much, or you know, it can't be just like all over the place. Which honestly, the further out the vibrational pattern, then the weaker it would be anyway. So you'd have to have this crazy fast, tight vibrational mechanism, like in like engineered into the body of whatever we want to call it.
Bodysuit, yeah.
The ship. Well, I don't know what you want to call it, but
or it could even be like
yeah. So if you could maintain,
personal.
Good.
I was gonna say it could even be something personal to like, you know, yourself, but just like a bodysuit that you're wearing somehow, where something, sound or whatever is resonating and creating this lift. You know, like Superman type suit. You know.
Yeah, straight up, we could definitely fly straight up. That would be crazy, though. I mean, I don't know what all everyone's done. You know, maybe you can go skydiving, all that stuff. Imagine, like, you'd always have to be in a suit where you could breathe, but imagine being that high up, man. That would be wild. It's not even something I'm personally interested in. I'm not gonna lie, and not really because I'm scared or anything like that, but it's just like, as just my body, like in a suit. I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know if that's something I was supposed to be doing in this existence. I don't know. That's just me. I feel like you're kind of playing. I don't know. The creator made us smart. You know, he likes us to figure things out. So. I guess you could say the same about planes.
The farther you get away from nature, the more kind of risky it seems.
Yeah, or like out of place. But the risk would be the same, I guess, right? You're gonna fall and die.
No, I mean risky as
Is
in
the
like
worst case.
detrimental to, you know, us, our essence, you know, society, all that stuff. You know, even like with all the new technologies that we have, this electronic technology and stuff, you know, we're getting more cancer and you have more waves entering you and all the negative effects of that. The more we get away from like natural technology, like the esoteric type ancient technology, the worse off we are, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. We're like bumbling around.
You know, it's kind of like
around.
Like side effects, basically. Like whatever you do, if you do one thing, then the side effects, like even with like airplanes, right? Like it's super cool that we can like fly around the world and go anywhere like in 7 hours or whatever fucking how long it takes. This is not besides the point. But as a side effect, now you have like all these different populations that were before kind of geographically locked in one area, and now they're all going in all different directions and stuff. You know what I mean? And people are like, I don't know. It's like there's always like effects to things that you can't foresee.
Yeah, not even that. Just like you have the bone density effects of, you know, people that fly a lot, that they have weaker bone density, have higher chance of like deep vein thrombosis and stuff like that. You know,
female children too.
No, they age slower. Come on, guys. They age slower. The more flight time, the younger you are.
People are also with their proportion to how much they're exposed to radio waves are more likely to have female children.
So nobody got my joke, huh? Okay.
Sorry, I missed it.
The time dilation
I
thing?
didn't know that though.
Say again?
I didn't know that about the female children thing.
Yeah. So my brother's puts up radio towers, like cell phone towers, and he's got 2 daughters. And I was like, "Do you reckon that's, you know, part of it?" And he goes, "Yep, everybody I work with has only female children." He's headed his company, which is one of the big telcos, and it's common with pilots, submariners, radar technicians, or like any They think it cooks the X sperm, so you only end up with the Y sperm, so you only end up with X sperm.
Crazy, what if there's a study done?
That's intense. Yeah.
Let me find some. I'm on my phone. packed up my whole house, but I'll find it and put it in.
Scary.
That's fucking crazy.
That's extinction
Like,
level scariness, man.
I just have to say that's fucking crazy.
Nobody's talking about.
Yo, they got us low key. They're just dropping this stuff everywhere.
There's your population control.
Attempted, yeah.
Wait, no, that
Put
doesn't
some
make any
beams
that
over
doesn't make
there.
any
All of a
sense.
sudden, people are
That doesn't
having.
make any sense as population control because if you have more women, you have more wombs to bear children. It takes
Not if you don't have any sperm to impregnate.
Exactly, doesn't get it.
But with it, if you know, commandments to be with one woman weren't the norm, how many women do you reckon you could impregnate in an afternoon?
That isn't a commandment.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
But it was just a joke. But like, how many women do you reckon you could impregnate in an afternoon?
Oh man, I hear your point. I don't
Right.
know, an afternoon or a day.
Right. So if something is causing more kids to be pregnant, that would actually more kids to be female, that would actually cause the population to grow, not to shrink. If you had a bunch of dudes, then the population would shrink. But if you had a bunch of girls,
I hear your
the
point.
population grows.
I hear your point, right?
Yeah.
Because
no.
it impregnate the world in theory. Yeah, I hear.
How do you figure that?
If you remove the, because you can impregnate tons of women yourself. Like one dude can just keep going. I don't know about you, but I can get 10 girls on
Never mind
24
what
hour
you
span,
can
bro.
do. Never mind what you can do. You got to think of what will happen, not what can.
Without females, there can be no kids. If you had 90 females and one male, you could have 90 babies in a year. If you had 90 males and one female, you could only have one baby a year. That's why if you had something that caused more females to be born, that would have the opposite effect of population control.
Wait a minute, you can actually these
You're putting up ifs there.
Well, no, it wouldn't have the opposite effect because one dude's not going to go impregnate 90 women.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's actually going to go down. We'd have to have a way more base society that realizes that men are actually able and allowed to have more than one wife. And I mean allowed to by like the natural order that was instilled by design. So like you just say it makes the room awkward. It's so weird. They got us tricked. So
What's it? Your
much.
mic it keeps roboting. Barely understand what you're saying.
I'm not able to.
Yeah, it's horrible. You need to reconnect. That's it.
I'm not able to share it because I'm on my phone and my computer doesn't yet have Discord for it. But if you want to Google it, Noah, it's gender-specific reproductive outcome and exposure to high-frequency electromagnetic radiation among physiotherapists. Oh wow, even among physios, of course, because they use those buzzy machines.
So it's always in favor of the female, if I get this right.
Apparently it's just in fixed wing naval aviation pilots. They find it.
It's not
in
favor of the female.
as a result of radiation.
It's not that it's in favor of the
not
female.
radio waves.
It's not that it's in favor of the female. It's just the male sperm is not as strong. It can't survive the radiation. So the male sperm are all dying. Neither of them are favored, right? They're both getting fried. Just one is better at surviving, right?
Yeah, I meant as a result. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Well, that's interesting, man. That's freaked out stuff.
Crazy.
Yeah. So
I guess I'm gonna have to. Who in the robot? No, you are roboting.
You're bad, dude. It's bad.
Dude, you're bad. No one can understand you.
All right, you Americans, you got to vote in the next president. Never mind anything political. You have to say whoever gives us a good phone system gets voted in. Forget about anything else. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Ryan, when are you gonna wake up, man? And realize the Earth is flat. Huh?
Maybe my round the world or across the world trip will expose it to me. Maybe by the time I get to Pakistan, I'll be like, "Hey, this baby's flat."
Of course, a Brit is going around the world.
Stop calling me British. You just love triggering me by calling me British, don't you know?
That's
Yeah, I do.
I actually am technically British, but I'm Australian.
I honestly like. Aren't all Australians technically British? Like, let's just be honest here.
British criminals, sure.
Yeah. Well, you're not of the criminals though, right? You're a later. You came later than that.
Sorry, my family came at the same time as the criminals, but they were apparently surveyors. They needed there's a mountain range west of Sydney that they couldn't cross, so they brought out some surveyors, and he was one of the surveyors that made that road. But
wait, I have a question. I have a question. Was he a flat earther? Was he a flat Earth surveyor?
Well, I'm going to guess it no, but that's just based on an assumption that my understanding the prevalent cosmology then was globe.
Sure. Trying to cover up your background, huh? You sound like a criminal to me.
Well, that's actually what I was going to say. Steve.
I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding.
No, but you could be right, because there's like that makes me 7th generation Australian. Of the 7th generation Australians I've met, all of them claim to come from this same family. So I wouldn't be surprised if along the way, emancipated convicts started being like, yeah, I'm part of that Sutter clan. You know, yeah, surveyors.
Emancipated
not
convicts.
But this balloon stuff that we were talking about, you guys check out high altitude platforms. Because this balloon stuff is ancient technology. Now, just imagine what the military has. Just imagine.
Mic check.
Yes, sir.
Clear as a bell. You guys meditating or something? What the hell's going on?
We're talking about how men actually, if they understood they should have multiple wives, then we'd be able to still repopulate the world, even if radiation is some mastermind evil plan to take out the population via population control and eugenics.
Oh, so we should have like 5 more wives. All right.
What?
The natural balance and order of things show you that, multiple wives isn't like a bad thing or something, but it has to be done in a certain way. Though there are rules about how it's done, just according to the scriptures. Of course, that's what I believe in, so that's why I'm talking about it from that perspective.
That's why I mentioned it too.
Don't the scriptures say that, like, if your brother dies and he has a wife and children, that you should take them as your own wife and kids now, or something like that?
Yeah, meaning you're supposed to take care and provide for them till death. Like, that's the same thing with the multiple wives. Is if you're going to have another wife, what that means is that you're going to protect and provide for them for life. Like, you now are the responsible party to provide for them forever. Same with like when you lay with a woman, you're supposed to understand that the idea is that you can make them have a baby, and when you decide that they are someone that you're going to do that with, you are now to provide for them for life.
That would make so many fuckers would be liable to take care of so many other like. Listen, if it was everyone you stuck a dick in, you're liable to take care of the rest of your life. It would be a messed up society at this point. If that was retroactively enacted.
I think the point.
Well, no, I'm saying we still understand.
You should be taking that willing to take that responsibility before you do it.
That is correct. That's one of the things that this society has become completely detached from, with all these different versions of birth control, if you want to call it that. That's what it is, I guess.
Speaking of birth control,
Yeah, so that's crazy how it's brought us to this, but yeah,
You know
bro,
what
I
I
think
heard the other
it's crazy.
day? Like, kind of, this is a digression, I guess, but like, I heard that. So apparently, there's some sort of abortion thing going on in the U.S. Honestly, I don't even fucking pay attention to anything because I really actively try not to. But like, it just something came up on my feed or whatever, and it was like 5 girls abort their children on the steps of like a courthouse, and I was just thinking to myself, how does that like prove your point? Like, how is that helping your like? I I just looked at that and I was just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, if anything, this is gonna make people more adverse. Like, I don't even know, bro. I didn't even. I'm not saying it was real, but I'm just saying like that. When I saw that, I was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just lost their way a bit.
So there's the idea that Roe v. Wade was passed to allow abortion. So the federal government said every state has to allow abortion. And when they just revoked Roe v. Wade, which has been there for a while, and of course America excels in murdering babies nowadays. So when you pull that away, what that says is there's no longer the federal government forcing the states to do it. It's up to the states. And people went crazy, and of course it sparked the abortion debate because they just drop like a list of divisive topics, and everyone talks about what they're supposed to each day or few days. Really crazy.
That's what I'm thinking.
But they
Is
do
that
it.
like right now, like after the pandemic and shit, they just need to keep pumping out divisive shit to keep people distracted from looking back and being like, whoa, wait a minute. We just allowed censorship, forced medicine, and forced fucking diaper faces and control of the government over your personal life and if you can buy groceries or not. All in like the span of a like couple months. They're after they've set this new president, they need to kind of blind the fucking masses and kind of like, oh yeah, just to get distracted on this and accept your new life and this is gonna be the new normal. And then when the next event, we're just gonna, pull the cord a little closer on your neck, but just just get distracted by Johnny Depp and whatever and some abortion shit. I don't know. It just seems like this whole abortion shit was just perfectly planned out to like cause even further division and distraction.
Dude, I go even deeper with it, bro. I think that they set them up in a way that people every couple weeks, like believing something entirely contradictory to what they just believed a couple weeks before that. So like they run around screaming, everyone should get vaccinated. And like they're cool with the government forcing you to take a shot or whatever it is. And that is like you're endangering us by not doing it. So we have a say over what goes in your body. The same people are now screaming the catchphrase "my body, my choice" that was crafted for them. So they have them saying like literally opposite things. And I think if you can get someone to do that, then you successfully fully brainwashed them, because that results in cognitive dissonance, where you hold opposing ideas to be true, right? And when you do that, you shut off effectively. You cannot like adequately dissect information at all for yourself.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually a really good point. I think you hit the nail on the head. I've even seen it like with other like social movements or whatever. It's just like it almost seems as if like to people from the outside, they're making them look like fucking idiots for us too. I find like that's a lot of things like with these like events and shit that like happen. They almost kind of like do some shit just to like some humiliatory shit. So like if you believe in this, you like they kind of hide a fucking insult in there too. Like, I mean, with this whole like, just an example would be that whole Wiener laptop guy. Like, really, a guy named like you actually believe some guy named Wiener is like has his wiener out? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're fucking making fun of you guys. Come on, they're like mocking you, literally.
Exactly, bro. And they love to do like CIA like agents as journalists or whatever. They love to use like sexual innuendos as names.
Yeah, not even sexual too, but also like shit jokes and shit. Like I don't know. I remember there was some rapper like Pooh Shiesty, and then like dude, there was like a whole jokes going about how he's like really shitty or whatever. It's just like dude, they're like making fun of you like with little kid insults. Like they're fucking mocking you. I don't understand why you still believe their shit and go along with this with your face diaper.
Yeah, the fact that people are still doing that is very bad.
You guys are
What's up, John?
You Globers are spiraling over this. Oh, it's great. I can't.
Oh,
I'm
when
about
it's spiraling, it's
to
funny.
drive this home so hard.
I can't wait till you get that done packed and get it. Dude, it's
No,
gonna be
Don, it's
scary.
just funny. We're not spiraling. It's exactly what people posted. You're saying that's what happened.
Definitely.
So, well, I did it.
Okay, can you explain it for us?
He can't.
What?
Wow, dude, why do you get so quiet? This is awkward.
What can I explain Don's claim? Sure. I think
Yeah,
so.
no, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's saying that there's a spotlight over the Earth, and that's why we have the circle of light. Just an arbitrary circle of light.
I don't remember his argument being that.
What do you remember his argument?
I'm just saying what we
Wait,
see.
yeah, Don, what is your argument? I would like you to
My
state your
argument-
argument so no one gets straw man.
Yeah, my argument is the way our eyes work and light scattering due to the molecules in the air, the Rayleigh scattering. We see in a hula hoop, in a circle. Higher you go, the broader it gets. And due to certain camera lens, it will be more distorted. You'll get that barrel effect due to the circle of light and your vision. Nothing about where the sun is or whatever, just what's on the earth.
Where do you get the circle of light? What do you mean with the circle of light?
What do you mean, where do I get it? I get it by observing over large bodies of water.
Yeah, do you observe what? Light? Sunlight?
Yeah, so your corpuscular and divergent rays. They'll
Okay, so
definitely
it has to do with the sunlight then.
Yep. Yes. But
Okay.
not where it's
Okay,
at.
yeah, you said that. Sure. But I think there's a few problems with it.
Okay, tell me.
Why can't I see the sun when it's nighttime?
There you go. There you go. That's where they go to. There you go.
What,
That's
bro?
where they
You
go
just
to.
broke down, bro. What
That's
just
where they go to.
Yeah, when it's like 5,000 miles away on the surface. So how can't I see it?
You think you should see it infinitely?
Infinitely? No, it's not infinitely far away, obviously.
But so where would you not be able to see it?
On a flat Earth?
How do you have a nighttime on your little ball? Is what we're saying from a 93 million mile distance that you have a spot where there's like how do you have the light and the darkness you have? Yeah, I know.
No, that's not real fast. So real fast, that's not what we're saying because I want him to have to respond to his actual argument. So far, this is not working, my man. I'm being real with you. That doesn't work. So if that's what you're saying, that we should still see it from, you said 5,000 miles. Where would we not be able to see it anymore?
Exactly.
Depends. It doesn't change in angular size during the day, so it's obviously not moving away from us.
Dude, they go right to the sun, man. I'm talking about the earth and what we're perceiving on the earth. You go to the sky, man, you're talking about the earth.
Hold on, Don, you're talking about sunlight, the circle of light.
That hits the sunlight that goes down. Hold on, that goes down below your horizon, and then it's dead, and then it doesn't exist anymore to you, Mo man. So after 3 miles of drop, the sunlight doesn't exist anymore for you. But you want Don to explain to you how you're supposed to see it for 5,000 miles? That's odd.
That's not
Pretty valid point there. I mean,
Yep, I didn't say that.
respond to his
Obviously, the sun
actual
doesn't
argument if you don't
die,
mind.
so.
Well, how's
Will
3
you
miles
respond to his
block it?
actual-
Explain how 3 miles of your dirt blocks the sunlight out now, and it's dark time now.
What?
Explain how 3 miles of your dirt blocks the sunlight out, and it's dark now, Mo man. Not what?
Because because when it's between you and the sun, you don't see the sun. Just see the sunlight at dusk or dawn.
Oh, you see the
But what's
sunlight at
between
nighttime?
you?
No, you don't.
Oh, that's not what I said. Listen,
When what's in between you and the sun?
I'm not gonna talk to Don because he doesn't listen, and like always, he
What?
doesn't listen
Wait,
ever.
wait, I don't listen. Wait, what? You're
Sorry,
talking to me?
Dimok, sure.
Yeah, let's keep it really calm because we've had a great night in here, right? And we've been real chill.
Well,
and
let's just let Don and Mailman have their debate and not have
I'm good.
five
I'm good.
people
I'll stay
fucking
out of it.
like this. Like I'm in the middle of fucking saying something and someone has to jump in. How about we just have Don and Mailman both? How about Don presents his argument and Mailman responds to it, and maybe someone can moderate, but not fucking 15 people hopping in all the time.
Yeah, I agree. Because when you spoke up, I'll give you props for that. So go ahead. Or I mean, go ahead with the discussion.
Roboting or Twitch it.
Whatever. So Don's argument is what, and how are you refuting it, Mailman?
Yeah, if there's a point source, but it's not a point source of light. I mean, how is it that the sun arbitrarily lights up a circle on the Earth?
It's called light. It's called Rayleigh scattering. You know what Rayleigh scattering is?
Yeah, what does it do?
Okay, so when you put the sun in a less denser medium, you go for the argument's sake, you say vacuum, but I just say a less denser medium or in a different realm, if you will. I will say, when you put it in that, actually, the incident of light, right? As soon as the light hits the molecules, it scatters, which we get diversion in anti-corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays. They will hit a surface and create a circle.
Okay, so there is a circle. What about the outside the circle? Why doesn't the light go there?
What do you mean outside of the circle?
You said that there's a circle of light. Why doesn't the light reach outside of that circle on a flat surface?
It hits the Earth.
There's a max visible distance of light you could perceive. Is that what you mean? Like outside of it?
Yeah, ether. Yeah.
Ether?
No, I asked, is there a maximum length of the sunlight that you can see due
Yes,
to?
there's a max, and I got images, photos from the so-called ISS that showcases that there's a max. It's not a hard cutoff; it dissipates. It's gradually. You get the hard cutoff. You get the hard cutoff due to the camera lens or the focal length that you're using because there's more light on the other side. That for argument's sake, for layman's
Hold on, you're
terms.
making an assumption for that.
What's that?
You're assuming that the ISS is traveling around a flat surface.
I'm just using the images and art. We want to talk about rockets, then we can talk about rockets.
Sure. Wait. No. But how do you know that the arbitrary line that you see from the ISS? How do you know that is due to curvature or just light can't reach?
Yeah, light can't reach the camera. The light is not reaching the camera lens, not all of it. There's more light on the other side.
How do you know that the cause?
Because we have
light
360
not reaching
cameras.
the camera.
Because we have 360 cameras that can take the same type of image. Let me post it real quick. That will show that hard cutoff. Like check this out.
Yeah, but that still doesn't. Hold on.
There's one. There's no real necessarily hard cutoff there. Here's one right here. This one has a hard cutoff.
No, but hold on. You said that the ISS. Okay, let's take this one.
See that hard cutoff right there? There's light on the other side. If that was a sphere, let's just say it for argument's sake. If that was a sphere, there's light on the other side. The camera just can't pick it up.
Yeah, because the Earth is on the way. If it's a sphere.
No, dude, it's the camera lens in the circle of light.
Oh God, no! Hold on. You said that if this was a sphere, then there would be more light.
Yeah,
on
if this
the
was
other
a sphere,
side.
yes, okay, yes, you're right. If it was a sphere, that
Yes.
but for a flat plane, it will be the circle of light and the camera lens cutting it off. You can get the same area on the ground. You can get that same concept. Hang on, I'll show you.
But hold on. That assumes that the Earth is flat.
Assumes?
No, that doesn't. Wait a minute.
No.
Wait a minute. That doesn't assume the Earth is flat. That just shows that the same occurrence of the same thing can occur on a flat Earth. It does not assume the Earth is flat. That just shows
No, but
another
hold on.
explanation for something happening that it could happen on a flat Earth.
But hold on,
Hey,
Numpty, you're saying that
really quick.
when Don said that this image shows a circle of light on a flat Earth, you're saying that that doesn't assume that the Earth is flat.
No.
No.
He just showed you a picture from the ISS, and then he explained to you how this picture could happen on a flat plane. That is what he did.
Yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't explain how
What's
it could
funny?
happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
He
that's
just said
what
What's
he was
funny is that
doing.
now
That's precisely what he was doing. That's what he was explaining. He was showing you a picture of the ISS, and then he was explaining how this picture could actually be taken from a flat Earth. That is what he's been doing the whole time.
Well, what's
that's
funny
my
is that
question.
you guys are
He didn't explain
using pictures from the ISS now.
All
That's,
right, what's
that's kind
funny
of
is
funny.
we're having a debate,
Like,
and it's Don.
Yeah, we heard your hot talk. Don, can I ask you a question? So let's say we're underneath a lamp post on a street light, right? And that light only lights up a certain area, right? Then I move away from that lamp post. At any point, will there be a point where I won't be able to see the light from the lamppost on a flat plane?
Well, it depends. I mean, there's times where actually I've seen footage of videos of people taking like flashlights, lighters into like caves, and as further they get away from them, the darkness gulfs it, so you no longer can see it. So yeah, actually, in hypothetically, I would say there will be a point of distance where the darkness will engulf it.
How far away do you think that will be?
I don't know. I never tested that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never tested that.
So in my opinion, if I'm looking at a lamppost and I move away from that light, I don't think there's on a flat surface. I don't think there'd be any point where I might go out of the reach of the light underneath it, and I might be in darkness, but I'll still be able to see the light in the lamppost.
Well, it depends on how dark
from any distance.
it depends how dark the darkness is that engulfs it. Because, like I said, I've seen videos of people going into a cave, cave, and they have like a flashlight and lighter, and they go further and further into the darkness, and the darkness engulfs them, and you no longer can see it.
But I mean, I can see lights on mountains from miles and miles away.
Well, sure, but how dark? I mean, a cave is pretty dark, right, compared to the darkness you're looking through on the Earth. The cave is really, really dark.
A flashlight in a cave. I mean,
yeah, do it. Try it.
I don't think there'd be any point when you wouldn't be able to see the light.
Yep, try it.
It's about scale.
What?
If you got an LED
I don't think the
light that's a
darkness
centimeter
itself
big
is gonna.
and
I
moved
don't
it a
think the
mile
darkness
away, you
is.
wouldn't be able to see it.
Sorry. Wait, say that again.
So it's about scale. If you got an LED light that's a centimeter big, you could see it really well in a small room that's dark, and then you moved it a mile away in the sky, you wouldn't be able to see it. It's the same light.
Yeah, but that. Okay, but we're
Yeah,
talking
well,
about like
that's
a
that.
flashlight.
Now you're invoking something that is now this guy
I'm
just
just
invoked
saying,
this guy
a
this
street
guy
light's
just
much bigger
invoked.
than that. You're going to see it for a long distance.
Yeah, right. So this
That's
guy
true.
just invoked scales, like physical distances,
Well,
which
you
is one of
invoked
the main.
scale
Which is
when you
one of
said
the
street
main.
light.
Which is
The
what.
street light's big.
Excuse me, sir.
He's on
What was
your
that?
side.
What was that, sir?
So you invoke scale when you purposely choose a street light. If you choose a
That
smaller
was
light,
a
you can't see
Glober.
it.
That was a Glober, and with the street light.
Yeah, Numpty, cool down. He's on your side. You don't have to. Now you can just agree. He's on
Wait
your
a
side.
minute. It's not what sides.
Whoa, why are you
What?
trying to dictate his thought like that? That's weird, bro.
No, but he thought that he was a Glober.
That's
what?
Invoking scale.
No, I'm just
But,
saying. I'm just saying. When we're talking about scales, that is one of the things that is the debate of that. That's part of the debate. It's inherent to the debate. So when if someone invokes scales, that's something that we're not sure on in this debate particularly, right?
Well, sure, we can use a really, really tiny light that we can barely see, of course. But we're talking about really bright lights like the sun.
Yeah, but it's in a different medium. It's not in the same medium as us.
There's a problem with your
But it's
idea about
really, really bright.
Sure, because of our medium. It's called Rayleigh scattering. All the molecules in our air allows us to perceive the light as bright. If it wasn't for our gases, if it wasn't for our gases, we wouldn't be able to see the sun as bright.
But Don, there's a problem. At the equinox, we see the sun rise due east. How does it work with your crepuscular rays?
What?
Yeah, but hold on, y'all. The world record photograph has a lighthouse in it. You can barely see the light. And that's only from like what 180 miles or 220 miles, and that's a bright ass light, one of the brightest men could make. And we lose sight of it over a couple hundred miles.
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Are you saying attenuation of light's not a thing?
No, but with the
Right?
with the
That's a good question.
but with your crepuscular rays, how is it that at the equinox in Finland I can see the sunrise due east, and someone in South Africa also sees the sunrise due east? How
So
does
you're saying you don't
crepuscular
have a
rays?
rebuttal for his?
He doesn't. He's going right back to that.
Let's
Say that's
Right,
what
you
they
don't have a
do.
rebuttal for his.
Hold on.
Before we move on.
No, the rebuttal is you'd still be able to see the sun. You know, that's the rebuttal.
No, that's not a rebuttal. That's actually
So I said,
red herring
you
from the topic.
denying
Actually,
attenuation? Are you denying
You're
attenuation of light?
roboting.
What do you mean with that?
No, nobody's denying the attenuation of light. But something as bright as the sun, there's no point where we wouldn't be able to see the light.
Wait a minute. How bright is the sun?
Does it
Probably the
change?
brightest thing you've ever seen.
They don't
If it
know.
moves
Very
away,
specific of you.
but if it
Yeah,
moves
right.
away,
That's very specific. But like, how would you know how would you know how bright an object is if you don't even know the distance to it?
you can measure the brightness.
Oh man.
How so?
Right. So
How
you
close?
don't know the distance. So let's say you have an object. You don't know the distance to it. How are you going to measure its brightness?
About measuring the lumens. I mean,
Right. That's the brightness you're receiving, but someone closer would receive more brightness. Correct.
sure. But why does that?
So you wouldn't know how bright the object is in actuality. You would just know how much light you're receiving from it because
Sure,
you don't
and
know the
that's-
distance of the object.
Sure, and that's the case in every time. Like, what do you mean with that? Like, why does it matter?
You made a claim about its brightness.
No one said how bright it is.
I
It's
could have.
really
I don't
bright.
think it was
Yes,
you,
he did.
Man. I don't think it was you, Mo Man, but I could have sworn I heard.
I did.
Could have heard it.
Yeah, I
don't know,
did.
Vincent,
I said it was
too.
really bright.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
No, I
it's
said
bright.
it was really bright. So
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Who's that? Or is that Rick?
Listen, here's the
Earth is
thing. It
light.
comes down to this. You globers cannot deny the circumference of light. You can run from
we
it as
can.
long as you want. Run all day. Run.
No, but you'd have to prove the flat Earth first.
You can use this.
No. It's all of a sudden we have to prove this flat
You
Earth.
have to prove your.
All of a sudden, every claim you
You have to
guys
prove
come,
yours.
you assume the sphere. Every claim you make, you assume the sphere. Every claim. Now you
Yeah,
want to
and
actually be
and
honest.
Hold on, and every claim Don makes assumes a flat surface.
No, I'm just telling you how it could be
No,
work on a sphere or a flat plane. How
Yeah.
a flat plane can look like a ball.
But hold on,
and how-
Don.
Listen.
Don.
Let me finish. No, you're straw manning my argument. I'm saying
Yeah,
how it will.
there's the claim. The claim is that we have this phenomena that we observe. His claim is that I have an explanation for this phenomena that works on a flat Earth model. That's it.
Yeah, but
he's not
it doesn't,
claiming,
though.
demonstration of this
What?
actually
he's not
working.
claiming
It
that's what's
doesn't.
happening.
Doesn't, though.
He's not claiming that's what's happening. He's just
clearly
giving
doesn't.
a counter explanation to yours. That's
But
it.
there's a problem.
acknowledge its
There's a problem.
viability.
There's no demonstration of this actually working on a flat surface. That's the problem.
Wait a minute.
Acknowledge
That's what he was
viability.
presenting, wasn't he? That was the whole thing
No,
he was
that's
presenting.
not what he is. No, that's not what he has presented.
Then when I show a little diagram of what he's basically explaining, oh no, that's not how it works.
Wait, so are you saying that
The basically the lampshade
Don, I think
sun,
you
right?
stumped
Is that
him,
what we're talking
Don.
about?
You're stumping him, Don.
No, it's not. No, it's ridiculous because I'll show you.
Don is stumping them right now. Don is stumping them down.
It's ridiculous.
This is
Is
too
it-
funny,
is it
bro.
curved?
easy
Bro,
to
they're just
show.
avoiding the argument. Don has stomped
No,
them.
no, we're
check
not
this out, or
avoiding.
does live check that
Don-
out. Remember
Don
that blue?
has avoided
Listen.
these
See that blue?
from the
Remember
get-go.
that blue rocket that went up? Jeff Bezos had. See that curve? See below that? Now a child will look at me and be like, "Wow, that's the Earth. That's a globe. A normal. That's a globe." And he'll look. Oh, look at the photo down below. That looks like a cartoon globe. But it's not. It's a
Don, is
circle
this
of
your
light.
model right here?
Oh man,
Don,
no, I'm
is
not
this your
using
model?
models. I'm not
That's
claiming
a-
a model, dude. I'm just saying how we
That's a
see
circle.
light.
That's a circle of light,
Oh,
right?
they're avoiding
That's a
it.
circle of
They
light.
can't. Don stumped.
That's
They
a
keep
circle
avoiding
of
it
light.
and not actually addressing it. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm trying to
Is that
address
a
it, but
circle of light?
Vladis keep over talking this. It's pointless. I
All
mean,
right,
I've been
Moleman, I
asking
think was
if
trying
you
to
have
address
someone.
this other guy is
Yeah,
Hold
if
on,
you.
Don.
I just told you, man.
Don, is this not the circle of light?
I'm not using that model. The continents are off.
This
They're
is
wrong.
exactly what you're trying to show.
And you got the sun way up there like that,
The,
and the observer
the
like,
sun
dang,
would
how
have
tall?
to be like that, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Okay, what distance should the sun be then? Closer?
He's not claiming a distance.
Yeah, I'm
But
not.
I'm asking Don.
Actually,
Can
at
we
I'm
all.
use
I'm
the
asking
not
Don.
sextant? Can we
Okay,
use
claiming a
the
distance
sextant
at
on the
all.
flat Earth?
okay,
I'm talking about the
let's
Earth
fix it. Okay,
surface.
help me
I'm
fix it
down
then.
here. I'm talking about the
Okay, let's
surface.
fix it then. How far should I? How
Is that
far
supposed
should
to
I put
be
the sun?
the
Again,
Should I
dude,
person?
put
I'm
it
talking.
closer or farther away?
What you should do is
What
put the
happens when we have
sun ray, the circumference of the light source on the Earth, not the sky. I'm not
We got
pointing to the
Nimrod out
sky.
here.
What happens when we replace all of their explanations with more viable counter explanations?
Hold on.
What happens when that happens?
Listen, though, but you
Game
keep
over.
pointing to the sky, dude. I'm talking about the ground and how we
Yeah,
see
but
light.
the light's coming from the sun. Is it night? Is it not?
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
include
it's
the
Here, I'll
too
put
sun.
the
funny,
sun
isn't
Otherwise,
it?
it's just
really close.
Too
it's just
funny.
pointless.
Okay, so this is the
Here,
calculation that
here, let's
if you
try
get
this.
look 33 degrees, okay, roughly, if the sun is about 33 degrees above the horizontal, it's about 6,000 miles away, give or take. Apparently. Now,
Okay, hold on.
Doofus said
Let's take that.
6,200, but I got close to it.
But Don, let's take the 6,000. What would the angle be to the sun if it's 6,000 miles high
Mm-hmm.
and it's
I'm not
in
saying
the
that's
southern
how high it
hemisphere?
is in the sky. I'm saying how far away it is, how it appears.
What do you mean,
Not
how far
exact.
away?
From the ground, right? From the ground.
Yeah, but it's not
How far away from the
exact.
ground it is, right?
I don't know. That's not my claim, dude.
It's
These
an
are the
apparent location.
problems.
You doesn't
These
have
are
to
the
make that
problems
claim.
with your model.
No,
These
it's
are the
not.
problems with your
No.
model.
Problem with your model
No.
is you did some sort of diss track, and then you're back.
Dude, Earth is life. You're spiraling, dude.
Anyway, Don,
Yeah, you're spiraling, dude.
these are the
Yeah, Earth
this
is
is the
life. You
problem
are
with your model,
spiraling.
Don.
I concur.
You're
I
just showing
fully
the
concur. You're
problems with
spiraling.
Dude, you
course,
did
flat
some
earthers
sort of
would say
diss
that.
track
That's
today.
not
Like you thought you debunked it
Anyway,
all.
Don, did you see the picture? Don, did you see the picture? I just posted this. Another problem
Yeah.
with your model. Now the sun is closing.
Okay.
But now you're back.
So
It's
you
still-
don't think someone would be able to see the sun at nighttime?
Somebody see that at nighttime?
Yes.
No, the darkness will engulf it. There's a max visible
The
distance of
darkness
light.
would engulf
Listen,
the
yes,
sun.
there's a max visible distance of light scattering. It's due
How
to
do
the
you know that?
molecules
Of
that
the
are in.
sun?
Listen. It's due to the molecules that are in the
Okay.
air that allow the gases that allow the light to travel through our realm. That's how we see visible light.
How do you know that?
Are you you don't know what the Rayleigh scattering is?
No, hold on. When the sun moves away from me, it doesn't change in angular size, so it's not a size issue.
Yeah,
So why
because you're looking
won't
through
the,
more of a dense medium, so it's kind of like a magnification slightly. It's at like 3 degree or 3%, if you will.
Yeah,
Okay,
dude.
so the
Actually,
more
when
so
it's at the fucking horizon and right above you, it's
this is
it's
what I
very
meant. I
clear.
can't talk.
You can talk,
So,
just don't be retarded.
when I see the sun, if the atmosphere is magnifying the light, how in the fuck can it cause me not to see it later?
It does both. It does both.
Oh God, here we go.
What's so funny? Hold on a minute. When you
Here
look
we
through a
go.
pair of binoculars that shows one way, when you turn them around, does it not show the other way? What are you talking about?
Well,
I'm
hang
not
on,
turning the
hang on, real quick,
atmosphere
moment.
the
How
other way
big do you hang on? How big do you think the Earth is if it was flat?
He
Let's
doesn't
just go
know.
there.
If it was flat, I mean,
Yeah,
it
do you
would-
think it's like really small?
Depends. I mean, it would be
Well,
larger.
obviously, it
The
would be
surface
bigger
area
than the
would be
sun.
bigger than the.
The flat
Bigger,
Earth would
huh?
be bigger than the sun, wouldn't it?
That'd be big.
It has
right?
to be.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah, the flat Earth is
Does
way
it have
bigger.
to be? No. How? We don't know where the sun is, man. We don't know
I
how
don't-
we
I'm
perceive
not
it.
claiming
That's
that
what you
either.
guys claim. That's what you guys claim.
So you guys can't argue the case of the circle of light, dude. You just can't. There's no way around it. You'll point to
I
the sky.
can, because you
You'll
can't
point to
show
the
that
sky.
you can.
That's not arguing it, dude. That's a straw man and red
No,
herring.
but hold on.
Don,
You can't point to
wait,
it
wait.
actually work on any flat surface. That's the problem. You can't
Wait,
demonstrate it.
dude, I gotta
And
get that
Don,
video before he
the
got.
sun, Don, the sun touches the horizon, which is supposed to be at eye level, right? How does that work?
Are you saying you're eye level with the sun?
Yep.
No. Well, basically,
You're at the same
horizon.
Wait, you're at the same altitude as the sun?
No, that's not what he said.
I'm just trying to understand this
touches the horizon, does it not? Yeah.
The horizon moves around,
at one
buddy.
Point, yeah.
You derp.
At one point, yeah.
If
The
the
sun touches
horizon
the
is
horizon.
below you and the sun
Yeah.
sets behind the horizon, then the sun is below your eye level.
Do
Because the
I
horizon
just want to know, do you guys think that you're like 150,000 feet tall or something?
Well, no. What they're saying is
Oh,
that it's
no,
possible
no.
to look straight ahead of you and see in the center of your field of view the sun. Anything other
But
than
they're-
that,
Okay.
yeah.
Here.
They're
Here's a
derpy.
picture of it. I
And the
told it
question
myself.
is,
Look how they
how-
run
what-
from it though. They go to the sun being old
No,
argument.
we're not
Okay.
running. Look,
I bring
look,
up a
look,
I bring up a
look at the
new
sun.
argument. I bring up a new argument and you guys go running back to old arguments.
No.
Oh.
No, because you're
demonstrated
you're
your argument,
claiming that
right?
the sun is making some circle of light on the ground.
Which
it does.
Right?
Yeah,
It
I've
does.
heard
Claim.
you raise make a circumference of light. That's his claim.
Then you're claiming that no one would see the sun on the other side of the earth.
Yep.
No,
Even
dude.
though it's not
First of
lighting
all,
up my
dude,
area.
Dude, of
The
course they
circle of light
would.
would be on
Dude.
the other side of the earth, right?
You can only
Wouldn't the
see
circle
so
of light be on the other side of the earth?
Bro, what are you
What?
talking about?
I mean, even if
Do
you
you not see
grant
that
that we
this
can
is a
only see so
non-secular
far, the
response,
question brought up
keep
about the
saying?
sunset is
I
like,
don't know.
what
I
direction
don't
must that line
know.
of sight
Hey
be
Paul,
going to
this
get
makes
from
me
you on this
question that
surface
you're
to
in
the
the
sun?
military. Do you not know how blackout drive work?
Dude, what are you talking about, Crit?
Blackout drives. When you look at it at a certain distance,
What
it
are
looks
you?
like one light, two lights, or four lights, or zero lights.
I don't know.
Have you
What are,
ever
Crit,
driven
what
in
are you talking about?
blackout? And once in your life?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. I've driven in black.
you're looking at
What
the
is it? Where are you
vehicle in
going with
front
this?
of
We're
you.
talking about something totally different.
Yeah, you look at the vehicle in front of you. If you see one light, where are you? You're too far, right?
Okay, go
You're too
on.
far from the lead vehicle. You see two lights, where are you?
What is it? What's the point of this?
Dude,
He doesn't even know,
do
dude.
you know what blackout drive is?
What's the point of this? I
It's
don't
like
even
a
know.
level.
What's the
Don
point?
MVP right now.
Dude, this is a level 10 task. You claim to be level 30. How are
What's
you
the
not
What's the
understanding
point of this?
blackout
I don't
drive?
understand.
It's going. If
I
you
know. Okay, so what do you need to see? What do you need to see blackout drive?
okay,
What
so
do you need to see the light?
yeah, if
What
you
are
see
you looking
one,
through?
your eyes. You're looking forward with
Okay,
your eyes.
no, you're not. No, you're not. What are you using? What are you using?
Not every.
What
Yeah,
optics are you using?
if you've got MVGs, you don't need to worry about the blackout drive.
There you go. NVGs. I'm using NVGs. Got it.
Okay, now you don't have MVGs, and you're looking at the blackout drive.
And you won't see it.
Yes, you will. You'll see the red light in the back. Dude, the whole army didn't change.
Dude, this guy's
that.
getting exposed.
Hey, hold
What
on.
is
Give
the
me a
point
shot
of
at
this?
it, man. Give me a shot at it. They want numbers.
What
I'll
is
give
the
them numbers.
point of this? I don't even understand the point of your questioning.
Hold on,
Because
B-ball. Y'all want numbers? Let me offer y'all some numbers real
Let's
quick.
do it.
My model, and y'all don't have models, so
That
the
was
sun's
funny.
4,000 miles high. Okay, and the light distant light refracts upward due to the humidity, due to the water vapor, the gradient of water vapor, and the fact that it cuts off completely a little past the clouds. And if you want to do the math to get the angle to it, it's 90 minus a over a times distance, which is triangulated distance, times 1% of the angle, and that's going to explain everything you need to know right there.
so write it down, and you're good. Now you
No.
Bro, write it down.
just write it down. Go back and listen to it. Clip it. I tried to explain with you with a level 10 task, and you didn't get it. Maybe Brian's logic.
Because what was the point? What was the point of you talking
Explains
about
the light
blackout
hitting the
drive?
bottom of clouds.
No,
Dude, that
no
explains.
idea.
Yeah, the
That
point
explains
is
light
that
hitting the bottom of clouds.
No, it doesn't.
you don't even understand how blackout drive works, and you're asking
Is
questions.
the sun a
A light.
an infrared light?
No, it's not infrared.
Focal point,
No, okay,
4,000
then
miles away.
okay, then
Focal
we're
point.
not. Yeah, then we're not talking. We're not on the same page. So
So I'm
sorry,
talking
Crit.
about blackout drive. I'm not talking about infrared.
We're not talking about blackout drive. We're talking about the sun and the circle of light. We're talking about Don's
this is the
argument right
key,
now.
okay? For blackout drive, if you see 4 lights of the vehicle in front of you, you know you're too close to the vehicle. It's so black that you won't see the vehicle, but you'll see the small lights on the back of the vehicle. The next thing, if you see 2 lights, you're at the right distance. If you see 1 light, you're too far away. If you see 0 lights, you're lost. You've lost the lead vehicle.
Okay, that's
This
great.
is
Thank you.
I got
Okay.
exposed.
The same
That's
thing
great.
for the sun.
This guy
The
got fucking
sun,
exposed.
I got it. Wait. I got it. Oh, how did I get exposed?
Right? Were you not
I
here?
found the quick picture right here.
How did I
This
get?
is a
No.
blackout
Tell me
drive
exactly how I got exposed.
because you don't know a
Because
level
we're not
10
even.
task. It's embarrassing.
Because he asked you a question, you couldn't answer it, and you got exposed,
So
and he had to explain it to you.
I do.
You got
You're
exposed,
talking
bro.
about blackout. I know
You
exactly.
didn't understand how to
Right
answer his
here.
fucking questions. You got exposed. He had to explain it to you, bro. We're all here.
You
We
should
all
be able
saw
to
you
follow this.
struggle,
He's
and you had
talking
to have
about
him
a
come and
subject that
explain
has
it to you.
absolutely nothing we're talking about.
You got
We're talking about
exposed.
something.
You got
Nothing.
exposed.
How did I get
Yeah,
exposed?
you're right.
Try this
Exposure has
What did I get
nothing to do with
exposed?
the.
Okay, how
You got
did I get
exposed.
exposed? Okay.
You got exposed. It has nothing to do with the topic, but
How?
it is something that
How?
happened.
No, I tried to
Because
boil
you
it
don't know what
down
the
Okay,
to
fuck
so
you're
something you
talking
could
wait.
It
relate
doesn't
to.
have to do
Just
with
wait
the
for
Wait a
topic.
the
Why
minute.
are we
explanation.
still
You got
talking
Hold on,
about it?
exposed.
real
Can we
Because
not
I
get back
boiled
on
it
Do
down.
you?
please?
Okay. Hold on one second.
I
Do
boiled
you
it
not
down
think
to a topic you could
why you
relate
have
to,
military
and you
service?
didn't. That's the problem.
Hold on.
You should have
Do you?
related to this.
Quit. Stop. Quit. Be quiet. Do you think I'm not in the military?
I'm kind of stunned as to why you don't know this. I really am.
Exposed.
Yeah, he's not
Yo,
exposing you for not being in the military. That's not why you got exposed.
this
Yeah,
is
you're
silly.
exposed because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're supposed to.
Yeah,
Do
this
you
is.
know how
I've
many
talked to
different
other
tasks
people.
there are in the military do you know how many different things there are in the military that a lot of people in the military don't know about?
Yeah, I get
It's
that.
about you not getting
Do
the
you?
concept, bro, and
No,
how it's relevant.
Do you,
I
okay, do
get
you
that.
know how often someone hold on. Do you know how often people do blackout drive?
Yeah, not anymore because
How
MVGs got
often?
really
How
big.
often, Crit? How often?
Okay,
How often?
you know I've been on the military for like 20 years, okay? So MVGs are really big
Great.
now, okay? So everyone has a
When's
pair
the
of
last
MVGs.
time you think I did blackout drive? When's the last time you think I
Hey,
did blackout
you're the
drive?
one
No, the
claiming to know
problem
what
was
it
if you
is,
Hold
weren't
on,
and you
even
don't know
I'm
what it
talking to
is.
Crit.
You got
basic
exposed.
Hold on,
training.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
don't
to Crit.
interrupt him.
You got
Don't
Hold on.
exposed because you didn't know
Crit.
what you were.
question and then
You
not let
claimed to
him
know what
talk.
you were talking about, but you didn't. So you got exposed.
What I'm telling you is that blackout
You, I
drive
mean,
is
you
still.
specifically stated, "I know
Because I
what
can,
blackout." Like you
because
are
you know
acting,
what's
and then you
funny?
got exposed
It's,
because you didn't know
so
what you were
what?
talking
I
about.
can talk about a million other things that Crit
You were
wanted to know
you were
about.
pretending like you were an
So
expert,
what?
and then you got exposed for
So
not knowing
what?
what you're talking about.
I wasn't exposed. I know what
You were
blackout
like
drive
bragging
is.
about how you knew and all this, and then you didn't even fucking understand. He
So
had to
what? Yes,
explain
I
it to
know what
you.
blackout drive is.
Yeah, Crit had
So
to
what?
explain
I
it
know
to you.
what
Okay.
You didn't
blackout
even know
drive
what the
is.
fuck you were talking about.
Of course you know it now. We said
I
it
can
Yeah,
like
I
you.
can
20
ask Crit a
This
question
guy
and
is
he
such a
wouldn't know
liar,
either.
dog. You got fucking me and Witsit
Listen, I
watched
could
the
ask
whole
Crit.
thing, dude. Me and Witsit saw the
I
whole
got,
But
fucking
listen,
how is
I
thing.
this
can ask,
relevant though? Like
That's
Crit
just
shut up,
brought
man.
up blackout drive.
No, it's not relevant. It's
Maybe
not
maybe
relevant at
didn't
all. It's
score
not,
with his
it's not
life
Yeah,
on
it's
relevant.
it.
not
Why are we
relevant, but
still
you did
So
get
talking
he
about it?
exposed. Thank you.
Cool.
Let's
If it's
move
not
on.
asked
relevant,
me
then
a
No,
please
I'll
question.
let's move
explain
on.
why it's relevant,
It's
okay?
not. Because
This
I
is
could
a.
Yeah,
ask
let him
Crit, because I could
Okay, yeah.
ask Crit a
Yeah.
question,
Well,
because
hold
I could
on.
ask
Yeah,
Crit
of course you
Like
could.
we
right
get it.
now, and he wouldn't
I'm
know.
interested in how this
Would that
isn't
be
relevant.
Well, wait a
any
minute. Let me.
Bebo,
All
quit
right.
entertaining that
any
shit,
exposing to
dude.
you?
Quit entertaining that shit,
Well, wait a
Bebo.
minute.
For
Let me
fuck's
get back to
sake.
something real quick. Let me get.
I know it's
Bebo,
stupid.
let me ask you a question real quick.
Yo, okay,
No,
you
no,
got
no, no, no. Hang on.
exposed.
Hang on.
Let's go back to Don's fucking
Yeah, I want
thing
to go
after
back
we're
to it real
done
quick.
exposed.
So
You
the
got
main.
exposed. Let's go back to Don now.
So you know,
All right,
Mr.
Don,
Get
shut
on
up.
with it.
All
Hang on.
All right,
So
Don.
this is
All right, Don and Mailman, get back to it.
Listen,
Don,
let Noah
you're in this live,
life.
shut up. You got exposed.
Hold on.
All right, Mailman and Don, shut up. Or
Fred,
this
let
life,
me
you got
ask you a
exposed.
question.
You're
Real
exposed.
quick.
Shut up. Let Don and
Okay,
Mailman
Fred,
talk
Fred,
now.
let
Shut
me
up
ask
and
you a
let Don and
question.
Mailman
What's a
talk, you exposed
JCP?
ass.
Yo, one at a
Yeah,
time,
everyone got
boys. Jesus
Fred,
Christ.
what's a
Come on.
JECP? Fred, what is a
Everyone's got.
JECP?
Thank you.
Can you tell me
What?
what a JECP is?
You've made your point.
Now we're gonna see who wants to get exposed. Do you know what a JECP is?
Just
simply
or you know what? Here, I'll make it easy. What's
People, it's kind of a
what's
non
5984?
I think going back to
Okay.
the original thing is that Mole Man was trying to say that why would we see the sun? There'd be a limit to the sun, and then it got into this. So we should probably stay on the topic.
What I'm talking about is there's a limit to light.
Geo,
It just seems like you're trying to derail and asking him military questions to try to get some one up.
Yeah. But what I'm talking about here is there's
Kurt came in asking me
listen, I'll
something
give you your
irrelevant.
answer. No, I'll give the answer.
Yeah, let him answer it.
The way this works is Blackout Drive has a limit to how effective it is based on how far the light travels. The light doesn't travel forever.
That's great, Craig.
And
But
it's the same way-
how small are the blackout lights? They're really, really small, aren't they?
Shut up and let him explain it, you
They're
exposed
really,
ass.
really
You don't know what
small.
the fuck you're talking about.
Okay,
Just shut up and let him talk.
really
This
small.
is why it's
Dude,
important.
you don't even know what the hell you're talking. You're not even in
No,
the
I know you're exposed, bro. That's all I know is you should shut up and let
This
Trent
is
talk.
why it's important because I can explain the issue of why the sun works using Blackout Drive, but some reason you wanted to argue about every single thing instead of just go with it and finding some place.
You're trying to. You're
Dude,
trying
this
to
is
put together
ridiculous.
the
Focus
sun, which is really, really large, and tiny little blackout lights. The two little lights on the front of the freaking Humvee.
He
Who
already
cares?
said the scale.
No, the
He
back.
talked
That
about
you
it.
can only
He already said
that
it.
you can
These are the ones
only
in back.
see. Okay, that you can hold on. These that you can only see with NVGs, right?
Well,
You can
no,
only see them with NVGs, right, Chris?
No, this is without.
No, you can only
NVGs.
see them with NVGs on.
No, without.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can only see them with NVGs on, right?
No, without.
And which NVGs would those be? Which
From what I'm
ones?
reading, you don't necessarily need them.
Yeah, what you see, this is
What, night vision goggles?
Yeah, bro, I just like to say
Seven
that
del-
the
the
convo
seven
was good
deltas or
until
what? The
his life started,
14s.
and now he's exposed himself, and I
Yeah,
continue.
you got people not even in the
point is
military exposing you.
specifics of it aside, right? Like, what's the relevance? I'm guessing from what I'm hearing that you can
Exactly,
scale
let's
this
not
up.
relevant.
This is
Okay,
Because
the
we're
relevance
comparing
is
to the direct analogy.
Life get
comparing
muted if I
tiny,
get muted, bro. I've said
Just get
we're
talks out,
comparing
boys.
tiny little lights compared to
Tape measure.
Yeah, this is the
Cox,
relevance.
sort it out.
The relevance is light has a
here's
limit.
the deal. Here's the deal.
There's a limit to how
He's
far
talking
light goes.
about a limit of light. A limit of light. You get it. It's scale. It's different. Okay, get back to the main points. In like a whole 5
Well,
minutes.
can we directly apply the scale then? What's the size of the lights in a blackout drive situation, and how far can you see them? And if you were to scale that up to the distances that the sun might or might not be at, see if it works or not.
I told you where the sun's at. It's at 4,000 miles, man.
No,
Okay.
Yep, I got about
So
almost
then, how
there,
big must
around
it
there.
be to be visible
Yep,
at the
okay.
ranges that it is? if we
33
know-
miles.
33, you
It's
said?
The focal point, 33 miles wide. 33
Here's a really
miles.
good picture right here. This is what you'll see. This on the back
But if
with
it-
such a dark conditions.
But if the sun
Because-
is 4,000 miles away, how do you explain the angles that we get to? Like 0.
I just gave you the formula. Okay, the D.
He
the
just
D
gave
is the triangulated distance. So
Yeah, write it
whatever angle
down.
you get that you measure in real life, triangulate it with a height of 4,000 miles, and that's your D times 0.A times 1% of that angle. So it's a ratio. Okay, so it's 90 minus A over A. So 90 degrees minus the angle divided by the angle times the triangulated distance times 1% of the angle. So it's a
Why do you apply that formula to it? Like, where do you get it from?
because that's real numbers that we measure. What are you talking about? That's what it triangulates out to.
Well, the numbers, are one thing, but the formula is different. Like, why
Yeah.
are we dividing by an angle?
It's
Why are
just
we
a
taking
ratio.
1%?
Yo,
Right,
Flat
where does the
Earth-
ratio come
Flat
from?
Earth
What's so
test-
special about 1%?
Yo,
here?
flat Earth tests. Could you post that equation in the chat, because when you explained it, it went over. I'm pretty sure everyone's head, at least mine.
But it's
Yeah.
like me saying that, 9.8 meters per second squared. There you go, gravity.
Yeah, I know. No, it ain't. That ain't gravity.
But it is.
But no, it's like you saying 6 times 10 to the fucking 27, just making up fucking numbers. At least in my
Brian,
equation,
do you
it's
remember
actually
when
So
we
you
were
made up
measuring?
fucking numbers. Why did you just made up
Brian.
fucking
No, this is
Brian.
actual measurements. What are you talking about? It's a triangulated distance,
Brian,
a measured
wait.
angle. Okay,
Hold on.
this is
A formula
actual
is
I don't
measurements.
understand why these fucks can come in and ruin the convo, but I get muted when I was here the whole time the convo was smooth.
Well, since you
Brian,
brought
do
it
you
up
remember
multiple
when
times,
we went
yeah.
over
Well,
this?
no, it's just because you repeatedly kept saying he was exposed, which ended up just
Yeah,
proving
yeah.
that
Everybody tried
kept just-
talking. You kept saying exposed,
yeah,
but I
you
mean, I agree with
doing
you.
that
He was a little bit exposed, but
So
you kept
I'm
saying it over and over and over, bro.
I'm
I
confused
didn't
by this
mute you.
formula,
I
right?
would have if I had a mute. I'd have muted you just for a minute.
What you gave him
I
that
put an
formula?
example in the back for Mole Man just to show, like, for example, it's like just an example of something that's not like 100% reality, but it would show like a little bitty dot for the sun, the same size little bitty dot for the moon, and then underneath like 4,000 miles of land per se, and then like it's just an example of like some flat dirt, flat gradients, and what a little bitty sun and moon would look like over the, because that's only a portion of the dirt. It's nowhere near all the dirt that could never end. You see,
Oh God.
Demak, there's a problem, Demak. If you move the light
there's a
source, the
problem with
angular
what
size.
reality.
Oh, hold on. No, hold on. Let me tell you the problem. If you do this to scale, then the angular size of the light source will change, and that's not what we see with the sun.
No, it
What are
won't.
you
No, it
talking?
won't
What's your
either.
scale?
No,
Hold on. What's your scale model for your physics globe model?
Oh,
2
my.
foot.
No, I
2
was
foot.
talking about yours. I asked a
No, no,
question.
no, 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 no,
What's
no, no,
the
no.
problem with your
No,
model?
no.
What?
That's an example to explain to you what Don's talking about, to give you an idea of what the little bitty sun and little bitty moon. They're not covering shit over the big Earth. That's the only point
They
of
are.
that. So that's my opinion to you on how my idea of the sun and moon would work. That he's trying to explain to you that they're not big sun, little Earth. It's the other way around. It's little bitty sun.
That's
Hold
wrong.
on, stop. Can you keep up with me? Little bitty sun, little bitty moon, big Earth. Okay.
Yeah, and you still have the same
You
problem
got it.
that the sun would change in angular
No, I
size.
don't have no problem with reality. Look outside. Reality works fine for me, buddy. I don't know
I
what you're
just
talking
posted
about.
it. Hey, hold on. Let me get it, Boyak. Just compliments of Witsit. The picture he took showed you the angle that of like an example of how the sun would set and why it doesn't change in angular size because it never gets close to us to begin with. It's a focal point number 2, and the fact and I show it with the street lights and it's a little 50-second video. It's in live text and it shows that light that's never close to us to begin with doesn't scale the same way as something up close and just using the inverse square law. It doesn't work like that. If something's never close to us to begin with, it doesn't change in angular size the same way. Light doesn't behave that way. If it did, you'd be killed with your ISS or airplanes.
Well,
But look, go ahead, Moya.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. Look, and I'm going to say flat earthers and globers, humans, whatever. We haven't done any crazy ass demonstrations from a vacuum source, any crazy distances of thousands of miles. We haven't done like certain things that like we couldn't really scale down per se in a certain way. Like the globers can't, you know what I mean, a certain thing. We couldn't certain things, right? So at the end of the day, I don't think we all know how light really 100 million% is going to hit the dirt and go through the atmosphere and do all this shit.
No, but you get tired of them saying why doesn't it change in angular size? Okay, why can we see it on the why can we see it on the
Here's
horizon?
the answer. I got the answer for you. You tell
What?
them when they keep asking us what our model is and this and that. Physics is our model.
I just
Our
gave them. Yeah, I
model
just gave them a
is in
physical
the
model.
lab of physics in science. Our model fits everything to do with reality and physics outside, and it's flat. It works.
But they're projecting though, bro. Let me explain why they're projecting, okay? Because we can look at the sun on the horizon, okay? And they say that the higher up you have a better less angle through the atmosphere. So if you're gonna try and see something, go up higher, so there's less refraction, okay? So that sun lower, so the atmosphere shouldn't have shit to do with it. It's just an angle in their model. But we can look at the sun for a lot longer with it on the horizon, and when it's setting, we can watch it set with our own eyes. When it's overhead, you can't look at that bitch for a couple seconds, and it just overwhelms you. Okay, so explain that in a globe model. Also, if with the upward bending light refraction, that explains how a sun above the horizon lights up only the bottom of clouds because parallel light rays do not allow that in a globe model. Now, if you claim the sun's under the horizon, then you have a case. But I've given tons of examples with the sun above the horizon still lighting up only the bottom of clouds, and that violates your parallel sun rays in the subject.
Brian, what angle should the sun be from your location if it's noon here in Hawaii?
and the sun is 4,000 miles above the Earth.
He gave you the formula for that.
Yeah. About 30 degrees, I think.
This is crazy, bro.
It is
Don, you
pretty
get the
crazy.
MVP of the night, bro.
Is it?
Well, real quick, I wanted to go back. So, Mr. Sensible did a high altitude. They called it MAGE, real quick, right? Mission above globe Earth.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Okay, yeah, and he says that it calculates to the what we should see of the Earth curving. Did he calculate the circle of light?
Why would he do that?
Because we obviously see a circumference of light.
Yeah,
even
that's
over
why
a
you
globe.
say we don't see curvature left to right. When we say that we should see curvature left to right, you say that it's equal distance. You say we see in a circle, therefore that line's flat. So what happens to that circle at altitude? All of a sudden, that's no longer a factor. I mean, that's your
there you
whole
go.
argument of why we don't see boats disappear left to right. But now, when it's convenient, you drop that argument. You know, it's crazy, man.
The higher you
doesn't
go,
mean-
broader that circle gets.
It doesn't mean you have to like accept it. Just at least understand, so you know what flat earthers are saying. Like you have to change your whole worldview. But are you tracking? Like, are you at least understanding?
I'm tracking.
According to Mr. Sensible, the
when
Earth
we-
would be
when we show you-
would look like a flower. It'd look like a daisy with like 5 petals.
No.
If he's using that curve and then you change the angle of the camera and you're only seeing a portion of Earth, and then you see another little curve like that, you're seeing daisy. You're seeing a flower Earth.
So I hear everything you guys explain, right? Flat surface, circle of light, sun circling above, right? But just give us some sort of like visual or something that doesn't come from somewhere else.
Oh.
Just give us some sort of visual of
I
what
do have one
the
for you.
flat Earth model looks like. That's all you-
Toy, bro. I don't have a toy for you, man. He's explaining to you. This is the weird part of this. I have a theory. He's not even saying this is exclusively proving a flat Earth or anything. Now Brian added on some
Yeah,
things.
but I can shit on his
We were
model
just
though.
showing
I
you-
can shit on his model if you want.
Yeah, Brian was showing some things, but I'm saying he was just presenting that it's a viable alternative. I think the reason it's shut you down is because if you can't bank on these like curvature shots in your mind, it really messes with you.
B-ball, take
No,
five
I mean-
cameras. Take 5 cameras and do 360 around you, and take the MAGE footage. And what you'll get is if you connect each edge, you'll have a hump in the middle of each picture. You'll have daisy Earth, flower petal Earth, man. You
No,
know
that's
better than
not
that, right?
true, man.
Ain't the horizon equal distant from us?
No.
The horizon's not equal distant from the observer in all directions.
Listen,
Uh-oh.
you know how you
Answer his
recreate that?
question.
You know how you hold on, Don. My goodness, you take a GoPro, right? Put it on a ball and then rotate it. Turn it around. That's what you see when the camera is like bouncing around and rotating. That's what you see. You don't see a flower or whatever you're trying to explain.
If you ain't seeing the whole entire Earth
then
and
you'll
you got
see-
the edges bending
then you'll-
down,
then
then
you-
you've got a flower Earth. But ain't the horizon
but then you-
equidistant in every angle, B-ball? Can you answer that?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes.
So what would that create? What shape?
A circle.
There you go.
Okay, and we see a portion of what up there? What do
Okay.
we see a portion of up there?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. You see a portion of a sphere.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So the equidistant to the horizon would
So
create a
is it-
sphere. You just
okay,
said a circle,
so-
bro. If you're using the horizon to say that it's sphere shaped, okay, but you just said equidistant from the observer, the horizon would be basically the horizon would be equidistant from the observer in direction. That's a circle.
Okay.
It's bad.
So, okay. So is the sun creating
what turns
a
it into a
lamp,
sphere, B-ball?
like a lampshade effect? Is the sun creating some sort of lampshade effect? Is that what?
I'm
Is that
asking
what
a
we're
question.
explaining here?
We can talk about the sun again
But
after this, but I'm asking a
ultimately,
question.
that's where we're going here, right?
What made you turn that circle into a sphere? Just agreed we would see a horizon equidistant all the way around us, and that would create a circle. What turned that circle into a sphere in the first
Because
place?
you're over top of a sphere.
What your evidence is fucking. We're on a sphere, so therefore it's a sphere.
Like what is it? Like what else would it look like?
What would it
Just
look
like
like
I
on a
just
flat Earth?
explained to you.
What would it look like on
Take
a flat
Go-
Earth, people?
Take a GoPro. Well, first of all, the light wouldn't just stop at one spot. Okay, like we see in the horizon. It wouldn't just stop.
Agreed.
Right? It would
Agreed.
fade off into distance, would it not?
Agreed. It would be fuzzy like what we see. Yeah, go ahead.
My phone's about to die. Now, and I've heard people explain this before. Like, oh, we would see like a what would happen if you turn the camera to the left? Oh, you'd see like a dip or like a M or some shit. No, you take a GoPro, right, and you put it on a beach ball or some large ball, and you turn it around, and you see how the horizon on the ball rotates with the camera, right? It rolls with it. That's exactly what we would see.
Right, so we've seen a circle of light, right?
No, you're looking at the horizon. No, you're looking at the horizon. On a flat Earth, the light wouldn't just arbitrarily stop.
What?
It would fade off into the distance.
Do you know how we see light in our realm? You know it's the air, the molecules, gases, right? That's why we see it.
Okay.
That's why I brought the blackout drive.
No, you see light reflecting off things.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, reflecting off what?
What were you saying about the blackout drive again?
Now Don is laughing when someone said that we see light that is coming from objects.
What were you saying again, Crit?
That's why I brought up the blackout drive. It relates to distance, a function of distance.
Okay, the sun is not the size of the blackout lights, so that doesn't.
He
equate.
didn't say they were.
This guy.
Why do you keep bringing that up?
This is ridiculous.
As if that makes any difference.
Because I'm.
Why does it even make any difference?
Does anyone else hear what I'm hearing?
Because I'm trying to talk about
Oh,
science.
because we. Do you think we get farther away from the sun and we can't see it at a certain point?
Yes.
It just
that's
fades. The light
exactly-
just fades out.
Yeah, I
Yeah, it
can
gets
give you-
dimmer. Yeah,
I
it
can
absolutely
give you
gets dimmer.
Okay, I can give you another example of this. You can see the sun high noon. You can dive underwater, and it gets darker, and it gets darker and darker as a
Okay,
function
when
of
have we
distance.
ever seen the sun shrink? When have we ever seen the sun shrink to a point?
Yeah, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
We ever? I've never.
Depends on the
It's already a focal point. It can't shrink any
Depends on the
further.
tropics.
It's already a focal. It's already a focal point. How can it shrink even further than a focal point if it's a focal point?
It doesn't
Jeez.
shrink at all. It doesn't shrink
It
at
does
all.
on the wait a minute, your glow model doesn't say it doesn't shrink at 3 degrees.
Wait a minute. I would like to respond to that.
Dude, his model says the sun shrinks at 3.
Okay, go ahead, Don. You go ahead, and then I'll go.
Dude, his model states that the sun does change at 3 degrees from tropic to tropic. You not know that?
No, is
Right,
that
so
noticeable?
anyways, you
Yeah, we
can't
know that, but is
actually.
that noticeable? And
I was
over
going to
how
respond.
long
Wait
does
a
that
minute.
take?
What is this? I get modded, but he doesn't. I was going to say you do observe the sun shrink. It depends on what's in the way. If there's a
When?
different thing in the way,
When?
the sun appears at a different like size. Clouds, or you could even put one of those lenses. You know those lenses you're supposed to look at
Yeah,
through.
you put a solar filter.
Yeah, so it depends on the filter you're looking at it through, but it does shrink if you have more of a filter in between you and the sun.
You don't know what the sun is. Look at a
No,
sundog through a solar filter. A sundog will show a medium-sized filtered sun in the middle and 2 little tiny filtered suns on the edge. Does that mean that there's 3 suns, B-ball? The filter ain't got shit to do with reality, man.
I can't understand what anybody's saying. Everybody's talking.
No, a sundog. Look at a sundog through a solar filter. Okay, does that mean we're actually
Yeah,
seeing?
we don't have.
That's what
we
we're
don't have.
actually seeing. The sun is viewer
Yeah, we don't
dependent,
have
man.
sun.
Wait, Don,
Yeah,
ask
we
your
don't. I
question.
don't think you'd be able to see a sun.
We have
Have you ever?
testable.
Wait,
We have
wait.
testable
Brian, have you ever seen
examples.
it?
We have testable examples of the
Brian,
sun
have you ever seen a
filter,
sundog?
and then we have natural examples with
Have you
like
ever?
different.
Yeah, they're a
different
circle of
yeah.
light.
Yeah, so like we have testable examples with the
Have you
solar
ever
the filter,
seen?
and then we have natural examples with like the atmospheric conditions filtering it as well.
Brian, have you ever looked at a sun through a sundog through a solar filter?
Nope.
Okay, so
But that's what I heard, dude. I'm just telling you. What would you
well,
expect to see? Hold on. If you see 3 suns,
I would only expect to see the sun. That's it. I wouldn't expect to see anything else but the sun.
well, we would always
Yeah,
only expect to see
I've
that.
done
But when
it.
we see a sundog, we're seeing something different, right?
What's a sundog?
It's
like
it's when the focal point gets split up, the focal point of the sun, and it kind of reflects 2 little small suns off to the side. They call it a sundog.
Yeah, because of
I got good images.
and why did that happen?
It is.
It's like a coffee cup caustic kind of. There's a formula for that shit, dude. It's fucking physics. It's part of physics. It's demonstrable in a coffee cup with a
Isn't
fucking
it due
light.
to ice crystals in the atmosphere? Isn't it
And
due to ice
it's
crystals
funny
in the
how that
atmosphere?
happens in the North Pole and in the Antarctica, where we see the most sundogs is in the around the edges or in the middle. It's exactly what we see in the coffee
Yeah,
cup, man. That is a little coincidental.
yeah, it's because
It's
of ice
proof of the
crystals.
dome. It's really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't. If that was proof of the dome, I'd be able to see it here in Hawaii too, and I don't.
No, it's too high at that point.
Coffee cup caustic.
Has anyone shown the coffee
Yep,
cup caustics? People keep saying that, but on the surface inside the cup, you would always see the lights from. So,
I already showed it on a flat Earth model where you don't see the whole Earth lit up. So try again.
oh, how can you show that?
I
your
literally
plant didn't have a
demonstrated
model.
it with a light source over top of a little dome over a flat Earth, and you can see the surface of the flat Earth, and it's not
It's right
entirely
there in
lit
the
up.
sky.
I thought you guys didn't have a model.
Uh-oh.
Yes,
Yeah, but
there's some
still,
I
but
don't
still,
have.
Man, I
hold
got
on.
2 models myself, man. What are you talking about? We ain't got a model. I showed you Steve Torrance's model of all the planets, the sun, everything, and it's fucking terabytes of information, dude. We got plenty of models,
You
bro.
think Steven,
What is your definition
you
of a
think
model,
Steven
B-ball?
Torrance is-
Don't
you think
deviate. What's your
Steven Torrance's
definition of a model, bud?
Something that can make predictions, man.
This is
You know?
Well, we got plenty of
That
them,
I
bro.
can see.
Plenty of them.
Dude, the circle of
Okay,
light, that's
can
a prediction
Steven-
right there. There you
Can,
go.
can Steven Torrance's model predict, I don't know, the next
everything.
solar eclipse?
Yeah, I told you there's terabytes.
can you-
Of course
can you-
it can. Look,
can
we
you
wouldn't be
post that for
listen,
me,
hold
please?
on,
I'll take a look
hold
at it.
on, man. Listen, I'm gonna post a little 1.5-minute video of the globe model right next to a flat Earth model, and tell me which one you think matches reality.
Because Steven Torrance's model is the same thing that I always post with the flat Earth.
I'm not
sun
posting
circling
Steve
around. That's the
Torrance's
one you guys
model.
say is not the. That's the one you guys say that's not your model. So I mean, we're still at an impasse.
Oh, I
here.
said we have plenty of models, bro. We have plenty of models. Take your pick. We got
Yeah, you
imagination,
have
bro. We
plenty of
got
models that
ideas.
can't
We
make
got. There's plenty of ways to show how things work, bro. You're just stuck in a script.
And none of them make
We're not, bro.
predictions.
We're not stuck in a script. We come up with different ideas. and
Dude, I
show it
just
how it works
I
in
just
reality.
gave you a
The only
prediction.
difference
I
in his
gave
model
you
is he
one.
can't demonstrate his model in reality. We can
Wait a minute,
demonstrate.
B-Ball, I gave you
I
a prediction
can.
of
I
how we
absolutely
will.
can.
B-Ball, I gave you a prediction of how we would perceive a small local sun. I'm not saying it's, I'm just hypothetically, but a small local sun, a circle of light, and how our eyes and vision work. I predict that it will appear spherical. That is a valid prediction.
No, I'm talking about prediction, like on a certain day, on a certain place on Earth, we'd see an eclipse or something. That's a prediction.
B-ball, you don't need all you need for that is a book called an ephemeris. These have been in existence for eons of time.
I think that's what
that's all you need. Yeah, it's
isn't
just
that
B-ball, that's not a heliocentric prediction, bro. There's no 18-year rotations. The eclipses work in 18-year cycles. There is nothing in the heliocentric model that fucking rotates over 18 years or orbits.
Well, Brian, I have a model that makes perfect predictions.
Yeah, there is, Brian.
Every
On their model, there is it's called the lunar nodes, the nodes of the moon. Those make a 19-year retrograde cycle, and that's the point at which in their model, it's the point at which the orbit of the moon, which is tilted 5 degrees, the orbit of that to the ecliptic, and the ecliptic is the plane that the Earth is rotating around, or orbiting around the sun.
Right,
So,
but it's ad hoc. It's ad hoc. It's all ad hoc, B-ball. It's not a prediction. You took
No,
the
it's not ad
cycles.
hoc.
Yes, it is, because
it makes
NASA
sense in
still
their
uses
model.
Fred Espinak's fucking eclipse predictions of the Soros cycle. So don't tell me it ain't ad hoc. You knew where they were, where the eclipse happened, and you made a model out of it.
Well, it works in their model.
I
whether it's reverse engineered or not, because it's not reality, is a whole discussion. But the actual structure of it works in their model. But you definitely don't need that model to predict it at all, because those 2 lunar nodes, those are 2 points in the sky. So
yeah, but doesn't the sun reset? I mean, doesn't the moon reset every month? Every month it resets.
Well, the phases do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you don't need heliocentrism whatsoever to predict eclipses. Eclipses have been known since the dawn of time, and they are cyclical. And the heliocentric model, any claim of a prediction eclipse with heliocentrism is just a reverse engineered reification, begging the question fallacy, essentially.
Right, because in the heliocentric model, we go around the sun in 1 year, whatever you want to give it, take a day, whatever, third of a day, who cares? In a year, the stars reset exactly back where they were. The sun goes through a pretty much identical cycle and a slight ellipse. Okay, and there's nothing that resets 19 years. They can try and add a wobble or say nodes or some fuck shit, but there's nothing in their model that fucking that starts back over 18 years. I mean,
Yeah,
they
there
can,
is.
They can make this shit up.
There is. No, it would be in their models the point at which the moon's orbit around the Earth intersects with the ecliptic, which is the sun's orbit around the Earth's orbit around the sun.
So it's got to be aphelion to have an eclipse, though, right? So that's every full moon. There's an aphelion. Every full moon.
And I posted a video for you a long time ago. Not sure if you ever got a chance to watch it, but there it is.
Yeah, but I posted a video NASA showing flat out that they use, still to this day, Fred Aspianak's fucking eclipse predictions from the solar cycle to this day, bro.
That's good. But why is okay? Here's another question. All right, you guys say that NASA lies and all this stuff, but where do you draw the line with the stuff you use from NASA?
Anything empirical, man. Anything empirical.
Fucking irrelevant.
If I can prove it for myself, man, I trust them. I don't think they lie much about shit.
But how do you know what? How do you trust and what not to trust when it comes to NASA?
I looked it up, bro. I looked up the solar cycle, and I fucking looked. I made a video out of it, dude. I was surprised. But it's every 18 years, and it freaking and it just moves like a certain. It's a predictable amount of degrees that it moves from year to year. I mean, from cycle to cycle. It's a cycle. It's been going on for as long as written history, I guess, man, and probably even before that in different languages and shit. But this shit's been going on. It's not a prediction, bro. You're making it sound like it's a heliocentric prediction. It's just reverse engineered. And I said,
actually, it would be a prediction if their model was true.
Well, that's like saying a clock is a prediction of time. Okay, I can make a clock.
In both general models, like a planar stationary Earth versus a globe Earth, like a heliocentric type setup, with the eclipses, they're pretty similar in the fact that both of them have these 2 points in the sky. So on a heliocentric model, they have 2 points in the sky. In their model, they claim there's nothing really there. They're just geometric points at which the orbit of the moon, because normally it's tilted 5 degrees. And over the year, it goes from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2. And once it gets to 0, it gets on the exact same plane as the ecliptic. Then all those 3 balls are lining up, because now the path of the Earth going around the sun, that whole plane is now lined up with the actual plane of the moon's tilted orbit. And so at that point, an eclipse happens, which completely makes sense if it was 3 balls lining up. That part of it makes sense. Whereas on a stationary planar Earth, those are just 2 points in the sky that are above us. They're 180 degrees from each other. And they are on, and then in both models, they're both on a 19-year retrograde cycle.
Yeah, but Newton, hold on. The heliocentric model, Newton had the sun 1 million miles away and the moon like 100,000 miles away or something like that. And
that would throw it all off. Yeah.
Right, dude. I'm just saying it's not everything don't rotate around the sun. The heliocentric model is bullshit on its face. Not even their model does everything rotate around the sun. It's but they've stuck with it, and they're saying now that everything rotates around the central point of a galaxy, but they still want to call their model sun centered. And
Ryan,
what?
Ryan, well, for some reason, this model here is pretty darn accurate, even if it's bullshit.
Dude, like I said, it wasn't long ago. It was wrong. It was wrong, and then they went from 1 million to like 3 million, and Copernicus was way the fuck off. And then it went to 100. It went to 100 million, back to fucking 90 million, then to 93 million. Okay, this shit's been changing throughout, and anytime you move one of them, your whole model's shot. And so it keeps changing, but now it's perfect, right? Until we prove it, until they acknowledge what we've shown and how the selenium's fucked up. And if they're going to apply this refraction, they need to apply it to everything every day and they don't. As soon as they do and acknowledge that the eclipses are lasting too long on Earth by over 30 minutes, like 35 minutes, and in certain spots, and as soon as they do all this, they're going to move the sun again, rearrange the model, and say this is how it works for sure because of fucking radar and bullshit.
Right.
Reality is going to work no matter what you say your model is. When you go outside and you do something and you get an action or reaction, and that's what happens every time. That's what's going to happen. No matter what you say, you can be Snippy the Clown and come out and say your model's a duck. It doesn't matter. If you're pointing at reality and you say, look, my model, the duck, matches reality, and what we see in reality happens, where do we go with that? No, reality is going to be always reality. What you need to do is prove that you're on a ball and not a flat plane, not a straight, flat plane. Simple. Find your curve. I lost hold on. I lost $8 million on the curve. If you ballers can find it, you can have it.
That's funny.
That is pretty funny.
Well, what I was going to say too, B-Ball, the thing about the sky, so heliocentrism has just adopted how the sky actually works and has kind of converted it or inverted it into their system, which is a mimic of what reality is. Therefore, parts of that can line up, stellarium and the parts of the sky, like we're talking about the eclipses and all that. That lines up because they reverse engineered the system from the actual sky in the first place, from reality in the first place. But just because that part of it lines up, does not mean that is actually what the physical reality is.
They still couldn't make it work, Gio, because on the surface of a sphere, we would not get these angles. They had to move their fucking all their observations down to the center of a presupposed sphere, because none of these angles work from the surface of a sphere.
What? Okay.
You're not going to get 69 miles per degree on the sphere's surface. Okay, you got to move these angles down to the center, a place that you can't even prove to begin with. That's what we're asking you to prove to begin with, is that it is a ball, and you're trying to use these measurements from the center of the Earth, these angles from the center of Earth, to prove something, bro. It's crazy on its face, man. It's not fair, really. I mean, to ask us to prove the height of the sun, they ask us to prove the height, triangulate it. They're not trying. Show me the triangulation of Polaris from anywhere on Earth.
Really, Brian, you're gonna have to pass the mic at some point.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm back. I just want to put even Gio, even though you don't believe in heliocentric model and all that, you do know a shit ton about the model. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
I guarantee you, most of us know more than you do about the heliocentric model, B-Ball.
Okay, sure.
Not all of us, but most of us.
Well, Brian, how many things have I showed you in the past few months that you've been wrong about?
No, you don't acknowledge, okay? You don't acknowledge what I say back to you about anything at all. I have to say it again and again and again, and you still don't acknowledge it. It's insanity, bro. I understand what you're saying, and a point taken sometimes. Like, okay, point taken. You don't ever acknowledge what I say. When I bring up legitimate points, you just breeze by them like you never even heard of it.
No, I don't.
Weird.
No, I don't. I don't do that at all.
Okay,
Right?
flat Earth model.
Go ahead.
That the sun gets closer, it gets hotter. Okay, sun closer, hotter. Okay, give me the fucking crazy ass Occam's razor fucking antonym fucking explanation for a globe, and I'll show you how it's wrong.
How much closer does it get to us, though?
Well, let me jump in with it. Did you know at the periapsis on your model actually that the Earth gets closer to the sun about roughly around 3 degrees?
Isn't that 3 million miles or something like that? Yeah.
It gets closer, so it happens on your model. All you gotta do is reverse engineer that. And
yeah, but compared to 93 million, that's really not that much.
It's
3.5 million miles.
Yeah, it's far, dude. That's a lot. That's great value.
Yeah, but okay, if I'm standing 20 feet from a fire and I move 3 feet to it, is it going to get, how much hotter is it going to get?
But the hotness is how much more sunlight or like more light will cover being able to like cover an area. If you get closer, it will cover more area.
Yeah, but if, like I said, if I'm 20 feet from a fire and I walk 3 feet closer, is it going to get hotter?
Well, certainly not if you put it in a
And
vacuum, but with the
No, but
light lights up the air in your
okay,
model. So his
the
point is
sun,
that there's closer light, more
the
light.
sun's a different type of heat because you can block the sun in a shade, then it gets cold. You can't do that for a fire. A fire will bleed through a barrier.
Well, it's not about how much hotter it get; is how much more surface area will it cover.
Oh
Right?
yeah, yeah.
That's at the Tropic of Capricorn. Uh-oh.
What?
Even your own model states that the Earth, it's either the Earth moving closer to the sun, or on our model, the sun is closer to the Earth. Your
I
pick.
think it's the tilt, isn't it? I'm not even sure what you're trying to explain.
It's the periapsis, the
Yeah,
highest.
I got a good picture for
You
it.
know, I mean,
Let me.
at best, it might be mentioned as a footnote of some like marginally contributing factor, but almost
Yeah.
every source will tell you that the main reason for the seasons is not the distance to the sun.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not saying seasons, right? That's the 23 degree. Okay, your guys is 23. I'm just saying that the highest point of velocity is the periapsis, where the Earth is closer to the sun.
Right here.
Sure.
It does change.
Here we go. Here we go again. Is this the model you guys go with? Like, because every time we bring this up, you call it a straw man. You say this is not your model. Is it or is it not?
No, this would be a conceptual idea of how weather patterns and heat patterns work with a local sun. We're not talking about the Earth right now. Right now, it's about how the sun works. Completely
Okay,
different
so it
topic.
works perfectly. So
No, it
that
don't work
bottom.
perfect. You got to tilt Australia and Asia a little bit closer toward North America, then it works.
So the bottom right is that the actual map or no? Can we just throw that out?
I'd like to respond to that actually. Obviously, this is a model. Anyone who's denying it's not a model is being, I guess, not honest in my book. But I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. But here's the thing: is there's models for different aspects of the entirety of reality, right? And so a model cannot be used outside its own bounds. So when someone gives you a model of, say, this right here, sun rays and heat, this is a model of how heat on the Earth would work. But then if you go and then apply it to something else, and then say, oh, I have debunked it because I applied it somewhere else and it does not logically work. No, you're using the model outside of its own bounds. You're essentially straw manning in a way.
Yeah, but our
it's like
model.
if somebody asked you to
I would say that's
explain.
what's happening at the top of this image then, because what it looks like is that the direction this is tilted, it looks like it's portraying summer in the northern hemisphere, and yet the heat pattern looks closer to one of the equinoxes. So saying it doesn't work is kind of obvious because it's in the wrong season.
No, it's about looking at the equator being at 90 degrees and not the hottest spot.
But if you were, imagine if you were the sun and like you're looking face on the planet and then it rotates, you would trace out that same heat pattern because the equator is dead center of the Earth as it's.
No, yeah, but you got a major problem, man. A major problem. When I challenged my son last summer to put his arm on the car at 9:45 in the morning. Okay, the sun was about 20 degrees. At 9:45 in the morning, it might have been 30 degrees, but he put his arm on the car. I asked him to see how long, and it was so funny. I fucking posted it, and he couldn't hold it on there for a second. He's like, ah, shit. He thought he could. I challenged him. He's a little hothead, little 17, 18-year-old, right? Okay, now you could take the sun at 60 degrees at the heat of the day. It's twice straighter of an angle. And if you'll in the wintertime here, and you'll lay on that hood of that car and be like, oh God, you'll be wanting more heat. Okay, so it's not the fucking angle. You say whatever you want. It's not the angle, bro. It can't be the angle. This is what anybody can do. Kids can do this shit.
It's the rate of induction or conduction. It's the rate of a flow.
So we actually have the only viable quote unquote model for any phenomenon.
Right. And to me, it would make sense that the close and local heat source, when it's close and local, it's hot and local, and when it's far, it's not. Or You can take the medium that we have that acts like a Fresnel lens or a flat lens or a magnifying glass. And when you touch the glass and you do stuff with it, the glass there's nothing going on there. You could wave your hand all around underneath where it's at. It's not messing with you. Only where the light is focused is it going to melt or hurt or burn the paper or burn through the leaf or burn the rock. Only where that
Austin,
focal point is.
Austin, you should
The
use
problem
that
is, as soon
in
as you
tomorrow's
guys,
debate,
hold on.
Austin. I posted that
The
video. It's a
problem,
real short one, but you should use that. It's a simple, observable. Anybody could go do it, but the sun angles and the heat
yeah,
model. You know, if they ask
yeah,
for
yeah,
model, show them the model of the sun.
yeah.
Send it.
Yeah,
DM DM
go
it.
and watch mine. Go and watch
all
mine
right, I
too.
will.
Anyway, the problem is every single time you guys
There is
agree
no
on
problem.
on something specific, then there's other questions and other phenomena that can't be explained.
But
Yeah,
you
this
don't
is
hold yourself to the same scrutiny, right? You don't hold your model. I showed your model what your model says. I showed it in a lab. We all looked at it. It's a kid holding a light bulb next to a globe. Now, what are you talking about? Now, show us in that model of yours what it says about how much light we should see, and show us, demonstrate when we don't see light because of a curve. Please, we're waiting.
hey
You
DMOC,
don't have any of that. None of it. That's
DMOC,
why we are flat earthers.
hey DMOC. There's this awesome article on Yahoo News about a saltwater battery. I thought it was the
Oh,
perfect
yeah.
timing. They said this
Oh,
70-year-old technology, children's experiment, will save global warming. And I clicked on it. And I'm like, what are they talking about? And the whole thing breaks down saltwater batteries. I'm like, exactly the same thing DMOC was talking about this morning. I mean, like, what's the coincidence there?
there's no
Yeah,
way.
they don't want to know nothing.
You just they like in the article said you can use salt water to generate power, just like you
Dude,
can.
Yeah, and that's why in the tower of it's not a density tower, it's a liquid layer gradient tower, right? It's a gradient potential tower, and the reason the egg goes up when you add the salt is because the charge. The charge controls whatever the density where that shit's gonna go, no matter what the object is. It doesn't matter how dense it is. It doesn't matter if it's a ton of steel or a cloud. The medium is going to dictate.
And then you can harness that power, and then it would change the potential.
I already know how to harness the power. It's a tuning fork. I'll tell you right now. You put it through a tuning fork. If you have a pump, you start the pump initially. It goes through the tuning fork. The tuning fork is made of copper and it's hollowed out, and it vibrates at a frequency. You have it vibrate and then it oscillates, so it can vibrate and spin at the same time. Right? You give it the initial amount of energy to do so for the pump and the spin. Once you do that and it starts, that's all you need to do. From then on, all you have to do is add salt water and it'll keep going. It's inside of a magnet and it's a copper tube that's hollowed out like a flute or a tuning fork. And when you hit a tuning fork, we all know what the fuck happens, right? So now we're going to put water through that tuning fork and let the water do the work for us. And we're going to hit it with the water, and the water is going to go and vibrate the tuning fork. Am I talking too long?
No,
Yeah.
you're nailing it. This is exactly what the article, pretty much word for word, what the article was talking about.
But I told him about this years ago when I was on Poncho Pete's. I've always thought of the shit when I was 14. So anyway, listen, you have the tuning fork. It's really the flux capacitor. It's not for going through time. It's for 1.21 gigawatts, which is actually probably a gallon of water.
What they showed was different layers of metal, like they had copper, then
Exactly.
zinc, and then
What I'm going to do is have copper. The copper tuning fork is going to be inside the hollow magnet tube, like a magnet egg or a magnet tube, and you just resonate like wah, and it can spin too, and then it goes out, and the flow of the water. The way you design the flow of the water coming in and going back out to the pump, to the in source and out source, is how you cool it back off, and it cools itself as it flows. So you cool your own thing off as it generates electricity. No loss of power. If you want, you can have the shell. The shell can be solar paneled, and it can give you your initial amount of energy to start it every time. And there you go, you're done. Completes the whole circuit. And you don't have a ground. You stop everything from grounding, and you take your batteries. You have like a little green light bar simulator, like 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bars. You just fill a bar up, that battery, if it can contain enough power for a year or 6 months for your car, whatever you need. And once those, how many ever you want to buy, you fill them up, then you hit the ground switch. Then all your excess power goes to ground, right? And you'll always have like a little safety thing that's like a slight, like as you rub across something, it can go, you know, when you rub across a carpet, if you go by the right certain things, we'll have little stuff maybe, and it'll go and it'll let off the excess. That way you won't get shocked or you won't get hurt or won't fry your system.
And this kind of goes to like Jeremy talks about planned obsolescence. They can't sell you batteries anymore if you just take salt water and make your own battery.
Right. And the idea is with the electrical impulse or the electrical current or the vibration, it all equals a frequency. You can always have the same frequency on your tank of water that's your fuel, your salt water. You can have a frequency running through it at the same time to give it a little oomph. You know what I mean? Kind of like a turbo on your regular motor, like a cool air induction turbo. When it goes, you know, like the little whistle, like when you go faster, like.
Yeah. Like in the article too, they talked about how much of a landfill is just filled with batteries, and about at some point people are going to have to dig them up and recycle them or take them apart. You know, like all these problems can be solved.
Yeah, it's salt. They got to dig. They got to dig under a certain amount, and then under a certain amount is called the fine salt, the precious salt, the salt that's like fucking, you know, for your batteries and all that. Like it's really, you know, it's really condensed, and it's worth a lot. They do it in Mexico, I think. Pretty sure that's one of the places they do it. Like salt fields or something like that, and they're, you know.
Yeah, because if you had this device or this thing, like alkaline batteries would be like almost like caveman technology. That it'd be like completely like, why would anyone do that? You can just use salt and water and do the same thing.
Yeah, it's never made any sense to me why they would ever go from something less simple and more complicated and have to sell you like all these things when you can just have a cup of water, couple wires, couple things, put them together. The reaction of what they do together is going to give you your process of a motor or power. That's what real technology is supposed to be. It's supposed to be kids in a lab playing with salt, playing with water, playing with metals.
So, D-Mark, how many saltwater batteries do you have in your house?
Oh boy.
How many what? I got a freshwater battery in my house. It's called the power plant down the road. When the water flows through there, it gives it the turbine, the current, right? And it's called a power plant, and I got to pay them. So when I plug my stuff into the wall, that fresh water powers that, buddy. That's not even salt water. So B-Ball, military guy who acts like he doesn't even understand what a power plant is. Whoa. Thank you for that.
That's not what I asked. I asked you how many saltwater batteries do you have in your house?
You don't need salt water. Regular water will work, buddy. Did you hear me?
You just explained that you don't need batteries.
Salt water is a plus for you. Is that hurting your brain?
How come you're not using
Does
it?
that hurt your brain?
How come you're not using it?
You don't know. You are using it. Does your car got a battery in it? That's salt, buddy. Sorry. Next.
Next.
I mean, next. Where you getting a battery without salt? All your old batteries got salt. If there's any new weird battery, that's something different. But most of your old batteries, salt. The acid, they say, it's salt. It's salt. Sulfuric acid is salt. It's a super fine. You got to dig low, dig, get the super fine salt. It's salt. It creates energy.
How many saltwater batteries do you have in your house?
Go
Then?
Google how a battery works.
Okay.
B-ball
How
for
many
life.
saltwater batteries do you have in your house?
Go Google how reality works, buddy.
I'm just asking.
What are you asking? How the plug-in
How
works?
how many saltwater batteries do you have in your house?
I got a freshwater plug-in connected to a power line, connected to a power company that's ran off
by a
of fresh
turbine.
water. It's a
Yeah,
lake.
off a turbine.
They pump the fresh water through
Through a
there,
turbine.
and it's a
Through a
turbine.
turbine. Yeah.
Yo,
That's
Arcus,
the
why
power.
are you doing that? Why you do this for?
I don't know.
Yeah, B-ball. What do you got going on?
Yeah, what are you
Go
doing?
ahead.
What's the point?
I was just asking how many because you
Just
guys are
diffuse
talking
it,
about
dude.
He
saltwater
doesn't know what a
batteries.
battery is. He doesn't know anything.
You
I
guys
don't
are
know.
talking
He's
about
like,
saltwater batteries. So I was asking
what's
how
the
many.
age limit of understanding how salt works? How old did you say the kids were in the article, Crit?
They said well, okay. The article, I'm paraphrasing, said 70-year-old technology in a child's experiment. It didn't explain what the
70 years old. There's
Okay,
the
so children are doing it, but our military people don't understand it. This bothers me a lot.
Really?
It
I can
bothers
tell
me
that.
a whole lot that little kids can go do an experiment with salt, but our military personnel are asking us, "How does that
Well, how
work?
come?
What is that
Well,
about?"
I didn't ask you. I
That's
asked you how
pretty
many you
weird,
had in your
right?
house.
Don't you, does anybody find this
No,
weird?
no. I asked you how
You
many
don't
you
find
had
it
in your.
weird, B-ball, that you're asking that
Not
question?
not at all. I'm
No,
asking you
no, not.
how many you have in your house. That's what I
Yeah,
asked.
okay.
I didn't ask you how it works.
I
I
don't
asked you
think you
how
know
many you
what you're
have.
talking about half the time. You just say stuff that makes no sense, really.
Yeah, everything you say makes no fucking sense.
Salt water is energy. How's that make no sense? He just read the
Good,
article to
good
you,
for you.
dude.
Okay,
He
so how
just
many?
read you the article. It's 70-year-old technology. Now you're
That's
going to
great.
deny 70-year-old
How many are you
technology?
using in your house? How many are you
So
using in your?
if it's a ball,
You're
no
using it to
scrutiny at
charge your
all.
phone. Are you
If
using
it's
it
a
to charge your
ball,
phone?
no scrutiny at all. No
All
scrutiny at
right. So
all for the ball.
how many
If a
cups of
flat
salt
earther
water do you
says,
have?
if a flat
Can I
earther
use a beer
says,
can? Can I use
if
a
a
beer
flat
can?
earther says hello,
Can I use it? Can I use a
then the
plastic
glober
bucket?
doesn't know what hello means. Write this down.
Hmm? Can I
If I
use my
say
hand?
hello,
Can I put salt water in my hands
All
and
right,
then
hey
use it?
guys, let's try.
Yes.
Hey, hey,
It's
one mic, guys. Come on, hey, come on, man. You guys, come on, one mic.
No,
okay.
I'm just
So
fucking with you, Mark.
yeah,
Dude,
it's salt.
why is it that fucking Earth Life never gets muted, but everyone else he's talking shit to gets fucking muted?
Oh, so no, so the same thing applies to DMOC. How come DMOC never gets muted then?
Dude, I mean, everyone who talks to you gets muted for some reason, but you never get muted.
No, that's not true. I get muted all the time.
Let's try to move on, guys. Come on, let's just move on.
Okay, so here's what you need. You need just zinc, and copper, 2 wires, positive and negative, salt water, an aluminum can, and a plastic cup. You can make a battery. And the article in Yahoo said this.
So it's not salt water then.
Yeah, salt water.
It's a few things. No, but it's
Yeah.
not just salt water, is it?
No, it's not just salt water by itself.
No, you need refined metals to sacrifice.
And it says this 70-year-old technology will save the climate, will save the earth. But people aren't adapting it because of, planned obsolescence. People want to keep using alkaline batteries, and they keep filling landfills and polluting the environment.
I thought the moon landing was supposed to bring peace and all that stuff. What happened to that?
I know. What happened with just imagine it, right? Nuclear disarmament and all kinds of happy, like a whole brave new world was supposed to come from putting boots on the ground, in the moon, right? Like
It turned out to be that we're so insignificant, who gives a fuck? And everyone's just gone hell for leather.
one giant step for a man, a giant leap for mankind. And
Backwards.
Then they carpet bombed Cambodia because Nixon was mad at Vietnam. It's like can you imagine that? Like the logic of that, right? So I come over to your house and I you know what? I came over for peace. And you're like, certainly, Toby. And now some bang just punch you right in the face. You'd be like, "What the fuck, Chris?"
Yeah, but if this
Find
battery
peace,
thing
motherfucker.
does, solve problems, then I'm all for it.
Now I wonder how many you Globers are going to be able to run from flat Earth. All this evidence that everybody gives to you, you just don't. It's beyond me, man.
There's a really good movie from like the 80s called I Come in Peace. It's kind of like an alien sci-fi thing.
Hey, Crit, what was that thing you were explaining to B-Ball that he didn't understand, the military term? What was that thing you were saying?
Oh, the blackout drive.
Yeah, what is that?
So it's before no, also during before NVGs, you'd have a series of lights on the back of a vehicle, and depending on how many lights you saw, it was able to judge how far away a vehicle was from you, even though you couldn't see the vehicle. It was like completely blackout conditions. And you'd have to train your eyes to like really make sure like you prepared to the drivers had to kind of like blindfold themselves and be prepared to drive in blackout condition. But when NVGs came out, it blackout drive kind of became field craft that people kind of forgot about. So I can give him a pass for not knowing it right at the top of his head. But the thing is, though, after I explained it to him, he should have been able to correlate the points we were talking about attenuation. So what happens is, on the back of a vehicle, there's 4 lights. And if you see all 4 lights, you're too close to the vehicle. You need to back off for like safety reasons. Like if you get attacked by artillery or mortar fire, you don't want to be too close to a vehicle because then there's multiple casualties from one strike. If you see 2 lights, you're at the right distance. And if the 4 lights turn into 1 light, you're too far away. And if you don't see anything in front of you, you're just fucking lost at that point. You've lost the lead vehicle and you're kind of on your own.
Are these lights?
They're
like,
built
are the
into
lights placed like in a height manner, or
yeah, they're
has to
placed
do with
on,
height? Huh? Okay.
yeah, and then on the right side of the vehicle also. I'm not sure why they do the right side. There's a reason for the right side. I'm not off the top of my
So
head.
they're vertical lights, are they? A vertical column.
No, horizontal. It's a horizontal column.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, first time I.
Yeah, there's also a version of this too for your helmet. It's called cat eyes, and this is where B-Ball was. I think he was thinking of. So on the soldier's helmet, it's U.S. soldiers. You see these 2 kind of glow in the dark, sticky thing like soans. And the whole idea is that if you're walking at night and you see two lights, or you see 2 kind of glow in the small glow in the dark things, you know you're about 5 to 10 feet away from somebody. If you see 1, well, you're about 20 to 30 feet away. And if you see 0, you've lost the person you were marching behind. So the whole idea is to maintain distance and also and to judge how far away you should be. And to use your but NVGs, B-Ball was right. NVGs did kind of replace this because you can see for 200 meters with NVGs. At that point you can't. If you lose a front vehicle, you fell asleep at the wheel.
I'll see over the curve with those things.
That's interesting. I'm gonna add that into that circle of light. Yeah. I appreciate that, Crit. I never knew about that. Well, I know about the other, not about the dark light. What
Yeah,
what
I
is it?
wasn't trying to blackout drive. The other one's called IR. See, the whole thing, I wasn't trying to catch him or get him. I thought, from my point of view, is I was bringing up a topic that he would relate to and then
Yeah.
be able to understand what people were talking about with how the sun attenuates, how light
I
attenuates.
think he was deliberately pretending that he didn't, mate. I think he well and truly connected, and it resonated too much, and he just turned away from it.
Yeah, kind of like we're if a person plays dumb, and then people
Yeah.
start thinking they're dumb.
Yeah. Because if he admits it, then it answers a lot of questions, doesn't it? You know, fuck.
Yeah, he's like, oh, okay, I get what you're saying. You're talking about it's like blackout drive. And then once he figured it out, then he kept saying about, well, how is the blackout drive the same as the sun? See, then he wanted to divert again, and that's where where Brian really broke down the formula. Well, there here you go.
Yep.
Here's your formula you can use to connect it to.
It was a nice setup after the circle of light to you bumping into that, and then Brian hitting it. That was a nice setup. That was like bam, bam, bam.
And it was coming from multiple sources too, so he's got this idea that it's not just one flat earther he's arguing against. It's all of our ideas that made one coherent cosmology about the nature of creation. It hits all the bells and whistles. It's not just one topic that slightly correlates. You've got this and this and this. Just like one thing after another that all matches what everyone perceives.
I kind of want to clip. Hey, Gio, I want to clip that. That whole discussion.
Yeah, but I'm going to say too, B-Ball is in the military. He's one of the few globalists where I think he's not faking it. That's why I thought it was really going to resonate with him, because like a lot of these other guys I've talked to, and I'm like, you're pretty sus. I'm hard pressed to believe you were in the military. So that's what stunned me about the situation. I was a loss of words there for a little bit, because I didn't know exactly when he said, "Are you saying I'm not in the military?" I said, "No, I'm saying you're in the military. Here's a topic I think I can relate to you with." And I don't know why it's not. Like, why isn't this working? I can't, in my brain, I couldn't process it. Like, why it's falling so flat, for lack of a better. And then it made sense once he said that, the widespread use of NVGs has kind of made blackout obsolete. Then I kind of understood it. Because in my mind, I had thought NVGs is not something they're not going to hand NVGs out to people at basic training. In basic training, it still kind of be this low level field craft. But then, I don't know. I guess it kind of goes back and forth. There's so much content in the army that it's so. I mean, the book of like just 10 level tasks is like 1,000 pages long. So it's
See,
like
this is
so
kind
much.
of like Crit. This is kind of like celestial navigation, right? Now that they have GPSs, nobody knows how to do it anymore.
Yeah, it's sort of like a
So
skill
much
set
so that there's like a law. I forget how many tons. A ship, I think, more than 3,000 tons, or I forget the exact number. One crew member has one crew member has to know celestial navigation, just in case the gyro compass goes dead and the GPS.
You all right there, Essie?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it just swallowed wrong.
Sorry, I was just coughing there. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
What I think too is that if this is what stuns me about globalists is that QE, Nathan Oakley, they bring up the celestial or the 10th man, they bring up the celestial navigation argument, and now suddenly all these globalists are experts in celestial navigation. If you're an expert in celestial navigation, you can walk onto any cargo ship and get paid 6 figures. They are critically low on navigators. You just type in navigators and they say apply now. They're looking for people to do this job. So if you've got any knowledge in celestial navigation, this could be your calling, and you can say, hey, flat Earth led you to this career field, but they don't. All they really want to do is just argue with flat earthers and just say the opposite of whatever a flat earther says. Why not just go live your life? I mean, you've got to. I mean, this is a career field that you could be interested in.
Bro, they wouldn't be able to navigate out of Lake Ontario if their life depended on it.
Well, the thing
Put them in
too,
the middle of Lake Ontario, I don't think they'd find their way to
yeah,
shore.
just go any direction, and you're leaving the lake, right? And they
Yeah,
still get lost.
yeah. They're gonna
But the
go
thing,
around in circles.
but the thing too is that they're kind of afraid of higher education because higher education has a code of conduct. You just can't go in there and start calling people names and dehumanizing others. You know, when you go to navigation school, you're gonna like sign some sort of ethics. You know, and a lot of these atheists disagree with objective um, value systems, so they're not a good fit for education or professional settings.
Just the calculations needed to navigate using the nautical chart. Sorry, the nautical. Damn, this thing is cutting off. Sorry, guys. Just the calculations need to do the nautical almanac. All the there's so many things that you have to do. You have to adjust for this, that, and the other thing. I'm telling you, like, there's few people that can do that for real.
Yes, really high demand skill set. I mean, so high demand that it's critically low, and it's paying six figures.
Well, that's explained when they say that they're only here for entertainment, and they prove that because nobody takes them seriously, and they're not navigating with a high-paying job. It's just entertainment. So if you're here for entertainment and you present evidence, if it's entertainment for you, then it's going to be entertainment for me. I'm not going to take it seriously. You don't. So why should I care about your sunsets and your navigation and all? It's just entertainment for you.
Dude, there's no way that they're making around the same as an electrical engineer.
No, there's the base salary, but there's also commission and how much cargo is delivered. There's it's kind of that catchphrase, you can earn up to type of thing.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
no, it's just bizarre that they can earn that much.
Yeah, if you get on the right cargo ship and the right, yeah, they can. Navigators are just like, yeah, a ton, and bonuses and all kinds of stuff too. It's just, yeah, it's crazy, dude. Is someone really? I mean, it's and two. They have like, it seems like the perfect job for some of these atheists because they'd have a very small group of people they would interact with. You know, a ship's officer is like, I don't know. It just, yeah, but like Jerry was saying, they're not interested in actually expanding their horizons. They're just interested in entertainment. And a ship's officer would be a very demanding, high stress job. That would not be fun. It would be challenging. It would push them to their limit, and mentally, spiritually, and physically.
The navigators on those around the world races are extremely well paid. Extremely well.
Yeah, because the skill set, it's like a major league baseball player. It's like swing this bat and hit a ball. Oh, by the way, it's going 100 miles per hour.
Yep. They have to get to a particular point with pinpoint accuracy, so they can take advantage of the winds, wet weather conditions. There's big money on the line.
Yeah, and there's more to it than just plotting a course using the stars. Once you get to your location, you have to know. You have to use local maps. Like you have to know where the reefs are, where there's rocks, where It's not just point and go, right?
Yeah, and any mistake is catastrophic.
Catastrophic. Yeah, one reef and it's game over for you.
Yeah, but
Exxon
plotting,
Valdez.
you're plotting your position for the optimal weather conditions as well. So you're correlating so many bits of information.
Yeah, you got to know meteorology as well. Yeah, sure. Winds, tides. I mean, these guys have no clue. No clue.
The only reason why they picked this topic up is, like I said earlier, Nathan Oakley, QE, and 10th Man raised it. And all of a sudden, boom, they're just experts. Suddenly they're experts in this shit.
Yep,
It's
I brought this topic up in 24/7 crit, and I was trying to tell them how ill prepared they were, and they got offended. They booted me out.
Oh, really?
And the
Yeah,
full
yeah.
flat Earth argument isn't even that much about celestial navigation. It's just talking about the curved adjacent. Just measuring triangles. It isn't the full scope, grand scope of things. And finally, when the flat earther, like Brian's logic, developed a, hey, here's your answer for a challenge, you got Looney Tune just laughing it off instead of
Yeah,
actually.
like, how do they get their triangle? I was trying to explain to them, how do you get your triangle? Okay, you get
step
an angle,
one.
right? Use the sextant, you get an angle, right? Now, what do you do with that angle? How do you complete a triangle?
But it
With
is
the
a bit of
OPP.
it's a bit of a trap though. Okay, then so we develop our angles all with straight lines. Now we have to plot them onto something, right? Don't we?
Yeah.
We're going to plot them onto a map, Montreal, and that's where it kind of falls short.
Not only that, how do you complete the triangle? You have your sextant, right? You get an angle, right, Bandsaw? So you have an angle now. How do you complete the triangle? What they do is they go into the magic book, which is the nautical almanac, right? They get a GP to the star, and they complete it that way.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they use the magic book to complete their triangle. So I'm trying to tell them that that's a weak argument because a baller can tell you you're using this book and you're using the magic stars, the magic lights in the sky, right? There's so many things that how does that prove that the earth is flat? I don't know. Does anybody see what I'm saying, or?
I know exactly what you're saying. Yes, proving how triangles work is one thing. We all know how they work. Okay, then now we need a magical book of our own and a map of our own to be able to use that.
Yeah, and you also need a watch. I forget to mention that. You also need to know where you started from and your estimated time. That's the first part of the calculation, I believe, you have to put in. Like, you estimate how long you traveled with your clock. You put that in. There's a correction for that. Then there's the angle. There's a correction for that. Then there's the star. There's a correction for that. I'm telling you, look into it, guys. You're gonna blow your mind.
You got the speed that you're traveling, all these sort of bits and pieces. Like, there's so much that comes into it. When
Yeah.
you look into it a little bit, it just blew my mind, actually, the amount of calculations you have to do.
So you looked into it, right? You know I'm not bullshitting, right?
Yeah, no, I did very briefly, yeah,
there's
and it was crazy the amount of calculations you got to do to plot your position and work out, I'm in this position and this is the position I'm going to, your time, your speed, and so many
Inclination
scare
of
you.
this star, the
Yeah,
ascension of that one. What?
that's right.
Well,
That's
back in the
like
day, there's a story. It's a really cool story about one of the Native Americans that they had to capture because a lot of the sailors back then, so a lot of them didn't know how to do it. So when they grabbed dude up, he knew how to travel back to America. He like always found his way or wherever he had to go. And they were amazed that he always knew. And he was like a young dude, one of the Native Americans. I forget his name,
Yeah,
but he
I know you're
got away a couple different times and it's kept making his way right back. You know what I mean? He knew his way. And he was just a young Native American. He didn't have no sextant. He didn't have no almanac. None of that at all. And they were all amazed how the hell he knew, and some of them didn't at all.
yeah.
People
It
have
was.
been doing this for thousands of years, bro.
I saw that documentary that
Oh
DMARC's
no, I
talking
know.
about.
I'm just saying it's a good story.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
the documentary DMARC's talking about is called "We Will Remain." After the Pilgrims came, and it talks about a native who was in Canada, and they took him from Canada. They brought him back to England as a slave, and he navigated all the way back to America. But he had learned English, and then when the Pilgrims came, then they said, "Hey, this guy knows English," and was able to speak to the Pilgrims. And one of the very first peace processes that happened was the Pilgrims and the what they call it, Shawnee or something. I can't remember. I remember all the details. But this first tribe or Cree maybe. Anyway, this very first tribe that they came across just so happened to have an English speaking native there because he knew how to navigate.
See the thing I just posted, guys, in the live stream text?
Minoan computer.
Yeah, this thing is over 4,000 years old. It was used for navigation. One of the things that it was used for.
And they didn't even know it was a ball still. They still don't. But even when Christopher Columbus went in 1492, they still had no clue on the ocean blue.
Yep.
And they talk about too, like when the Pilgrims and they sent 3 ships because they were worried one was going to fall off the edge, and they could turn the other 2 around, and they took turns, which is going to be the lead ship.
Columbus didn't know where he was going with all of his knowledge and all of his shoulders of midgets, but this Native American kid did. This is funny to me. I love it.
On the ankles, get it straight, bro. On the
Oh,
ankles
the
of
ankles of
midgets.
midgets. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Columbus was standing on the ankles of midgets.
That's one of your best ones. Good on you.
We still need to see that tunnel observatory looking down, piping some sunshine. I swear that'd be so awesome. All the school kids would love to see it. Field trips.
Yeah, the tunnel is one of the best ones too because the globalists just have to kind of laugh at it as some sort of meme. It's like, no, it's not a meme. Think about this. You can dig through the ground and you want to know what's on the other side. This would do both those things. It would show you how deep you can dig, and it would also show you if you dug to the other side, you could see stars.
Yeah, and you can use a camera if you can't see far enough and it got too dark. You just stick your little camera down there, and once you see daylight and stuff and other stuff, and it comes, you're good to go. But you don't even need to put it through the ground like that, Crit. We have 8 mile deep ocean supposedly on the curve of our spherical ball water world.
Yeah.
So we could literally just put this straw through the water, no
Yeah, you
problem.
wouldn't even. Yeah, it's exactly. All you gotta do is just take a slice through the
A
curve.
diagonal straw.
That's it.
Through the styrofoam water ball.
And that's it. All you gotta do is you just gotta slice the cord, if you will, and just show. You would just have to show, like, basically, you could see the sunset. Look through the straw and see the sun.
Yes,
Boom.
exactly.
I mean, the digging part adds.
The observatory.
And it's somehow it's like that, and the globalists don't get it, and somehow that's your fault. No, it's not. It's easy to understand. They just don't want to understand. Their fault.
They don't want to kill their globe.
It's like even if they want to disagree or they need to disagree, understanding should be the first step. Just like observation. You make an observation in science. They want to grease the skids and somehow get to they disagree. You haven't even observed yet. You haven't even understood yet. How are you going all the way to disagree yet?
Because they'll always tell you what you're going to do and how you're going to do before you get a chance to tell them. And they'll say, we can't dig through the core, and we can't, nothing. Nobody even said that. Just a little piece off the outside edge where your guy's standing to wherever you would just see a diagonal line from your feet on the top of the ball. Just slice it through, like you said, close as you can to the edge. Doesn't matter. Just a little tube. Pipe me some sunshine. But you're slicing through water. You might hit a little sand, but other than that, I mean, come on. 8 miles of water? That's not good enough. What do you want? Couple feet of dirt, 1 mile? We can dig through a mile of dirt. So 8 miles of water, 1 mile of dirt should be good.
Yeah, like when they do the thing too, like where, like if you go to there's an aquarium in Minneapolis, where there's like you walk underneath the aquarium, you can see all the fish above you. It's like the same type of thing. They could do that tube through the ocean, and you could drive underneath like a Busch Gardens. Like look at all these.
Wouldn't that tube have to be straight, linear? And what would be their reference to actually build that straight tube?
It would have to be whatever it has to be, apparently.
Yeah, both cases. If curved or if straight, the same result.
The age-old conundrum. What's the reference?
This kind of goes back to Wittett's thing about the abyssal plane.
The thing is, on a flat Earth, you're never going to stick a straw through the dirt on a flat Earth and see no stars on the other side. It's not happening. But if you're on a globe, it does happen. Because my flat Earth and my model doesn't have an end. Doesn't have a part you can keep digging to. Doesn't have a bottom. There's no stars underneath it. So I don't have to worry about that garbage. So it's for the globers. If you live on a globe, you should be able to slice through the edge of it and prove so. Don't worry about no flat Earth garbage that doesn't exist. Don't worry about no flat Earth that doesn't exist for you. Prove your globe. Stick to it.
Good call. 7 years we've been waiting. Now. Nothing but optical, mathematical bullshit. Nothing definitive whatsoever.
Imagine the money that's in it for them.
Oh.
Every class, every school, every person, you charge $1. Come see. I guarantee you get paid a lot of money just for $1. Who wouldn't want to look down and say, look at that. There's our globe proof right there, boy. I'm looking right at the stars as they come around and go down past the horizon, around.
Yeah. All we technically need is a 5 kilometer or 8 mile bloody like jetty, you know, from a beach somewhere. We just need to fundraise that, whether it goes out straight out to the ocean that distance or parallel to the coast. If we could do that and have surveyors all agree that they've built that horizontal from a center point, we would then be able to see every time the tide comes in, there would be a clear, distinct difference between the level at the center of that fucking jetty versus the two ends, if there was a globe. And there would be a permanent physical fucking proof of globe curvature there for anyone to enjoy for fucking every 2 times a day the tide comes in to check it out.
That's a good one. Could also do a simple canal, 2 boats in a canal. I've been saying this for years. Water is the #1 proof. You don't need to get fancy. You don't have to go to the stars. You don't have to know math. You don't have to know much. Just use the water.
How would 2 boats?
Simple. Go ahead, Brenda.
Water doesn't lie.
How would 2 boats show anything?
2 boats in a canal kills your globe, your sphere fantasy.
So do sticks in the dirt. If you can put it, you just go by their calculations. You get their best calculation, and you ask their person what height do I make each stick from each other, and how high do I make each stick, you know, and how many do I put them in intervals, what distance apart. And you just do that, and you go, and you keep your little sticks, your dowel rods, whatever you got. You keep putting them and putting them. You can put them as far as you want forever, and then you get back, or you have your buddy like a city away or state away with this Zoom P900, whatever, and he zooms in, and if the sticks are lined up, you're on a globe. If they're not lined up,
Yeah, so SE, I don't understand how 2 boats would would make your point.
Because water
Same way.
doesn't lie. So
right.
your water curves, correct? Your water curves, Brenda?
Yeah, of course.
So if you have 2 boats in a canal, let's say the canal is 8 miles long, it's calm, still water. So how does let's say you're face to face on the canal, and you start going backwards, start rowing backwards. Eventually, in your model, the water would block your vision, correct?
Well, eventually, yeah, one of, I'm not sure I quite understand what you mean, but yeah, eventually, if from your point of view, the other boat would go down the horizon. Right.
How much
Which
travel
one?
is each boat?
Which boat?
I didn't hear you, SE.
Which boat would go down? There's 2 boats, right? Now, in your model, the water is supposed to drop from each boat, right?
8 inches per mile, about, right? For this
Yeah,
distance.
but from each boat, right?
Yeah, 8 inches per mile. Yeah.
Squared. Per
Yeah.
mile squared, Brenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
so
got the formula wrong.
no, we'll go with that. Let's not complicate things.
Just with 8 inches
So if there's
per
drop
mile,
between the boats, right? Like we just said, there's drop.
okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
64 inches.
What happened? What blocks the view between the boats? You said water, right? But if the water is dropping, Brenda, how could it block the view?
Actually, so there's people on boat A and boat B, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then they look at each other.
Uh-huh.
And then row backwards.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, from each person's point of view on both boats. The other boat would go over the horizon.
That's a contradiction.
From each person's point of view, what happens to the water? But what blocks what? So you're saying from each person's point of view, there's a hump of water between them that blocks their view?
Yeah, well, there's no hump. That's just curvature. It's not a hump, it's curve.
So it's a drop?
No, the people in the boat are looking down. As they row away, they're looking down from horizontal to maintain their line of sight with each other. And as they go back, the bulge the curvature sort of comes up between them. But their actual line of sight has had to come down from horizontal. So the bulge rises up between them both.
So
in Narnia land.
So just by tilting your head, you change a hump of water appears? Is that what you're saying?
That'd be wrong,
Yes.
right? Because you didn't change your view. All you did was change your angle of incident.
No, you just look straight out from the boat.
But what if you dipped your head down? What would happen?
No, you don't, because your plum's changing on a globe, Brenda. As you go back from that center point, both your plums are going away from each other. So to actually maintain line of sight, instead of looking out into space, you have to actually drop your vision down to look at each other.
Yes.
That has to happen.
Also, the amount of drop on each side should be the same amount of hill of water in the center between you.
Yeah.
It should be a hill the same height. So if it's 32-inch drop on the left and 32-inch drop on the right, because 8 inches miles per mile squared on 4 and 4. So like just say 32 and 32. So there's a 32-inch rise, a hump of water in the middle, right? And
So
there's
two drops make a rise, a hump, the double drop hump.
Oh, SE, come on,
You
hang
guys
on.
realize what
Hold
you're
on a
saying
minute.
here?
No, it's true. It has to be. If water goes away on the left and water goes away on the right, it has to hump up in the middle, man.
Exactly. So you got two drops making a hump. You guys starting to get it now?
No, there's no hump. There's no hump.
I know there's no hump.
Dear.
But you think there's two drops. So if there's no hump, what blocks your vision?
Curvature. The curvature.
Well, this is, hey Brenda.
Curvature?
Yeah, of course.
This is why when they talk about
that's
Bob
a
and
hump.
Alice.
Yeah, but listen to what they said now, Crit. Check this out.
Okay.
There isn't a drop. There isn't a hump. But what blocks their vision is curvature. So they're saying they're on level ground, right? They're going back, and curvature is blocking them.
So that means the Earth is
It's
rising.
insane. It's a paradox.
Because they're not
Twin boat paradox.
because in that model or that conceptual idea, the Earth has to rise to a point and then drop off again.
No, that's not what happened.
No, I don't agree. You guys are confused here. It's strange.
Tell us. How does it work? Tell us.
Well, I just told you, if you're both at that center point and you're both rowing away from each other on this perfect canal, you're both essentially on a Narnia ball, dropping away from each other, right? Dropping down from that horizontal point
But
that
you're also
was at the center of the canal.
Backwards. You're saying we're going backwards. Yeah, I see how you're looking at it.
If you row apart and your plums are diverging, right?
Yeah, but
so as your plums
but there's only one
diverge,
problem,
you're-
bro.
What?
I'm
There's only
looking
one
right
problem
at
with
you.
that.
I'm looking at your eyes, and you're looking at my eyes. We're level.
That's right. Your
But how-
plums diverge, but your eyes have to drop from horizontal to maintain eye contact. And
That's what I'm
therefore, the further you go, the curvature ends up becoming an obstruction.
But you're in a canal.
geometry.
You're in a canal. Are you
That's
saying
right.
that canal, which is level, is humping in the center?
Well,
You're
in the
saying there's a
Narnia ball,
bulge in
it's
the center, but
supposedly
there's
curving,
no bulge?
yes. If
Think
there's
of
a
what you're
concrete
saying, man.
canal, if there's a concrete canal that has been built truly horizontal from the center point of it, then the water supposedly in that canal on a globe would be slightly curved, higher in the middle and lower at each end. Definitely.
Exactly what you have to believe. Yeah, it's insane. Because water would be flowing if there's an elevation change.
No, there's no
Not in the ball.
SE, no hump. There's no change in elevation.
So there's no drop, there's no hump,
There's
but somehow your vision gets blocked.
There's a drop.
It's reference based.
There's a drop, SE, but there's no change in elevation.
There's a drop without change of elevation. That's just beautiful.
But there is, Brenda, from a central point. So if you reference from the central point and went out to the end of the canal, there is drop, isn't there, Brenda?
Yeah, so
elevation change.
Not elevation change, but there's a drop. So elevation is just a deviation from level.
Yeah, but if you were
supposed to say
maintaining the
and do?
horizontal from the center point, that would have to be an elevation change, wouldn't it?
If the drop is, so if I'm at a central point and I establish my zenith, my plumb, and then from that I draw a horizontal and I extend that horizontal out, the curvature of the earth drops from that, from the horizontal.
Yeah, and if you were to maintain the horizontal all the way out, your elevation essentially would be changing. It'd be getting higher and higher.
Yeah, your elevation would be changing.
Right.
You'd end up in outer space eventually.
Right, exactly. Right.
Yeah. So there you go. Your elevation is changing.
Oh,
What's your multiple coordinate system, Brenda, that you are referring to? Right, you need a reference point. So how many different reference points are you establishing with your spherical geometry that you are using?
I don't make any spherical geometry. I just
Well, you have to use spherical geometry. You're on a ball, right? So you have to. Right? So, and you need a coordinate system to be able to establish anything, right? So you need a point zero that you work from. So how many point zeros do you work from with this multiple coordinate system that you have to establish that there is no drop?
I just said that if you have plumb, then from that you establish your horizontal. That's 90 degrees from plumb, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you extend that hypothetical line out, and the curvature of the earth drops away. That's drop.
Yeah, hello. Exactly what we're trying to tell you. So there's drop. So that's an elevation change.
No.
From horizontal. Yes.
No,
Yes.
drop, elevation change.
No, you can't have it both ways. You can't double speak your way out of this one.
She can draw it with a pencil on paper and show point A, point B in the center line, and how there's not a drop, but there's not a hump. Like, she can draw it out and show us. That'd be cool.
So you can go to space without changing your elevation?
That's a contradiction, Brenda.
So it would be altitude.
Absolutely.
That's technically altitude.
Hey, Brenda, like, can I switch gears here for a second? I'm just kind of curious about what you're. There hasn't been a globalist here for a few hours, so I'm just not that thinking just you, but I'm curious. Do you think that aliens have visited Earth?
Wow, that's
why would you go there, bro, Crit? Why would you ruin a perfectly good conversation, bro?
Because it's not going anywhere. I'm just kind of curious. I've been thinking about this for a few days after the other guy had talked about the the tall whites and the grays and the reptilians. I was just kind of curious if there was other globalists who thought that aliens are here, like Men in Black type style, like they're involved with geopolitical politics, but the people don't know. Like, do other globalists think? I mean, Lemon's take on it was quite interesting. That they're demons pretending to be aliens that have convinced people. But I was just curious. I know if it's derailing, I'll mute. But I'm just kind of curious. Brenda wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, there's no aliens on Earth.
Are there aliens at all?
Somewhere out there, possibly, yeah, but they ain't here.
So definitive.
She said possibly.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I just think.
Why would you say they're out there, but you know they're not here? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I assume they don't look like us, right? What happens if they so happen to look exactly like us? How would you know?
We are the aliens.
I was actually stunned. If you look up the different type of aliens, some of them look like us.
If you look up the different types.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, there's like,
Is there a book?
If you want to talk about, yeah, there's a book of it about the conspiracy.
The
You can buy the book on Amazon. You know, it's like
no doubt, no fucking doubt.
It's like types of there's like this. I'm trying to. There's one of them that look just like us, but they all have blonde hair, which is why people are like one of the theories were why there's so many blonde people around now, because like it's not that people are dyeing their hair. That's the cover story. The real story is they're all aliens.
Is this a David Icke book?
No, let me find it again. I'll 1 second.
Yeah, there's other books too. Did you know that Dumbledore looks just like an ordinary person?
You believe in aliens, Brenda? Come on, you think aliens are real?
And you know, Dumbledore just looks like an ordinary person, but he's not really. I mean, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's true because there's a book.
We agree with you. It's almost as true as the alien thing. We think it's fake.
The book part, Brenda, is that people should read books and understand what other people are telling them, is even if they disagree. Understanding should happen first. See, I can look at someone's book and they can tell me about all the different types of aliens that have visited Earth, and I can disagree because I understood their position first.
Yeah, there's books on fairies too. Do you know that some fairies look like leaves and some fairies look like flowers?
Yeah, there's all kinds of different. There's the fairy godmothers too.
It's true. I saw it in a book. It's true.
Yeah, but then I can disagree with it.
But it's
true for you, not for me.
Because it's a book, right?
That's all it takes. Is just to understand.
All it takes for you is for
to understand. No, to understand. You first you understand, then you either agree or disagree.
Do you get his point?
Right. So all it takes for you is for there to be a book.
No, that's not what he's saying.
No, you missed it, Brenda. This is why I'm kind of curious. You keep saying you're going to college. It scares me that you're in a college classroom. Yeah.
He's clearly saying that in order to disagree with a position, you have to actually understand the position first.
Yes, so.
If somebody writes a book about fairies and like fairy godmother of teeth, fairy godmother of like spilt beer or whatever, you would first understand them before you start talking about why there isn't fairy godmothers or why there isn't fairies. Understanding, then disagreement or agreement. Or is this Bloom's hierarchy of knowledge? It's covered in orientation at any college campus.
So do you think that the Greys are at war with the Blonde?
No. I think the whole thing about aliens is quite hilarious and interesting, and it kind of explains why people are unable to interact with each other at a real human level. It's kind of for me, I use it as like poetry, or like someone would say, hey, that person's behavior is so alien to me that they must be an alien, but they're not. But you can explain it in that framework. So I can use what they said. I can disagree with their premise that they're actually extraterrestrial, but I'll also understand that there are certain people that you just won't interact with because their understanding of even facts is so widely askew that it almost seems like they're coming from an alien point of view. I would probably have a better interaction with an octopus than some people. You know, like you could dive underwater and like play patty cake with an octopus and then give it a piece of like frozen, hot dog or whatever, than some people who are just upset at the way other people think. And they spend hours with that, hours doing that.
That's a brilliant analogy.
No, you're talking about.
You missed it? Did you miss it completely? Because Barry got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understood it.
It's quite straightforward, really. Oh. Ooh.
I should have saved some of these links. This guy sent me. It's hilarious, man. There's I thought originally like the green and the grays, but there are dozens of alien types, like reptilians, and it's. Oh God, I got find it. Maybe let's go to my history.
Yeah, I've seen that stuff. It's pretty hilarious.
But it's just stories, and they're boring.
Well, a lot of them come from the government themselves. The government makes all kinds of crazy claims about aliens. That's the funniest part. We're over here like the government lies, and then your guys like, no, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. And we're like, all right, look, they claim that there are different races of aliens. That's not true. That's crazy conspiracy talk. Exactly, the government lies. Exactly.
I found it. It says walking with the tall whites. Here's an Air Force officer who apparently flew alongside an alien spacecraft with basically a hot, tall Amazonian blonde-looking woman, and that's what.
Can you give me a government source on this stuff?
I just did. So like an Air Force officer, that's a government source, dude.
No, that's not a government source.
Yes, an Air Force officer is
de facto. It's not a government source.
Yes, an Air Force officer is a government source.
No, it is not. It's
okay,
just
how? Okay, see, how is it not? How is an Air Force officer not a government source?
Because it's not official.
What?
Don't you fucking know what a source is?
Yeah, right here. Charles James Hall. Okay, it's Charles James Hall.
Somebody says. It's not what somebody says who happens to be in government. It's what the government says.
Yeah, but a lot of times they come out and talk about what the government said to them. So that doesn't count either?
That's just somebody who happens to be in government.
Yeah, they said that there were classified programs and they were in them. So that doesn't count as a government source?
You have documents. You can't have just somebody saying stuff.
Okay, so whenever
Oh, Jay, your mic is
what
terrible.
In the world?
Your mic is terrible, Jay.
My bad. So you're saying, Brenda, that a guy that works for the government is in the government. You're saying that isn't a direct source? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Wow. This is those times where we have to have discernment to what they're actually saying, right? Because she knows what she's saying. It makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Well, what Brenda's trying to say is that
you gave her a present. Are you guys kidding?
That's hilarious.
You're blaming Brenda for this?
Yeah. Yes. Because Brenda's saying that there are no official sources, but I just am keeping something in the chamber to see how far down this rabbit hole you'll bury yourself.
There are official sources. Absolutely.
Brenda is playing you guys right now. That's what's happening. You don't realize it.
Now, you want to talk to Brenda about the radius for 3 hours, bro? That's what you want to do?
No, let's talk about aliens. It's a better idea.
Well, that's what brainwashed the whole world. Majority of people think that the only thing that NASA lies about is hiding aliens. And in fact, Ancient Aliens is one of the most popular shows on TV. And of course, we know the CIA runs the TV. And then when you look into it, the government does have programs that they claim are secret space programs. They are pseudoscientific MK Ultra programs in disguise, but that's not the point. They do have these documents documents where they do make claims about space and they do make claims about aliens. So that's the point. The point is that if you live in this world where you can just trust everything the government says, and at the same time they say insane conspiracy theories about the aliens, then you have a contradictory worldview here where you're going to have cognitus and you're going to kind of freak out and you're going to tell me to go get it. And when I go get it, you're going to say it's not real or the government was just lying for national security purposes or whatever it is you can come up with. But it's pretty hilarious. And the government's already starting to declassify some of the documents. They're
We
lying
all
about
know what the
space.
government's doing. Just what they released a few months back, the Navy with those UFO things. We all know about this. This is
Well, yeah,
not
but even
hardly any news to anybody.
MSJ. It's called Project MSJ. It's from decades ago. So, what? The fact they're talking about UFOs doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, they're talking about UFOs now, which is hilarious. The government's saying they've been knowing about UFOs that they don't know the source of for decades now. They're just coming out saying that publicly. Sure, that's part of it. The point is that they had like a majestic program where they claimed they were getting intel about all these different interactions in space among different types of aliens, and they actually have programs like Operation or Project Stargate where they talk about like interdimensional communication. Yeah, that's how crazy the government is, Brenda. So when you go around defending everything that they say, you explain to me what's up with Operation Stargate and how these people think they're communicating via dimensional portals with different type of existences and entities outside of the Earth. And tell me exactly who's crazy.
Mate, have you seen UAPs? That's what they're calling them, unidentified aerial phenomena. And I've seen them above Sydney. Like they look like stars, and I'm not saying they're from outer space or anything like that, but they fly around in this seeming celestial field. And mate's even seen them in like lower atmosphere, like plane height. These lights
Yes.
float around.
I saw 13 in one night, bro, and they were all going north, and it was over the course of like an hour and a half. And just like you say, they look like stars that move. They glide through the sky. You can tell that it looks like they're going super fast, and when they're just pretty high and going fast. And when the sky is clear, you can see. No.
What they're called satellites. They're called satellites.
Yeah.
13 satellites are all going the
satellites.
same direction in the sky.
They move intelligently at random directions.
No, they're nowhere
like
close to
satellites.
each other. Starlinks move together, buddy. We're talking about over the course of like an hour and a half, 2 hours, scattered throughout the entire sky. And sometimes they would move, but they were all heading north as their general direction. And they were nowhere close to each other. Starlinks are close to each other. So you're saying that they're spread out before they put Starlinks in the sky in 2000 and right around when they supposedly first put them up, like January 2020, or it might have been like December 2019. So they're not Starlinks. I watched them shoot Starlinks in the sky. I know what Starlinks are. That's
They're
not
not satellites either.
It was just another satellite then.
It was 13 satellites. 13 satellites all going north.
A lot of satellites up there.
Fucking China.
Not even that.
Bloody
Like, I've
China,
seen them
you're
move
on
around.
to
They move around intelligently, and they split into two and this sort of thing. Like they're not like satellites where
They don't
move like that.
No, they don't. They look like stars.
East to west. The satellites are going to move in the east to west. These are a formation of lights moving in a northerly direction, like a convoy, right?
Yeah, but kind of spread out. Like, so they don't, it's not like they make a V or anything, you know what I'm saying? Like they're spread out throughout the sky. Sometimes you'll see two at the same time, but rarely. It's like they were spaced out enough that you would normally be able to follow one in the sky for like 5 minutes. It looks like they're going so fast, bro. It's really crazy. And then you'll see another one like way on the other side of the sky. I was just laying down in my driveway, like in the middle of Tennessee, so there's no light pollution. And it was super clear night, and it was insane. I saw like over 20 shooting stars. I saw tons of planes, and then I saw, you know, what people would call UAPs now. There's no doubt in my mind that's what they were. I saw them.
You mean satellites?
No, I don't mean satellites.
Yeah, that's what they were.
Brenda, he just said UAP, and you then said satellite. How can you not understand anything presented to you? I mean, it's breathtaking.
Because
being wrong is okay. Someone can be wrong, but the thing is, understand what someone's saying first. First step is understanding.
Yeah, I understand.
Or at least remember what was said. What did they mean by UAP?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Well, there we go. Like you can do it. Just keep doing it.
Satellites are not unidentified.
Oh, what about the ones that formed a triangle? So they moved left, right, up, and down, formed a triangle. Once it went from what?
Is that what you saw?
Yeah, this is a different time I saw this. There were 6 lights, and they were moving around the sky different directions. And then they would like go away one by one. And it came down to when there were 3, they made a triangle. And then the top light of the triangle went down to the middle. Simultaneously, the bottom 2 faded away. And then the third one sat there in the middle, and then it also went away. What was that? Was that a satellite?
I don't know. Do you live near space?
Maybe there's stuff up there that's we don't know about, huh?
Do you live near any Air Force base?
No.
Do you think it could have been?
That was North Korea.
You think it could have been?
What is your idea of what an alien could be? That's a good question. How many different forms, things, bird, reptile, snake, lizard, crocodile, monkey, who knows?
You don't need any of that, man. They had electrostatic propulsion in the 30s, man. In the 30s.
No, not that. I'm talking about your idea of what an alien could be. I'm not talking about fucking technology. That shit's dirt old. I already know about that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, people like Brenda don't know about it, apparently. Like, I've seen them with my own eyes. I've seen them with my own eyes, like 5 different occasions, bro. They're definitely real. There is stuff in the sky that flies way different than what we know about publicly. That is for sure. I've seen it with my own eyes.
It's a guaranteed fact. Why would there not be? What does Department of Defense or secret science or secret technology mean to you, Brenda? What does that mean to you, Brenda? Nothing? Okay.
Well, the narratives that I've heard to cover what, if anything, these craft are is advanced, more or less human technology, all the way to aliens from another world. I tend to go with the former, since people say in 40% of abductions, the abductions end upon prayer saying the name of Jesus Christ, like they're demons from hell. But who knows? Could be some sort of biological life form or something like that, but how'd they get past the dome? It appears the firmament's impenetrable.
Lemon, I just mentioned you and you showed up. That's hilarious. It's like we were just talking about aliens. I said I like your take on it. That there's earlier today people were talking about the different types of aliens, and your take was that they're demons. They're not extraterrestrial. They're terrestrial.
Yeah, I agree with them. Back in the day, Lemon, dude, I found this before Flat Earth, and they were pushing it super hard, and I was looking through everything, and I'm like, these are interdimensional, like, demonic entities. I just don't think that they're this, like, maybe they travel in the air or something, I don't know, but the government has stuff they're flying in the sky, or like, the powers that shouldn't be, whatever you want to call them. Like, there's stuff that flies in the sky. I'm not saying it's not metaphysical entities or something. It's possible. I have no idea, but it looks like it could be both. Like, to me, instinctively, I feel like that's like the government messing around. I don't know though. I don't know, but I think that they're not mutually exclusive.
That's a possibility.
So there's no aliens, and there's no dome, and there's no demons. There's just man doing stuff.
I've met some demons, man. I've met some people that seem to be demonically possessed, so I would have to disagree with you personally.
You got to go to the site No Alien Invasion, I think it's called, Brenda. It talks about the accounts of these people where the alien abductions end upon prayer or saying the name of Jesus. It looks like there might be a demonic element to this stuff that people aren't talking about.
Yeah, I don't count gossip as evidence.
So you say all those people are lying?
It's gossip.
What about when the government talks about this type of stuff? Are they also lying?
The government talks about what?
All kinds of stuff. Alien abductions, interdimensional communication. Just look up Operation Stargate.
No, the government doesn't talk about those things.
Operation Stargate.
Yeah, the government doesn't talk about those things.
So what does Operation Stargate talk about then?
No, people gossip about what they think the government does. And you think that it's the government doing it.
No, I'm talking about Operation Stargate run by the government.
You have no discernment.
So what is Operation Stargate about then if I'm just not discerning properly?
No wrong answer. Just what do you think?
Googling intensifies.
Yeah, be right back, right? Hold on, my tea kettle.
That's a hilarious phrase, bro. Googling intensifies.
You just ask a globalist what they think, and they gotta Google it before they tell you what they think. Like, cheese it. Just put the smartphone down for 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute of honest conversation.
Well, an honest response would be, I don't know. I've never heard of it.
I tagged you, Brenda. You can look at their testimonies. Just something to file away.
I agree, Brenda. The government is saying some crazy stuff. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we should not trust them or something. I don't know. They may not be a credible source after all.
The one thing I've heard from Brenda today is, so Charles James Hall, Colonel, United States Air Force. Brenda says, not government. I'd be like, hey, dude, ask him. Did you work for the government? He'd be like, hell yeah, I was a colonel in the Air Force. Well, I know this person called Brenda who says you weren't in the government. What do you think of that? Be like, that dude's an idiot.
I never said he wasn't in the government.
What'd you say then? If this guy is like a decorated, aviator, Air Force aviator, and he's speaking of his lived experiences in the Air Force, what is he speaking from? Like, in your point of view?
That's gossip.
Gossip. It's just gossip. So he writes a book called Walking with the Whites. And to you, it's just a book to burn it. Burn that book.
Gossip. It's gossip.
Just burn it.
What about Operation Stargate, though, where they talk about remote viewing and interdimensional psychic communications with unidentified entities?
So the point is that the government is not just some person in the government spreading gossip. That's not the government. The government is official sources and documents.
Okay, Stargate Project. It's okay to just say you don't know.
Brenda, you don't think the government is all... Brenda, you don't think the government is all like top secret, never tells you anything they're doing, completely secret, and will lie to the public?
No, I'm not paranoid.
So if the government comes out and tells you aliens are real, can we then believe in aliens for sure?
Hang on, Brenda, what does top secret mean to you?
It just means it's secret.
So would they tell you?
No. Would they tell you, Godric?
They won't tell me.
So how do you know about it?
It's a concept like top secret. They won't tell you, right? So why do you think they're telling the truth?
Godric, if it's top secret, how do you know about it? Huh? Can you answer the question? If it's top,
if they're keeping top secret, they're not telling you the truth. Am I right?
About
They're holding the truth.
Godric, how do you know about it if it's top secret?
Whistleblowers.
You mean gossip?
Whistleblowers.
Yeah, gossip.
Oh, so we can't listen to any whistleblowers. So what you're saying is, if they decide it's top secret, then we have to automatically just accept it. And if anyone was to come out and speak about what program they were within that was top secret, we automatically have to handwave dismiss everything they say as gossip.
How would you know?
So are you suggesting that we automatically have to handwave dismiss all of it?
Well, how would you know?
Well, There are different ways to know. So, like when Edward Snowden came out and said it, the government ended up admitting it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he had documents, right? He had actual documents.
Okay. So what about when the people come out that worked on different types of programs talking about UFOs and, them not understanding the source of them? And then the government has just released 3,000 documents. Documents.
So when
Brenda,
those people come up, they talk to some gullible fool who writes books about it and gets money spreading gossip.
Did you just breeze past like 2,700 documents? You asked for documents, and then I said, government just released almost 3,000 documents. And then you said something about someone gossiping, making up a story for money, and then people believing it's true. That's what you got out of 3,000 declassified government documents now publicly available.
What documents are those?
Yeah, there's almost 3,000 government documents about UFOs that were declassified less than a month ago.
Project Blue Book? Is that it?
No, that's you're talking about maybe Project Blue Beam, but no, I'm talking about this year. I don't know if it's called that. I don't think so, but there's they just released over 3,000 documents. They're publicly available now, so there's over 3,000 reports from the government about UFOs.
What's in them?
Sightings of UFOs and different information about the objects that fly and how they aren't understood and the source of them are foreign.
It's not about UFOs though. It's about unidentified aerial phenomena, not UFOs.
Oh, they changed the letters, so somehow the point's not the exact same.
That's correct. The point isn't the exact same, is it?
It literally is. UFO meant unidentified flying object. UAP means unidentified aerial phenomena. So, yeah, it is the same.
No, it's not. Those are very different words.
So the government didn't just release 3,000 documents about unidentified objects flying in the sky. Is that your claim?
Yeah, they released documents about UAPs, not UFOs.
Oh, so you looked at the documents and they weren't flying? Because the only difference would be that they're flying. That's the only difference in the word.
It doesn't say aerial. It doesn't say flying. It says aerial.
I just said that's the only difference. So if the reports are talking about things flying, so if the reports are talking about things flying, then your point is moot, isn't it, Brenda?
It's not the only difference.
That's not the only way to move through the air. You don't have to fly. You could be a plasmoid, ball lightning, all kinds of different things. They're not necessarily flying, but they are aerial phenomena.
Yes, that's exactly the point.
Wow. Okay. So so the reports don't literally all talk about things flying in the sky because they changed the letters. Brenda's never read any of them. She knows that none of them are about them. When I'm about to link them, and there's 2,786 of them, she's never looked at them, and we're gonna pretend that somehow she's making a valid argument. Is that what we're doing right now? Is this the world that we're living in right now?
Well, it's not we because it's clearly just me doing it. So it wouldn't be we. But yeah, I was kind of saying that the point that Brenda was making, and God, I hate doing this. Brenda knows it. But Brenda's right in the fact that it's not, they're not all considered flying objects. And and a lot of that, it's obviously not flying. There's no aerodynamics to it at all. It's an aerial phenomenon that they have to try and figure out what is going on there. It isn't flying, but it doesn't take away from your point or negate what you're saying.
No, it's actually a completely dishonest diversion semantical argument because they used to call this very same aerial phenomena UFOs. Literally, they used to call the very same, in a lot of these reports, they're still called UFOs. Brenda's objectively wrong. No way is she right. I have the documents. They were just publicly available.
Some of them, and then some of them are plasmoids, right? Just balls of plasma that are moving around.
That's not the point, Mr. Hey, Grim. That's not the point, my man. My point was
you don't know that anybody is controlling it at all. It is a natural, what we would call phenomena, which is hard to explain thing. You know what I mean? At the time, so basically, it's
many of them are specifically told to not be natural phenomena. So now what you both are doing is making stuff up. So have you looked at any of the documents, or are you both speaking of ignorance?
Oh, I don't speak out of ignorance on this issue, dude. That's why I'm talking about it. You know who you're
So
talking
you've
to,
looked
right?
at the documents I'm
You know, save
referencing
some of that disrespect for somebody who gives a fuck, dude. You don't be
So you,
disrespectful. I'm never
so you
disrespecting
have,
you.
so
Just
you
because
have
you're so
looked at
all
the
emotional
documents.
about the conversation doesn't mean you got to start getting fucking snappy with me.
Why would I be emotional? It's the only part
I
that's
don't know.
upsetting
Why
me
are
is
you so damn
stop
emotional?
interrupting me, bro. I let you finish 4 interruptions in a row, dude. You talk about who's emotional. You can't stop interrupting. So the point is, I'm referencing very hyper specific documents. I've done 3 of them now. Grim, I don't know how long you've been here, but Brenda's been denying all of them. Now she's trying to literally divert away from the conversation with the semantic argument about UAP. I understand there's aerial phenomena. We don't know exactly what they are or any type of mechanism of movement. Non sequitur, because they used to call them UFOs. They used to call them UFOs. So they're called UFOs and UAPs, basically interchangeable when it comes to what I'm talking about, which is the 3,000 documents that were just publicly released by the government.
We just explained to you that they're not interchangeable.
So when in those 3,000 documents it uses the word UFO, then what is your rebuttal?
UAP is unidentified aerial phenomenon that could include a craft like a UFO or just lights in the sky. UAP is a bit more broader than a UFO, which implies, I guess, some sort of structure possibly, but they're both
Or
kind of
intelligent
interchangeable. An identified
design.
flying object, or
Yeah. Like now they call UFOs UAPs also. So they lump them all under the new acronym, but that's not my point. It's actually a dishonest diversion attempt. You want to address the point
when
that
you say UFO, you link it in your mind with let's say an alien flying it, and when you say you link it in your mind with more along a phenomena in the in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so isn't it convenient that you
What do you
guys
want
are
me to
now
believe? Do you want me to believe aliens on a flat Earth in
No one
space?
ever said that. No, dude, no one ever said
I'm trying to
anything
figure this
about
out.
aliens. So I guess you've only been here for 5 minutes and you're just making shit up
You're
at
right.
this
No,
point.
you're
But
right. Yeah.
okay,
It's
so what we're
left
talking
on me.
about is how the government has electrogravitic propulsion. Have known about it since the 30s, and I've personally witnessed what people call UFOs or UAPs. Call them what you want to, and the government has the technology or has known about it for a long time.
Oh,
Is that
absolutely.
all that we see in the sky? We don't know. We covered the fact that there
Yeah,
might be
no
a
argument.
metaphysical phenomena or some entity, some type of aerial phenomena that we don't understand also that happens that looks similar to it, and maybe they even imitated that phenomena. None of that matters though,
Okay,
because what we're talking about is
I
how
can get on
Brenda.
board with that. Yeah, dude, I'm on board. All on board with that. No problem at all. Matter of fact, that's one of my I don't
Right.
know
So you
world
can see
belief.
why I'm getting frustrated though, right? Because if you now you know the background, it's getting frustrated. I know I came at you, but it's just because you didn't hear the context, and Brenda's just being
Yeah.
dishonest. She says all the sightings of this are anecdotal gossip. And if someone from inside the government comes and says something about it, it's automatically not true because it's just gossip. And they said that the government isn't individual sources like that; it's documents. So I said, okay, what about Project Stargate, where they talk about interdimensional entity communication and remote viewing? What about the fact that they just released almost 2,786 documents talking about UFO/UAPs? And now she can't respond to that. So all that I'm getting back is UAP is different. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I always thought that maybe there was an ancient technology that was held back, and that was a lot of the a cyclical catastrophe happens every so often, 26,000 years or so, and wipes off most of the planet, and then you know what I mean, and then somebody held on to some technology, and there's a group of somebodies out there with that shit, possibly. I mean, you can't rule it out.
Brenda, you asked for government documents. I just offered you 3,000. Do you have anything to say, or you want to move on? We can all move on and talk about something different. But you understand that you asked for it.
I think the government might want us to believe, though, that it's actually aliens and not them, and not ancient technology from Earthlings.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm getting out of what they're trying to give to me, and I'm saying, well, a lot about what you're saying, basically, as far as this could be a lot of human stuff, and I also, advocate for a lot of natural phenomena that we don't clearly understand very well. But
I agree. I think they imitated the phenomena personally. I think that's what the ancient technology did, and then they've taken the ancient technology. Then you get into like Bob and like reverse engineered it, basically, which is what Bob Lazar claims he was doing. And I don't think that dude is just lying. They basically tried to erase that dude's freaking record. But See, but it doesn't matter, Brenda, who it is, because
Oh,
when I
there you go.
start to talk about him, you're going to immediately say it's just gossip and that nothing he said actually matters and it's just someone making it up for money.
Well,
You've
they
already
have the
determined
position. They
your
get to
bias.
say that because of the erasure and all of the, But you know what? As soon as the mainstream comes out and says that this is real, Brenda will be all on board.
Yeah.
That's
Consensus arguer.
Do you think it's a good theory that sometimes people make shit up?
Your argument isn't sometimes. Your
That,
argument is that
that's
we have to
okay
assume it
too.
every time. Your argument is that we have to assume it every single time. So don't now change your argument to sometimes. You're saying that someone's a whistleblower, they're lying. If someone comes and claims something about UFOs, they're lying. If someone claims anything about aliens and they say they work for the government and that's what the government said about aliens, they're lying. So you don't get to say sometimes now to try to present your argument to be more reasonable. Your argument is objectively unreasonable.
Yeah, but do you think that most of the times it could just be somebody telling stories because they like
Sure.
stories and because
Sure.
it sells books?
Sure.
Yeah, so how would you tell the difference?
That's not the point, though. The point is I said, okay, fair enough. Here are some actual documents from the government themselves. And then you just went quiet and strawmanned me.
Yes, but Witsit, that's my point.
I just offered the documents of what you're denying.
No, my point is that it's very difficult to tell the difference between somebody who's just telling stories and selling books, or they just like the attention, right? And somebody that's telling the truth.
But I just talked about the official documents, though.
The official documents aren't going to help you much.
Well, there's some pretty cool ones though, where some jet pilots were together and they, were both trying to track a particular thing that was, you know what I mean, and that you could hear their radio conversation and stuff. And I mean,
yeah,
if that was fake, then that was a good job. But
you can see it.
You mean the gimbal lock on the brand new detector that they had? That?
No, I don't know what that is. Tell me about that.
Yeah,
3,000.
Yeah, that was a brand new it was some kind of sensor or camera that they have, right? And they saw that, right? And then they saw that was a gimbal lock. The gimbal locked up on it.
Oh no, these guys were watching a cube. This is a cube or some shit.
Yeah.
Like a prism or a cube in the sky. And
yeah,
they weren't in the same plane. They were in two different planes.
Yeah, we just have their word on that though.
No, yeah, well, I mean, we have their conversation with each other on it as well. I mean, that could have been a gig. Who knows? But they had to file the reports, and they got the reports filed and everything. I mean, it seems like you can get in a lot of trouble for just making some shit up, unless they told you to do it, right? Like Ronald Reagan said, right? We need an existential threat to bring the world together for the new world order, right?
Or they just misperceive something.
Right, but jet pilots are like the most highly trained. They see the best. I mean, they're really tested rigorously to, for intellect and, psychological evaluations all the time. You know what I mean? So these guys are like not normally the type of dudes that are gonna just, make some shit up. I'm just saying that it's not normally. You wouldn't expect it. I mean, in mine.
Encounters with UFOs have reportedly left Americans suffering from radiation burns, brain and nervous system damage, and even unaccounted for pregnancy, according to a massive database of U.S. government reports recently made public through a Freedom of Information Act request.
Yeah, but things.
You are not the father. I could see that on a Maury Povich or some shit.
My whole point of this conversation was the government says such crazy things that we should not trust them as a credible source. Brenda's saying they're a super credible source. They never say any crazy things. I say, what about all these crazy things they say? She denies all of them. I then go get the evidence for them, and now it doesn't matter. Now it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm the one highly skeptical here. You are the one who's believing.
No, I don't believe it.
What's happening here,
you
Brenda.
shouldn't believe whatever the government says because they make ridiculous claims.
But you believe those reports. I
I'm
don't.
literally
No,
saying I
he's not
don't
saying he
believe
does.
this.
You just heard us, right? He's not saying he believes that they're aliens and all that shit that the government's trying to lead you into believing, right?
Still
He's saying that these pilots must not know that they're running this equipment nearby, and they're not. That's not. It's above their pay grade, and they see this thing. They're probably fucking with the pilots just to test their equipment out and to
Well,
see how
not
the
even saying that much. I'm like some things they have videos.
Yeah, I
I've seen
started
some
with
stuff.
all
I've
that.
seen some stuff in real life. But what I'm saying is, and this all started with me saying that the government makes insane claims about quote unquote aliens and UFOs and phenomena within that. Crazy claims that sound like they're on some crazy website on the internet that's just made from conspiracy theorists that lives in his basement and super paranoid,
That's what
drops acid every
wormholes and
morning.
shit like
But they
that.
come from the CIA. They come from the government themselves. We cannot
That's
trust the
what.
government. They make crazy people claims, Brenda. That's my point.
Remember?
Yeah, good point too. I mean, multiverse, wormholes. This is all government type shit.
The government does all the sides, both sides, triple sides, everything. The retards and the smart ones, the liars and the truth tellers. It's their job.
Well, the thing is, Brenda, to answer your question about how we can believe this, if this is coming from pilots, we tend to believe that something unidentified is going on if it's from a credible source like, the military. The military has, stuff, drilled into them to be disciplined, in their reporting and in their, action. Otherwise, they tend to be, drummed out as cranks, one would assume. So they're a pretty credible source of something being unidentified, at the very least.
Brenda, let me help you out here and read this for you so you just don't bury yourself, okay? Let me help you out. The database of documents includes more than 1,500 pages of UFO-related material from the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or AATIP, a secretive U.S. Department of Defense program that ran from 2007 to 2012. Despite never being classified as secret or top secret, the AATIP only became known to the public in 2017 when former program director Luis Elizondo resigned from the Pentagon and released several now infamous videos of an unidentified aircraft moving in seemingly impossible ways to the media. Now, he did this, and let me guess, he's just a crazy person that's gossiping, trying to sell books. Is that your response?
Brenda, you know what?
What are you reading that from?
Just answer my question. Is this guy
Okay, sorry.
that his name is Luis? I just told you the story. Now I'm asking. Now you don't have to know much about it. Fair enough. But what is your response? The same as it has been, which is automatically we can't trust this guy. Just because he worked for the Pentagon, he's not a government source, and he's just trying to sell books. Is that what we should think?
I don't know what the source is. I don't even know who it is. Why should I believe anything?
Luis Elizondo, a former program director of AATIP, it's openly admitted that's a program, okay? It's not even top secret. The former director of that program, Luis Elizondo, resigned from the Pentagon. Now, you can verify he worked there, right? He resigned from the Pentagon and then came out and showed videos of unidentified aircraft moving in seemingly impossible ways in 2017.
Well, were those those gimbal lock videos? Those black and white?
I don't know anything about the names of it here. When the guy,
I want to see the video before I believe it.
No, I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm saying, do you agree that the Pentagon guy came out and said that there were tons of UFO information the government's hiding? He worked for a program where they spotted them and watched them, and that was their primary job. And he decided to retire, come out and show the public because he thought that they needed to know about it, right? And so then he showed videos, and the videos he showed were not denied by the government. They admitted that they were real.
I want to see those videos.
Okay, fair enough. I'll drop it for you in a second, even with one bar in the middle of nowhere, Brenda, because you can Google this. You can Google it. So do you understand, though, that your argument doesn't work? Hey, Brenda. Brenda.
Videos, how in the hell am I going to find it?
Okay, I'll give it to you. Calm down, buddy. I'll give it to you. But if the government comes out and says they're real, then we can then assume that guy is a valid source, and he's not just trying to sell books, is he, Brenda? Because the government came out and then acknowledged what he said once he blew the whistle on it. Just like with Edward Snowden.
They didn't say it's real. They said here's
just like that.
They said here's the documents.
No, they literally acknowledged the validity the authenticity of the video itself.
Oh, the video, sure. But that doesn't mean that the video shows what people claim it shows.
It just shows an unidentified aircraft moving in seemingly impossible ways.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it can't be explained.
It's
okay. Can you explain it?
Well, I haven't seen. I don't know what video you're talking about.
Okay, well, the Pentagon guy. Then you're speaking of ignorance, and you should calm down because the Pentagon guy says it can't be explained, and he was in charge of a program called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program within the Pentagon.
You know what you'll never hear Brenda say? You'll never hear, and this is not an insult to Brenda. She'll probably take pride in this, but you'll never hear Brenda say, well, it's probably a government conspiracy to get you to believe that UFOs exist.
It's probably the government lying.
Am I right?
I think it's here's if I may, please allow me to speak. I think it's people within the government who believe in UFOs and have anomalous videos that can be interpreted a number of different ways, right? And then the government says, yeah, that's a video. That happened. Yeah, those events happened, but it doesn't mean that these UFO believers are correct.
Hey, Brenda.
Okay.
So true too. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean it's come from out of space.
I have seen
aliens.
some
There's
crazy
no
shit
association
though, right?
there. Hang on. There's no association with. We can't start associating it with spacecraft from out of space. This is probably man-made technology, something we haven't seen with our own eyes yet.
Unidentified flying object.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean
And/or
it came from
natural
space.
phenomenon.
Unidentified flying object. I don't know why you tied space to it.
Well,
yeah, we're not talking about space.
You don't know that it's flying if it's unidentified altogether, right? You don't know that it's actually flying. So
Jen,
it
just
could
so
be
you
just
know,
a natural phenomena in some cases as well, you know?
Just so you know the context of what's going on. So I was making the point that we can't, like, for example, Brenda's saying that the government's super trustworthy and all that stuff. I'm like, we can't believe that we can just trust everything the government says officially. And then also say that what they're claiming is crazy conspiracy theories. And I explained that they say that there's remote interdimensional viewing and contact with interdimensional entities and Project Stargate. And they just dropped 3,000 documents about UFOs and the director of Pentagon program that looks at this very thing came out in 2017, blew the whistle after he retired, said, here's a video of a crazy object that flies around. And then the government came out and said, yeah, we admit it, that is real. And since then they've had a preliminary declassification in 2019 and then, 2021 last year. And then this year they released almost 3,000 documents showing different UFO or UAP
My question
sightings.
is this UFO, which is an unidentified flying object, where is it from? Is it from outer space or was it man-made?
I have no idea. I would say it has to be man-made, Jen, of course, but that's not the point, though, man. The point that we're making is Brenda has to acknowledge that the government's the one making the crazy claims. My claim here is I think the government makes such crazy claims that are so off the wall, I don't think that we should consider them a verifiable source. Brenda thinks they are verifiable, right? She thinks they're credible.
So in one of the objects is thought to be birds.
So what about the objects where they acknowledge it's a flying object they don't know how to explain?
Birds fly.
Birds don't fly as faster than 5 times faster than a fighter jet, though, do they, Brenda?
They do when they're coming the other way.
Wow, they followed this thing for many miles, Brenda. Try again. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's a different video. That's a different one. There's one where it's thought that there were birds that were very low and close to the ocean and flying in the opposite direction, passing beneath them, and they mistook that as them having an unnatural speed, right? Because they were coming towards them and they're flying in opposite directions. So it was a misperception of speed.
You mean you had nothing to judge it from, right? That's your problem.
Because it was a bird over the ocean.
You had nothing to judge it from, right?
Because it was a bird over the ocean.
Wait, so now you know for a fact it was a bird, Brenda? So one of the explanations they tried to come up with is Maybe it was a bird. But now you know for a fact it's a bird, because anytime there's a logical explanation, that means there's no conspiracy of them hiding technology. We know for 100% fact that is the answer. But when I'm telling you about a video that has nothing to do with the stupid bird video you're bringing up, you just can't acknowledge it at all whatsoever. You're being so blatantly inconsistent, Brenda. It's really a bad look here.
And we know how fast birds fly, Brenda. That bird, you can
Not
probably
Mark
look up
10.
the type of bird and how fast it does fly. So sorry.
It was
I
just
don't know how they're going to be flying at Mark 10. Mark 10, that's fast. Mark 10. If it's 6 times faster than a jet fighter, that's bloody fast.
Sweet mother goose.
Brenda, here, can I give you my take on why I believe the government is lying to me?
That's what you think.
One more time.
So I think that people in the government who believe in UFOs talk about UFOs, right? And the government said, yes, these reports were filed on this day and date, and here was the filing. They are not confirming what the UFO believers believe.
No one said that.
Yeah, you missed it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there are UFO believers who happen to work for the government who happen to believe they saw things. They believe that because they believe in UFOs. And then the government corroborates that and says, yes, this report was filed on this and this date. Here are the details. Here's some video associated with that. But they are not specifically saying, yes, these people saw alien spacecraft. They are not saying that.
Brenda, can I ask you a question when you get a chance? Once it clears out a little bit.
The other explanation is the government also says, do not trust them. Only trust God. In God we trust. So which one do you think is more credible? God or government?
False dichotomy.
Well,
no, because the government says it's God. The government says
the government. So how about this, Grim? Let's do this dichotomy, right? Grim, don't trust me.
I just wanted to ask Brenda real quick one question before we get
real quick, Grim.
Is that cool? Because you're making me forget my question.
Okay, Grim, don't trust me. Only trust God. Now, do you trust me or do you trust God? Which one?
Well, I don't believe in God.
But I'm saying from my point of view,
I would trust you before God.
Don't trust me. Only trust God.
I would have to trust you even if you were the biggest liar in the world before I could trust a God, right? Because I don't believe in a God, right? So it would literally be a false question anyway. It doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't have any
you would say, even if I said trust God, you would have to trust that because you would not trust God. See, both ways you end up back at God. And that's a glory of
that doesn't even make sense.
Because in 1953...
Anyway, what was I going to ask you, Brenda? Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Real
I know
quick.
you're going to totally defer from this comment because it really goes back to why
I just don't like to get into the religiosity.
Because it's what government says. What does government say?
Damn, you are just like a
say anything, dude.
Kitty chasing a fly constantly.
No, government says don't trust them, trust God.
No, they don't say that. You're an idiot.
Their motto says the motto of the U.S. federal government says.
No, it doesn't. God. That's not the model of the U.S. government. You don't know what you're talking about.
1956.
Wow. Well, in God we trust. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
in God we trust.
Yeah. So,
we are you part of that? If you're not part of that, just acknowledge that you are not part of it.
He's just not going to let this bone go.
No, because it's so blatant that you make it seem like you can trust. If you can trust government, they tell you to trust God.
Hunt it up. Hunt it up.
Get it. Are
somebody
you
email me when the coast is clear? I was kidding. Email.
Okay.
No, seriously,
I can email
Brenda.
you.
Real quick question. You're really blocking me from asking this question for a long time. Is this on purpose, or are you just playing around? Okay, so is there in your mind maybe a chance that maybe some of these sightings from the people you may think that are I mean they I agree with you, they're believers probably, and the confirmation bias leads them to think that it's aliens, but is there a chance that some of the things that they're actually seeing are advanced technology from their government and they're just not told or informed about it, so they're just like, wow.
I think that there's probably drones and other secret projects going on that we don't know about. But I don't think there's any technology. But there are drones. There are drones that are self-piloting and can make up their own missions.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, and they
how
can make
fast can they
maneuvers
go?
and stuff without a human, inside of it too. That could go, it could really do some shit. You know what I mean?
How fast can they go though? Brenda said they don't lie about technology. What's the publicly admitted fastest drone can go?
I have no idea.
Much slower than we're seeing these things go, though, Brenda.
Only if you believe those reports, because you'll believe anything, won't you? With the
No, I've seen them myself. I don't just blindly believe the government.
Remember,
that's my whole points.
What did you see? What did you see? And how fast was it going, supposedly?
I
years
have no
ago, I
idea
used to
how
talk
fast it was
about that.
actually going, but it was clearly just shooting crazy through the sky and defying any type of maneuverability that is.
Yeah, what was it? What shape was it?
It was just a
Color?
light. It was like a circular light. It looks like a star.
Okay.
I saw the
So
same
it's a
thing,
circular
dude.
star.
I saw
Okay.
3 of them in one night, but they all moved at the same time, and then they stopped, and they stayed there for the rest of the night. I mean, I lost track because, they just they pretended to be stars again.
Crazy, bro. And I saw 13 all moving north. I've seen them do that too, though. I've seen them stop and make shapes. I've seen them make a triangle. It's just crazy
Yeah.
stuff, man.
My boy literally started crying. I mean, not
Only in America, huh?
It scared him so bad because it was like legit. It was like almost still daylight out. Then the sun was just going down. We were frisbee golfing, and I looked up because I saw something moving, like, and I was like, "Oh shit, there's a star!" And then it kept moving, and I go, "Oh, well, yeah, that's a plane or something." And I'm like, "Oh shit, no, that's a star." But there's not very many stars out. It has to be a planet. And then, I looked over and then I could see another one moving at the same time, and they were so far apart that I couldn't really track them all at the same time. So I had to look at away and at another one and look away, and you know what I mean. And then so I lost track of the other 2
separately.
I followed the last one. Yeah, and so I followed the last one for a minute, and then it just stopped. And I was like, "Dude, did you see that?" And my guy was like, "No, man, this is fucking crazy, man. I've never seen nothing like that in my life. Let's just get out of here." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean? Why are you acting like a weirdo?"
Yeah, it's
It was
crazy,
crazy.
bro. It's hard to follow them. Like I saw 13,
Yeah, man,
dude.
I'm
13
thinking
of
for
them,
sure.
dude. That's an insane amount. 13. I saw I can't remember what it was, like 27 shooting stars.
See, this is another thing. 13. America 13, number 13. Couldn't have been 7 or 5 or 3 or 2 or
Well, that's
8,
what I was gonna
but it
say.
was
Also,
13.
I may have missed some though, bro. Because what I was saying is like you watch them in the sky and you want to follow them as far as you can. You can see them go so far, bro. It's really crazy thing to watch.
All together in a group, a cluster of 13 lights.
No. They were like spread out like wide across the sky. Like that's why I said I saw like 27 shooting stars, something like that. Just to give context of how clear it was outside. And you could see tons of planes, anything in the sky, right? These things were way higher than planes, bro. And they looked like a star and they're shooting through the sky, but like they're just moving, like gliding through the sky. And there'll be one way over here to the right that you'll see out of your peripheral vision. You'll go look at it and you can follow it for a long time. Then you'll see another one out of your peripheral to the left. You'll go back and look and then try to go back and find the other one. You can't find it anymore. Then you can.
Oh, but dude, I see those all the time. I'm talking about a legit bright, like a planet stars. But my wife and I, we think those are satellites. We were sitting there, we were camping last weekend, and we were just looking up, and we saw like 6 of them, and they all kept like kind of like seemed like they were just emerging out of the same spot in the sky, and almost and crossing that same area a lot. And we're thinking that those were satellites or something.
These things definitely weren't satellites. Like I thought about it. I was like, I've seen them launch Starlinks in person. And so like there are Starlinks in the sky. They're just obviously not what they say they are. They're obviously not as high as they say they are. And obviously outer space is fake. That's how I feel. But these are different. These are not like a line. You can see Starlinks. They're like a line of things. If they were all coming from one spot, that'd mean one thing. These were spread out throughout the sky. It was over the course of an hour and a half. And usually there was just one in the sky at a time. It's like they were really
moving
out.
independently. Right now. Have you
Don't
checked
they
to
look
see
like
if
they
these?
turn
Hang on a
sometimes?
second.
Oh, my
Have you
bad,
checked?
brother. I got you.
Sorry.
I don't have your
Have
phone.
you checked to see whether or research whether they're being sighted in other areas of the flat Earth? Have you checked?
Yeah.
No, I've never really. I kind of keep
That
this in my
might be an
pocket.
idea.
Yeah, people
It
get
might be an idea.
people get
They're
like
in
so
Australia.
weirded out when people get so weird about this. I don't know. But what was crazy is they all go north, bro. They were all going the same direction north, and it looked like they were going so fast. It was like they were all going to the same place, maybe, or something, is what it felt like. But
Yeah,
they
right.
were
This is
just
why.
different times.
That's why I say perhaps it would be a good idea then to check to see if they're being sighted in other parts of the world, because only in America I will never accept that. That's bad for America if it's only in America it's happening. You know, because
Yeah,
they're in love with this UFOs and alien thing.
but
So,
I'm not.
and
Right?
they
I'm a
lied about
flat
the moon.
earther. I
They've
think
lied
that's
about the vaccines.
Could
They've lied
be,
about many things. They've killed their own people. So it's going to be very
why
hard for me
couldn't it be?
to take that on board. But if it's being seen in other parts of the world, then we need to link all this information up and then start looking into it properly. But when it's just in America and that,
well.
fine.
I think it's
Yeah,
the American
I don't
government.
believe it's aliens either, dude. Yeah, just because I'm in America, I'm not fucking drinking the Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? Like that's what we're talking about. That the Kool-Aid is being served, though. We can see the Kool-Aid is being served, and I'm just saying, hey, don't drink that Kool-Aid. Look into it a little bit more, because I don't think these are aliens.
Yeah, it's the government.
Yeah,
They
why
did.
would that be the government? What's spooky about that?
Well, because
Well,
if
that means
there
that
were
they're
an
lying to us about.
existential threat and you wanted to unify all governments into one world government, wouldn't you be able to do it easier if you had the ability to pretend there's an existential threat, like an external threat that's basically going after all humanity, so all humanity needs to come together. You've seen the movies.
84 and Von Braun also.
I don't
Yeah,
get
and
that.
Reagan.
I don't apply movie plots to real life. So
Well,
wouldn't it just
they made movies about going to the moon before they went to the moon. They made movies about. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah. Well, they made movies about things like space travel and stuff like that before they actually had it. So, I mean, you shouldn't just ignore it just because it's in a movie either.
Wouldn't it just
Brenda, what do you do? You always talk about what you don't do. What do you do?
Wouldn't it just be the U.S. government working on their next generation of fighter craft and other craft? Because we know that they're working on high altitude crafts, right? With ramjets, with that kind of stuff.
Right, but if they're lying to us and saying that they have no idea what it is, and it looks like it's coming from outside of this Earth, then we know they're lying to us, Brenda. That's our whole point.
Well, they're also now, Brenda, talking about riding magnetic field lines, and without propulsion in the conventional sense at all.
I don't.
This is the new. Yeah, I know. This is the new shit, right? That they're gonna start trying to do. They want to make it basic. Well, they call them propulsion engines, but they just ride the magnetic field lines, and actually, there's no magnetic field lines. So obviously, they're either using the circuitry that they're in, like the speeding up of the ions as they're moving away from the sun, or particular avenues of Birkeland currents between planets and the star. And they probably know a lot more about this than they're giving, and they give us some old magnetic field lines explanation, but in reality they're riding electric currents now.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just saying that the government is always working on the next generation engines, including rammed air engines.
That could all be for show, though.
High altitude.
That could all be for show,
right?
Yeah, that could all be for show, though, so that we believe that that's the technology. So anybody trying to do any backyard shit wouldn't be on the right path anyway. They would continue
Brenda,
doing
answer our
getting locked
question.
together.
Answer our question, though, Brenda. If the government actually comes out and says that they're aliens, you agree that we should not believe them, right?
If the government officially came out, so like what? The president addressing the nation?
If that's what really floats your boat, Brenda.
If there was official pronouncements by the government.
Multiple countries, presidents of every country.
Why wouldn't
Prime
I?
ministers.
Why wouldn't I? See what I'm saying? So that's all that it takes, and all of a sudden aliens do exist.
Well, you believe it.
I'll have
So
someone.
did you
I
believe
literally
President
don't
Biden when he
believe
told you
it.
if you took the vaccine then you wouldn't get sick and you wouldn't die?
Wait, Brenda. I literally don't believe it. For 30 minutes, I've been saying about how we shouldn't just believe it.
No, but you believe the reports that they're UFOs.
Okay, someone else was going to talk. Someone else trying to get in?
Yeah, like if I could double back, Brenda.
I like that. I don't think he did. I don't think he did believe it. That's the point.
He believes the UFO people who work for the government when they say that they saw UFOs. He believes.
No. What I said was, for one, there's some truth to these reports where I don't think that they're all made up, because I've actually seen similar things myself. But my whole point was that the government, if they came out to say that there were some type of alien crafts, we shouldn't believe them. And when they make crazy claims, if anything, that just chips away at their credibility as a source. Now, you've been strawmanning that point for a long time now. I am not saying I believe everything on the reports. I know the government lies about pretty much everything, Brenda. That's my whole point.
100%. The government, and as an atheist, you should accept that because the government's first claim is do not trust them, trust God. You should be like, oh, well, government, you're full of shit because you don't trust God. So why would you believe a government who tells you to trust God?
Yeah, that's not what the government says.
Okay, well, that's what it's founded upon.
July
That's
30th,
what's founded.
1958, the guy Eisenhower, the same guy who founded NASA, said, God, then country, is your order of operations. And if you don't believe him, then you should throw out him as a credible source. Hence why you should agree with flat earthers that NASA is full of shit.
Damn, he just mental jiu-jitsu, dude.
That was just
You would know about this because I remember hearing something that that in God we trust in the like religious parts of the government are fairly recent. Is that what you're saying? Like Eisenhower brought them in?
Yeah, July 30th, 1958.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Constitution of the United States, which you don't seem to understand.
Oh, that's even better. The Constitution says all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Yep.
That references a creator, which is even better than a god. I would say a god is a little bit different version than a creator.
What does it say about the government?
The role of government is to ensure that the rights of the creator are protected.
No.
Yep.
It doesn't say that at all.
It literally does. It said the Constitution is a list of things. The Declaration of Independence is literally acknowledging that we have unalienable rights from the Creator, and that shall not be infringed upon. And then it goes on to give you a Constitution, which is a specific articulation of those rights that come from the Creator and how you can't infringe on them. That's the whole point.
What does it say about government? How governments are made?
It says the governments aren't allowed to infringe on the rights that people get from the Creator.
What does it say about how governments are created?
Oh, man. Governments are created as a program to prevent people from having their unalienable rights infringed upon.
Inalienable.
Unalienable is how you really say it because they place a lien on your rights. But anyway.
Inalienable.
No, as in they cannot be alienated from you. It's impossible to alienate you from your rights.
Yeah, they can. They can be with due process.
I understand what you think it is, but it's actually that they place a lien on it. Like when you have a lien holder because you have a loan.
Yeah, due process can take your rights away from you.
So what the Constitution actually says is that governments are constituted by men.
You would fail 5th grade civics.
Yeah, it says the men get rights from unalienable from the creator. But hey,
you're virtually illiterate with it.
Virtually, you used a word wrong while telling me I'm illiterate. Imagine the irony. You used a word wrong to tell me I don't know how to use words. But hey, Brenda.
Hey, did we all miss the sexist thing that just happened there? Read that again. By who? Did it say by men?
No, it means mankind.
Yeah, but
it's got a
does
contemporary understanding.
Yeah, but does it? It doesn't say man.
It does. It has contemporary understanding.
Oh man.
Were there a lot of women in government back then when that was written, or are we just kind of like
Oh, for fuck's sake. Grim's trying to drop a hand grenade. Don't, like, I'll fall on it.
Yeah, do whatever, dude. Whatever floats your boat, man. Like, we're talking about mankind.
Stay off my grenade, dude.
But hey, wait, real fast though, Brenda, can you please address the point, or just we can move on? But it's like, just for the audience, whoever's listening, it's a simple thing. We should be able to all agree on this. I just try to bring up things that we can kind of all agree on, and that is if the government makes outlandish claims, like they communicate interdimensionally with entities that are unidentified, and that they practice psychic interdimensional communication and remote viewing and practice it and study it in Project Stargate, which is declassified. And now they're coming out and telling us stories about UFOs. If they were to, hypothetically, come out in the future and say that they were aliens, we should not believe crazy people that make crazy claims, should we?
So the upshot is that you think Stranger Things is a documentary.
It's like you're shutting down. So all you can do is
you're cracking right now, Brenda. Like, dial it back about 20%. Okay,
At least my hand grenade had some thought process.
I know. It did, Grim.
Is that
I don't know how else I could say it, so I'll stop torturing everyone else. I think everyone else gets the idea.
No.
We don't just blindly believe the government when they say crazy, absurd, off-the-wall, unverifiable nonsense, especially when they have an agenda behind it. If the government comes out and tries to say something about aliens, we should in no way just believe the story they tell us.
Except they don't.
But you just said if they did, you would believe it.
Yeah, if they had the documentation and everything, sure.
So if the president comes out and says that there are aliens and that's what the UFOs really are, you'll just believe it once the president says it. I'm pointing out that's a ridiculous standard of what you hold to be true.
Ridiculous.
I bet you won't, Brenda. I bet deep down inside you'll be like, oh man, I know that Grim is probably right. With it. Much as I hate him on this one, I don't believe it. Just make sure you call us right away and let us know.
Yeah, it's all good. I think we should agree on that, right? Like, no matter who makes the claim, Brenda, we shouldn't believe ridiculous claims if they have no evidence and they come from people that have things to gain by lying to us, right?
So presumably, if the government actually did say those things, they would have evidence.
But they might.
Except for, like, they make claims all
the evidence, right? Like, you gotta, like, I mean, look at COVID.
They make claims all the time without evidence, right? So that doesn't even make any sense. They said there were weapons of mass destruction, but there literally weren't any.
They literally, that was George Bush, yeah, and
that's the government president, bro. That's what
showed that there were no weapons of mass destruction.
Would mean there were.
They late $1 short. Okay, how much did they make? How much money did they wash for the Bushes through Halliburton and with Osama's drug money?
Yeah.
So if they claim that they're aliens, we can just believe it. If they have some documents, if they have some documents about it, like, where would you draw the line, Brenda? What if they say we used Project Stargate to interdimensionally communicate with these UFOs? We contact them, and they actually psychically, and they respond to us and let us know that they are aliens from a different race that keep an eye on us, and there's some of them that aren't very nice. If the government said that, we could automatically dismiss it as ridiculous, right?
Yes. What's it? Stargate is a TV show. It's not real.
Project Stargate was released with over 1,500 pages after FOIA request.
It was
What?
the project ended because it failed.
Okay, so you agree the government did claim that they were like studying remote viewing and interdimensional communication via
And
psychic capabilities.
they failed because they didn't do those things.
So actually, they claimed many different types of phenomena discovered within that realm, and they couldn't fully understand it or replicate it consistently. So then they stopped funding it publicly. That's what actually happened. You just spun it and made it up, and everyone in the room heard that 20 minutes ago. You didn't even know what it was.
So they failed, didn't they?
No.
Yes, they did. They failed. That's why they. That's why they ended the program.
No, they identified the phenomenon multiple times.
They
Richard, you want to hear something funny?
tried and they failed.
Okay, they tried to do something crazy, and to even think that you can psychically communicate interdimensionally with unidentified entities via psychic capabilities is insane.
And they failed. But
why would they try such a thing if they're such a competent, trustworthy organization, Brenda?
You think 11 has the power
in the government?
It does.
Wow. Okay, so Brenda, the point was
I got Coco to tell me the other day that he believes that there's a chance that you can run and phase, through superpositioning, phase through a wall. He, because he was talking about the chances were like blah 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 up in a billion. I said, so you're saying there's a chance? And he's like, well, yeah. I was like, okay. So for the record, you're saying that there's a chance that someone could run and phase through a brick wall. Okay.
Well,
that's what the government brainwashed this kid to think, man.
I mean, like in the movie. You're getting that from the movie.
Superpositioning. Like he said, the probability is so very low. Come on.
Quantum mechanics say you can be in three places on Earth at once.
So
Quantum mechanics, you can be 3 places.
So you're getting that from the movie, Grim, right?
Grim was saying how ridiculous it was that Kosho said it. Why do you keep intentionally strawmanning everyone?
From the movie, right? The men who
I'm running out of energy for that, dude. Yeah.
Why do you gotta strawman everyone like they're making the claim though? Like he's not making the claim.
Do you see like Dorothy or the Tin Man hanging around me? Because why do you keep strawmanning me, dog?
Crazy weird.
Test 1, 2.
You know where the yellow brick road
Hey
is, my
Xanax,
man?
do you agree that if the government comes out and says that they communicated interdimensionally with UFO inhabitants and there are actually aliens, that we shouldn't just believe what they say because that's ridiculous?
I agree with it. Stranger Things is true. 11 has her powers. She has her powers.
Wow. So hey Xanax, do you agree if the government comes out and says that there are, if the government comes out and says the reason for all these UFO sightings and UAP sightings that they just dropped 2,700 documents about, if they come out and say it's because there were aliens, we shouldn't just believe them when the government says it, right?
If they have evidence.
I'm not asking you any questions.
I'm gonna tell you, I know
my beliefs are based on evidence.
Okay, what would you require as sufficient evidence that there were actually aliens that were the explanation for these UFOs?
Well, it would be cool if Thor was sitting next to Biden. That would help.
So you agree then if the government comes out and says that, but they don't have any real verifiable evidence, then they're lying?
If Thor is standing next to Biden, that would help. Yeah, I would believe that shit.
So if they don't have any evidence and they just make the claim, then we shouldn't believe them, and that would mean that they were lying?
Why would they make a claim without evidence? They would. It would help if they have Thor standing next to Biden.
The government does that all the time. They made a claim about weapons of mass destruction when there literally wasn't any.
Which was said by the government. It was
Which Thor? Are we talking about the Thor from the god Thor with the hammer, or the one from Stargate, the little alien?
Actually, I was thinking of both of them.
Oh.
I thought of Thor from Stargate first, and then I thought, oh wait, it could work for the other Thor too. Either
way. Me too. Funny shit.
Man, oh man, I just think this is weird. Like, it's just a simple premise that everyone should agree on. If the government makes a crazy claim about aliens in the future, we shouldn't just believe what they say.
No, dude, Brenda is trolling me so hard right now because I already know Brenda ain't gonna believe it's fucking aliens just because fucking George Bush, Biden, who basically told Brenda, that a few weeks ago, that if you took a vaccine, you wouldn't get sick and you wouldn't die. So this bullshit can come right out of this fucker's mouth. If he turned around tomorrow and also then told you it was aliens by reading his teleprompter wrongly, but you got the message, you wouldn't believe him. Tell the truth.
So I believe vaccines work because of the evidence.
The government says all kinds of things. Well, we're not going to go
Israel's
too far in
evidence?
that. I don't think we're going to get Gio's channel messed up.
Yeah,
Right.
never mind. You didn't use Israel's evidence.
So I try really hard to have most of my beliefs based in evidence. But if a government authority comes out and says, we have evidence, we have proof of UFOs and aliens. In fact, here's Thor right here next to me. Never mind him and his culture, they don't wear clothes because they're all gray. Right? But
right. So if they don't do that, then we couldn't trust such a crazy claim.
Yeah. Even the experts in virology have never seen the scientific evidence for that claim that was made about vaccines being good. And I don't mean to go down this road, but that's a wild slap in the face. Even the experts that I though have never seen the scientific method.
Yes, but
the scientific evidence for.
Yes, but
So
you are severely impaired.
Oh, you stuttered through.
Oh, so now I'm now I'm severely impaired. But you're the one with the fucked up gender. And I'm severely impaired. Is that
Slow
correct?
down.
You fucked up cunt.
No, slow down.
Yes.
I'm just playing, inciting a riot. Let's get
Jen,
out of that.
yeah, slow down a little bit, okay?
But anyway, yeah, you did kind of stutter through self-rejection, in my opinion. But the point is that we should all agree on this. Graham, we agree, right? Like, we can't just blindly believe the government when they basically predictably programmed us that they may have some international threat that we would conveniently all come together to fight against. And if they make the claim with no real evidence, we should just dismiss it.
Even if they brought what they claimed as real evidence, I would have a very hard time swallowing that bullshit pill. To me, I would almost be, you know what I mean? Because I know that they want me to believe it and have been trying to condition us into it for a very long time. So I'm under the impression that it's inevitable that they're going to say it. And so when they do, it will be affirming, you know what I mean, one of my bias immediately. And that might just, even if it was real, cloud my judgment and not believe them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I would say that no matter what government says, I'm going to assume it's false until proven otherwise. They could tell me today, NASA could come out and say, the sun rises in the east and water's wet. I'd be like, prove that shit. Let me see it.
We get wet, but is water wet? Just kidding.
There's really at no point. Oh, go ahead, Brenda. No, go ahead, Brenda.
Where does the sun rise?
Where you are you on Earth?
Yeah, Brenda, you missed the point. You totally missed the point. Okay, Brenda, the government could tell me something that is objectively true, and I will question it because of the source. Because the government.
That's crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
The sun rises from the center of Egypt.
The definition of crazy.
No, it's not. It's because some people have lost all credibility that I will not trust what they say.
Yeah, that's irrational.
No, it's not. It's the ultimate rationality.
No, it isn't. No.
So if someone has lied to you over and over again, you're saying it's perfectly rational to keep on trusting them?
It's rational. No, here, let me put it this way to you, Jerry. So if somebody has lied to me over and over again, and they tell me something that I know to be true, I would believe them.
I'm going to look for the catch. That's what I'm telling you. I'm looking for the what are they really up to? Because it sounds like they
if you
thought.
know anything about good liars, they tell the truth most of the time.
Yeah, like 80% of it, like enough that makes you correlates.
So does 2 + 2 = 4?
Brendan, you're missing the point again.
So if you know that 2 + 2 = 4, you know that. And so, but if the government told you 2 + 2 = 4, you would disbelieve it.
Wait, are we talking about Common Core right now?
Yeah, they met.
No,
Brenda,
you would disbelieve
Brenda,
it. You would question it, wouldn't
2
you?
+ 2 is actually
Brenda,
5.
And
you're
that's
missing it.
irrational. That's irrational.
Brenda, you're missing it.
No, it's irrational to doubt something you know to be true simply because you don't like the person who tells you.
No, institutions of
No, it doesn't
power and
Brenda, if you already knew it to be true, why would you be doubting it?
that you should ask that to Cleary.
no crit.
But I don't think anyone said that. I think you
I
just
doubt shit all the time that I
Brenda,
think I know to be true, just to be
what you're
safe.
doing is you're taking what I said and you're drawing some sort of absurd conclusion from that.
No, it's does the sun
It's bad faith. It's bad faith what you're doing right now.
stop crit quiet. So Geo, does the sun rise in the east? Geo?
Now here's the deal. Let's say we didn't know what 2 + 2 equaled, and then the government said, well, it equals 4. Crit's point is that they should show us through logic how. Yes, that's exactly his point.
Yeah, that's a point.
No, it's not the point.
Listen to Jerry.
No, you know
Jerry got it.
Is in the east. You know it.
So you're telling Crit that's not his point. Is that what's going on right now?
I know exactly. Like government can right in your face, like right there, Brenda. You
That is
work
not
for
your
government.
point, Crit. That is not your point.
Do you know that the sun rises in the east?
Brenda, if I tell you no and you say
saying that?
no means yes, you're proving my point for me. I do not trust you because I just told you no means no, and you told me no means yes. I'm like, what the heck?
No, I never said any such thing. So if you know something to be true, but you are willing to doubt that it's true simply because you don't like the source, that is irrational.
Did I say like or trust?
We're coming from a state of ignorance where the only source of this knowledge is the government, not something we already knew and then someone else is saying it.
Very wrong. You know it to be true independent of the source.
Right, but that's not Crit's point.
That is Crit's point.
No, Brenda.
He literally said that he knows that the sun
you missed it.
East, but if the government told it to him, he would question it.
You missed it because you only took one part of my whole statement out of context and then are like freaking out by it.
Nothing was out of context.
Yes, it was. Chris said I would try to see what the catch was with whatever they were saying because the best liars lie about only about 20% of it. They say 80% truth. So
that was Grim. Yeah, Grim added that, which is even better. You've got multiple feedback from different sources now, all telling you that you're wrong. You're wrong. Even the original source is telling you you're wrong, and you keep thinking you're right.
That's because you're a liar.
Oh, for crying out loud.
You said that you know the sun rises in the east, but if the government told you, you would question that.
Because I look for what? What would I be looking for?
You said you would question it.
But why would I question it?
Because you don't trust the government.
I'd be looking for the catch, right? What are they really after right now? I got perfect example of this. If you want to hear why.
Does the sun rise in the east, Chris?
I got perfect example, an experiment that also matches flat Earth.
Does the sun rise in the east?
Branda, are you listening? Yes or no?
I am listening to you, but I'm not going to let you change the subject. You're trying.
I'm going to. Am I the source or am I not the source?
You're trying to pivot.
No, I'm not trying to pivot. I'm talking about the sun right now. Just the sun. I'm talking about just the sun.
Rises in the east. The government says yes, the sun rises in the east. Crit says, maybe the sun doesn't rise in the east. That's irrational.
Okay, you missed the point. So can I rephrase it, if you will, or do you want to just double down on being not understanding? You pick your choice. It's a choose your own adventure, like book.
Mad libs.
Yeah, and I can tie it back to science and flat Earth.
Did you really say that though, Crit? Did you really say that if the government said the sun rises in the east, you wouldn't believe it rises in the east anymore?
Yes, he did say that. He's trying to pivot away. He's trying to bullshit his way out of it, but that's what he said.
Yeah, I said if the government told me something that I believe to be objectively true, I wouldn't accept it. I would want to see their proof.
You wouldn't believe it anymore.
I would want to see their proof. Why? Why? Because they lie all the time. Show me.
Crit,
if you knew your name was Crit, and then the government one day came and told you your name is Crit, you wouldn't believe your name is Crit anymore?
I would like to see where's your proof. Just show me the proof.
That's how fucking stupid you are.
No, show me. Show me the evidence because their version. Okay, I'll explain it. If you care to listen, I can explain it. I want to know what they mean by crit. Their interpretation of the word crit, of east, of sun, could be so radically different because they told Japanese Americans they were going to round them up for their safety and then intern them, and lots of them died. So I would say, what is your definition of safety? What is your definition of internment? You know, what, like they told the Cherokee they were going to march them to a promised land. I would say, okay, sure. What do you mean by march? What do you mean by promise? And what do you mean by land? Because your
that's
definition,
not the same thing, Chris.
No, it's exactly the same thing.
No,
100%.
because these Japanese Americans, they don't have the idea in their head that we're going to be marched. Like, it's not like they decided before the government came and told them someone's going to march us to a promised land. You know, you need to come up with like an analogy that's the same.
If the government told me 2 + 2 = 4, I'd be like, prove it, because I want to see what the government thinks 2 is, what the government thinks plus is, and what the government thinks 4 is.
The same.
I would say their interpretation of reality is so radically different from mine that it's going to be at least hilarious to watch.
How do you not see their point? So if the sun rises in the east, his point is when the government says the sun rises in the east, he'd say prove it, because the government would, in this situation, be saying that the ball is spinning and you're nose diving towards a ball every morning, and that's what happens during a sunrise, and it's towards the east. So the definition of the story and the terms used is his point that he would want to find out the catch or the twist because the government lies so consistently. He would not just believe anything they say because it comes with lies, typically, assumptions.
Well, I kind of agree. What I would say is, whilst I completely understand and agree with the sentiment of what you're trying to convey, your method of conveying it could be interpreted to be a bit hyperbolic. That's all. But
I got you.
I completely get what you're saying.
It's completely irrational.
No, I get it. That a lot of people, that's a lot of criticism of crit sometimes. So that I can sometimes go a little too hyperbolic. But the point is that it draws out the toxicity of the globalists because they're
Did
not
you just
trying
refer to
to
yourself in the third person?
No, you're just making a fool out of yourself is all you're doing.
No, do you understand his point? In good faith, he would respond to his actual point.
Yeah, I mean, Brenda, we have to concede that now that he's clarified his stance, you know, it does make a bit of sense.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? Oh, damn.
No. Why should
What is an agent? What is like a Fed or CIA? What is their job by default? To lie? To not tell you the truth about anything and to hold secrets or information. So,
it would be irrational to just believe whatever they say and assume whatever they're defining things as to be true. His point's real simple. He was being hyperbolic to basically make a joke in a way of how he was making a point of how little he trusts the government after they've lied so much. And so that's where the hyperbole came from. And any good faith would have obviously have acknowledged his real point and not try to drag him through the weeds.
Yeah. And the truth is, Brenda, once somebody lies to you, and particularly repeatedly lies to you, you have no reason to demand trust or belief in that person anymore. You just the person who is distrusting is totally justified in their position.
Yeah, except I'm not paranoid.
You said paranoid?
Correct.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the point, whether you're paranoid or not. Once somebody's lying to you, you can distrust them with complete justification.
No, you can't actually.
You reserve the right to do so.
Actually,
That is your
actually and
personal right.
factually, you can.
No.
Yeah, your personal rights to do so. You have the right to do so. You choose not to trust somebody who's abused your trust. You give them your trust.
Yeah,
They abuse your trust.
If I just meet somebody and they tell me something, and then I just decide not to believe them because my own personal bias or whatever, then you can say, well, you're paranoid. But if somebody who's a proven liar tells me something, I'm completely justified in not just believing them at face value.
No, if they tell me something that I know independently to be true.
Okay, and he pointed out the nuance of that, which is, what does that mean? And it would depend on if it comes with all kinds of little underhanded, subversive implementations of what things really are, which typically is the case. And you were trying to drag him through the weeds because he never really was making that point. He was making a hyperbolic point about how much the government lies and how little he trusts him. He says, in fact, they've lied so much at this point. If they told me something I believe to be objectively true, once they told me, I would question it. He would even question what he held to be true at that point because he's like, what's the government up to? He was just making a point and everyone knew the point, but you're just refusing to show good faith and you're strawmanning his point.
It would still be irrational.
For the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm over even trying to pretend there's going to be like logical, honest concession.
See, Brendan, this is why people call you autistically retarded on the globe side. Because you won't even acknowledge how bad your take was on what I said.
No, my take is the rational one.
Now that you know his real point, you acknowledge that there is validity in his point.
No, there isn't.
Oh my gosh.
His point is irrational.
You get off on this, don't you?
I know, it's just like a contrarian. It just, no matter what.
I'm a contrarian.
You're exhausting.
Yeah, you're okay. Basically, how you feel about flat earthers, I feel about the government. Do you understand it now?
No, that's not true.
Look at a contrarian. Like,
Brenda, are you genuine question? Are you? Would you consider yourself to be somewhat of a sycophant to authority? Do you enjoy authority over you and people telling you everything?
Part of the problem here is that I'm only allowed to speak partial sentences, right, before you guys all freak out and talk over me. That's part of the problem.
That's not true.
That's a victim status. I'm happy to be quiet now so you can express yourself.
Another part is many of you are extremely ignorant of basic elementary facts of reasoning and understanding and logic.
Well, that's a wild statement because you're of the same thing. We can say that about you as well. So be careful what you say. We can say that, and we would be accurate.
The difference
just be careful.
It wouldn't be right. What do I have to be?
We would be accurate what we say when we say this quite clearly. Obviously, I mean, you just wasted 30 minutes talking shit with a crit. You didn't want to just admit that he was right in what he said, but you didn't. You willfully. Here's the talking crap. But let's see if we've got something.
He even give you an analogy of a flat earthers to make it really easy for you. Like the way you feel about flat earthers, I feel that way about the government. So you just could lay up right there. You could just concede real easy. Yeah, when flat earthers make claims to me, since I don't believe anything that they say, if they say something, right, I'm not just going to believe what they say. I think they're probably getting it wrong somehow in some nuanced way that they're leaving out because flat earthers are dumb and they lie. So he even gave you an analogy to where you could run off in the sunset and you're still being a contrarian. It's exhausting.
No. So let me explain. Let me explain that. I do not feel the way towards flat earthers the way that Crit feels towards the government. I don't feel that way.
But you just called us all this ignorant, this, that, and the other. My word.
Yeah, a contradiction in your logic, right? In real
Okay,
time.
and why don't we let Brenda go on to explain in full what her position is? Let's not interrupt so that no victim status can be claimed. Let's just let her have the mic for 2 minutes.
I am not distrusting of flat earthers. I do not think that everything you say is wrong. I think most of what you say is wrong because most of you don't know a lot of things. You don't know a lot of science or about reasoning, right? So it's completely different than Crit, who is simply reflexively trusting of the government because Native Americans for some reason, right? So that's completely different.
Okay, I even told you I was the same. It's where when flat earthers come and make claims to you, you don't consider them a credible source because you think they're wrong about mostly everything. So you'd be like, wait, what are they getting wrong here?
No, I don't think that you're wrong about mostly everything. I know you're wrong about mostly everything.
Okay, and we know the government lies about a ton of things.
That's your paranoia.
Oh my God, they've admitted many, many lies themselves.
Would you like a list of all the things that they've lied to us about, Brenda? Like, you can't deny it.
I agree to all that.
Okay, you've now contradicted yourself.
Yourself, yeah.
So no, that's not a contradiction.
Feel free to expand.
So I think that somebody once made this example, which is that let me see, they usually people's worst example of evil is Hitler. So
government,
huh?
Not in my book.
Government. That's
another government.
Not in my book.
Government.
So
your best example was government. I mean, Brenda, please.
What are you talking about?
Hitler was the supreme commander of the Third Reich. That is government, bro.
It's not our government, but it is government.
Yeah, and he's not
this
necessarily the worst man that's ever lived.
This was a dictator, homie.
He wasn't the worst dictator. He wasn't the worst dictator ever. Hitler was not.
Yeah, why don't we learn about Stalin or Mao? It's kind of weird.
Dude,
or Idi Amin, or I mean, there's plenty of them.
Your best example to rebut me is to cite a dictator, a government dictator. Like, what is wrong with you right now? Are you suffering head trauma? Did you like slip and fall?
You're just being a contrarian, though, right? I mean, obviously, Brenda, you are just kind of getting off on being a contrarian, right?
No, I just brought up an example that people typically.
Do you know that? Okay, do you know that Hitler was a dictator of Nazi Germany during the Third Reich? Do you know that? Yes or no? I mean, just give me yes or no. Let's acknowledge. Blink twice. Are you being held captive right now?
What's wrong with you?
You know
Let's
that
hear
you
what
can
point
change.
Brenda was trying to make.
Yeah, go ahead. Make your point about.
Yeah, okay, fire away, Brenda.
Maybe, okay, to take some of the sting out of this, Brenda, I'll give you another example. What about somebody who, a satanic ritually abusing small children? That's my opinion of some of the worst evil on the earth, someone who does that. So now insert that into your example.
I can cite that back to government, the Native American schools. You know, the re-education schools that they did.
Let Brenda try to make the point though. Whatever.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yes, go ahead, Brenda.
So if this evil person tells you it's 3:15 in the afternoon, would it be true?
I'd look at my watch.
Yeah, if it was actually that time.
Yeah, you know
Sure.
it. You know it's that time, and he tells you, this is what time it is. Would it be true?
If it was, yeah, sure.
It would be true until I looked at it.
Oh, there you go.
That's what a genetic fallacy is, Brenda, isn't it? We all, we kind of know that.
Yes, that's. You apply the genetic fallacy. Anything the government tells you is false because it's the government. That's
we do not think that.
Sorry, what's it go?
That's it. We don't think that. That's not true. It's like it's like saying that since your girlfriend cheats on you and lies out where she goes every weekend, that when she said she goes to the grocery store and then you can go see her at the grocery store, you have to believe she's not really at the grocery store. No, we're just saying when she says she goes to the gym or grocery store, we don't have to automatically believe her.
That's literally what you've been arguing for the last half hour.
No,
we're justified in not believing face value what they say to us. We're just saying we're justified in not automatically believing it. That's our position.
Okay, so like, how about using the Witsit one, right? The cheating girlfriend. So the cheating girlfriend says she's going to the grocery store to buy you a ham sandwich. I'd be like, you're going to your boyfriend's house to get a little nookie on. Like, you just changed some words around, you know? Like, I know where you're going. I know where you're coming, you know? Like, please. Like, you've lied so many times to me. I'm going to... show me the receipt. Where's the receipt?
Hey, on a side note, real quick, Crit. Austin, I DM'd you that video with that picture you posted, and like 2 other short videos in case they bring up star trails. That was a little bit longer, but it's right to the point, and they haven't refuted it yet. But they might help. I DM'd them. They're from Flat Earth Test, Brian Leakey. So I'll just let you know that.
Thank you, bro.
What is it you think about star trails?
No, let's not get off this one just yet.
Brandon, if you want to know, I just posted it in live chat, live text also, and it's irrefutable.
This is boring. Listening to people
sticks and shadows debunk a globe. That's you watch it and you'll have no response.
It's only boring because it's become so painfully redundant and circular. And reiterative. Because all you have to do is say, yeah, I understand the logical premise that when someone lies to you so often that they're no longer a credible source, that no matter what they say to you, you have to see, is there a secret motive? Are you misdefining what you're saying? Are you leaving something out? Are you misleading me because you have consistently proven yourself to not be a credible source? The person is completely justified in being skeptical of said source.
That's literally the.
But should also be willing to concede when said information is correct, when proven to be so. You know, that's our position.
Flat Earthers do that. That's why Flat Earthers cite NASA once in a while.
You're gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
Oh, for crying out loud!
This is crazy.
We're back to victim again.
Victim mentality. Brenda, you are here by your own volition. No one's forcing you to be here. You're not some housewife, and I'm not your battered. I'm not your husband abusing you into thinking somehow this is a way a marriage is supposed to be. You came here to hear Flat Earthers talk, and you don't want to understand. Your choice.
I didn't claim those things. I didn't claim those things.
Yeah, gaslight. How am I gaslighting you? I'm telling you my understanding of government, and you're trying to tell me that I'm wrong about my own understanding.
That's not what I said.
That's your fault.
That's not what I said. You weren't listening.
Brenda, everyone knows what you said. Why are you going to say it again? Brenda, how many times? Brenda, would you do this?
Okay, can we go in a different direction now, guys? I've got some
real.
questions to ask anyway.
I've
got a question to ask. Now, did anybody look at the video? Did anybody look at the video?
Hang on, Jin, Witcher, just wind up whatever you want to say, and then we'll move on. Hang on, Jin, 1 sec, mate.
Oh, okay.
I was saying, like, clearly it's good. We'll go on forever. Like, I don't know how many times that Brenda will literally repeat the same phrase over and over. Like, we don't understand that. We've already conceded across the board that if someone says something that's objectively true and you can verify it and there's evidence and proof, once you can prove it and verify it, then of course it would be ignorant to ignore it or deny it. But you can require that proof and not blindly believe a source, and you're justified in not blindly believing it, certainly whenever they've consistently lied. Jen, go ahead.
I was just going to say, or ask, has anybody looked at the video that I posted yesterday and the day before about how to fake a space program where you witness 3 English people being deceived that they've gone to space? But the beautiful thing to take away from it is how emotionally invested they were, to the point where they were emotionally moved. They were overcome with emotion when they thought they were looking at the Earth as a spherical ball. Now, this emotion they displayed, you never see any astronaut, NASA, or any other astronaut from any other space agency display the same thing, because they don't truly go there, do they? But these 3 individuals believed 1000%. They were in their rocket, they were on their way. And when you hear them say about what they saw as the Earth as a globe, you really do get the essence.
Post it again. Jen,
Yeah,
post
I
it
will
again.
do. I will do. Yeah, give me a
All
couple
right.
of minutes to get it up. Yeah, got to watch it. It was produced in 2005. It cost £4.5 million, which is $5 million in American dollars. Okay, and it's really good. It's a clip. It's 25 minutes long, and they go through a training. They refurbish a town in Ipswich to look like a Russian space base. Okay, right, and it's all in Russian. All the streets are in Russian. The language is in Russian. All the switches have been changed over, connecting switches to Russian connecting switches. So they believed they were in Russia at a Russian training space base. Okay, and they went on a 5-day mission to space, and they believed that. And you got to watch it. It's really good.
So
It happened in 2005.
And they were able to do that on such a small budget. And look at how much NASA's got to spend every day.
Great points.
I have a question. I have a question, Jen.
Yeah, that is a great point that you raised.
I have a question for Jen. Jen, if
I think you'll be needing an apology. I'll be wanting an apology from you first. I'll be wanting an apology from you.
I have a question.
Impaired. So
You're
don't do that. Don't call my name.
You're roboting. So I have a question, which is, does counterfeit?
I said.
Does
yeah, I said before. I said before you ask the question. I said before you answer the question, you're going to be needing to. Simple as that.
They say you need to apologize for calling him impaired, or he just chooses not to engage with you.
I don't care. So does counterfeit money disprove real money? No, it doesn't. So the fact that somebody convinced some other people falsely that they had traveled to space, it doesn't prove that we haven't been to space.
That's not what he said. All you ever do is lie about what people say. That's all you've done since you've been in here. He did not say that. He said that they had a very emotional response. And when we see the people from NASA, when they supposedly go do this for real, they don't have any type of an emotional response. That was his point. So don't strawman it. Don't strawman it. No one's going to sit here and listen to you lie about what he said for 30 minutes. It's exhausting. No one cares.
Yeah, so the implication being that they weren't emotional because they knew they weren't going to space.
Okay, but the point he's actually making specifically is that there's a lack of emotion that would be there realistically. You want to say whatever you want to about a conclusion you can draw from it. He's making a specific point. You're saying that since people got tricked, he's saying that means everything is fake. That's a straw man.
No, that is what he's claiming. That is what he's claiming.
No, he's not claiming that specifically. He's just making a point.
I've posted the video anyway. I posted the video. So good luck with that one, guys.
Because people were tricked. Therefore,
Jen, anyway, yeah, that is very interesting, Jen. You would think that if they were going and seeing this stuff for real, like after the moon landing, they would be like overtaken with emotion and joy, and they seem to be very apathetic.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah,
that doesn't actually follow. That doesn't follow.
We don't care if you follow. I was talking to Jen.
Yeah, well,
no, it doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow for those whose emotions are all mixed up anyway. So, I'm not surprised to hear you say that.
doesn't.
Did you see, Jin, at the end of that video when they realised that they hadn't been where they were thought they'd been, how disappointed they looked? Like
They were,
shattered.
yeah.
Yeah.
Heartbroken. They were heartbroken.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can see that they were emotionally tied to that 100%, which is a good thing to hang on to, because you can now compare the other astronauts and read the psychology of the lie that they tell and how they pretend. Even when they're pretending to try and be emotional, it's still not real. Like William Shatner.
That doesn't follow. Because the astronauts had a job to do. They were very.
There we go.
Alive.
You don't understand it. You just don't understand it. Look, when you've left your planet Earth, supposedly planet Earth, okay, and you've gone to the space, you've had a 3-day journey to get to the moon. That in itself is an undertaking. 3 days away from Earth, and you're not using a knife and fork, a cup, a spoon. You're not going to the toilet as normal. There's a lot of emotional things you've got to take on board there. Even if you've been trained hard, doesn't matter how hard your training is, you've still got to overcome that. Plus the fear of the environment. Are we going to get struck by a cosmic ray particle? Are we going to survive the radiation? If they were thinking about that, there's a lot going on. Then they had to do their tasks. You're emotionally tired, but they didn't display any of that.
We're talking about the psychology of the emotion with what only a handful of people have supposedly experienced. And these people were in that chosen few of that handful that have seen nothing that 7.5 billion people on the face of the earth haven't seen.
And Ben, if you contrast that against that, we've all seen at that panel interview of the Neil Armstrong and his buddies. Those 3 guys are the first people to go to the moon, walk on the moon. But I swear, if you put those same 3 guys having a discussion about having caught a 5-pound snapper off the back of their boat, they would have had more emotion and excitement in that conversation.
Exactly.
Than going to the moon.
Exactly.
Spinning tail. Just spinning tail.
Exactly.
Looks like they've just
And if it
been
was
told
me,
to
you'd have to
lie.
strap me down in the chair. I would have to strap down. Yeah, that's right. They were. They were told to lie. Of course they were. And they had to lie for the rest of their life, not just today.
No, but it's
tomorrow,
I sort of
next
mean
year,
it sort of looks like they're disappointed. Like they've just realised that it's a trick themselves, and now they've got to try and pretty themselves up in front of the world.
Spinning tails, spinning.
Yeah, for the rest of their lives, mate.
I think Brenda's overall point here is it's similar to like if you took a regular person and you dropped them in, Vietnam in, 1968, they would freak out. But a soldier who was trained for it, they wouldn't really care. And perhaps that's the point that you're making.
No, I still think you'd be overcome. I still think you'd be overcome with emotion because, like Bansaw said, very rare. You're the select few, and this is a first timer. It's not about war now. You're not worried about bullets. You're worried about other things. You're going to be totally differently in mind frame. Total different.
Yo, it's like saying they're the first ones to ever. It's like saying the first ones to ever shoot a gun in war successfully ever, and it was super.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there you go.
When they come back to the interview and they're like, "Dude, you pulled it off. You did the one thing no one thought could be done," and then they're just
"Yeah, you lucky fuckers."
These guys would have been so hyper. They would have been just like jumping out of their seats.
You'd have to strap them down in the seats
because you wouldn't have been able to stop them from talking. Yeah, they would have been so hyped up, man.
Right up till today, they should be like that. Right up to today, they should be displaying that excitement.
The way they
you can tell. But when you see this,
they even told them, June, why they weren't floating because they had special anti-gravity devices on.
Gravity, yeah,
all that sort of stuff.
And they believed it. I would have believed it as well, though, because if I go back to 1990, I would have believed it, no doubt about that.
Yeah,
I know exactly. I would have believed it. Yeah.
When SE dropped the video a couple of days ago, we were talking about it, and he said, at first his reaction was, no way would I have believed that. And I go, SE, you know what? 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I reckon if I'd been in the same situation, I would have fallen for it too. If they had told me I
Easily.
had some special anti-gravity devices on that I wasn't going to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
floating around, I would have believed them. Unquestionably, I would
yeah.
have believed them.
Yeah. That's easy. That's a no-brainer. So it's easy
Yeah.
to be deceived. And the main point, look, this is how they deceived us with the ISS and everything else, because all we're looking at is the TV screen. You know what I mean? That's all you got.
The
So
copium is
It's actually interesting there that when they actually find out that they didn't go to the moon, like there's that look of disappointment.
They were
And I
sad. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I
fuck
actually
off.
pointed
sort of
out
thing.
to SE too. There was a look on their face that actually
Yeah.
reminded me of that interview with Armstrong and Buzz and whatnot when they're all
Yeah.
just looking forlorn, and it's just like, oh
There
no,
you go.
we didn't do anything. We didn't get
Yeah.
there and stuff.
Yeah, but for the consolation, they had the after that event, they had a chance to go to the Russia and fly in the Vomit Comet. That was their consolation prize, if you will.
Yeah.
So something good. That was $25,000, I think, or pounds a pop to do that. You know, that's what it said in the video. Yeah, it's not cheap. $25,000 to do that. To feel weightlessness.
But they actually
So
pulled
yeah,
that off with a very small budget. If you think about it, $4.5 million is really
pounds. That was pounds. $5 million.
Yeah, $5 million, whatever it is. Yeah, not much really.
Yeah, no, not much. Not when they get $67 million a day, NASA, and they do. And guess what? It was said that they do a worse job. They did a worse job than what the British did. Amazing, yeah. But that's it. You know, emotional content. That's what that was there, folks. Pay attention. Look it up. Yes, you can fake a space program. 2005. Look it up and see how these British young men were, and one young lady was deceived into thinking they were really in space, and they were overcome with emotion. You can see it. I mean, one of them was breathing heavy. You know, it took his breath away, literally. It was good, brilliant.
The other video that has just been posted recently, the one where he's bouncing the water bubble between two boards, and it's very obvious that he's actually looking at a screen, and he knows that he has to adjust the top and the bottom board so that they are in exactly the right spot where he knows the bubble's going to, come back the other way. Yeah, that is
excellent.
Just so obvious, eh?
Exactly.
I left for a couple minutes. I came back and Brenda's gone. Did Brenda do the epic rage quit where she just insulted everybody?
No, she just sneaked off. She sneaked off because it was too real.
Okay.
Because it was too real. Reality's come in for real.
Earlier, because earlier I was talking to somebody and I was like saying, yeah, Brenda will do. I made a prediction. I said right before Brenda gets ready to leave, she'll do an epic meltdown and insult the room and then rage quit. And that didn't happen though, did it?
No, Brenda just went.
Just quietly left.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
stunned.
it. Of course.
Maybe something sunk in.
Like I said, reality.
Yeah, reality sunk in.
She could hear us speaking of the reality of human beings and their natural disposition to show the truth when they are overcome with emotion. They're not lying, are they? But the astronauts don't do that. They're liars. So there you go. We can discern. Flat earthers can discern that. We are emotional people, after all. We've been taken for a ride. Me, 53 years. However long you guys were before you found out that the earth was really a flat plane, but I was 53 years. That's painful, mate. Painful. Don't care what anyone says. So you better believe I'm going to be emotional.
So in reality, there's no such thing as an astronaut.
Correct. And Ralph Renee said it. Astronaut, he said. He coined that phrase. Astro N-O-T. So correct. That was Ralph Renee, who died recently in recent years. The late Ralph Renee. Good man.
There's nothing but ethernauts.
Yeah. Ethernauts.
Actonaut.
Out you go, boys. Into the ether with you.
So you can see how easy it is to deceive us. And over the last 7 years, we've picked up all the faults in their space footage. You were mentioning them yourself. Harnesses, strings, belts, hip belts that they've got on, and then they do their somersaults, and then they lose control, and the other astronaut colleague grabs the cable, and then the T-shirt that's hooked up, the red T-shirt that was hooked up from the cable. Do you remember? As he was bending down to pick something up. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, you know.
And just even the movement, the free falling at 17,000 miles an hour, whatever, even the movement of themselves would put the trajectory of that thing off course just by jumping up and down on their weight machine.
Right.
No, when they're doing their running and their weights.
Yeah, when they're doing their exercise and stuff. Yeah. I years and years and years ago, I believed in all that. I thought that was real. I thought, yeah, look at that. Wow. You know? Before I was a flat earther, I thought this was real. And this is still after I've done moon landing research. I'm still thinking the ISS is real. I mean, it's silly. That's what I mean by embarrassment. I should have connected the dots there and then, but I didn't. You know, I'm still thinking of the globe. I mean, come on. When they didn't go to space, so they couldn't have taken a picture. So, you know, I was still in it. So I used to think those images were real until those who are really good at scrutinizing each footage frame by frame. Wow. Yeah. Then they showed us. And this is when I'm a flat earther now. This is when I'm picking this stuff up. And I'm thinking, man, I'm so glad I'm a flat earther. Look at what they've gone and done for me. Look at what they've gone and done. Look. Yeah. Thanks. Now I know how they do it. See, because you don't know how they do it. You know what I mean? You don't believe you're being deceived, you see. So you buy everything hook, line, and sinker.
I think it's fucking hilarious that ballers actually think, well, how do I put it? Like that all the stars that we see potentially have actually already extinguished. And like we're just seeing the remnant light, you know, that fucking cracks me up.
Because it's taking light years to reach us, you see. Yeah. You see, that's why we're still seeing it. What a load of crap. And then they can look at
it's not even there.
It's not there, no. And then the Hubble telescope can see all the way back to the Big Bang. Really?
Yeah. It's funny as.
And I used to believe in those.
And they're like, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, well, I used to look at those Hubble images and think, wow, they can look that far back. That's what I used to believe, man. And I'm looking at the images and these kind of like colorful clouds with stars in them and that, shiny, glossy. And I'm thinking, fucking.
Yeah, you thought they were photos.
Yeah, that telescope's good, man. Fuck. Whatever nebula that was, you know what I mean? Fuck. Yeah, but now and then then I become a flat earther. I mean, it's 2016 and what's his Robert Pisano is asking the man who's supposed to have eyes on the Hubble telescope hasn't seen it in 25 years. Well, obviously it's not up there, is it? That's why he hasn't seen it. Fucking hell! What a revelation that was over the phone. Live.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That was live, YouTube, live on the phone, and the man said he hadn't seen it for 25 years. Is there anything out there that's got eyes on the Hubble? Not that I know of. And he goes, what? Is there nothing out there that can see this, having eyes on? And then he gets upset, doesn't he, the guy? Not that I know of.
And then there's all the balloon launches from Antarctica that match fucking satellite names. You know,
That's right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's right. The Soyuz satellite, or whatever it was. Yeah.
And Mir and all of that. Yeah.
And Mir, that's the one. Mir, that's the one. The Mir. Sorry. Yeah. And then the big shocker was when the largest payload ever lifted into space wasn't in the Guinness Book of Records, was not written down anywhere. But the service, what's the missions? They were mentioned in the books. The largest payload ever lifted was not recorded. That's crazy, isn't it?
Nothing special about that.
Yeah. So yeah, the deception is there. It's wild. It's fast. There's so many. It's coming thick and fast. These lies. They're coming thick and fast. They can't get them out fast enough.
And the only one that can pull it off, you know, so well is the devil himself, man.
Supposedly. Because
the alien propaganda's coming thick and fast lately, I've noticed. Everything on the news, fucking release this, release that, secret info this, secret info that. It's crazy. Blue beam on its way.
Yeah, it's becoming urgent.
The US Congress have called a meeting about aliens. Well, like it's everywhere.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Look out.
if it's in the US Congress, man, they are here amongst us already.
Brenda will believe it. I mean, if the government's calling a meeting about it, it must be true.
It's biblical, man.
It was
Well, a
written
few
by
people
men, mate.
on the 9/11. There's a few people waking up to the flat Earth now on the 9/11 Architects and Engineers for Truth chat. They're on there and they're waking up to the flat Earth now. I posted some more material recently because one individual posted me material on flat Earth, and I said, look, when I joined this server last month, I said to you, scroll back and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Go back and have a look, and then it'll tell you how long I've been into this thing. Have a good look. It's good shit that I'm posting. And now there's a few of them are waking up, right? And they were talking about cancer cures, and then I showed them the inside of that peach nut, you know, that I cracked open and I eat that, which is supposed to have vitamin B17 and amygdalin, which is what's supposed to be effective in destroying cancer cells. So I've sent them that with like 4 videos on natural cures. And they're mind blown, mind fucked. And it's on top of the Gleason's map. The nut that I ate was on top of the Gleason's map of the flat Earth map, sort of thing. So I said, yeah, there you go, folks. Yeah. They're truly being blown.
Here's a health cure with a map.
Yeah, with a come on, that's a good hit. That was good hit. Double wham. I said one video, right, called "The Beautiful Truth." Now, at the very beginning, it's showing you the globe Earth. Okay, so as I posted that video in, I put a caption. I said, "Please ignore the image of the Earth as it's grossly incorrect." Right, grossly incorrect, and it's a CGI Photoshop image because man has never gone to the moon. So if they hadn't gone to the moon, no way they could have taken a picture of Earth from space. So, but the rest of the content,
FE, you got a hot mic, buddy.
yeah, he's driving, I think. But the rest of the content is useful and uplifting if you're looking for natural cancer therapies, cures, and whatever. Please watch the videos. But yeah, it's because it starts off. One of the videos starts off with the globe Earth and how man's technology has got us so far. But I had to shut that down immediately. So I put it in big words, you know, capital letters. Please ignore the beginning.
Love it.
Yeah, you got to do that. Especially as I'm putting a flat Earth map down. Come on, man. Yeah, man. So they're going to wake up, a few of these people, and think, what's going on in the world?
Is Wizard still here?
I think so.
I'm not sure. It looks like he is, but maybe he's okay.
Yeah. He's waiting. He's a coiled spring.
He's ready to pounce, right?
That's right. He's a coiled spring in a jack in a box, just waiting for the right topic, and then pow, he's in. That's what I'm like when I'm out on the streets. I'm a coiled spring, ready to talk about flat. I'm ready.
With your knuckle
I
dusters
know.
and all your motorbike gear on, ready to roll.
That's like the best conversations I've had is because like it's people who approach you. Like I've got like the tire cover for my Jeep has like research flat Earth. I'll
Oh,
wear like
brilliant.
a shirt, like my shirt says like Flat Earth Society on it, but not that because I want people to say, like, if they approach you, it means they want to know.
Yeah.
So it's like it's the best thing ever,
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is.
And
Because
that's why I'm
then
saying,
sincerely you can get it across.
and that's why
Definitely.
it's so weird how the online experience, like a video game, right? Like on a video game, they tell you online experiences may vary. Like here on the online experience, you got people coming to other spaces, and they're completely fucking clueless about anything you present to them. Where in real life, you can
Yeah.
actually have a honest conversation with somebody if they
Yeah.
approach you.
That's right. I always say thank you for asking, because when they
Oh
do
yeah.
ask, you've got to say thank you first. Thank you for asking. Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's true, really, actually. And then you ask them of their experience of curvature, spin. Can we be in the vacuum of space without a barrier? That one is a difficult one for them to grasp straight away. But the spin and the curvature they're aware of, and their answer is obviously no.
I had
Not
only
one
one.
Japanese has ever said they've seen curvature. Not one Japanese person that I've asked has said they saw curvature anywhere, not even from a plane. But yet in the
They
West,
sound honest.
everybody's seen curvature. Lying bastards.
Yeah. Propaganda.
The only toxic thing that happened to me was at a gas station. This guy said, "Oh, you think the Earth is flat?" And he was behind me, right? I said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, he goes like, I said, "Well, why do you think the Earth is a globe?" He said, "Physics." I said, "You know what?" I said, "Okay, how about this, right? If you're teaching physics, I'm buying. Pick your restaurant, anything you want in the menu on me, as long as you're talking physics." He just kind of scoffed and then got in his car. Like he didn't even stay to continue the conversation. He just
Didn't even
sat in-
defend his position. There you
No,
go.
yeah, he just sat in his car while his car fueled up. Like it was completely like you ask somebody like, "Hey, why do you believe something?" And they tell you why they believe it, and you ask them, "Hey, I'll buy you a meal if you explain to me your position." And they say, "You know what? I'd rather go hungry." I'm like, "Well, you're
stupid, isn't it? I mean,
like
look at this.
you're foolish, dude. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I'm offering you a free lunch, and you sat and you said no, thank you."
Yeah.
That kind of tells me. I know. It's like, oh, go ahead.
You don't even have to offer a free lunch. Like even if you just offer an honest conversation, they run.
Yeah, you think that'd be enough, right? Just be like, hey,
but a meal, a slap up meal of your choice at your restaurant. I mean,
yeah, you pick the
who's going to turn
restaurant,
that down?
anything
Really,
you want.
when you're a physics teacher and you know your model inside out, supposedly.
This guy probably didn't even know how to spell physics, and he was he was like trying to pretend like he's got some expert knowledge of.
Yeah, you did. That was a good hit. That was a good hit you did there. You
Would have
hit
been
him
funny
good.
if you had to ask him to spell it and he started off with F.
Physics. F-I-T-Z-X.
No, with a K. There'd be a K, definitely.
You know, that's funny. That goes back to my full workaround about why not trusting government. It'd be like, hey, when you said the word physics, what are you talking about? It means fizz, like when you open a bottle and you fizz it pops its.
That's funny.
See, I knew you were bullshitting.
Hey, I want to ask you guys a question real quick. Do the astronaut spacesuits go under electromagnetic testing?
They got no
not
spacesuit.
that I know of. Not that I know of.
Yeah,
I've seen them how they're made, but they don't go under that test. No, I
there's
never
no
seen that
suit.
test.
They've got no suit right now. They had to cancel, the mission because no spacesuits.
So there you go. These recent new ones, I've never seen them being tested in any magnetic field of any kind. And then the Apollo missions ones, we saw them being made, and it was meticulous where they had to sew each one handmade, get those stitches right. And there was like 12 layers to the suit with a kind of like tin foil in between, sandwiched in
Okay,
between all.
10-4.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
kind of tin foil, silicon type material, because it has to flow and not crack, and that sandwiched in between all those 12 layers. So 12 layers, by the way, is a lot, I think. But there you go. That was for the Apollo mission.
I have a hypothesis on what's, well, I guess a supposition, hypothesis, that if there's something up there, they would need shielding from the electromagnetic. That's why they wear the suits, not because of the vacuum, but because of the electromagnetic radiation. Magnetism.
Possibly. I don't even think they've considered that, you know.
No,
But
I think they. Hey. Higher you
Yeah, I don't
go,
think.
more voltage there is.
I mean, they haven't considered the fact that cosmic particles travel at such a rate that they would need 2 meters thick of shielding, but they dismissed that as like it was not harmful.
No, I think those
They're
particles are
facts.
locked.
That's their facts.
I think their particles
Yeah.
are locked into the magnetic field. They're not going to get hit by that.
They come from. Hang on. They come from all and any direction. They come from all and any direction. Though is what's being said about
What's
these
being
particles,
said?
and they're coming. 70,616,629 miles. Easy number to remember, all those sixes. But that's how fast, apparently, almost the speed of light these things are traveling at. Coming in like rain. For every square centimeter, you would have 4 of these such particles striking that area every square, every 4 centimeters square. So it's like
Right.
being in a monsoon.
Yeah,
Or a blizzard.
I don't believe all that stuff.
No, you're never going to get away from
Is Witsit still here?
their stuff. Their stuff.
Go ahead.
He's AFK.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to pick
Yeah.
at his brain.
Yeah, go ahead. Which fit? Are you there? Are you fit enough? But that's their story. That
Yeah,
is
that's
NASA's
their
story.
story.
Yeah.
My belief is that everything, well, not belief actually, I know that everything is affected by the electromagnetic spectrum, electrostatics. Higher you go, there's more
Right,
voltage.
that's a good point.
Yeah, higher you go, there's more voltage. Anything that's spinning above the ionosphere, that's just for argument's sake, right? Will be 100% affected by it. That will determine its direction, if you will.
Okay. So when they were on the moon, then, for example, they would have been exposed to all that. Then, surely.
No, the moon. I don't go
Lunar
there.
surface.
That's I don't go there. I'm just saying high up above the earth.
Well, yeah. I mean, how long would they be if they're traveling in their rockets? They wouldn't have been there that long to encounter so much of these They would have gone through it pretty quick, I would imagine. Supposedly.
I don't believe the moon landing, all that stuff. I don't believe that stuff.
Yeah, neither do I. Okay, good.
No, I'm just
Tom,
talking about.
It's all crap.
Are you a proponent of the incoherent magnetic
Yes,
field
100%.
being
Yes.
primitive? Yeah, I kind of like it. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, higher you go, more stronger the field is. You gotta see
I only stumbled
all of
across
our
it a couple of days
electricity.
ago, and I've watched
Look,
a little bit
all
of
of our
it.
electricity.
It's a really plausible alternative.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
all of our electricity comes from our sky above.
Yeah.
Well, higher you get, more Gauss reading you have.
Yeah. So
It's
do
like
you think like the Earth's Gauss, the Earth's magnetic field's about 9 Gauss, I think, from memory.
Yeah,
I used to work with magnets years ago, 8 or 9 Gauss. So do you think you know, where they will talk about, you know, mass, the size of mass, that's what gives us gravity. The Gauss reading of Earth is very, very low, but do you think that's tied into the sheer size of Earth is what gives it the strength of downward pull, even though the Gauss is low? Or
are you feeling
Gauss has
now?
very little strength.
Are you feeling the effects of gravity pulling you down?
Heck no.
Well, I'm not floating, Jim,
Are
so
your
I can
senses,
argue yes.
are your senses picking that up?
No, I'm not picking any. Well, the heavier I get, the more sore my knees get. So maybe I could say yes, but but you know what I'm kind of angling at, Don. The Gauss reading of Earth is very low.
Yeah, that's at the surface, though. That's at the surface, bud.
Yes.
So here's the thing: Herman Paulson, his readings when he got up to about 1,000 feet, man, was over 10 million volts.
I heard that number. I heard that number, and I thought, wow, 10 million volts.
Yes.
You don't want to get
But
zapped by that.
the Gauss reading is further off. The higher you get, the Gauss reading gets lower, doesn't it?
No, I think from remember, I know the voltage is higher. And I don't know if I have to look into that. I don't know. I would like to send a Gauss meter up on a weather balloon just to do it myself.
I've got a Hall's Gauss meter at home that I paid a lot of money for 20 years ago. Now, the further away you get from a magnet, the further away you get from a magnet, the Gauss reading goes down. So, assuming we'll call the Earth is the magnet. So, just logically, I would say the further away from it you get, the lower the Gauss reading would get.
No.
But see, Gauss and volts aren't the same thing, though, are they?
No. Here's the thing: the firmament higher above, that's the magnet.
You know,
Further away from you get from the sky down to the earth, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. Did you know every meter above the surface of the earth?
Volts. Shit.
Did you know every meter above the surface of the earth is potential 100 volts? Every meter.
Yeah.
Higher.
I didn't know that. No.
Higher and higher you go, more voltage reading there is. More current.
Don, you know, it'd be interesting. You know how we spoke about the North Pole magnetic field in regards to those readings, if there'd be any difference, right? So they know, you know how they tell us there is different gravitational potential across the Earth, like they've mapped it. Like one part of the Earth has a higher gravitational potential than another. So going on this same theory, Don, that we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, that the closer you get to the poles, does this electrostatic effect get higher? Because you would think that if there is a higher magnetic field, that would also to increase the electrostatic charge in the air that you can muster. Right now, is there a direct correlation between that? And for argument's sake, if you were to do it at point A, B, and C, and you can show that there is these different readings, if you also too say got a ping pong ball or whatever and went up a 20-foot high ladder, right, or a 50-foot high ladder or whatever, and dropped it, right, and timed it, and see if there was a direct correlation between which the speed at which things fall to this other effect that can be measured. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it would be actually. Speaking of that, actually, the magnetic field, when you mentioned that, it does actually tie to the north. It is a lot stronger at the poles.
Exactly.
Right.
And it gets slightly weaker, you know, the further
Yep.
and further out you get.
It does.
So is there a direct correlation between how that affects things falling as well, whatever rate that may be, 9.81 meters per second squared down to 9.61 or whatever. Is there a direct correlation between those things?
That's a good question, man. So I'm working on it hard thinking. That's why I want to take with it.
So when you say, let's say, Tom, we talk about the firmament being the magnet, is this concept of a toroidal field where it goes up from the edge and then comes down into the north center?
Yep. Actually, I got
Yeah.
some. Let's check what I found. And let me get to it. When I was looking, so let me post. I'm gonna post it. Give me a second. I'm waiting for it to load. This is from space.com, which is quite funny. So, you know, it's like a hostile witness, right? Using their own stuff.
Yeah,
But check
yeah,
this. This is supposed to
So
be
this
down
is
north right there. Look at that. Haha. Why they got a hole there? That's interesting.
So I'm just thinking that,
What
that
the?
on the the Earth's Gauss reading should be at its lowest at the equator, and as you then head
Right.
either to the north or the south pole, the Gauss rating on the surface of the Earth should start to increase as you get closer to the source of the magnetic
So higher
flux.
you go, that's why I'm saying I want to send a weather
The
balloon
lines
up.
of flux will get closer together as you get nearer the north or the south.
Yup, that too. That should occur as well. It's funny how when they have these clouds, these crystal clouds are in the magneto. I think magneto, not the magneto. I have it. Yeah, the
Stratosphere,
metosphere.
ionosphere. Oh,
They're in the
mesosphere. Okay.
metosphere, right? And they say one right there. That's what those clouds are. And they say when the sun is away over the so-called, you know, quote unquote horizon, these clouds light up in the north, and that's why they got that color right there. That's all magnetism right there.
The Corona Borealis.
All
Those
magnetism.
lights. Okay. Yeah. Well, I thought that because I read that.
No, that's just the clouds, not the other board. That's above it.
Yeah.
Above those clouds.
That's magnetic, so that is, isn't it?
Yes. Because you got to think too. The reason why. Okay, so they say the sun is already past. It's gone. It's out of the vision of this area right here.
That's right.
Knowing that you're using a Tesla coil, it makes certain gases like helium, nitrogen, helium gases. It changes its color under electrical current.
Yeah, that's right.
There
yeah,
you go.
Yeah, because they have a different signal. I think that's why makeup.
Different frequency.
Makeup.
Yep.
DNA is different. Yeah, yeah. So that makes sense. Maybe that's what the rainbow is all about, for all we know. That's
Okay.
interesting, isn't it? Because the rainbow has the spectrum colors, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now these spectrum colors could be the gases they're in. No.
Well, I know that when it comes to how they explain the Rayleigh scattering, it comes with the electromagnetic frequencies of light.
Mm-hmm.
It hits the molecules in the air, the gases, and that's where you get the blue sky.
Right. 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 I've always wondered.
Yep.
Okay. Then when the sun moves away, it returns to this dark black thing that we see with the stars flashing through them. It's great. It's nice, isn't it? I mean, early in the morning, when I say early, 4 o'clock, 3:30, the sky's looking a dark purple. And then it starts to get lighter and lighter and lighter as the sun comes closer to us. So 4 o'clock now, it's that bluish. It's becoming more blue. By 5 o'clock, it's bright blue, sky blue. But I like watching that transition. I do enjoy that.
That would definitely be
Every
awesome.
morning. Yeah, I watch that every morning. I'm up.
Have you guys ever? I had this experience once where I flew from Queensland back to South Australia, and as I looked out the western side of the aeroplane, it was right on sunset. There was the most phenomenal sky that I've ever seen in my life. Like overhead where I was pitch black, was nighttime. But as I looked out to the west, the sky went down through this. It wasn't a rainbow palette, but it was this progressive palette of color to the horizon that it was honestly breathtaking.
Yeah.
And I just stared at it for about 10 minutes, and then it kind of disappeared. But like I said, it wasn't a rainbow progression of colors. It was just from black through purples and blues and orange and
I can imagine. I've seen something like that.
I wish I've never seen it before or since. Every time I go up in a plane now, flying anywhere sunset time, I look for it. I've never seen it since. It was only this one occasion, But it was honestly,
you always wish you had your camera.
almost it was almost spiritual. It was that amazing to look at.
See? But yet people are dropping bombs on each other's heads. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, yeah? Stupid fuckers. You know?
Yeah, that
There's lots
sums it up.
Yeah. That doesn't, do you understand? Doesn't compare, does it?
Nope.
Yeah, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. My student today, she's an adult, she's my age, 60. She teaches English to high school, junior high school students. And we were talking about the American gun law, because she was fed up listening to the shootings that have been going on of late. And she says, well, I think America and the guns, it's not right. I said, look, you got to remember that the original founders of the Constitution, they knew that government would go wayward. So they needed to keep the guns, the right to bear arms is for that very reason, to protect, obviously, your property. So it was wild, wild west back then. But not only that, just in case government goes wayward and you need to have your grievances settled. It's a duty. So that's why they had it. But I don't think it's good that an 18-year-old can go pick up a machine gun and 300 bullets and start shooting people up when that same individual can't pick up a handgun. If he's 21, he's not allowed to have one. Or you got to be 21 to have a handgun. Sorry, it's mad, isn't it?
He can't even pick up a beer until he's 21.
Yeah,
in
that's
America.
mad, isn't it? It's mad, isn't it? But yeah, he's got a machine gun in his hand and shooting. That's if I said to my student, that's if that event's real, because at the moment I haven't
That's right.
straight away something stinks. 40 minutes. He had 40 minutes to go do his mayhem. That's madness in itself.
I posted a thing earlier. Apparently, Hillary Clinton's being interrogated for something to do with the investigation, the illegal investigation into Trump at the moment. And there's an argument.
I'm surprised that saga's still going on. I mean, they're just dragging that out. Why the hell? What the hell? Anything to keep everybody invested in anything over there. It's mad. Yeah. Clearly it was a puppet. End of story. What more? I'm not interested. I never bought into Trump like I never bought into bloody Obama, like I never bought into bloody what's his name, Bush, like I never bought into bloody Clinton.
I mean, they're all the same. But the argument was made that are they trying to fill the headlines with something else at the moment to keep the
of course they are.
spotlight on.
You guys want to hear someone I bought into?
Hey, go on.
I bought into Jesse fucking Ventura. I campaigned for that dude. I phone banked.
I went good wrestler.
Yeah, I live in Minnesota, right? And right after I got out of the army, I went phone banked. I went door to door. I'm like, this is it. This is fucking it.
Yeah, he's a good man. I mean, I think he's all right.
No, but he's a fucking horrible politician. Like he's it. Like, he wanted his wife to have a salary, like first lady. He put this albatross, like, light rail system in that no one uses. It's like...
No, that's a shame.
The dude was like, holy crap. He basically, after one term, he just bounced. And
yeah, maybe he realized it was too much for him. But guess what, though?
I get that. No, I get that part. Ready?
Okay,
but I was expecting a statesman, not a politician, and he was just another politician. Is what I'm going with. Okay, I'm not saying he's a bad dude. Okay, he's got a lot.
He's got some credibility. I think he's got some integrity. I do believe.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff to say. But I'm saying when he had a chance to actually do something, he just acted like a fucking clown. It was horrendous.
Yeah, maybe he was caught up in all the shenanigans. He didn't have full control over what he wanted to do. Because you know how you can have these what's the word I'm looking for? These things that are done right good for the people. Worthy of the people, to work for the people. But he was being blocked and stumbling, and he couldn't get it together because the obstacles were thrown in his way and things. You
Yeah,
know?
that's what he said.
Yeah,
Well, there you go.
there's a saying I like that said he had all the gear but no idea.
Yeah,
And
that's exactly
Yeah, but I reckon he
exactly
did
it.
have the idea, so he was being blocked everywhere,
Like,
you know.
and
Yeah, go on.
the thing too is why he overplayed his hand politically, because he ran as third party, and he ran against a Democrat, um, Humphreys, which is like this a big name in Minnesota, but everyone hates him. You know, it's like this
Right.
huge, and he ran against oh crap, I'm drawing a blank on the guy. Oh, Coleman, Norm Coleman. And Norm
Okay.
Coleman was a Democrat who switched parties right before the election. So he ran against two Democrats and he almost lost. Like he almost lost the election. It was like 33%, like split three ways.
Well,
But
you
when
could
he,
see that the shenanigans were afoot, though. People are
yeah,
jumping parties, things like that.
yeah, already. Okay, I get that, right? But
Right.
when he joined the first day, he acted like he had some sort of mandate. I'm like, dude, you barely
Well, I think he
won
might have been overjoyed the fact that he that situation happened and he overcome
yeah.
it. Remember, he's a wrestler, ex-Navy SEAL. Okay, so to be in that position and to overcome that, you can forgive him for being a bit overjoyed, at
Yeah, I get
least.
that. I get that.
Okay,
And basically, what I had my takeaway at the end wasn't anything
go
really
on.
about Jesse Ventura. Is that I'm
Yeah,
sick of politics because
yeah,
nothing
absolutely,
changed.
absolutely.
Even
Yeah. Even the good people couldn't
yeah,
get it done in that sense because
yeah,
yeah,
even Jesse Ventura. Even
yeah.
though you had all this stuff going on and there was
Mm,
pre 9/11 and all these other things,
yeah,
nothing happened. Nothing
yeah.
good anyway.
But he did come out and say 9/11 was an inside job, though, on
Oh
an
yeah.
interview,
Yeah,
several
but that was
interviews.
after he was governor. That was years later. That was like,
Yeah, but he still said
yeah,
no. Oh yeah, that would be right. Only a few years down the line, wasn't that far away
yeah,
from
that was like
the event.
this was like 96, like 1996 or 7,
Yeah,
maybe 98, maybe. I'm trying. It's been so. It's like all the
yeah. See,
memories bleed
2000,
together.
the interview I'm talking about was when he had his own show. He actually had his
Yeah,
own show, and he was saying that
afterwards.
he was being interviewed, and he said that he was, he's a demolitions expert, so he knows that those buildings came down under controlled demolition. It was an inside job,
Yeah,
there was no doubt about it, And then when he a few more years down the line, I think it was 2011, he was promoting his book about America, and and where the state it's in. And then there was a question and answer session, and one person said, "So what's left for America now?" kind of thing from the audience, And he said, "Well, really, frankly, there's only one thing: it's a revolution." And when he said that, I jumped up. I said, "Yes, I've been fucking saying that for years, right?" I jumped up. I said, "Yeah, that's right. Well done, Jesse." And he said, "You know what? I would lead it." He said, "I'd lead it, but frankly, you guys ain't worth it." That's what he said. I said, "Well said, mate."
yeah. He's like, fuck
This
it.
man,
He's
as
like,
far as I'm concerned, he's got some integrity. He's got some. He's got
yeah, and
some.
that's why I'm talking about. If the political system can corrupt him, it'll
Yeah.
corrupt anybody.
But he wasn't corrupted. He couldn't
Oh,
deliver
I mean,
what
it
he
corrupted
wanted.
his agenda. It corrupted his
They
agenda.
poisoned it. They
Yeah,
poisoned what he wanted to do. He was a man that was trying to do for the people, but it wasn't enough on his side. He should have stood up a bit more. He should have made a bit more noise. Because if it was me and I'm trying to help the people, I'm going to be complaining that people are in my way. Folks, this is what I'm trying to do. No one's supporting me here. Okay, that's why it's not getting done. I wouldn't be taking any flack from anyone because you'd see that in earnest I'd be trying to do it. But I'm being met with negativity and people are tripping, they're cutting me legs. I'm on fucking crutches. I can't move. I've got lead blocks, folks. My hands are tied. But that's what they're always here. You see, that's why you said you're fed up because you hear that all the time from these politicians anyway. You know? And I understand that fed up business because I'm fed up with it as well. But someone like Jesse Ventura, which I see him as somebody who has got integrity, did try his best. I felt to help America, but but he did come out with the truth when he was back to the wall. No, it's a revolution for sure. That's what it needs. Otherwise, this is going to carry on. So yeah. Sorry, I got excited there, folks, but you know, that's how I am. I'm a revolutionary. Take them out, ship them out type. Die first, as long as we get the first blow in. Yeah, I seem to have died. Yeah.
No, you just nailed it. I just didn't have anything to add. You just.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, when it went quiet, I thought
Yeah, I just didn't. I was just like, that's it. You got
Oh,
it.
thanks,
you know?
Crit. Yeah, I respect it. Respect it. Yeah,
I
cheers.
know. Why am I supposed to just say? I felt like I said yep, yep. Even I
Yeah.
felt like a yep was like not adequate.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm just sitting here clapping. I'm just like a slow clap, just right.
Thanks very much. Yeah, because I follow the world's governments of the world, but you know, there's been a lot of influence from America, and you can't help but follow because you've got to understand everything. And yeah, there's a lot going on that's not right. And you know, I know if I was there, I'd be the noisiest bastard on the street every day. I know. I just know I would be.
I don't. What I think is like it's weird because like online interaction, you don't see some of the nonverbal cues.
Yeah.
Like you don't see me just slam my fist on the table or give you a thumbs up.
No.
You know. So it can feel like your message fell flat. But I'm like sitting here thinking like you just took the words out of my mouth, right? I'm like you like take it home. You know, it's like you said it better than I did.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. That's why I'm into the utopia thing. But, you know, there's not many takers on these servers. When you mention utopia, everyone gets triggered. Suddenly all these robbers are coming from somewhere, nowhere, everywhere. All your stuff, they're going to nick your wife, kill the kids, and rob your stuff. Oh, this, you know, don't mention utopia. It doesn't happen for some reason.
Where is it on the map, Jen? I'll move there. Where is it?
Well, if I was in control, it would be happening instantly, believe you me. Yeah, and like I said, folks, I wouldn't be taking any of your money till I've delivered. So there you go. There's integrity for you. I'm going to be living. My wife will have to be cooking and feeding me and keeping me until I get my first salary at the end of the year. So you know, that's what it's all about with me. You know, not like Boris Johnson in Britain during a lockdown has a birthday party and parties and shenanigans and reckons he didn't realise it was a party. He's dancing, eating cake, drinking wine, and you don't know you're at a party or what's going on.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're criticising Rita Ora, who had a birthday party, and I don't know if you know she got in trouble with the law, but Johnson's doing exactly the same thing. I mean, how's the hypocrisy?
Yeah, Johnson is the first Prime Minister to break the law in office. Yeah, he got done for it, didn't he? And when he supposedly had the C-19, yeah, he's a picture of him with a glass of wine at home. I'm thinking, you ain't got none of that shit. You're drinking wine. Don't show me a glass of wine, you piss taker. Ah, you're supposed to be looking sorry in bed, legs up, looking poorly, sweating, nearly dying. Glass of wine, the man, smiling. And then what's his name? Hancock, cheating on his wife. It's supposed to be social distancing. He's been caught on camera, kissing his secretary, giving her a full tongue right down the neck. Fuck. I always knew it was a Wally, that Tony Hancock name, wherever he was, whoever his name is. I always knew he was a cunt. You could see in the eyes he was lying.
Go ahead. Right,
Sorry,
my bad.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I want to ask you a question. You say you're in Japan, right?
Currently, that's correct. Yep, it's now coming up for 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I don't want to know your exact location. Man, this is going to be tough. Without knowing, is there an area that's like far away from you, that you've been and seen the sunset? Time and date.
Yeah.
Far away. Like, I don't need it where you are at. I just need it in a place you have been in Japan. I want to write it down.
Okinawa.
Oh, all right, hang on.
Okinawa is an island. So you've got main Japan, then you head southwestly, and you'll come to the island of Okinawa.
Okay. What time? What? We're in a different time zone, obviously.
Yeah, that's right. So now it's currently 5 o'clock. Okay, just coming up for 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. Okay, and the sun is obviously heading west now, so it's beginning to set, as it were, but it doesn't quite set until 7 o'clock.
7.
Hang on, 6:45 roughly. Then the sun will be setting. 7 o'clock is dark. 7.
The rays, is that the last? Is that the
7:20.
last? Is that the last minute you see the rays of the sun, or just the sun itself?
That's correct. So no. To see the last rays of the sun, 7:20, 7:20, and it's that the sky is now almost dark, that dark purplish color. 7:20
Okinawa.
at the moment. Yeah.
How do you spell that? Okinawa.
Okinawa is O-K-I-N-W-A. Oh.
Okay.
N-A-W-A, sorry. So that's Okina, O-K-I-N-A-W-A, Okinawa.
Yeah, I don't want nobody doxing themselves, so that's why I asked far away. All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem, man. No problem, man.
Gee, if I wanted to buy a second-hand vehicle in Japan, is that something you could assist me with, or not really?
I could probably assist you with that. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're interested in getting a second-hand car in Japan, I'll do my utmost to make sure you get it and have it delivered to your house, if you want.
Well, yeah, I wanted to bring it back here to Australia, but without having somebody on the ground up there, it's very difficult.
No, yeah. If you tell me the make and model you're looking for, I can then start to talk to some dealers. I can look online here myself. You can also look online your end. You might see a model that I haven't seen, and then we can see if we can arrange to get it into your hands, shipped to where you want. Of course.
All right, I'll just you're a legend, mate. Just tuck that in the back of your mind. I've got to make some inquiries as to the legalities of bringing it into Australia, because there's certain makes and models we can and can't bring in. So, but anyway, I appreciate that.
Right. I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Conversation, but
I'm looking to do a business in that. I want to do a business.
That's what I was thinking, Jin. If we can make it work, we might be able to do it ongoing. That's what I was kind of.
That's what I've always wanted to do this.
Because you've got to kind of connect with someone you can trust. So that's always the hard bit on the other side of the world. So we're kind of loosely connected by our strange fascination with the earth.
No, I've got a few dealers around me. I've got 2 that I know of that are friends of my wife. So that's going to be very useful in that sense. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the ones that I'd loosely be interested in mostly are like older GDR Skylines.
I know the ones. Yeah.
You know, the previous Supras with the 2JZ motor.
Yep. There's a cult following here. You see, they have a cult following.
Everywhere. So
bomb-proof engines. Bomb-proof engines.
Absolutely bomb-proof. But I've just got to check into, because I know we used to be able to bring them in. They called them a grey import.
That's correct. Grey imports.
Yeah. Just got to double check whether they've changed, like closed any loopholes or the legislation.
Right.
So I'll look into that, buddy, and I'll get back to you. But thank you.
Yeah. No worries, man. No worries, because I'm interested and I want to do it like that. So here we go. Could be the beginning of something.
We can never look at it. You never know. You never know. I'm going to sign off, boys. I'm going to go see my wife. God bless. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
You too. Have a nice evening. I'm going to go out for a walk myself now. 5 o'clock. Fighting the flab, as they say.
It's a losing battle, buddy. It's a losing battle.
Well, I'm going to keep fighting. Man. Sweat it.
Good luck. See you.
Yeah. So if anyone else is interested in getting any cars they want to get shipped over, Japanese brands, Jin's your man. No takers then. All right. lightweights,
That's funny.
purists.
Dude, all I need is 7 more locations of sunset or sunrise. Then I'm gonna.
Right. Okay. I
Then,
see. Yeah.
then I'm gonna map that out, and the best of my ability.
Mm. The thing is, right now, I'm posting all this beautiful material to my friends in London and that, right? I know they're not looking at it because if they were, the reaction should be fucking hell. I didn't know all this, Jim. Not getting any of those signals yet. So they haven't really looked at the material over the years. I'm talking. So I'm not just talking today or last week or last month. So I know they're not looking at it, but they give you the thumbs up all the same. Thumbs up, but you're not looking, are you? Yeah, fools.
Check it out. This is the map I'm gonna be using right here.
Oh, okay.
That's the map I'm gonna be using.
Oh, nice.
So hopefully I can see if I can get 8 points on there.
Yeah.
I can get the diameter and circumference of light. Hopefully, I'll see. I'll see.
Yeah, looks interesting.
The tough part is the center. The center of that is just there's no data there, man. So to go to know where to place the actual this is more of like from the below and above the equator in the tropics.
Okay.
The rest is going to be very difficult without data.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I always wish for on these servers, that we have people from around the world. More people. We want more people to come in, more flat earthers to come in, and then we can have a good plot and document, the sun and the times and everything. Yeah, and its path. I really want that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Because we can't follow the sun ourselves, can we? We can't actually follow the. We'd love to, but yeah.
Do I need to get a hold of some? Dude, that'd be awesome if there was a flat earther that was like heavy in cartography. That would like to work with that.
That's what we need. That's what we need. Yeah, yeah. They're coming. Just got to be patient. We've got to keep talking and meeting people, and you never know who you bump into. And like here in Japan, we have this guy called Flat Earth Banjo, who actually travels like to Brazil, Japan, and one other place, United States probably. Yeah. Anyway, he introduced the flat Earth in his prefecture last year. 2 people wrote books, produced books last year, August. And then he produced his book, The 16 Emergency Flights That Prove Flat Earth. He'd been working on it for a number of years. But 2 individuals who are listening to the Flat Earth Truth now were prompted to produce books. So, if that can happen to ordinary people, let's see what these professionals can do when they hear about Flat Earth. They might be motivated to do something.
Dude, that's what I'm working on right now. I don't know really certain softwares the best to use for map making. But that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it's commendable what you've done so far. Anyway, what you're doing. So let's just see. Right. I'm going to make a move. I shall be back, though. Enjoy, folks. Enjoy.
Later, Jen.
Yeah.
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 What up, Don?
What percentage?
Listen, I was thinking, you know, like the satellites that they see are up there and everything. How are they, like, for instance, Elon Musk's, like, you know, car in space type thing? How are they transmitting the data?
Well, they supposedly say that they're sending up about 437 megahertz to the like ISS, and it has a receiver that's like 120 something megahertz, and it brings it back. That's a good
With
question,
what
actually.
technology?
It's the ultra mega. Dang, I forgot what it's called. I'm
Like
working on
radio?
some. Yeah, it's it's no, it's
UHF,
got to be
ultra
higher
high
than radio.
frequency.
It's got to be real high. Like ultra mega. It's
Yeah, it's the UHF, right?
yeah. There you
Ultra
go.
high
There you
frequency.
got it. There you go. There you go. UHF.
But so it's just like, I don't know what the technology would be though. Just like radio. You know, they just transmit
Yeah, it was all,
those radar signals.
Yeah, radar. It's all spectrum of the electromagnetic light. I mean, yeah, but the funny thing is, how they say to get past the ionosphere, they need about 500 megahertz. Isn't the ISS supposed to be in the ionosphere? How would they do that? Doesn't make no sense. 437 megahertz is gonna get to it. How is that?
Maybe they just mean like it has to be that power, that level, like that frequency. So
Yeah, it has to be really high. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that some of it is lost passing through it. It just means that that's the minimum threshold for it to be able to transmit through it.
Yeah, but when they say they're using 400, roughly around there, how are they able to penetrate the ionosphere to the ISS if you need about 500 and on up? That's the
I
thing.
don't know, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about like the balloon in a balloon type thing that we're talking about, and I was thinking about like how the base would, have to be this concave, probably like carbon fiber or something really thin.
Yeah.
And or like very lightweight, I should say. And then how we would transmit the data from this thing if we're going to do it ourselves, and how they do it. And I'm not sure I believe how they claim to do it. Because like with Elon Musk's thing, it was super high like resolution. They claimed that it was, a satellite. But then the other satellites that they have to like download them from Earth, and it's just like a bunch of data sets that they then have to convert somehow, because it's not even high enough bandwidth to transmit an actual photograph. So they have to kind of like look at the data and make photos from it, composites or what have you. So it's like,
yeah, that's where the funny, that's where the cartoon comes into play, if you will. We're not even actually getting what we are actually seeing. They just put more of to their like what they imagine it to be to it. If you know what I mean. Because usually when they get the data, I remember back a while ago, it used to be all blocky. You know what I'm talking about? Like squared out. Horrible. How are you going to get all those? Yeah, very bad. How are you going to get all those images that are like that? Something ain't right, man. It looks like they have some of those things in a electromagnetic field, and their satellites, if you will, are getting affected by that somehow. Because that actually will mess up the transmitter, receivers, and all even the cameras. It won't look right.
I wonder what their excuse is for not having the same technology that they have with like the ISS and
right
thing, with all the other
stuff. Where is the excuse? What is the excuse? You know what would be funny? I always thought of this percentage. I thought it before. I actually haven't asked it in a while. What if people seen something that looked like the ISS before the ISS?
That's what I said. Like, it's potentially something that we discovered, and it could have been like a UFO from a different civilization, from like aliens or something like that, and then they fashioned the ISS to look like it.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Hey, I guess I'm not the only one that thought of it. I thought that for a while. I was like, man, what if somebody said they seen that? Well, it'd be kind of tough to know. Let's talk to somebody.
Yeah, if that is the case, it would definitely confirm, like, an intelligent civilization before ours.
Yep.
And it would be not just like intelligent, but like, you know, machine intelligence, like robotics or something like that, because it looks very machine-like, obviously.
Yeah.
Like in the beginning, I believed that it was just a star, that they lied and said it was the ISS, but then the amateur astronomers came out with their transits, and it showed like the actual structure of it, and so I had to discard that theory that it was just like a star, a shooting type star, or, you know.
Yeah, I never really believed there was a star. I always thought there was something up there.
Yeah, I don't mean like a star per se. I just mean a natural satellite, you know?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Something. Yeah. There's definitely something above us. There's no doubt. Some flat earthers, will say there's not. But
No, I mean, there's no doubt that there is now, because like there's enough amateur astronomers that are independent of NASA and stuff.
Yeah.
1 sec. Yeah, enough independent astronomers that are independent of NASA, that came out with like these transits and stuff like that, and it looks kind of, you know, machine-like and has the same structure that they make the ISS look like.
Yeah. There's the one thing that gets me though, that there's no way it's 252 miles high, dude. 1 million feet, over 1 million feet. I don't. How is that? I see about roughly 500,000 miles, give or take, around there.
I don't know.
I don't know, man, but 200, seeing something like that small, that high. I don't even I watch a lot of ISS videos, and they zoom in on the Earth, right? I've never seen a cargo ship or a building that's like 3 times bigger than the ISS. Yet we can see the ISS from the ground.
Yeah.
And it's lit up on the Earth. So, I mean, and there's dark. Yeah, okay, you can argue the case. Well, it's in darkness. It's the only light. Blah blah blah. Okay. Well, I haven't seen nothing either in the dark portions. I don't see buildings or ships. These cargo ships are freaking huge, dude. They're like football lengths long. They're huge. Like, I don't see none of that. I don't know, man. I don't know.
So you watch ISS videos in your spare time, Don?
Yes, I do, actually.
You sure know how to party, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I watch a lot of them. I just sit there and look at them, dude. I try to pinpoint where I need to mark sunset and sunrise, but sometimes it's difficult because the landmass, sometimes they look so similar, right? I'm thinking over here is, part of China, and then it becomes Africa, like slightly looks like Africa. I'm like, oh, dang. And then I got New Mexico. I'm all over the place. It's some parts look so similar from high up, man. It's crazy. Just that small area that they can see.
What's that map called that you posted in the chat?
Oh, the Pierce map? Yeah, it's a Pierce
Is there
map.
another word for it?
No, it's just Philip. I think what's his name? Pierce. I forgot. It's a quaduncle map. If I'm saying it right.
Quaduncle.
Yeah.
Quadunkadunk.
Yeah. I got a.
Have you ever thought that, because it takes Antarctica and divides it into 4 corners.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought that it would just be simpler if it was a globe?
Be simpler if it was a
Like it would just
globe.
make more sense.
There's no data in the center though. Now you can do. Here's the thing. I would admit there's certain things that can work on a globe, right? But it also works on a flat Earth. It's from the above the equator, below the equator, from the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer. Those land masses, for the most part, well, more you start gradually getting away from the below the equator into Capricorn, it gets a little more distorted. But other than that, I mean, things get like really oblong, if you will. They look smushed. It looks funny. Other than that, the Cancer, it works. That's the part. If it works, I don't know, man. It's difficult.
Yeah.
You gotta think we're in a very thick, dense medium compared to higher up. The higher you go, that's gonna have a snail's law, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the edges of light, and you get that Rayleigh scattering. It's that lower wave of light. It will scatter
The
out.
diffraction limited.
Yep, the diffraction. Yes, diffraction. There you go. I'm telling you, it's really difficult to differentiate between a sphere and a circle of light, and I'm working so hard
Don't
on
get me
that.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like I definitely understand using this as a kind of a tool to understand it and stuff, like this map thing. But I mean, it's a really good map actually. It's when I was looking into like the different maps, I came across that one, the triangular one that the Japanese dude made. What's it called again?
Oh
I
damn, I
forget
can't
what's
remember.
Authentograph or something like that.
Right.
And yeah, and then I came across this one, and I feel like it's a really good way of understanding the thing, like the layouts of the land and what have you.
That's what I'm more aiming at.
Yeah, the issue is it's not realistic because there's so much land between the different parts of Antarctica. So for me, it's like maybe we shouldn't be trying to make a map without having the accurate measurements of, like,
That's what I'm working. Yes, you are right.
You know,
you are exactly right. I'm just using this as a baseline. That's all I'm doing. It's just because the continents are more to scale slightly
absolutely,
than the AE map. That's the only reason why I'm using it.
Definitely way better than the Mercator map.
Way better, dude. Because I'm not looking at the like Antarctica per se. I'm just trying to get things to like match up on the land, the dry lands. Not even for say the waters, just the dry land. Yeah. It's really I get the thing is you need the data in the center. You need to know how many miles or kilometers, whatever you prefer to use, is in the center. So you know how far to actually or like to spread out the continents away from that center. You get what I'm saying? You need that. And I was looking at it, the NASA, not NASA, but space.com. It says about 50 degrees that this cloud was. I don't know how they got 50 degrees when it's supposed to be 90. I posted it a while back. And this is actually that they claim this to be an image. I'll post it again. I don't know if you ever even heard of the hollow Earth thing, But that I just
Of
man,
course.
that dude, that's strong, dude. There's some strong evidence for that. They actually had an image of a so-called sphere with
They
that
know it to
there,
be
and then they moved
sphere-shaped
it.
and hollow.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I don't. It's
Like the water in a bubble, a bubble in the water type thing.
yeah.
Living in the inside of the bubble.
Yeah, I'm definitely all open to whatever. Right there's the image they used to have. I don't know if those are doctored or what, but it's strange how they have from space.com with the hole right there. And how many miles is that though? Because I mean, it would help a lot if the diameter of that, the say hole, right, or area, say it's 50 miles to 100 miles to 1,000 miles, right? That would change the whole game of cartography, dude. That would literally change everything when you're trying to like map out an actual flat map. You need that to go off from. You could probably get slight areas around the equator, but other than that, it's gonna be real difficult. And I don't really like using the sky because that doesn't necessarily tell us the shape of what we're standing on. So I'd rather just stick to the ground.
That's fair. I'm gonna post an image of another type of map that's like kind of related.
Dude, I've been shooting and shifting through maps. The funny thing is, I found this image on a NASA. I got a few things right here. Yup, the Kodunko, yup. See those
Basically like
land?
your map, but your map took like a square portion.
Uh-huh. That center right there, though, seems more to part than the AE. That's for sure.
The idea for this map is that you take any rectangle, and you'll have like a map of the full world. Any rectangle, from top to bottom, and you'll have the full world.
Interesting. I looked at the maps. I didn't get the center like this, or the north, if you will. They sure got Greenland pretty big, though. I'm only focused on that north portion, though. But Greenland, wow, geez, they got that huge.
Yeah, that's supposed to be like the most accurate representation of the land masses.
Wonder if I can go off the. I'm gonna use multiple maps when I get all these sunset and sunrises. So I'm gonna see if I can mark it. I'm gonna place that circle of light over all those areas that I can. I need 8. Now I need 7. I got 1. I need 7 more, and once I do that, I need actual time and date though. I need it to be actual, not like from me just looking it up and somebody saying, "Hey, I did this." No, I need to make sure. You know what I mean? That's they seen it and they dated it.
But yeah, like looking at the picture that you posted, Australia seems too small. Because Australia is huge in actuality. And just like comparing it with Africa, it seems too small. but I remember you posted the same kind of, I don't know what you called it, a Pierce map or whatever, projection, and you posted a different one like a few days back, and it was more accurate in terms of the land masses and stuff. It was a bigger image.
They say I found where did it go? I'm sure you've probably seen this one. There's no doubt. I wonder if I can invert these. Invert that. I actually got a document that shows that they actually don't have. Let me see if I can find it. Don't have all the measurements of what they say the globe. I gotta find it. There's like restricted areas and.
Yeah, I don't believe they have accurate measurements for the oceans, man. In the south, you have like 97% water, and it's like almost impossible to accurately measure the water over long distances.
Right, yeah, it would be really difficult. It would be.
Just because of, like, you have no wheels on the ground, kind of. You have no direct land measurements, and you have the headwinds and tailwinds on boats and planes, so it makes it very hard to get an accurate measurement of the distance.
I think I'm gonna find it. I had it somewhere.
Until they lay like some, buoyant line all the way across. I mean, you're not really gonna know.
Yeah, I found it actually now. Just gonna. And then I'll post the actual link. So you read that. Oops, that's the wrong link. I must have saved that. So this is from NASA.gov right here, which is interesting. When they say high quality maps have not been available across much of the globe. Some countries have mapped their territory, but restricted access to those maps. That's interesting, isn't it? What?
Yeah.
Elsewhere, no detail maps exist at all. That's from NASA.gov right there. That's
And then they say that the maps that have been released have yielded inconsistent results.
Man, dude, it's. I think, but here's the funny thing: is percentage, right? I think they do have some. I think they probably do have one. They might not want to release it.
What's SRTM stand for?
STRM. I have no idea. Let me look. I think it's in the region probably.
It says SRTM used radar instruments from orbit to collect its data.
Oh yeah. That's what STRM is. Yup, it has a cheese. Yup. Okay. I didn't look at that part.
I'm guessing like satellite real-time mapping or something. Who knows?
This is a pretty interesting link though. And it's pretty crazy how they state that. So in all reality, the globe doesn't have a working model just based off this alone.
Shuttle radar topography mission.
Yeah. Definitely got to have that topography, dude. You got to have that for cartography, man. If you don't have, dude, you're not. How are you gonna make a map if you got areas that you don't that you claim are restricted?
Topography will never be on top. You get me?
That's funny. It was funny. Yeah.
Yo, how are the dogs done?
Dude, I think it's only possible for us to get to landmass. Where to place it is going to be quite difficult because of the ocean. Not knowing where to actually place it. In the north, that's the hard part. They say like right here, I got this map, which the ISS uses. Well, theirs is more distorted, but they use it to supposedly track the ISS. But this is more accurate, or more to scale, if you will, of the continents. You know, I'm gonna use that map. The other few maps.
It's kind of weird how much of an angle South America is to North America.
What do you mean?
Like looking at these maps, it's almost like perpendicular. Whereas with the Mercator map, it just seems like it's kind of like a continuation.
Yeah, but the Mercator map is it's off. It's a bad. That's not like you can get some things to work on it,